powerful deity, once fallen, is reborn and finds himself transported back to 10 years ago at the Origin Star Federation Military Academy. The Origin Star Federation is a secondary civilization with a glorious history. In galactic year 3016, it was discovered by the advanced civilization, the Xinhuan Empire, and brought under its rule. The following year, the Federation passed the Empire's certification examination and officially became the 2868th secondary civilization under its domain. By galactic year 3020, the Federation was compelled to join the Abyss Resistance Initiative, a program initiated by the Empire to share the burden of repelling the abyssal invasions. Inside the dormitory of the Command Division at the Federation's Advanced Military Academy, a delicate-featured young man abruptly sat up on his bed. Jiang Yan glanced around, his expression dazed, before turning his gaze to the window. Outside, the azure sky was alive with futuristic vehicles zipping back and forth. Media ships broadcast tales of heroism non-stop. Martial god Du Changkong infiltrated the 27th layer of the Endless Abyss and successfully slew the Shrank demon god Ghost Eye, earning the Federation a precious 100 survival points. In the 13th Abyss trial, Thunderlord Zhang Yuan led his retinue to defeat 73 million abyssal troops on the 23rd layer of the Endless Abyss, ranking 17th on the all-races leaderboard for that layer and securing 70 survival points for the Federation. The 9th batch of Multiverse Access will commence tomorrow. The 13th Abyss trial? The 9th batch of Multiverse Access? Jiang Yan's heart pounded violently. He vividly remembered being obliterated by a demon god's palm strike during the 30th Abyss trial, which shattered his divine kingdom. He lowered his gaze to the crystal device on his wrist. It was an outdated home-use Type I auxiliary intelligent life form. Shout I. Jiang Yan called tentatively. I'm here, Master. A palm-sized butterfly-shaped hologram materialized in response. What's today's date? March 6th, 3027. Master. 10 years ago. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted as he quickly instructed Shout-I to connect to the official North Sea live broadcast channel. On the screen, a serene ocean surface was overlaid with a floating, multicolored barrier. Within the barrier, a spatial rift dozens of meters long was visible, seeping scarlet mist that battered against the barrier's edges. The central number on the barrier gradually decreased under the mist erosion, shifting from 913 to 912.5. The erosion level of an abyssal rift could not be falsified. Jiang Yan was certain had truly been reborn. In his previous life, he had awakened an grade talent and became an ordinary deity, holding significant influence within the Federation. However, during the 30th Abyss trial, due to faulty intelligence and betrayal by allies, the defensive line under his command was utterly annihilated. The root cause was the delayed reinforcement from the higher civilization Xingyun Valley and critical errors in the intelligence provided by the Empire. At that moment, Jiang Yan's crystal device received a notification from the Academy. To Command Division Elite Class 1, Student Number 03, Jiang Yan. Please report to the Academy's primary teleportation center at 9 a.m. tomorrow for Multiverse Access. Do not be late. Staring at the notification, Jiang Yan collected his thoughts. 7 years ago, when the Federation joined the Endless Abyss Resistance Initiative, the multiverse began descending in tandem. Upon entering the multiverse for the first time, participants could choose to become either a lord or a professional. Through trial instances, they could acquire permanent talents. These trial instances were categorized into 8 levels, from simple to domination, corresponding to grade to unique grade talents. Each individual had only one chance. Failure meant relegation to a logistics role. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had chosen the Lord pathway with a hard-level trial instance. The task required leading a retinue to establish a defensive line within 3 days and holding it against an onslaught of 10 million Zerg for 10 minutes. The overwhelming tide of insects still haunted him. Within a minute, he had lost 90 of his forces. Only through his Godspeed talent and precise command did he barely manage to clear the trial in the final second. Among the 1,288 elite students that year, only 2 cleared hard-level or higher trials. However, the ceiling of an A-grade talent was merely that of an ordinary deity. Fortunately, this time, he had a second chance. The next morning, the Academy's primary teleportation center was bustling with activity. Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang. Amidst the chorus of greetings, Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement to each one. After a night of adjustment, he had calmed the turbulent emotions brought on by his rebirth. As a top student in the elite class of the command department, his reputation within the Academy was well established. Senior Jiang, your performance in the last virtual combat drill was incredible. I'm sure you'll shine brilliantly in the multiverse this time. A round-faced junior clenched her small fists, her face brimming with admiration. Thank you. I'll do my best, Jiang Yan replied with a gentle smile. In the face of the abyssal threat, the majority of people in the Federation longed for the emergence of more exceptional lords and professionals. However, a select few in high positions had been corrupted by power. You're as popular as ever. A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Yan turned to see Li Miolan standing gracefully, her smile as warm as ever. This girl, the campus beauty of the ordinary Class 7 in the command department, was his childhood friend. In his previous life, the last image he saw before the divine kingdom shattered was this untrained spirit array master charging past the defensive lines. "Why are you still out here?" Jiang Yan asked, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Waiting for you," Li Miolan replied with a playful wink, tugging at his sleeve. "Come on, the briefing is about to start." As they followed the crowd into the auditorium and found their seats, Jiang Yan quietly reflected. According to his memories from his past life, Li Miolan would fail the Lord assessment and eventually rely on her parents to purchase a high-tier profession card to regain an opportunity. Her assessment involved defending the Diquinium extraction operation, requiring her to protect 6 mining machines during the process, with no more than 2 allowed to be lost. For someone ranked 1,280, such a real-time strategy assessment demanding adaptability was extremely challenging. Time was tight, and instead of adding pressure, it might be better to seek the highest-level profession card for her in the future. On stage, the dean, Fu Zhongshan, stepped forward in formal attire. The moment this demigod-level powerhouse appeared, the entire auditorium fell silent. "I want to repeat the basics about the multiverse," he began, his voice steady and clear. "You are the Academy's elite, enjoying the best resources. With that comes the responsibility to shoulder greater burdens." As he gestured, a series of breathtaking images appeared behind him. Professionals luring enemies with their own lives, lords fighting to the death without retreat, and the scenes from the early days of the Abyss arrival, where countless predecessors self-detonated their divine kingdoms to slay abyssal demons, buying precious time for the Federation. Opportunities in the multiverse are scarce. The Federation has fewer than 3,000 slots. You must give it your all and prioritize choosing the Lord-class challenges. The abyssal battlefield grows increasingly dire. Once our survival points are exhausted and the barriers break, our world will fall to the abyss. Now tell me, will you be cowards or heroes? Heroes. The students roared. Louder. Did you not eat breakfast? We will be heroes. The thunderous shouts reverberated through the auditorium, the young faces flushed with determination. Fu Zhongshan looked at the spirited students and sighed inwardly. Compared to the powerful races born with divine strength, humanity within the Federation had potential, but the lowest starting point. Only a few would pass the trials above the ordinary level. Each person had only one chance. Failure could mean losing the path to transcendence forever. Although the professional assessments were relatively simpler, a single lord, given equal talent, could rival millions of professionals. Faced with the dual threats of the Abyss and the myriad races in the multiverse, the Federation was in dire need of more Lord-class powerhouses. A series of chimes echoed as task information began transmitting to the students' crystal devices. "Phew, at least it's just an ordinary-level Lord mission." Li Miolan patted her chest in relief, the motion causing a slight rise and fall. She turned to the person beside her. "Jiang Yan, what kind of task did you get?" Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he activated the Shout-Eye system, and an email instantly appeared before him. Elite Class 1, Student Number 03, Jiang Yan. Task requirement: complete a Lord system assessment of difficult level or higher. Compensation reward: a self-selection card for ordinary level professionals. Such a card allows those who fail the assessment to directly become a professional, even if only at the ordinary level. It was an extremely rare and valuable compensation item, reserved by the Academy for students with the most outstanding overall performance. A difficult level assessment? Li Miolan's eyes flashed with concern. "Do you think you can handle it?" "Don't worry," Jiang Yan replied with a confident smile. "Don't forget, I've been one of the top 3 students in the Academy's simulation competitions every year." That statement eased Li Miolan's worries a little. Indeed, Jiang Yan's strength in simulated battles was formidable. She still remembered the time when, even after cheating by calling in 10 times the troops, she had failed to defeat him. Standing up, Li Miolan clenched her fists and said, "Well, you'd better prepare properly. If you mess this up, I'll never let you live it down." "You should go get ready too," Jiang Yan replied gently. After watching Li Miolan leave, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. The difficult level assessment wasn't much of a challenge for someone with memories of a past life like him. He was debating whether to attempt an even higher difficulty hero level, or even the nearly impossible abyss level. Even with his godlike knowledge and experience, the success rates for these levels were incredibly low, particularly for the abyss level, which had less than a 10% success rate. Failure would mean losing the chance to become truly powerful forever. Although he was confident he could obtain a high-level professional selection card, it could never match the potential of becoming a lord. Images of a terrifying abyssal demon god shattering a divine kingdom with a single strike, and countless predecessors sacrificing themselves gloriously, flashed through his mind. Jiang Yan let out a long sigh. "So be it. If I don't dare to push further, the ending will only repeat the failure of my previous life. How could I even talk about revenge then?" he thought to himself. It's just a shame that the time since my rebirth has been too short to plan more thoroughly. At the back of the hall stood a towering teleportation point, its core a mesmerizing, ever-changing sphere. Within it, blazing flames intertwined seamlessly with rushing water, flowing in harmony without disrupting each other. The traces of time were visible, leaving marks of destruction and renewal on its surface. Surrounding the sphere, radiant beams of 7 colors flickered like vigilant guardians. There were 12 such teleportation points across the Federation's domain, rumored to be gifts from the creators of the myriad realms. When the Federation joined the Star Empire's Abyss Resistance Plan, these structures materialized alongside the realms. Newcomers would often stop in awe, exclaiming, "This defies science. It defies physics." But in this fantastical world, anything was possible. Having grown accustomed to such sights, Jiang Yan placed his hand on the sensor with practiced ease. A slight prickling sensation touched his fingertips, followed by a mechanical voice. Verifying information. Verification complete. Randomly assigning a plane. Please wait. Assignment complete. Preparing to teleport to transit space G06581. A beam of light descended from the sphere, enveloping Jiang Yan, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Welcome to the myriad realms, Challenger. A stunning woman dressed in a bright red palace gown appeared before Jiang Yan. Her makeup was flawless, and with a casual wave of her staff, it floated effortlessly in midair. "You may call me the guide," she said in a soft, melodious voice. Jiang Yan quickly recovered from the dizziness of spatial transfer. "Greetings, honored guide," he replied, marveling internally at how the powerful races across the realms, even the virtual intelligence, favored humanoid forms. "Challenger, before you officially enter the battlefield, I will assist you with your rookie trial," the guide said with a gentle smile. "Please choose your development path, Lord or Professional." "Honored guide, I wish to undertake the extreme level Lord assessment," Jiang Yan declared solemnly after taking a deep breath, his decision made after careful consideration. In his previous life as a divine-level powerhouse, Jiang Yan had held high-level clearance within the Federation, granting him access to numerous classified secrets. He was well aware that although external interference was impossible during rookie trials, past challengers had identified many patterns. With a bit of luck, passing was not entirely out of reach. Trial instances often had interconnected difficulties, progressing from simple to challenging. For example, in his previous life, he had faced the difficult level trial Defend Against the Minor Swarm, which was followed by higher level versions such as Defend Against the Primary Swarm and Defend Against the Origin Swarm at the Dominator level. According to insiders, the Origin Swarm trial required challengers to construct defensive fortifications within 10 days and survive a 10-minute assault by a billion-strong elite insect army led by a Zerg hero. Even with Jiang Yan's epic Deer Flame Dragon clan and his unique talent Assassin's Honor, which amplified attack power 10,000-fold, the combined strike of over 1,000 dragons was effortlessly crushed, lasting less than a minute. Similarly, there were trials like the Conquer the Starforge series, progressing from ordinary level Breach the temporary stronghold of a basic AI to Dominator level Breach the Star Fortress guarded by the infant mech god. Other examples included Break Through the Southern Heavenly Gate and Mythical Battle of Chongping, all of which were extremely challenging, nearly unsolvable instances. However, some trials were relatively straightforward and allowed for clever strategies. 3 years later, a professional shared their experience with the difficult level trial Wrath of the Bronze Dragon King. The trial required surviving an hour against the Bronze Dragon King's pursuit after 10 days. The challenger, who had chosen the goblin race, painstakingly built defensive fortifications, but discovered on the 7th day a temporary interdimensional recruitment point near his base. The point even offered heroes as powerful as the trial's boss for recruitment. Unfortunately, his excessive focus on defense building in the early stages left him unable to afford even the cheapest option despite 3 days of frantic resource harvesting, ultimately failing the trial. This revelation led to the realization that abandoning fortress construction and focusing on accumulating wealth might have been the optimal strategy. If wealth truly held the key to success, Jiang Yan's expertise in talents and clans would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Yet, as he pondered his approach, the system notification interrupted his thoughts. Challenger request received. Randomly selecting Extreme Level Lord Assessment Task. Selection complete. Task name: Chongping Battle of the Gods. Temporary S-tier talent, Stellar Alignment, granted. Permanent upon completion. Challenger, please select a temporary assessment clan. Permanent changes may be made upon completion. Extreme level selection limit. Upper tier clans. The woman in the red dress suddenly spoke, interrupting Jiang Yan's train of thought. With a graceful wave of her scepter, hundreds of beams of light and shadow burst into the void, each one uniquely dazzling. Jiang Yan froze for a moment, staring at the breathtaking display before him, then let out a bitter smile. He understood all too well forget about taking shortcuts. This time he had drawn one of the most challenging scenarios. The task materialized before him with unsettling clarity. The Battle of Chongping, a god-slaying mission. He was to lead his familiars into the Zhao Kingdom's ranks, break through 13 layers of demonized Qin soldiers, and ultimately slay the demonized by Qi. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Yan selected a high-tier familiar from the topmost Optionsa steel-armored mammoth. The difficulty of this series of missions had long been confirmed in his past life, as countless experts across the myriad worlds had proven. Forget defeating the demonized by even getting past the first layer of Qin soldiers was a feat few could achieve. This was undeniably one of the most hopeless death traps. Jiang Yan knew this well. Among all the known missions, there were only a handful where he had even a 30% chance of success. But this task? It was utterly impossible. Shaking his head, he resolved to survive just long enough to pass on critical intelligence to a trusted high-ranking official afterward. That way, he could help the Federation cultivate stronger fighters while earning the advanced profession card he needed. Challenger, all preparations are complete. Good luck. The guide, her face adorned with a faint smile, raised her staff to activate the teleportation beam. But just then, a mechanical voice rang out. Commencing trial teleportation. Synchronizing all transit space timelines. Please wait. Synchronization failed. Time chain unification unsuccessful. System self-diagnosing. Anomaly detected in transit space G06581 timeline. Synchronization impossible. Generating solution. Solution generated. Temporarily rebooting the affected transit space system. What's going on? Jiang Yan's head snapped up, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Wasn't transit space G0658 the very space he was in? In his previous life, he had never heard of such an issue occurring across the myriad realms. Wait, a timeline anomaly? Could this be caused by his rebirth? The space plunged into darkness, and even the red-dressed guide vanished without a trace. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a faint glimmer of light appeared in the void. Gradually, countless modules began to emerge, many of which Jiang Yan recognized: dungeon modules, talent modules, and more. His mind reeling, Jiang Yan instinctively reached out toward the floating modules. Ding! External contact detected. With no active AI present, the system has been deemed in maintenance mode. Entering manual operation mode. The moment the system entered manual mode, Jiang Yan's eyes sharpened with focus. He cautiously reached out to touch the nearest talent module, and instantly, countless talent fragments of various colors flashed before his eyes. Deadly strike gleamed with a blood-red light. True luck shimmered in golden hues, while tenfold return and fertility blessing emitted distinct glows. Due to the system's reboot, talents of all levels were chaotically piled together. Suddenly, a radiant, multicolored glow caught his attention. It was a unique level talent fragment, Heartthrob. Its effect was astonishingly powerful. It could make all members of the opposite sex subconsciously develop an inexplicable attraction and remain drawn to the user. The system even marked it with a note. This talent could help you win the favor of immensely wealthy individuals, even crossing the boundaries of species. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan swiped this tantalizing talent fragment aside. It wasn't that he had a bias against it, but such unique level talents corresponded to dominator level difficulty. In such a short period, it was nearly impossible to make opponents feel a rule-defying attraction, even if they were of the opposite sex. He understood all too well that, to date, no being had ever cleared a dominator-level instance. As time ticked by, Jiang Yan sped up his selection process. Talent fragments like Resurrection, Scavenger, and Overlord's Aura flashed past. The system could revert to normal operation at any moment, and he needed to quickly find a suitable S-level talent. Suddenly, a fragment glowing with red light came into view. Ultimate Awakening S-level. This talent allowed the user to upgrade a specific type of creature or skill by 1 level. While it could only be used once per type and had a 1-hour cooldown, it was an excellent option given the circumstances. Jiang Yan's heartbeat quickened as he reached out and grasped the talent fragment. A mechanical voice immediately announced, "Manual selection successful. Talent loaded. Ultimate Awakening S-level." Confirming that his choice was correct, he quickly turned to the instance module, searching for the Wrath of the Dragon King series. It was the only known instance with relatively low difficulty and a potential shortcut. Unlike the talent module, the instance boards were obscured as if covered by anti-peep film, requiring them to be peeled away to reveal specific difficulty levels. Fortunately, relevant patterns engraved on the surface provided clues for identification. Gray boards stretched endlessly into the void. The first board depicted a menacing human male standing atop a massive pit filled with countless writhing hands reaching out in terror. This was the infamous mythical Battle of Chongping series. Without a second glance, Jiang Yan moved on, continuing his search. Just as the system's countdown for self-check completion began, a board featuring a dragon engraving entered his sight. On it, a majestic dragon soared through the skies, spewing flames capable of incinerating all in its path. It was Wrath of the Dragon King. In the final moments before the system resumed normal operation, Jiang Yan dragged out this board. The space around him brightened, and a stunning woman in a crimson palace dress materialized. The system's prompt echoed. Newbie trial instance successfully loaded. Self-check complete. System rebooted. Timeline synchronization achieved. The task information revealed after the board was unveiled left Jiang Yan holding his breath. It was a Dominator-level mission, recounting the tale of a fallen Light Dragon King. Once a noble member of the Light faction, the Dragon King had succumbed to greed and was corrupted by a devil's temptation, descending into a perpetual state of violent rage, destroying any life that dared enter its domain. The mission required Jiang Yan to strengthen himself on the Exile Island within 10 days, after which he would face a fully empowered Light Dragon King, whose strength was equivalent to Diamond Tier level 10. Due to the vastly different cultivation systems across the myriad realms, a unified energy intensity standard had been specially established for this challenge. In the cultivation system of the Origin Star Federation, humans start at level 1 when they first enter the various realms. Upon reaching level 50, they can advance to the bronze rank, followed by silver, gold, and diamond. Only those who achieve diamond rank level 10 are qualified to forge a divine kingdom and step into the domain of deities. The guide's shadowy figure had now fully solidified. She gazed at the floating panel in front of Jiang Yan and elegantly waved her staff. Challenger, please select your temporary retinue for this trial. For a sovereign level trial, you may choose an epic level retinue. After clearing the trial, you will be allowed to replace it. Thousands of glowing images appeared in the void, far surpassing the number of options available in an extreme level trial. From epic level creatures like flame dragons, behemoth beasts, and thunder titans to the lowest tier slimes, the choices were endless. I choose the goblin, Jiang Yan said without hesitation. The guide uncharacteristically confirmed his choice a second time. Challenger, are you certain about your selection? I must inform you that the goblin ranks second to last in combat strength among all retinues and has extremely low potential. I'm certain. Jiang Yan nodded calmly. After thorough consideration, he had fully clarified his strategy. The Light Holy Dragon King, being a legendary creature, possessed diamond rank level 10 strength, comparable to a human demigod. Even if he selected an epic level retinue, its initial strength would not exceed level 20. To face the Light Holy Dragon King within 10 days would require at least 10,000 bronze-level warriors, an impossible feat given the resource limitations of an isolated island. Achieving even 10 bronze-level warriors would already be a miracle. Therefore, whether it was a flame dragon or a goblin, both would be instantly defeated in direct combat. Given this reality, he had to take an alternative approach. Jiang Yan recalled hearing that temporary cross-dimensional recruitment points could appear in trials, and goblins happened to have 2 wealth-related skills. This might be his only chance. The fact that he had triggered a bug allowing him to reselect was already fortunate enough. Jiang Yan was not one to lament over fate. His only regret was that, had he known he would draw a sovereign-level trial, he would have chosen a unique-level skill. Now, he had no choice but to go all in. If that's the case, Challenger, I wish you good luck, the guide said, refraining from further words. She waved her staff, summoning a beam of teleportation light. A mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. Trial teleportation commencing. Synchronizing all transit space timelines, please wait. Timelines unified. Challenger's innate talent detected as Final Awakening, incompatible with trial difficulty. A unique level talent of the same type, Ultimate Transcendence, has been located and successfully replaced. Unified teleportation in progress. Trial begins. This was a forsaken island, roughly 100 kilometers in diameter. At its center rose a mountain range stretching for 10 kilometers, within which lay a colossal dragon with ash-gray scales, seemingly in eternal slumber. Surrounding the island was an expanse of pure nothingness, devoid of even the concept of space. This isolated plain appeared to be frozen in perpetual stillness until a radiant beam of 7-colored light descended from the void, striking a spot on the island. With the arrival of the light, the island's vegetation began to sway, and dormant life forms regained their vitality. In a dilapidated village about 20 kilometers from the central mountains, Jiang Yan opened his eyes. Surrounding him was a group of grotesque creatures with deep green skin, standing only half as tall as humans. They danced joyfully around him, chanting incessantly, "The great deity has descended. The deity will help us claim more riches, treasures, and women. Good days are ahead." At the same time, a notification echoed in Jiang Yan's mind. The Dominator-level novice trial dungeon, the corrupted Light Dragon King, has been initiated. The system promptly provided a backstory. The seal of the exiled island was on the verge of breaking, and this goblin tribe, sensing impending disaster, had used their last reserves to summon a deity from another world. Due to their unwavering faith in the divine, these creatures would obey his every command. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. These temporary followers were exactly as he had anticipated: greedy, lustful, and cowardly. ranking among the lowest of all possible followers. He raised a hand in a gesture for silence, and the rowdy goblins immediately fell quiet, gazing up at him in anticipation. At least they were obedient, which offered Jiang Yan some small consolation. Who among you is the leader? Jiang Yan asked. An elderly goblin with graying hair and a tattered book in his hands crawled forward. Great deity, I am Gobyud, the chieftain of this tribe. The system promptly displayed relevant information for Jiang Yan. Species, Goblin Lesser Subordinate Race. Class, Goblin Sorcerer. Level, 5. Faith level, Reverence. Skills, Fireball, Greed, Plunder. Overall combat power, 6. Evaluation, extremely low combat potential, bottom tier among peers, easily defeated by higher level opponents. Not recommended for investment. Jiang Yan scanned the rest of the goblins. Besides the chieftain, there were goblins with roles such as stone throwers, warriors, and assassins, all with combat power averaging around 5. Despite their lackluster fighting abilities, they all possessed two crucial skills. Greed, which increased the chance of discovering hidden treasures, and Plunder, a very low chance to steal an enemy's belongings during an attack. With the Light Dragon King boasting a combat power of at least 30,000, direct confrontation was out of the question. Jiang Yan could only hope the island's abundant resources would allow him to amass enough wealth to exchange for powerful artifacts before the 7th day, when the temporary interdimensional recruitment point would appear. Gobyud, how much do you know about the island? Jiang Yan asked. Forgive us, great deity, the chieftain stammered, trembling. We have been too terrified by the dragon's aura to leave the village. We know nothing about the island. Jiang Yan did not reprimand him. Given the vast disparity in power and rank, their fear was understandable. Drawing from the implanted backstory, he declared, Now that I have descended, I will protect you. I command you to swiftly scout the island for resource locations and information on magical creatures. This approach was based on research from later scholars, who theorized that subordinate races were remnants of a destroyed epoch. Leveraging the backstory could enhance their loyalty and initiative. Sure enough, upon hearing the promise of divine protection, the goblins cheered enthusiastically in unison. Jiang Yan selected several goblins with combat power above 6 as team leaders, dividing the 120 goblins into 5 groups. He tasked them with exploring different routes to locate minerals, magical creatures, water sources, and food supplies while strictly instructing them to avoid dangerous entities. As the scouting teams advanced, the virtual map provided by the system gradually revealed more of the island, dissipating the fog of war. Meanwhile, the remaining 20 goblins were sent to the nearby forest to chop wood and construct a proper dwelling for their deity before nightfall. As the once bustling village grew quiet and empty, Jiang Yan finally had the opportunity to carefully survey his surroundings. As a novice trial participant, Jiang Yan surveyed the modest starting base around him. Dilapidated wooden huts were scattered sparsely, with only 2 altars standing out conspicuously: the conversion altar and the recruitment altar, positioned apart from each other. The conversion altar could transform any energy-infused material into soul crystals, a universal hard currency across all realms, essential for base upgrades and unit advancements. Jiang Yan focused his attention on the information about the recruitment altar. The interface displayed: Recruitment Altar Basic. Type: General Purpose Building. Recruitable Units: Goblin's Basic Unit. Special Effect: 10 chance of mutation, potentially resulting in special units like Goblin Sorcerers or Goblin Stone Throwers. Recruitment Cost: 0.1 Soul Crystals per unit. Daily Recruitment Limit: 1,000. Glancing at the glaring Soul Crystals, 0 on the resource panel, Jiang Yan let out a wry smile. It seemed there was truly nothing to be done until the scouting team returned. He then opened the cross-server interface in the All-Realm system, where 3 options appeared before him: Leaderboard, Power Rankings, and Regional Communication Channel. The first 2 were grayed out, clearly accessible only to survivors who had passed the trials. However, the Regional Communication Channel was open to all participating races across the myriad realms. Each individual could send 18 messages per day, the specific number depending on the trial's difficulty level, and was required to participate under their real name, emphasizing the All Realms Decree. Those who hide in the shadows are unworthy of extraordinary favor. The channel was bustling with activity. Guys, I drew the Battle of Chongping. The commander wants me to duel by Qi Unknown. What should I do now? Xing Daorong hard difficulty. Isn't it obvious? Just take out the commander's head, kneel before Bai Qi and say, I've wandered aimlessly for half my life, only regretting not meeting a wise ruler sooner. The rest will fall into place without me explaining. Lu Runjia normal difficulty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No need to fight the small mobs, just take down the boss and clear the trial directly. Huge advantage. I suggest you charge straight in. Pao Huei normal difficulty. To the few people above, intentionally misleading those with lower intelligence to fail their trials is illegal. The internet is not a lawless place. Do you realize you're breaking the law? Jiang Yan heroic difficulty. As the arguments grew more heated, a new message quietly appeared at the bottom of the channel. Jiang Yan's sovereign difficulty has joined the channel. Whoa! The chat interface suddenly erupted with exclamations. A high-level player? This is the first time I've seen someone take on a sovereign-level trial. Messages flooded the interface like a tidal wave. Jiang Yan was slightly taken aback by the reaction, but quickly pieced together the reasoning. While, in theory, every faction could send numerous participants to high-level trials to gather intelligence, the rules governing the realms were far from simple. The number of login slots allocated to each faction was tightly linked to the level of abyssal rift corruption they faced. The more slots granted, the greater the abyssal invasions they had to endure. This allocation mechanism was as precise as an exploitative algorithm, forcing factions to assign slots to the most suitable candidates for optimal difficulty levels in order to cultivate lords or professionals strong enough to fend off invasions. Only in the case of a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy would a faction risk allocating slots for higher difficulty trials. This explained the immense value of intelligence from beginner-level trial dungeons. Most factions strictly prohibited participants from altering the difficulty without authorization. Jiang Yan smacked his forehead in frustration. In his reborn state, he'd been so preoccupied with recalling critical information that he'd completely overlooked this crucial rule. Arbitrarily changing the difficulty could land him in a military tribunal. After contemplating for a moment, he sent a message in the chat window. Private message me if you have any intel on the wrath of the Dragon King. I'm willing to trade. Though the chances of obtaining useful information were slim, it was worth a shot. Once he browsed through the chat channel, Jiang Yan turned his attention to the virtual map. Thanks to the goblins' nimble movements, the fog of war in a 10-kilometer radius around the starting base had dissipated, revealing various markers. Corrupted gnoll warriors, barren exposed iron deposits, and small jungles filled with man-eating plants. As more information poured in, Jiang Yan's mood sank further. Though the map was far from fully explored, it was already clear that the island was sparsely populated with wandering monsters, and resources were severely lacking. There seemed to be no viable way to gather enough soul crystals. So this is what a sovereign-level dungeon is like. Brutal. Jiang Yan chuckled bitterly. He recalled his previous life's trial at the difficult level, where the base had been surrounded by 3 large mineral veins and an abundance of wild monsters. Resources had never been an issue. Now, not even the most basic minerals were available. No wonder no one in all the realms had ever been rumored to clear a sovereign-level trial. Jiang Yan glanced at his personal stats panel. Class, Apprentice Lord. Level, 1. No corresponding qualifications. Unable to level up or change class. Temporary retinue, Goblins. Temporary talent, Supreme Ascension Unique. Overall combat power, 3. His combat power was so low it couldn't even rival that of a regular goblin. At this point, his only hope lay in his unique talent. Jiang Yan pulled up the talent details. Supreme Ascension Unique. Permanently upgrade one type of skill, guaranteed to trigger either Supreme or Ascension effects. No cooldown. Daily usage limit, 50 times. Each skill can only be upgraded once. The talent's effects aligned closely with his expectations. He had chosen goblins specifically to enhance their skills and boost resource gathering efficiency. However, in the current environment, even a 1,000-fold improvement would be of little use. As for the 2 special effects, they'd need to be tested in actual combat. At that moment, 20 goblins, working in pairs, returned to the base carrying thick logs, preparing to construct a shrine for the gods. Jiang Yan immediately halted them and ordered the logs to be placed in the transformation altar instead. With resources so scarce, no material could be squandered on luxuries. The transformation altar emitted a flickering glow as 10 large trees vanished. Soul Crystal 0.001. Soul Crystal 0.001. At this conversion rate, it would take 100 trees to recruit a single goblin. Even if they deforested the entire island, it wouldn't be enough to assemble a single squad. Jiang Yan let out a heavy sigh and summoned the goblins back from their logging duties. He first selected the greed skill and activated his talent. A beam of white light enveloped one of the goblins. Upgrade successful. Supreme effect triggered. Greed skill elevated to its theoretical maximum. Greed Promax. Greatly increases the likelihood of uncovering hidden treasures. Straight to the maximum? Jiang Yan was stunned. He recalled that even S-grade talents could only upgrade a skill by 1 level and came with cooldown restrictions. The disparity was staggering. Unfortunately, on a sovereign-level difficulty island, the chances of finding any treasure were slim, rendering the effect nearly useless. Determined to continue testing, he targeted the pillage skill next and activated his talent again. Upgrade successful. Ascension effect triggered. Pillage skill evolved into a related law-based skill fair trade. Fair trade. Upon striking an enemy, you may exchange any one item in your possession for a random item they own. Effective against targets below demigod level, with no immunity. The principle of fair exchange was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly completed the skill upgrades for 20 goblins. Among them, 8 goblins successfully triggered the Plunder Ascension effect, which left him quite satisfied. He also experimented with the Greed Ascension effect, advancing it into a rule-based skill called Murder and Loot. This skill proved to be highly practical. Upon killing an enemy, it offered a chance dependent on the opponent's strength to reveal the location of all their treasures. While undeniably powerful, it felt somewhat wasted on goblins after all. In the vast multiverse, there were few creatures that could actually be defeated by goblins. Except perhaps slimes. But what treasures could slimes possibly have? At best, they leave behind some sticky goo. Even so, acquiring such a useful skill was enough to make Jiang Yan content. Now, it was time to test his theories. He quickly located the nearest knoll on the virtual map and issued orders to the goblins, who were prostrated on the ground in fervent gratitude for his gifts. My followers, an evil knoll in the west has dared to offend my authority. Take up your weapons and destroy it. Ho ho ho. The 20 goblins erupted in excitement and immediately marched toward the marked target, surrounding Jiang Yan protectively in the center of their formation. The target was less than 3 kilometers from their base. Soon, they arrived within 200 meters of the knoll. The creature, a dark red humanoid standing over a meter tall, was lounging comfortably by the edge of a swamp. Beside it lay a wooden crossbow, loaded with a green, poison-coated arrow. Stop, Jiang Yan commanded, halting the goblin warriors who were about to charge recklessly. He quickly scanned the knoll's information. Corrupted knoll. Level 8. Overall combat power 24. Note: non-affiliated creature, detailed information unavailable. Seeing this combat power value, Jiang Yan breathed a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, the opponent wasn't overly strong. After carefully adjusting the goblins' positions, he finally issued the attack order. These newly upgraded goblins were precious assets, and he couldn't afford to let them die in vain. Ultimately, the issue lay in the goblins' inherently weak combat abilities. If his initial chosen followers had been flame dragons or thunder titans, even a single one could have effortlessly obliterated this knoll. Still, there was some comfort in knowing that trial creatures with the corrupted prefix generally had low intelligence. Bang, bang, bang. 4 stones struck the knoll's body with precision. The sudden attack caught it completely off guard. The weak aura of the goblins hadn't triggered its vigilance at all. The War of Realms interface immediately displayed a series of notifications. Fair trade skill triggered. Acquired the knoll's treasured magic gem, lost 1 stone. Fair trade skill triggered. Acquired the knoll's buried pig leg bone, lost 1 stone. Fair trade skill triggered. Acquired the knoll's hunting crossbow, lost 1 goblin's fallen fingernail. The knoll's face was bloodied and mangled. Enraged, it raised its left hand, ready to fire its crossbow. It had already envisioned the scene of the weak, green-skinned creatures writhing in agony from the venom. However, just as it sneered and prepared to pull the trigger, something felt off in its hand. Looking down, it realized the crossbow had somehow turned into a dirt-streaked fingernail. Where's my crossbow? The knoll froze in disbelief. Seizing the moment of its hesitation, the goblins launched a second wave of attacks. Another 4 stones hit their mark, and at the same time, a goblin warrior wielding a wooden club ambushed from the side, delivering a heavy blow. Without its weapon, the knoll was quickly overpowered, soon left barely clinging to life. One of the stone-throwing goblins jogged over, presenting the confiscated crossbow to Jiang Yan like a trophy. The system identified it as a finely crafted poisoned hunter's crossbow, rated 17 points, capable of automatically loading a poison arrow every 30 seconds. After some consideration, Jiang Yan handed the crossbow to the goblin with the enhanced plunder and pillage skill. When the knoll's remaining value had been fully exploited, a greenish poison arrow shot cleanly into its throat. The War of Realms interface popped up with new notifications. You have slain the fallen knoll, gained 1 soul crystal, plunder and pillage skill activated. Discovered the knoll's treasure stash. A special route leading to a swamp appeared on the virtual map. Jiang Yan immediately dispatched 2 goblins to dig up the stash. They soon returned with a slightly decayed wooden chest, which contained only a few ordinary stones. This confirmed Jiang Yan's theory: any item belonging to the enemy, whether carried or not, could be claimed through the fair trade skill. Clearly, the knoll's hidden treasures had already been looted during the earlier exchanges. This realization sparked a critical thought in Jiang Yan's mind. The lore mentioned a fallen holy light dragon king who, lured by greed, was corrupted by demons. Setting aside the matter of alignment, it undoubtedly possessed vast riches. While the Diamond-tier Dragon King's strength rivaled that of a demigod, it was not a true deity and therefore not immune to the fair trade rules. If its treasures could be plundered, the odds of success would increase significantly. Opening the virtual map, Jiang Yan noted that apart from a pitch-black zone within a 10-kilometer radius of the central mountain range, The island had been mostly explored. As expected, resources here were scarce, with only a handful of monsters to hunt, collectively worth less than 100 soul crystals. However, the scouting team in the southeast brought back important news. A flashing icon of an interdimensional temporary merchant had appeared on the map. This was much earlier than the 7th day in the Bronze Dragon King's Wrath challenge level from his previous life. Jiang Yan ordered the goblin squad to return and begin exploring the central mountain range, while he decided to visit the merchant first. The mission had become clear in this resource-deprived island. Even basic development was a struggle, let alone nurturing a bronze tier warrior. The only breakthroughs lay with the interdimensional merchant and the Holy Light Dragon King. After over 3 hours of trekking, the group finally reached their destination. Along the way, they dealt with a corrupted muscle rabbit. Though poor in loot, its tender meat made the effort worthwhile. In a dilapidated pavilion about 300 meters away from the main group, a one-emertal, red-nosed old man was guzzling wine from a jug with one hand, while holding a massive sack with the other. The system identified him as Gaivara the Wandering Merchant, also known as the Thief Saint, of the goblin race, demigod level strength, combat power unknown. Jiang Yan signaled the goblins to stay put and walked forward with a smile. The old man noticed his approach and sniffed the air exaggeratedly. Ah, the stench of low-tier beasts and empty pockets. He sneered with disdain. A penniless nobody. Jiang Yan froze mid-step, his smile stiffening. He hadn't expected merchants in the War of Realms to be this snobbish. However, after weighing their respective strengths, he decided to practice the federal virtue of respecting the elderly. Forcing a smile, he said, "You're absolutely right, sir. I'm new here. Would you be so kind as to broaden my horizons?" Oh. The red-nosed old man eyed Jiang Yan with curiosity. A penniless nobody, but at least polite. Very well. According to the rules of interdimensional trade, I'll show you something. With a snap of his fingers, a list materialized before Jiang Yan. Number 1. Sealed Angel's Heart 800,000 Soul Crystals. Can unseal an angel of unknown tier. Exclusive to the beginner trials. Number 2. Fallen Bow Legendary Tier 500,000 Soul Crystals. Number 3. Mercenary Contract for Elite Swordmasters 350,000 Soul Crystals. Permanently recruits 12 Gold Tier Elite Warriors. Number 99. Basic Advancement Scroll 3,000 Soul Crystals. Low chance to trigger a beneficial mutation in a lesser follower. No wonder previous intelligence described the merchant's goods as exorbitantly expensive. The cheapest item cost 3,000 soul crystals. With resources nerfed in this Dominator level instance, even under the conditions of the difficult tier in his past life, 10 days of full mining without spending a single crystal would barely be enough for the least expensive item. But these were undeniably treasures. In his past life, even as a god-tier powerhouse, his weapon had only been of perfect quality, let alone the unheard-of Angel's Heart. As for the mercenary contract, though it offered only 12 gold-tier warriors, with the extreme ascension skill enhancements, they could potentially rival the Holy Light Dragon King. It was clear accelerating the island's conquest was now essential. The moment the enchanted serpent was struck, the fair trade skill activated, and a shimmering serpent's shed skin fell into Jiang Yan's hands. The war interface lit up with a flurry of updates. Man-eating plant colony eliminated. Enchanted wolf slain. Barren iron mine successfully excavated. Ever since his encounter with the interdimensional merchant 2 days ago, Jiang Yan had divided his goblin army into 3 groups, launching a sweeping purge of the island's monsters. The performance of these small-statured warriors was nothing short of remarkable. Despite the significant casualties suffered by the 2 groups not directly led by Jiang Yan, the mission was completed within 2 days, thanks to their overwhelming numbers and the enhancement of ascension skills. At present, the surviving goblin forces were busy transporting scavenged resources back to the base to be processed at the conversion altar. The soul crystal reserve steadily climbed, 0.1, 0.5, finally settling at 72 points, a figure disappointingly lower than Jiang Yan's expectations. Jiang Yan approached the recruitment altar and activated the ritual to summon 500 goblins. As the soul crystals were infused, the intricate runes on the altar glowed one by one. A blinding light flashed, and 500 goblins appeared in perfect formation at the center of the base. 455 goblin warriors, 32 goblin slingers, and 13 goblin assassins. They glanced around curiously until they spotted Jiang Yan, at which point they hastily knelt and murmured reverent chants of worship. A pure and potent force began to envelop Jiang Yan. As he attuned himself to this invisible power, he could clearly sense the chaotic thoughts contained within. I want to be as handsome as the deity. I hope the deity will grant me a she-wolf. Goblins want big butts. This was the power of faith, one of the critical sources of divine strength. Unfortunately, as someone who had yet to complete his lordship transition, Jiang Yan could only store this faith energy within the system for now. He then moved on to upgrading the skills of the newly summoned goblins. System notifications rang out one after another. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ascension effect triggered. Ding. Upgrade successful. Ultimate effect triggered. After exhausting the daily limit of 50 upgrades, Jiang Yan finally stopped. Including the goblins upgraded over the past 2 days, there were now 69 with the fair trade skill, 21 of whom were goblin slingers. While other goblin types could also throw stones, the slinger's passive precision skill gave them a clear advantage in accuracy and range. Looking at the ragtag group of green-skinned goblins gathered in the base, Jiang Yan abandoned the idea of delivering a motivational speech before battle. Instead, he climbed onto a makeshift platform and declared succinctly, "The evil dragon in the central mountains has stolen the god's treasures. I shall lead you to slay the dragon and claim the endless riches." At this, the goblins erupted into a frenzied cheer, shouting in unison, "Glory to the deity." Meanwhile, in the central mountains, the former light dragon king, Yabalek, lounged lazily on an open plain, enjoying a rare moment of sunlight. This was one of its infrequent outdoor moments. The temporal freeze in this realm was typically unbroken except when otherworldly challengers arrived for trials. As it basked in the warmth, a dragon language letter pierced through the spatial barrier. The letter read, "Dear Yabalek, Father wants me to marry the elder of the Earth Dragon clan, but you know my heart belongs to you. If you're willing to marry me, please reply quickly. I will summon all my courage to defy him and wait for you. If not." Yabalek quickly opened its dragon communication device exclusive to dragons, crafted by a mighty being. It eagerly typed, "Of course, my dear. Ever since I met you, I've been incapable of loving anyone else. I would be honored to marry you." After meticulously reviewing its heartfelt message, it hit send, only to be greeted by a glaring red exclamation mark. Ding! Message failed to send. You have been blocked. It was then that Yabalek realized the message was from over a year ago. The infrequent activation of this domain, due to the rarity of supreme level trials, meant that while other trial spaces had been unsealed 5 or 6 times, this one had only been unlocked once. The prolonged periods of stasis had caused it to miss the reply of one of its beloved. As it raised a claw to wipe away dragon tears, another letter tore through the air. This one was from a purple dragon beauty it had met through DragonCom's Shake to Connect feature. The two had shared a lively correspondence, and Yabalek had even proposed meeting in person. The purple dragon had requested a holographic image of Yabalek first, insisting it was purely out of curiosity and not superficial judgment, promising to love it regardless of appearance. Brimming with anticipation, Yabalek opened the letter, only to read, "I'm sorry, you're too ugly. Please don't contact me again. No." A roar of anguish echoed through the mountains, its dragon magic shattering nearby rocks into dust. After calming down, Yabalek examined itself. A grayish-white body, claws corroded into a deep black hue, a far cry from the once radiant, crystalline dragon it had been. It was all because of those cursed treasures. Yet as its gaze shifted to its horde, glimmering with golden light and exuding an intoxicating allure, Yabalek couldn't help but feel that these riches were far superior to any dragoness. Inhaling the scent of wealth, it carefully reabsorbed the treasure vault, protected by 108 layers of dragon language enchantments, into its internal space. Feeling rejuvenated, Yabalek reopened DragonCom and browsed through its online contacts. Backup 3 Feathered Dragon Clan, 3,781 years old, youthful voice, beautiful scales. Backup 5 White Dragon Clan, 2,672 years old, gullible. Goddess 11 Black Dragon Clan, 16,581 years old, wealthy. Its eyes lit up at the last names. Ordinary dragonesses might slow down its treasure collection, but a wealthy dragoness? She could bring even more riches. It quickly began composing a message. "Dearest, today marks my awakening. During the 15 months, 456.25 days, and 39.42 million seconds of stasis, I thought of you every moment." Just as its thoughts poured forth and it typed furiously, a series of faint taps interrupted it, as if mosquito bites were peppering its head. Looking up in irritation, Yabalek saw a few tiny goblins outside the barrier, foolishly pelting it with stones. For a moment, Yabalek was stunned. Half an hour earlier, Jiang Yan led over 700 goblins on a grand expedition. At the core of the formation were 69 goblins skilled in fair trade, while the rest served as mobile ammunition carriers, each burdened with heavy stones. Surprisingly, the entire central mountain range was devoid of any creatures. No magical beasts dared linger, evidently intimidated by the illustrious reputation of the light, sacred Dragon King. As the group approached the sealed area, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly shattered the stillness. Violent elemental waves surged, and a towering peak instantly crumbled into flat ground. The unexpected scene startled even Jiang Yan. No wonder the background lore describes it as perpetually irritable. It really seems unwell, he mused, relieved. Luckily, it's trapped within the barrier. No matter how fierce it is, it can't harm us. However, when he turned to observe the goblins' reactions, he was astonished to find them not the least bit afraid. Instead, they were cheering excitedly, gesturing wildly towards the collapsed mountain. Wow, such a powerful evil dragon. It must have tons of treasure. Exactly. With the gods protecting us, it can't hurt us. The treasure belongs to the goblins. Watching the ecstatic goblins, Jiang Yan nodded in approval. The power of faith was indeed formidable. Not only had it neutralized the innate fear that lower beings had towards superior ones, but the barrier's deflection of the dragon's magical outburst was interpreted by the goblins as divine intervention, further strengthening their belief. It alleviated Jiang Yan's concern about whether they would dare face the light sacred Dragon King. Maintain formation and keep moving, Jiang Yan commanded. The group soon reached their destination, standing just 500 meters away from the light sacred Dragon King, separated by a translucent barrier. Jiang Yan studied the immense dragon before him. Corrupted Light Sacred Dragon King. Rank: Legendary. Combat Power Diamond Tier 10, 48,762. Note: non-affiliated entity, detailed information unavailable. Nearly 50,000 combat power. Jiang Yan drew in a sharp breath. This was on par with his peak strength as a demigod in his previous life. Truly worthy of its legendary status. Yet, to his surprise, the dragon showed no reaction despite their proximity. It merely held its head high, muttering to itself in a deranged manner. Seizing the rare opportunity, Jiang Yan ordered the 69 goblins to spread out and launch an attack. Stones rained down on the dragon, and while the barrier didn't block external attacks, the goblins' aim left much to be desired. Missing a target over 100 meters long was no small feat. Fortunately, one stone managed to hit the dragon's head. The war interface of the multiverse displayed. Hit the corrupted light sacred Dragon King. Fair trade, skill activated. Obtained item: Dragon Slayer Greatsword X1. Lost item: Stone X1. Suddenly, a nearly tumter-long steel greatsword appeared in the basket of a goblin that had been throwing stones. The sharp blade tore through the basket, scattering stones and pinning the unfortunate goblin to the ground, eliciting a series of startled cries. Seeing this, Jiang Yan exhaled in relief and approached with a smile, intending to retrieve the sword. However, he embarrassingly discovered that he lacked the strength to lift it, not even matching a goblin. Helpless, he used his temporary storage space to stow the greatsword, a service that cost 1 soul crystal per hour. Though expensive, it was preferable to compromising his followers' faith by failing to carry the weapon. He then inspected the sword's details. Dragon Slayer Greatsword. Rank: Excellent. Enchantment effects: Sharpness, Armor Penetration. Overall rating: 387. Related story: this was the sword of a young man inspired by heroic tales. He foolishly attempted to subdue the mighty light sacred Dragon King, only to be killed by a single spit of dragon saliva. The sword subsequently became part of the dragon's collection. Excellent quality. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. In the multiverse, items were classified into 8 tiers: common, fine, superior, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, and divine. It was rumored that there was a supreme, sovereign tier, though no one had ever seen it. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had only obtained a set of perfect tier equipment after ascending to godhood with federal funding, highlighting the rarity of excellent tier items. If sold in the Multiverse Trading Center, this sword could easily fetch 2,000 soul crystals. Unfortunately, the trading function was unavailable during the novice trial, leaving him no choice but to sacrifice it at the altar. Gazing at the wealth-laden dragon, Jiang Yan felt as though he were staring at a glittering mountain of gold. Keep attacking. Don't stop. At his command, another barrage of stones rained down. Fair trade skill activated. Obtained item: Gold Coin X1. Lost item: Stone X1. Fair trade skill activated. Obtained item: Song of Courage. Lost item: Stone X1. The war interface was scrolling frantically with information as a flood of gold coins appeared, occasionally accompanied by a few rare treasures. Jiang Yan remained calm, carefully collecting the rare items while distributing the coins directly to his subordinates. This gesture immediately boosted the goblins' morale, driving them to fight even harder. Amid the fierce battle, the light dragon King Yabalik, who had been preoccupied with composing romantic lines, finally noticed the commotion. It raised its head abruptly, its dragon eyes flashing with fury. How dare you, you insignificant insects, offend the great light dragon King Yabalik? With a thunderous roar, the dragon spread its massive wings and soared into the sky, unleashing an overwhelming aura of dragon might. However, to its astonishment, the goblins, who should have been terrified and fleeing, merely stepped back half a pace. They soon realized that the dragon's aura had no effect on them. This discovery thrilled them, and they began picking up stones from the ground, letting out strange, excited cries. Listen here. "You disgusting little pests." Yabalik's words were abruptly cut off as a barrage of stones rained down on it. Though the stones caused no actual harm, that was far from the point. If word got out that the prestigious Light Dragon King had been struck by the weakest of creatures, the goblins, it would be an eternal humiliation. Enough! Yabalik roared in fury, raising a claw to retrieve a pitch-black scroll from its treasure hoard, holding it aloft before them. Even through the protective barrier, the scroll exuded a soul-chilling power. Behold, this is the legendary scroll of the Infernal Bone Sea, capable of dragging your souls into the underworld to suffer for 10,000 years. You vile creatures, dare to provoke my majesty again, and once this barrier falls, I will drag every last one of you into the... Before Yabalik could finish its threat, a nervous goblin instinctively hurled a stone. The moment the stone struck the Dragon King, a fair trade skill was triggered. Item acquired scroll of the Infernal Bone C1. Item lost stone 1. To everyone's surprise, the pitch-black scroll vanished from Yabalik's grasp and reappeared in the goblin's hands, leaving only an irregularly shaped stone in its original place. Yabalik stared blankly at the stone before it, then at the scroll now firmly in the goblin's possession. It blinked hard, and then again, before letting out a heart-wrenching wail. "My infernal bone sea! Give it back!" The dragon's anguished cry echoed through the entire mountain range. While the Dragon King Yabalik was wailing in despair, his gaze suddenly fell upon the items held by the goblins around him: wind staff, dawn armor, and even the cherished Dragon Island love photo album. A flash of panic crossed his massive dragon eyes as he hastily checked his treasure vault. Impossible. All 108 of my protective spells are still intact. Roaring in fury, the Dragon King soared into the sky, his presence exuding a terrifying aura. He quickly chanted an acceleration spell and dove toward the goblin army like a meteor. However, just as his earth-shattering strike was about to land, bang, the Dragon King slammed headfirst into a barrier, letting out a howl of pain. The impact left him dazed, seeing stars, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. A perfect opportunity. Jiang Yan immediately ordered a full-scale attack. The goblins, now only 200 meters away from the dragon, hurled stones with nearly perfect accuracy. The battle interface repeatedly displayed notifications of the fair trade skill activated, as piles of gold coins and treasures quickly formed into small mountains. Jiang Yan couldn't help but admire this kind-hearted dragon. Not only had it gathered an enormous hoard of treasures for them, but it had also served itself up for an easy defeat. The feast went on for over 3 hours, until the dragon could no longer drop a single coin. When reviewing the clan panel, Jiang Yan noticed that the faith of some goblins had risen from respect to fanaticism, significantly increasing the power of their devotion. Wealth truly moves hearts, he mused, though he felt a twinge of regret knowing these weak goblins would eventually be replaced. After Jiang Yan and his group had completely left, Yabalik slowly opened his eyes and spread his wings, soaring gracefully into the sky. His gaze was deep and contemplative, devoid of any anger. This examiner seems to possess a unique skill. Sacrificing so much might just be worth it. His voice trailed off into the wind. Back at the dilapidated base, the exhilarated goblins danced their peculiar dances, while Jiang Yan meticulously studied the battle records. As was his habit, cultivated during his academy days, he always reviewed victories and defeats after every fight. This battle seemed almost too smooth. In the vast expanse of the central mountain range, the dragon had appeared near the barrier rather than retreating deeper into the mountains. Could the intelligence of corrupted creatures really drop to zero? Jiang Yan frowned in thought. Although none of the prepared tactics had been necessary, the outcome had been undeniably favorable. His mind drifted to the final battle of his past Lithia, devastating memory. Even after meticulously orchestrating an ambush to kill numerous abyssal corruptors, just as victory seemed within reach, the arrival of the abyssal demon god had effortlessly crushed all hope. With a sigh, Jiang Yan approached the transformation altar and emptied the treasures from his storage space. Begin transformation. At his command, the altar's runes began to glow and hum. A vast amount of rare equipment was converted into soul crystals, ultimately amassing 1.02 million in total. Though this was far below the 3 million value they could fetch on the trading platform, it was still an unprecedented fortune for a beginner dungeon. Go Byud, Jiang Yan called as the evening approached. What is your command, great deity? The goblin chief immediately knelt. Select 50 warriors and accompany me to the southeastern corner. As you will. The goblin chief crawled backward for a short distance before swiftly getting to his feet to organize the gathering. Moments later, a squad of towering, muscular goblin warriors stood ready, fully geared for action. Under the escort of this formidable team, Jiang Yan and his group arrived safely at the outpost of the interdimensional merchant. This time, the merchant, a distinctive old man with a bright red nose, spotted them immediately. He sniffed the air dramatically, taking a few deep breaths, and the wrinkles on his face stretched into a wide grin. Ah, So that's why the wine tastes especially fine today. Distinguished guests have arrived. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled how indifferent the old man had been during his last visit. But then it dawned on him was now a paying customer with plenty of currency to spend. This realization unconsciously made him stand a little taller, though his tone remained calm. I'm here to buy something. Give me a list. The old man's smile grew even warmer. With a casual flick of his finger, a dazzling holographic projection materialized in the air. Ah, my young friend. A guest of your stature deserves far better than a mere list. Within the virtual display, a variety of items floated vividly, each rendered in exquisite detail and capable of being rotated 360 degrees for inspection. Some equipment could even be projected onto the body for a trial fit. The stark contrast in treatment left Jiang Yan marveling at the merchant's pragmatism. It also brought to mind a theory he had read about in his previous life. While the myriad realms resembled a massive game on the surface, the characters and worlds within could very well be real. Some scholars speculated that these realms were the result of universal laws remanifesting civilizations and creatures that had long since perished. For now, though, such profound thoughts could wait. Jiang Yan's focus was entirely fixed on two treasures, the sealed angel's heart and the mercenary contract for a greatsword warrior. Though 1,000,000 soul crystals seemed like a hefty sum, it was only enough to purchase one of the two. His gaze shifted back and forth between them. The greatsword warrior was a powerful mid-to-high-tier human unit he had encountered in his previous life, equipped with 3 skills: shield wall, heavy strike, and recovery. Jiang Yan was almost certain that, with the ultimate enhancements, a squad of 12 golden-ranked greatsword warriors could hold their ground against even the radiant dragon Kinjif, not defeated outright until a protective barrier could recover. On the other hand, the angel's heart, while offering random attributes, was priced in a way that suggested even the weakest angel it summoned would surpass the greatsword warrior in strength. I want to purchase the sealed angel's heart. After much deliberation, Jiang Yan finally made his decision. This item was something he had never encountered before, not even in the forums of the myriad realms. Its rarity alone suggested extraordinary value. The red-nosed old man, thrilled at the prospect of a hefty sum of soul crystals, took 2 hearty swigs of strong liquor. You've got a keen eye, young man. This is a real treasure. I salvaged it from a high-tier plane that was overrun by the abyss. Out in the open market, its price would be at least 1,000 times higher. Jiang Yan maintained his composure as he handed over a large pile of soul crystals. Though he had been a deity in his previous life, his actual status was akin to that of a village chief in a remote area, with limited knowledge of the wider world. If this transaction could provide him with some hidden secrets, it would benefit both him and the Federation greatly. The old man, pleased with the weight of the soul crystals in his hand, grinned. Since you're a decent lad, I'll share some insider information with you. Think of it as a product description. I wouldn't want to be accused of breaking the rules. The latter part of his sentence seemed directed at some unseen presence. The void remained silent for 3 breaths, with no response. The old man exhaled in relief and continued. This angel's heart comes from a powerful primordial plane. It had died, but the gods of that plane gathered all their strength to resurrect it. Unfortunately, the abyss invaded at the last moment, leaving no survivors, not even the gods. The old man suddenly smirked with schadenfreude. They sought to uncover an ancient, supreme power sealed since time immemorial but couldn't withstand the corresponding calamity. Serves them right for rejecting the... Boom. A sudden clap of thunder interrupted him, and the old man instantly fell silent, his expression flustered. Jiang Yan pressed on. What do you mean by corresponding calamity? It wasn't mere curiosity. He was concerned about potential risks associated with the angel's heart. That's classified information. Anyway, it won't affect you chosen ones. The old man spoke cautiously, then quickly grew impatient. All right, kid, curiosity time is over. Pay up and take your goods. After completing the transaction for 800,000 soul crystals, the old man retrieved a fist-sized crystal emitting a soft, milky white glow from his massive sack. Jiang Yan accepted it and politely declined the old man's invitation to continue shopping. He then carefully examined the treasure in his hand. Sealed angel's heart. Category: lost divine artifact. Description: perhaps consuming 20,000 faith points will summon an angel of a random tier? The cost far exceeded Jiang Yan's expectations, and the word, perhaps, was particularly unsettling. As he recalled his goblin guards, he checked his resource interface. His current faith points were a mere 587. Though fanatical-level believers could generate faith points daily, the amount was inconsistent, understandable, since human faith is fickle. Even the most devout believers might waver if their prayers went unanswered. Currently, the roughly 700 goblins under his command generated about 200 faith points per day, primarily from the few individuals who had reached fanatical devotion. Jiang Yan silently thanked his foresight in not purchasing other items, as doing so would have left him short of the soul crystals needed to summon the angel. Considering the altar's conversion rate of 10 soul crystals for 1 faith point, the trade was indeed outrageously expensive. Upon returning to his base, he found the goblins celebrating wildly around a bonfire, tossing plundered gold into the air. In a real abyss battlefield, such carelessness could spell disaster. Jiang Yan sighed but refrained from stopping them. This was simply the goblins' nature, making them ill-suited as an elite force. Many would prefer even the weakest slime over goblins as their followers. He, too, planned to switch races after this dungeon, though it meant losing the powerful fair trade skill. Standing before the altar, Jiang Yan unhesitatingly converted nearly 200,000 soul crystals into faith points. Once the total reached exactly 20,000, he took out the angel's heart and took a deep breath. Summon. The milky white crystal rose into the air, radiating a dazzling light from within. Fine cracks appeared on its surface before it shattered completely. A radiant, ethereal door slowly materialized, and a figure emerged from within. As the light subsided, a stunning young woman, about 1.7 meters tall, appeared before Jiang Yan. Her slender frame was clad in an aura of grace, and she wielded a pale golden long sword. Her waist-length hair flowed gently in the breeze. Her gaze was pure and holy, and 3 pairs of pristine white wings fluttered softly behind her. The moment she saw Jiang Yan, the young woman immediately restrained her aura, knelt on one knee, and spoke with reverence. Holy Master, thank you for granting me new life. Simultaneously, relevant information surfaced in Jiang Yan's mind. Name: Anomaly. Rank: Unique. Class: 6-winged divine angel. Level: Gold tier level 10. Faith level: Blindly loyal. Everything you do is right. Special skills: Flame Judgment, Grand Prophecy, Gate of Heaven, Holy Light Magic. Overall rating: 99,999. Special note: this is one of the most powerful beings among the angelic race. However, due to your current weakness, her strength is capped at the peak of gold tier. Please, for the sake of your dignity, strive to grow stronger. Jiang Yan was stunned. The attribute data before him left him utterly shocked. 10 million combat power at the golden 10th tier, almost equivalent to the strength he had as a deity in his previous life. Such a powerful existence should not appear in the novice trial area, nor even in the first 10 levels of the abyss. Reflecting on how everything had gone unusually smoothly until now, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of a possibility: the fortune of all realms. It was a hidden attribute he had heard about in his past life. Rumor had it that every player had a fortune value, and a rare few, blessed with extraordinary luck, would receive special privileges in the realms. Take the federal war god Du Chongkong, for instance. When he drew the warrior-level chomping battlefield instance, although he ultimately failed, he gained the admiration of the instance boss, Bai Qi. Not only did he receive a special profession selection card, but he was also taught a unique technique. With this advantage, Du Chongkong ascended to the deity level in just a few years, surpassing others of the same rank. There were also whispers of powerful civilizations calculating fortune and altering it through spells for their elite descendants before they entered the realms. It now seemed that after his rebirth, he too had become such a favored individual. No, it wasn't just luck. He also had a cheat: the manual mode, anomaly that appeared during his login. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on it further. Bugs in the realms were beyond his current understanding. He shifted his attention to the 6-winged angel before him. Rise. Why do you call me the Holy Lord? Before the fall of the heavenly kingdom, the Holy Lord foretold that when the realms manifested, a youth born on the power of a great dragon would be the new Holy Lord. Anomaly replied softly. I see. So this is part of the realm's background setting, Jiang Yan mused. Can you tell me more about the heavenly kingdom? Of course, Holy Lord, Anomaly said with reverence. The heavenly kingdom was once one of the most powerful forces across all realms. Its structure consisted of the Holy Lord at the top, followed by 4 archangels, 12 seraphim, and 36 angelic legions. Each legion was composed of 3 million angels of various roles. The archangels reached the level of supreme deities. The seraphim possessed main god-level strength, and the legion members ranged from lower gods to higher gods. Jiang Yan held his breath. The realm's implanted backgrounds were always accurate, which meant that in the lost ancient eras, the heavenly kingdom truly wielded such unimaginable power. With such strength, why have I never heard of you before? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Logically, angels with this level of power shouldn't be entirely absent from the realms. Unless no one has ever obtained them? Holy Lord, the heavenly kingdom governs faith and destiny. Everything follows a divine plan, Anomaly answered with a serene smile. Before your arrival, no one had gained destiny's favor. For example, in the world that uncovered the sealed angel's heart, they spent nearly 300 billion faith power and were on the verge of awakening me, only to fail at the last moment. Those who sought to grasp the unattainable were mocked by destiny. So, everything is predestined? Jiang Yan pointed to a drooling goblin below. What if destiny chose it to be the Holy Lord? Impossible, Analea declared firmly. The previous Holy Lord was a fan of beauty. Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. Do not worry, Holy Lord. Analea's tone softened. The previous Holy Lord's prophecy only extends to this moment. From now on, you are the sole object of faith. Destiny will follow your will, and we shall follow you, fighting by your side. Looking at the powerful and devout six-winged angel before him, Jiang Yan couldn't help but recall the scenes of the shattered divine kingdom and the fall of the Federation in his previous life. He wondered whether this was merely the realm's background setting, or if some mighty being had truly orchestrated everything across time. Their knowledge of the realms was still too limited, and many speculations lacked evidence. If I am the Holy Lord, how do I summon other angels? Jiang Yan asked. I was just about to report on this matter, Analea replied, kneeling on one knee again. She solemnly raised a smaller angel's heart, radiating a brilliant light. You must form a contract with us and accept our allegiance. A notification from the realms appeared. The herald of a powerful lost civilization in ancient myths, the awakened seraph Analea, requests to form a subordinate contract with you and become your vassal. Special note. Upon forming the contract, the initial vassal race for instances will be permanently set to the unique angel race and cannot be changed. Agree. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate. A casually purchased item had summoned a powerful six-winged angel and included a unique vassal race this far exceeded his expectations. Even completing a master-level instance would only allow a random choice between legendary and mythical-level vassals. The notification for the contract's completion followed. The contract will take effect after clearing the Fallen Radiant Dragon King master-level instance. Additionally, you have learned the true attributes of the lost artifact, the sealed angel's heart. Jiang Yan examined the angel's heart in his hands. Fate's verdict of the Radiant Holy Lord. Grade: Unique. Category: Gem Inlay. Effect: Can be inlaid and removed. Effects vary based on equipment. Special note. The one who awakens this artifact is the new Radiant Holy Lord. Jiang Yan stared at the realm's record panel in a daze, repeatedly confirming what he saw. A unique vassal race, a unique inlay gem, and a powerful six-winged angel once he cleared the instance and became a formal lord. All of this would be his. This starting point far surpassed his achievements in his previous life. The only obstacle now was the attack of the Radiant Dragon King in a few days. Though the dragon had underperformed previously, its strength was undeniable. Analea, Jiang Yan gestured for her to rise. There's a legendary dragon at the Diamond 10th tier sealed over there. Can you defeat it? While the numbers were in their favor, combat wasn't determined by statistics alone. A legendary mage with 100,000 combat power could still fall to a rogue with 10,000 under the right circumstances. Analea's gaze pierced through the night and the hills, calmly fixed on the distant target. Of course, Holy Lord. Your will is our sword's direction. As the 10th day drew to a close, Jiang Yan stood silently outside the gates of the mountain stronghold, gazing at the last glimmer of sunlight on the horizon. Faced with the overwhelming power of the dragon and the six-winged angel, both far beyond his current capabilities, he chose to remain quiet. In that moment, he suddenly grasped the fundamental difference between a sovereign-level dungeon and the challenging levels of his past life. The former seemed more like a gamble that tested one's luck rather than a battlefield where strength alone determined the outcome. There's no need to worry, my lord, Analea said firmly, folding her pristine white wings as she stood behind him. A fallen dragon that has forsaken its faith deserves judgment. I will not allow it to disturb you. I completely trust you, Jiang Yan replied with a helpless smile. He pulled up the interface of the Multiverse records and attempted to activate his ultimate ascension skill, only to be met with repeated failure notifications. The opponent's skills were not only maxed out, but also uniquely irreplaceable. The angelic girl's strength was far beyond what he had imagined, with every ability she possessed being unparalleled and at its peak. Over the past few days, Jiang Yan had come to realize that Analea's personality was exceedingly rigid. In her eyes, all living beings were required to devoutly worship the Holy Lord of Light, and those who didn't were deemed heretics. The 700 goblins in the base had already been driven away by her because she considered their behavior before the Holy Lord to be irreverent and their faith insufficiently devout. According to her, they deserved to be sent to the 3rd star prison to endure 27 punishments for reformation. When she showcased the shadowy manifestation of these punishments, the goblins had fled in panic, abandoning even the gold coins scattered on the ground. She had even flattened an entire mountain range in front of the base, claiming that nothing should obstruct the Holy Lord's sight. Jiang Yan had to spend an entire day correcting her tendency to resort to extreme measures. After all, times had changed. They were now merely a human boy whose strength didn't even rival a goblin's, and a six-winged angel who hadn't yet reached her peak. Such ostentatious behavior was no longer appropriate. As the final rays of sunlight faded, a soul-stirring dragon's roar echoed from the distant mountains, growing closer with each passing moment. The notification from the multiverse rang out. The ceiling barrier has disappeared. The fallen light dragon king has locked onto your location. Survive at all costs until the barrier is restored. Sounds like it's pretty angry, Jiang Yan remarked with a faint smile. Analia's eyes flashed with icy, killing intent as she stepped forward and bowed. My lord, please grant me permission to eliminate this heretic. Go ahead. Show me the power of the angelic race. As you command. Her 6 wings spread wide, and specks of holy light dispelled the oppressive aura of the dragon's presence. The angel soared into the sky. At the same time, a colossal figure over 100 meters long appeared on the horizon. It was a gray-white dragon wreathed in black, missed the fallen light dragon king, Yabalek. Its gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Yan, who was bathed in a halo of holy light, and it roared furiously, "You accursed thief." Now, before it could finish speaking, a beam of light tore through the night sky, striking it down and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. To disrespect the Holy Lord is heresy. Heretics must be eradicated, Analia said coldly, drawing the long sword at her waist. Cough. Damn it, you don't fight fair. Attacking by surprise, Yabalek's massive dragon head emerged from the dust, but upon seeing the 6-winged angel shimmering with golden light in the night sky, it immediately fell silent. The overwhelming pressure emanating from her made it tremble instinctively, a clear indication that her rank far surpassed its own. The power of the world flows through me, Yabalek chanted quickly. Its 100-meter-long body shrank to 3 meters, its most powerful combat state, where both its defense and agility were greatly enhanced. It shot forward like an arrow, its razor-sharp claws slashing toward the angel. Clang! The long sword intercepted the ferocious strike, and both combatants were thrown back by the impact. Spirit of the holy light, my dearest companion, fight by my side, Analia intoned swiftly as she steadied herself. A golden magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and the massive silhouette of a Valkyrie merged with her body, causing her aura to surge dramatically. This was a high-level holy light spell, Spirit Infusion. Yabalek used the recoil to execute a perfect aerial maneuver, launching another fierce assault. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing rang out repeatedly as the two exchanged dozens of blows in mere moments. Now empowered by the Spirit Infusion, Analia's strength had surpassed that of the dragon. Each of her strikes not only deflected its attacks, but also left visible marks on its body. Yaberlik continuously adjusted the angle of its attacks, its massive dragon body maneuvering nimbly through the night sky. Yet, every attack was effortlessly deflected by the angel. Its scales were now riddled with fine wounds, and dark red blood seeped from its body. Even with the innate resilience of dragonkind barely keeping it afloat, the tide of the battle was turning against it. Damn it! What kind of race is this? Yaberlik cursed internally as it gazed at the unscathed angel hovering in the air. Its attacks, imbued with draconic magic and amplified threefold by sheer momentum, had all been neutralized with ease. The angel, suspended midair with no support, seemed invincible. Not even in its strongest domain could Yaberlik gain the upper hand. The fight had reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, Analia furrowed her delicate brows. As an angel specializing in mental arts, close combat was not her forte. Furthermore, her current power was only at the golden rank, leaving her momentarily entangled with this fallen dragon. The Holy Lord was observing everything from below, and the thought of her future peers 4 seraphim and 11 others hearing of her prolonged struggle filled her with unease. How could she, a seraph, face such humiliation? This thought reignited her resolve. With a powerful swing of her sword, Analia repelled the charging dragon, and divine energy surged through her body. A radiant golden hexagram unfolded behind her, illuminating the entire night sky. Her voice resounded, ethereal and commanding. Heretic, repent for your sins. Divine art of heaven. Great prophecy. Yaberlik, preparing for another assault, suddenly froze midair. Tears involuntarily streamed from its eyes as it muttered, I am guilty. I shouldn't have. It abruptly snapped out of the trance, realizing what was happening, and hurriedly raised a claw to cover its mouth. Panic and fury filled its voice. What kind of spell is this? Analia didn't answer. Although her current strength limited the great prophecy to last only 3 seconds, it was more than enough. She raised her long sword, its blade erupting into holy flames, and pointed it at the dragon in the sky. At the same time, a massive hexagram magic circle materialized above Yaberlik's head. All evil shall be consumed in the flames, she declared coldly, her voice unwavering. Judgment of the sacred flame. Yaberlik's expression shifted drastically. In a desperate attempt, it curled its body into a tight ball. Golden beams rained down from the magic circle like a torrential storm, engulfing the dragon entirely. A deafening explosion echoed through the night as shattered scales and blood scattered in all directions. The mighty dragon crashed heavily to the ground. In a flash, Analea teleported before the fallen dragon, her flaming sword still alight. Wait, cuff, hold on. Stop. A pained roar echoed through the dust from the massive dragon. Analea gripped her flaming longsword tightly, her movements unwavering as she swung it down toward the dragon. Just as the blade was about to connect with the creature's head, Jiang Yan's voice rang out, "Analea, wait." The sword halted just a centimeter from the dragon's skull. Illuminated by the fiery glow, the once mighty light dragon king now lay in a sorry state, its body covered in wounds, blood streaming down its scales, and its massive head drooping weakly to the ground. "Hold on, I have something to say," Jiang Yan said, his gaze fixed on the dragon. Recalling the peculiarities of their earlier battle, he suddenly spoke up. "You're not thinking of surrendering, are you? How did you know?" Yabalik struggled to open its eyes, its face filled with surprise. Jiang Yan chuckled but said nothing. The deduction wasn't difficult. The dragon's unusual behavior when its treasure was stolen from the barrier could be dismissed as panic, but its actions during the battle told a different story. It was clearly holding back. Either it was genuinely foolish, or it was pretending to be. If it were truly foolish, Jiang Yan, the one who had robbed its treasure, should have been its prime target for vengeance. If it were pretending, attacking the seemingly defenseless Jiang Yan would have been a smart move to distract Analea. Yet, despite Jiang Yan standing in plain sight as a level 1 novice, the dragon completely ignored him, choosing instead to clash directly with the formidable angel. Such behavior left only one possible explanation. It was intentionally conceding. Still, the reasons behind this needed to be uncovered. "Analea, give it a healing spell," Jiang Yan instructed. Once the dragon seemed slightly more spirited, he asked with interest, "You can speak now?" Yabalik raised its enormous head, tears glistening in its eyes, as it began to recount the hardships of being a working dragon. To the outside world, they were seen as fearsome overlords, but in reality, they had no autonomy, forced to work tirelessly whenever needed, frozen in stasis when not, unable even to perceive the passage of time. It lamented its lack of wages, freedom, and even the loss of its fiancée, online romance, and wealthy benefactors. "Enough, just get to the point," Jiang Yan interrupted, frowning at the dragon's overly dramatic performance. Yabalik composed itself and confessed the truth. It had long wanted to resign from its role but was bound by a curse that could only be broken if a challenger defeated it and formed a contract. However, the rules of the multiverse required gatekeepers to fight with their full strength, prohibiting any obvious leniency. Previous challengers had been too weak. Even if Yabalik had wished to help them secretly, it was futile. That was until Jiang Yan appeared. "Silence!" Analea interjected coldly, slicing off a piece of dragon flesh with her blade. "Do not disrespect the Holy Lord." Yabalik hastily corrected itself, showering Jiang Yan with praises, calling him a once-in-a-lifetime genius whose ability to bypass 108 seals and claim the treasure was proof of his brilliance. It then began inscribing a contract formation, requesting to become Jiang Yan's companion. A notification from the multiverse system soon followed, asking Jiang Yan if he wished to accept this equal contract, which could be unilaterally terminated. Jiang Yan, however, did not reply immediately. Instead, he turned to Analea, inquiring about the hierarchy among angels. Upon learning that, in addition to the 12 seraphim, there were 4 archangels of immense power, Yabalik's expression shifted dramatically. The dragon discreetly activated a spell of draconic truth-seeking. Noticing the change, Jiang Yan asked, "What did you just say?" Yabalik immediately became even more deferential, retracting the previous contract and inscribing a new formation. "Great Holy Lord, I humbly offer my allegiance to you." This time, the contract was one of servitude, binding the dragon to obey Jiang Yan's orders, as long as he did not impose excessive demands. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Yan agreed. After all, this was a Dominator-level dungeon boss, a challenge too formidable for all the other trial participants combined. Once the contract was sealed, the dragon's stats appeared on the multiverse interface. Legendary grade, Fallen Dragon class, Diamond Tier 10, with a total power rating of 43,622. Its score had dropped significantly due to losing its light powers and the treasure enhancements from the plundered horde. "Analea, heal it," Jiang Yan instructed. Now that it was part of his team, it wouldn't do to leave it in such a pitiful state. Golden holy light descended from above, enveloping Yabalik and gradually healing its wounds. At that moment, a notification from the multiverse system chimed. The dungeon would close in 1 hour, and the top 10,000 trial participants would earn the right to enter the Tower of Legacy. Just as Jiang Yan prepared to wait out the remaining time, the now-recovered Yabalik suddenly spoke urgently, "Master, I have something important to report. We must act quickly, or we'll miss a golden opportunity." "Are you sure such a rule exists?" Jiang Yan asked, dumbfounded. "Absolutely." Yabalik's dragon eyes sparkled. I have a pen pal from the Dragon Clan, a merchant who roams across worlds. They told me that as long as you have enough credibility and status, the trade laws do allow credit transactions. Jiang Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Even if what you say is true, it seems none of us qualify. Yabalik was taken aback by this, raising a glowing golden claw to point at himself. How could that be? I am the legendary radiant Holy Dragon King. My name alone is worth 1,000,000,000 soul crystals. Then he turned to the six-winged angel beside him, lowering his voice instinctively. Not to mention this lady here, who is even stronger than I am. However, madam, does credit go against your faith? Analia maintained a calm expression. The holy light created the world, and the Holy Lord embodies its will. For all beings, offering their possessions is an honor. Indeed, an honor for them. Yabalik quickly echoed. Jiang Yan glanced at the pair in front of him, a confident angel, just awakened from an endless slumber, and an impulsive dragon recently unsealed, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did they really think they could negotiate credit with a demigod obsessed with wealth? Still, the thought of the legendary bow, and the contract capable of summoning a gold-tier warrior made him resolute. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Yabalik, fly us there. At a dilapidated pavilion on the northeastern corner of the island, a red-nosed old man was humming a tune while counting soul crystals one by one. 1999, 2000, 2001. Who would have thought something I casually picked up could sell for so much? He muttered to himself. Well, it is a treasure that survived the world's destruction. There must be some secret to it. Not really a ripoff for the buyer. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, his keen senses detected something amiss. Hastily pocketing the soul crystals and securing his flask, he reached for his massive sack to flee, only to find his path blocked by a 100-meter-long dragon and a stunning six-winged maiden. To make matters worse, he noticed someone hiding behind a nearby rock. Yabalik, what are you up to? And you hiding behind the rock? Come out. Jiang Yan walked out awkwardly. The red-nosed old man, recognizing him, immediately clutched his bag tightly. It's you, that penniless kid. What are you here for? I'm not one to mess with. I'm not experienced in this sort of thing. Can someone else take the lead? Jiang Yan turned to his companions for help. Analia stepped forward immediately, her voice filled with authority. Weak goblin, I am a follower of the Holy Lord of Light, the 10th seraph of the celestial heavens, and the wielder of divine magic, Analia. Your goods have been requisitioned. Be grateful for the blessing of the holy light. Jiang Yan cringed internally. That sounded no different from saying, I'm Emperor Qin. Kneel and hand over your money. Sure enough, the red-nosed old man furrowed his brow and released a faint yet oppressive aura of a demigod. Don't misunderstand, sir. Jiang Yan quickly interjected. We were hoping to negotiate a credit agreement with you. Credit? The old man sized them up. A level 1 apprentice lord. A high-ranking being with no reputation across the realms. Neither of you qualifies. What about me? Yabalik puffed up his chest and stepped forward confidently. I am the radiant Holy Dragon King. You. The old man sneered. A miserly hoarder, a heartbreaker hunted by 37 female dragons, and the disgrace of the radiant Holy Dragon Clan. Sorry, but those were your former titles. Now you're nothing more than a chained beast, not even worth as much as this goblin-level weakling. The trio's expressions darkened instantly. Master Lord, allow me to teach him a lesson. Analia and Yabalik requested in unison. Don't go overboard. Leave him breathing. Jiang Yan instructed with a nod. What are you doing? I'm a demigod. The red-nosed old man took 2 steps back, desperately exerting his aura. A mere goblin demigod dares insult the Holy Dragon King. Yabalik roared, lashing out with his tail. The old man screamed as he was sent flying. Analia followed up by summoning a colossal magical fist, slamming it down with tremendous force. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan stared thoughtfully at the bruised and battered interdimensional merchant. This guy seemed to be another classic example, like goblins, of entities easily overpowered by stronger foes. As the group prepared to leave, the old man struggled to his feet. Wait, you may each choose one item. Sir, while we may have been excessive, you did provoke us first. Jiang Yan froze mid-sentence. What did you say? According to the special trade rules of the novice zones across realms, strength is also a form of fair exchange. The old man reluctantly tossed over a catalog. Pick quickly and get lost. What rotten luck can apprentice lord with loyal guardians this strong? Next time, I'll have to upgrade my clone's level. Thank you, sir. Jiang Yan said solemnly, bowing deeply. I will remember this kindness and repay it someday. Taking the catalog, he made his decision swiftly. With the trials of the Tower of Inheritance looming, nothing was more critical than immediate combat power. I'll take the contract for the Greatsword Warrior. System notifications flashed continuously before Jiang Yan. The most prominent one read, Congratulations to challenger Jiang Yan for completing the dungeon, Wrath of the Fallen Dragon King, and officially activating Lord status. Talent, Supreme Ascension, has been permanently obtained. This was followed by a series of unlock notifications. After binding the angel's heart, the temporary goblin followers were dismissed, granting him the unique angel race as his followers. The regional leaderboard, overall leaderboard, Multiverse Trading Center, and Multiverse Forum were all unlocked, and clearing the sovereign level dungeon awarded him 16 survival points. Jiang Yan quickly skimmed through the information, focusing on the two most critical notifications. The first indicated that he had ranked first in the regional trial assessment, earning him the qualification to challenge the Tower of Legacy. The system inquired if he wanted to teleport immediately. He selected no, and the system notified him that forced teleportation would occur in 30 minutes. The second notification concerned a career extraction opportunity. Since he had also earned the Tower of Legacy challenge qualification, he could choose to retain the extraction opportunity and receive a higher tier career after completing the challenge. This was one of the key advantages of being a lord over ordinary career holders. Not only did lords possess numerous followers, but they could also undergo advanced career transitions. I'll keep it, Jiang Yan said decisively. Unlike in his previous life, this time he wasn't in a rush to enhance his combat power. With the mighty six-winged angel and dragon king at his disposal, he could afford to aim for a higher ceiling. After making his choice, Jiang Yan retrieved a sapphire-colored contract etched with the images of 12 heavily armored warriors. This greatsword warrior employment contract, valued at 350,000 soul crystals, shimmered faintly. Moments later, 12 fully armed warriors materialized before him. My lord. The warriors saluted in unison. Jiang Yan examined their attributes carefully. Race: human greatsword warriors, gold tier level 10. Faith level: reverence. Skills: heavy strike, armor break, shield wall. Overall combat power: 1288. Though this unit was no match for angels or dragons, as a mid to high tier humanoid follower group, they were already impressive and had the potential to ascend to diamond tier level 10. Even under an ordinary divine level lord, they would be considered elite. I shall grant you greater power, Jiang Yan said with a smile, activating his talent skill. As the effects of Supreme Ascension and Enhancement kicked in, the warrior's abilities began to improve. Jiang Yan bypassed the upgrades to Heavy Strike and Armor Break. After all, no attack skill could rival a casual strike from Analia. However, to his delight, two warriors managed to elevate the Shield Wall skill to Lost Skill, Shield of Life. This skill was extraordinary. When using shield-type weapons, the user could designate a target for protection. Unless the shield bearer died, no attack could bypass the shield to harm the protected individual. For Jiang Yan, who currently had little combat ability himself, this was the ideal safeguard. Excellent, Jiang Yan said, surveying the group with satisfaction. Following the skill upgrades, the Greatsword Warriors' combat ratings had risen to around 2,000, making them a formidable force. Prepare yourselves for the upcoming Tower of Legacy challenge. At your command, my lord. The warriors responded in unison. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. At the Federal Military Academy, several elderly instructors were closely monitoring the leaderboard. They had initially been discussing how many students in this cohort might clear the difficult level trials, paying special attention to standout students from Command Class 1 such as Emo, Jiang Yan, Lu Ha, and Bai Yi. With the front lines under immense pressure and several deities nearing their limits, new sources of strength were desperately needed. When the leaderboard updated, the results left everyone stunned. Sovereign level trial cleared, 1 person. Difficult level trial cleared, 1 person. Normal and elite level trials cleared, 12 people. Sovereign level? The elders were incredulous and quickly checked the multiverse leaderboard for confirmation. First place, Origin Star Federation, Jiang Yan Sovereign level. Second place, Starry Empire, Luo Qinyu Despair level. Third place, Starry Empire, Luo Chun Hero level. Jiang Yan from Command Class 1? How is this possible? The elders were both shocked and elated, but they soon grasped the gravity of the situation. The multiverse offered no anonymity, and as the first person in history to clear a sovereign level trial, Jiang Yan was bound to attract immense attention. Super civilizations like the Starry Empire certainly wouldn't let such talent slip through their fingers. Almost simultaneously, at the Starry Empire's embassy within the Federation, a directed long-range teleportation portal lit up, and a humanoid man in a specialized teleportation suit stepped through. Your Highness, the waiting embassy officials greeted him with a bow. The man handed over an insignia. By order of His Majesty, secure Jiang Yan at all costs. Understood, the officials replied calmly. As members of the Starry Empire, they fully understood the significance of passing a sovereign-level trial. It was far beyond the simple notions of high starting point or great potential that ordinary civilizations could comprehend. An ambassador stood and said, Your Highness, we've gathered preliminary information on Jiang Yan. Hey, race the initial plan for your review. Excellent. the man said after skimming through the documents, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In the dim void, an imposing tower pierced the heavens, standing eternally tall. Surrounding it, nebulous clouds flickered like an unfathomable abyss. This colossal 20-story tower housed a unique world on each floor. At this moment, portals to the outer space of the tower opened one after another, as assessors from various temporary dimensions descended. Jiang Yan stepped out from one such portal, followed closely by Analia, who folded her wings behind her. The pair immediately drew the attention of onlookers. What race is that? So beautiful. That pale-faced kid sure is lucky. Their rank must be Jaime Lava Lizard won't even dare approach. Shoo, don't you check the leaderboards? That's a 6-winged angel, and he's Jiang Yan. What? The Jiang Yan whose combat power is 10 times higher than the second place. The murmurs abruptly ceased as everyone pulled up the regional rankings. Regional combat power rankings. First, Jiang Yan, combat power rating, 174,668. Second, Luo Qianyu, combat power rating, 16,913. Regional follower rankings. First, 6-winged angel belonging to Jiang Yan, rating, 99,999. Second, radiant holy dragon king belonging to Jiang Yan, rating, 51,233. Third, two-headed demon bear belonging to Zikalos, rating, 3,722. Most instinctively kept their distance from Jiang Yan, their gaze is a mix of awe and curiosity. Though they hailed from advanced civilizations, and Jiang Yan was merely a native of a second-tier civilization, such distinctions were meaningless to those who had transcended through the trials of the multiverse. Still, there were always those who held themselves in high regard. A hulking giant from the Tarsk tribe of the Nebula Valley, carrying a massive serpent on his shoulder, blocked Jiang Yan's path. This was none other than Rani Tarsk, the tribe's young chieftain. Listen here, kid, the giant grinned, the serpent slithering to his waist and flicking its tongue incessantly. I don't buy that someone like you could clear a sovereign-level dungeon. Spill it, what shortcut did you take? We're all part of the Star Empire. Don't hog the spoils. The surrounding spectators, eager for drama, paused to watch, expecting this lucky underdog from a lower civilization to yield under the pressure of an advanced civilization heir. Heh. Jiang Yan let out a cold chuckle. He saw right through the ploy asserting dominance by flaunting his identity, then framing him as an obstacle to the collective interest. In his previous life, he might have been intimidated, but now? A mechanical notification sounded. Challenger Jiang Yan has initiated a regional life and death battle request. Please confirm acceptance within 1 minute. The crowd erupted. Madman, he's going straight for a life and death battle? Does he think he's invincible? Someone needs to teach him a lesson. Yet, as the countdown ticked away, not a single person dared to accept the challenge. With a combat power rating of 174,000, approaching the level of an ordinary deity, Jiang Yan could annihilate everyone present combined in an instant. If you're too scared to accept, then move. Jiang Yan's tone was calm as he walked toward the giant, blocking his way. Just as they were about to collide, Analia lightly flapped her wings, brushing the giant aside as though sweeping away trash. You. The giant's face turned crimson. Don't think clearing a sovereign-level trial makes you invincible. You're just from a second-tier civilization. Jiang Yan halted, his gaze sincere. You should be grateful that combat is prohibited here. But if you utter one more word, I won't hesitate to track down your abyssal world and send you straight to Satan. The giant opened his mouth, but ultimately dared not continue his tirade. The times had indeed changed. In the past, a single fleet could easily wipe out such lower civilizations. But ever since the Abyss emergence and the arrival of the multiverse, everything was different now. In the real world, neither advanced technological weapons nor cultivation laws seemed to have any effect. They were powerless against the creatures of the Abyss and other realms. This meant that to kill a transcendent being, one had to rely solely on the power obtained from these other realms. Although the Task tribe boasted numerous divine powerhouses, they were all tied up on the Abyss battlefield. Furthermore, the laws of the Xinghuan Empire strictly prohibited warfare among its subordinate civilizations. The burly man watched Jiang Yan's retreating back, his expression growing darker. The potential Jiang Yan displayed made him swallow his anger in silence. He just walked away like that? A man in a floral shirt pushed through the crowd, staring at the entrance of the Tower of Legacy where Jiang Yan had disappeared. If it weren't for my 2 flying winged wolves having stomach trouble last night, I would have taught him a lesson, the burly man quickly explained. If only it weren't for the Xinghuan Empire's laws. Exactly, exactly. The surrounding crowd chimed in, eager to salvage some dignity. Though boasting after the fact seemed childish, it was better than staying silent. After all, everyone here had a reputation to maintain, and they needed to save face. A bunch of useless fools. A cold scoff suddenly came from behind. Who said that? Are you looking for trouble? Show yourself if you dare. The crowd turned, glaring as they searched for the source of the voice. From among the gathering, a young girl stepped forward, dressed in a flowing pale yellow gown, accompanied by several attendants. Her delicate features were striking, exuding an air of nobility, and a faint, star-shaped mark could be seen on her forehead, a symbol of the royal family of the Xinhuan Empire. The expressions of those present instantly shifted, and they quickly plastered on smiles. Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. While the influence of higher civilizations over lower ones had waned significantly in recent times, the Xinhuan Empire, as the earliest civilization in this star region to connect with the other realms, still held an unshakable position. The girl let out a disdainful snort and walked past them without a second glance. Her gaze rested on the direction of the Tower of Legacy, a flicker of curiosity flashing in her eyes. That guy, he seems a bit interesting. With that, she stepped into the Tower of Legacy without hesitation. Challenger, welcome to the Tower of Legacy on the Lord's side. An ethereal voice echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. This 20-story trial tower increased in difficulty with each level, each floor teeming with powerful monsters. The rules were simple: defeat them to advance, but the maximum troop limit could not exceed 50. The rewards were equally clear. Clearing levels 19 granted a small amount of survivor points and rare professions. Levels 1019 offered more survivor points and legendary professions. Reaching the top of the 20th floor promised abundant survivor points and professions above the mythic tier. The challenge of the first floor, Web World, will begin in 5 minutes. As the system announced, a troop token, condensed by the rules, lit up in Jiang Yan's hand. Summoned by the token, the mighty dragon Yabalik and 12 golden tier great swordsmen appear. This was the fundamental skill war summon. After Jiang Yan's transition to the Lord profession. Yabalik, you'll take the lead for the first 10 floors. Anna, stay in the middle and provide support. The rest of you, form up in position and hold the line, Jiang Yan quickly commanded. The dragon unfurled its 100-meter-long body and spiraled into the air. Analea sheathed her sword and took out a golden holy tome, while the 12 great swordsmen formed a near-circular battle formation to guard Jiang Yan. 2 burly swordsmen raised their shields at the front, activating the rule-based skill, Shield Stands, I Stand, linking their souls to Jiang Yan. About a kilometer away, hundreds of broodmother spiders, each the size of a water tank, suddenly appeared. Agile in movement, their grotesque mandibles and numerous eyes were intimidating. These creatures could spray venom and, upon being killed, would split into smaller spiders, a nightmare that had defeated countless lords before. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had barely scraped by with his speed talent and centaur archers. But this time, with Yabalik, it was much easier. The dragon folded its wings and swept through the air, creating violent gusts that sent the spiders tumbling. As its dragon breath engulfed the broodmother spiders, they disintegrated into ashes, leaving no chance for them to split. Leave one alive, don't harm it, Jiang Yan called out in time. With great care, Yabalik carried back the last spider in its jaws. Analea immediately used holy light magic to immobilize it. Jiang Yan pulled out a dagger he had taken from an assassin goblin and attempted to pierce it, but the blade didn't even leave a scratch. Seeing the mocking glint in the spider's eyes, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't completed his transition to a new profession yet. Under Anna's holy light enhancement, Jiang Yan carefully examined the broodmother spider's anatomy. Its back was moderately strong, its abdomen fragile. Its chest's left side seemed to house a vital point, and its legs were extraordinarily tough. He had the swordsman with the shield test. The venom caused cumulative paralysis for anyone below the bronze tier. Since only the top 10,000 civilizations were eligible to enter the Tower of Legacy, all relevant intelligence was monopolized by powerful factions. Secondary civilizations like the Federation only had rough information about the first 5 levels. With some breathing room now, Jiang Yan decided to create a detailed strategy guide. It would not only help future challengers, but could also be sold selectively for profit. Borrowing Anna's holy angel sword, he skillfully dissected the spider, neatly arranging its organs, venom sacs, and other parts. When Yabalik inquired about his expertise, Jiang Yan casually mentioned that he had taken a course on dissecting anomalous creatures. This explanation sent a shiver down the dragon's spine. I certainly didn't want to become a research subject. That's enough. Let's move on to the next floor, Jiang Yan said, ending the remaining spider with a single slash. A large door appeared in the center, and the system announced the completion of the first floor, awarding survivor points and profession weight bonuses. Passing through the door, they entered an entirely different world of combat. Iron pillars descended from the sky, limiting the activity range to a 5-kilometer radius. This was the very stage where Jiang Yan had been stopped in his previous life. His speed talent and centaur archers were completely ineffective here. The challenge of the second floor, Combat World, will begin in 5 minutes. As the prompt sounded, 3 5-meter bear-like phantoms began to materialize in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled under the thunderous footsteps of 3 massive bears, their every step causing the very space around them to quake. Their colossal figures nearly filled the limited area, but to Jiang Yan, this was nothing more than a trivial challenge. Bring one of them over first, Jiang Yan ordered calmly. Yabalik expanded its body, transforming into a 100-meter-long dragon coiling in the sky. Under its overwhelming presence, the once fearsome demon bears now seemed as insignificant as ants. Instinctive fear halted their charge. They leaned forward, baring sharp fangs and roaring thunderously in an attempt to bolster their courage. Such rude creatures! Yabalik roared in fury. As a proud dragon, being shouted at by these lowly beasts was an insult. It puffed up its cheeks and lowered its menacing head, unleashing an ear-splitting dragon's roar directly at the bears. A wave of cruelty and savagery swept across the scene, and the three massive bears collapsed to the ground with a thud, unable to withstand the pressure. Yabalik sneered disdainfully, lifting a claw to flatten two of the bears into pulp before grabbing the last one in its jaws, ready to report back. Jiang Yan, observing from the side, wore a complicated expression. These demon bears, which had once left him helpless in his previous life, were now effortlessly annihilated. Despite their considerable combat strength, with a collective rating of around 1,000, capable of challenging a golden tier 10th level swordsman, they were utterly insignificant before the might of a dragon. The remaining bear was thrown heavily to the ground. Before it could resist, Analia's binding spell locked it in place. Jiang Yan pulled out a dagger and began systematically examining the creature. He meticulously recorded his findings. Its fur offered exceptional defense, impervious to ordinary weapons. Its eyes and nose were clear weak points. Its static vision was poor, and its magical resistance was average. Suddenly, Jiang Yan swung his angelic holy sword, severing one of the bear's paws. Casually, he asked, "Does anyone know how to roast bear paw? I'm feeling a bit hungry." The scarcity of magical beasts during the earlier trials had left him craving this fresh delicacy. Analia and Yabalik exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their lack of culinary expertise. To everyone's surprise, a swordsman eagerly stepped forward. "My lord, I once served in the cooking unit." "Excellent. It's all yours," Jiang Yan said, patting the man's shoulder with satisfaction at this unexpected bonus. The swordsman removed his armor and skillfully cleaned the paw with a steel longsword and water from his flask. With Analia's sacred flames aiding the cooking, he seasoned and roasted the paw expertly. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air, even drawing curious glances from Analia. Half an hour later, a golden-brown roasted bear paw was handed to Jiang Yan. "Not bad at all," he declared, devouring it with satisfaction. It seemed as though even his inner strength grew with every bite. As he enjoyed the delicacy, he continued dissecting the bear, making plans to bring some meat back to the Federation for a hot pot feast. This gruesome scene broke the spirit of the remaining bear completely. Watching this seemingly frail human devour its kin while commenting on which parts of its own body might taste best, it collapsed in a mix of terror, humiliation, and despair, drawing its last breath. A system notification immediately appeared. Yabalik's faith level in you has increased to reverence. All monsters on the second floor have been eliminated. Reward: 1 survival point, 1 career bonus weight. Jiang Yan froze, accidentally plunging his holy sword into the bear's corpse. What just happened? Why did it die? I didn't even touch it. Yabalik shuddered and lowered its head further, deeply shaken by its master's terrifying demeanor. Even a dead enemy wasn't spared a final strike. "Never mind. I've gathered the main data. Let's move on," Jiang Yan said, returning the sword to Analia and leading the group toward the third floor. The subsequent challenges seemed almost laughable. The third floor's 100 steel-armored scorpions and the fourth floor's 200 laser-eyed monsters were effortlessly crushed under Yabalik's immense power. Occasionally, accidents occurred, such as Yabalik accidentally crushing a creature meant to be captured alive, but without resurrection magic, Jiang Yan could only dissect additional corpses to gather the necessary data. Thus, they bulldozed their way to the 10th floor. Before them stretched an enormous garden-like world, filled with lush greenery and vibrant flowers. A crystal-clear fountain sparkled at the center, and birds frolicked in its waters. This was the highest level within the Star Empire's domain, a place no one had ever passed through before. Detailed intelligence on this floor was scarce, but creating a comprehensive guide would undoubtedly cause a stir among the major factions. The 10th floor's world life ritual will commence in 5 minutes. This floor features a boss battle. The Gatekeeper is a unique life form from a forgotten world. Proceed with caution. Yabalik, you're on offense. Analia, be ready to provide support with holy light magic. Understood, my lord, they responded solemnly. With a determined expression, Yabalik assumed its strongest combat stance, standing guard at the forefront. "Children, welcome to the Garden of Life." An old woman with a hunched back slowly stepped out from the shadowy corner of a tree, holding a worn watering can. She appeared ordinary, almost too ordinary, which only made her presence more suspicious. Yabalik turned to Jiang Yan, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. Had it been facing an obvious monster, it would have attacked without a second thought, but this situation gave it pause. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. Since the other party seemed willing to talk, it might be worthwhile to gather some information. With his superior strength, he wasn't particularly worried about any surprises. The two great swordsmen subtly raised their shields, binding their skills to Jiang Yan in silent coordination. Child, no need to be so tense. It's been many years since anyone has reached this level, the old woman said with a wave of her hand, her tone gentle. A dragon, a group of powerful warriors, and a high-tier being I've never seen before. Such a lineup is not something I wish to battle. And what does Senior propose? Jiang Yan asked cautiously. The old woman chuckled. How about this? Keep this old lady company for a chat, and he'll let you proceed to the next level. How does that sound? What would Senior like to discuss? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. He was almost certain she had ulterior motives. The rules of the realms would never permit a gatekeeper to let challengers pass so easily. The old woman's gaze shifted to Analia. Young lady, your tier seems even higher than that of the dragon. Could you tell this old woman about your origins? Analia cast her a cold glance, her hand already resting on the hilt of her holy angelic sword. As a supreme being of the light element, she could sense the dark, decaying aura the old woman was deliberately concealing. If not for the Supreme Lord's desire to gather intelligence, she would have already sliced through this illusory world with her blade. The old woman's eyes flickered with a trace of irritation, but quickly softened into a smile. This old lady has just been alone for so long and simply wants someone to talk to. No need to be so guarded. She turned to the great swordsman, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Such fine warriors. If I'm not mistaken, you must hail from the Silver Radiance Empire. Once upon a time, that was an incredibly powerful faction. The great swordsman visibly reacted, clearly moved by the mention of their origins. Jiang Yan's mind churned with thought. So this was the backstory of these mercenaries. Perhaps they were summoned from a long-destroyed era. This information was valuable. A few years after the 20th Abyss trial, the realms would open sealed world fragments for the strong to explore. These ruins often originated from previous epochs, and while they were infested with abyssal creatures, the rewards varied greatly. Ruins from powerful factions often contained rich treasures and blueprints, whereas ordinary ruins might yield nothing. The Silver Radiance Empire's prominence made its associated fragments worth investigating. Which unit of the Empire do you belong to? I recall having old ties with the commander of the Silver Blade. The old woman probed further. Apologies, we only remember that we're from the Empire. The rest is a blur, one of the great swordsmen reluctantly replied. Shield 7, silence. Shield 3 immediately reprimanded in a low voice. As subordinates, we must not speak without the Lord's consent. The old woman's smile widened, her delight seemingly genuine. If you're from a faction tied to old friends, then I really shouldn't act against you. Why not rest here in the garden for a while? Have a sip of the spring of life, and restore your strength before proceeding to the next level. She held out a stack of small bowls and gestured toward the spring. This is a rare treasure. It can rejuvenate both mind and body. No need, thank you. Jiang Yan declined firmly. If you would, Senior, please open the gate to the next level. We've already been delayed long enough. The old woman cast a disappointed glance at the great swordsman, but after the earlier reprimand, none dared to speak out. They simply shook their heads. Ah. The old woman's smile began to twist, becoming sharp and sinister. What a pity. 3 is still too few. Jiang Yan sneered, preparing to signal Yabalik to attack, when a sudden wave of intense foreboding gripped him. 3 gray streams of energy appeared out of nowhere, 2 of them shooting straight toward Shield 3 and Shield 7. The 2 great swordsmen shouted and swung their swords to intercept, but their massive blades, forged from enchanted steel, were shattered effortlessly. The gray streams struck them, tearing the fully armored warriors into pieces. Their blood seeped into the ground, vanishing without a trace. The third stream of energy hurtled toward Jiang Yan. The angelic girl immediately spread her wings to shield him, but the malevolent energy passed through her feathers as if they were air, heading straight for Jiang Yan's chest. No, it's a causality-based skill. Analia's pupils contracted sharply as a golden 6-pointed star materialized behind her. She began casting a grand prophecy spell, but it was clear she wouldn't finish in time. Jiang Yan watched the gray energy approach, unable to react. If even the golden tier great swordsman couldn't evade it, what chance did he have as an ordinary human? At the last moment, the energy abruptly changed direction, splitting into 2 streams that struck Shield 1 and Shield 2 instead. With a deafening crash, the 2 great swordsmen were sent flying several meters away. The lost skill. As long as the shield stands. When wielding a shield, the user can designate a protected target. Unless the user dies, No attack can bypass the shield to harm the target. All malevolent forces shall be purged. All causality shall be severed. Begone. Analia's grand prophecy spell finally activated, her ethereal voice resonating throughout the space. Invisible ripples spread from the magic circle, permeating the entire plane. The world unraveled like a torn canvas, its false beauty peeling away to reveal a grotesque reality. The lush green grass transformed into crimson flesh, the towering trees revealed their withered, skeletal forms. The central spring became a pool of thick, dark red blood, piled with rotting flesh and surrounded by eerie sigils. Impossible. How could you break my barrier? The gatekeeper's cold laughter abruptly ceased, her shock evident as she stared at the six-winged angel in the sky, radiating divine majesty. Analia, Yabalik, kill it. Having narrowly escaped death, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate to give the order. He had come far too close to losing his life. Yaberlik charged forward without hesitation. The fleshy ground erupted with countless tentacles, attempting to ensnare the dragon. However, against Yaberlik, who had undergone extreme enhancements and achieved a combat rating exceeding 50,000, these tentacles were utterly powerless. With a mere shake of its massive body, the dragon shattered them into dust. Damn it! The old woman roared in fury. Her withered skin suddenly split open, and a colossal creature made of flesh burst forth, growing to over 10 meters tall in an instant. Its lower half fused with the ground, while 8 massive arms extended from its back, attempting to block the dragon's advance. Yaberlik showed no fear, unleashing a fiery dragon's breath while its claws struck with lightning speed, shredding the 8 arms into fragments in an instant. Yet the fleshy ground quickly reassembled, forming new arms continuously. This creature clearly wielded the power of the entire world, and for a moment, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Stand back, a cold voice called out from behind. Analia floated in the air, the angelic holy sword raised high in her hands, with unending flames igniting along its blade. Flames of judgment. A golden sword light pierced the heavens and earth. Yaberlik instinctively moved aside, and the flame-clad strike instantly incinerated the fleshy arms into ash, causing even the ground to evaporate. No, I refuse to accept this. The creature screamed in terror, frantically summoning tentacles to block the attack. It had planned to use the power of deceased lives to first eliminate the swordsman, then deal with the dragon and the high-ranking being. However, its plans were completely disrupted when its opponents survived its causality-based skill. The golden sword light was unstoppable, burning through all the flesh and finally slicing the creature in half, reducing it to ash. Analia landed before Jiang Yan and knelt on one knee. "Forgive me, my lord, for failing to protect you adequately," she said, her face full of remorse. If not for the shield's timely activation, her lord would have been assassinated right in front of her. In the past, such failure would have cost her the rank of Seraphim. A system notification sounded. The Blood Demon Priest, guardian of the 10th level, has been slain. Survivors gain 10 points, with a 10 profession reward weight to be distributed after the challenge concludes. Jiang Yan ignored the notification, helping the pale-faced angel to her feet with a sigh. "Stand up. This wasn't your fault. It was mine." He walked over to the 2 fallen swordsmen, bowing deeply. "I apologize. My poor decision-making led to the deaths of 2 brave warriors. Lord, you don't need to blame yourself. It was our duty to protect you, and besides, it was that monster who killed them," one of the remaining swordsmen responded solemnly. Jiang Yan fell silent, deep in thought. His life in this world had gone too smoothly, making him arrogant. The creature had been guiding them to speak from the beginning, only attacking those who spoke. Its causality-based ability clearly targeted the speaker, with the attack's power proportional to the speaker's strength. Fortunately, his own strength was nearly negligible, allowing the skills of the 2 swordsmen to shield him. While difficult to guard against, this was no excuse to shirk responsibility. He could have let Analia or Yaberlik strike first from the outset, but his overconfidence had nearly led to disaster. Such mistakes could not be repeated. "Let's move on to the next level," Jiang Yan said, steeling himself. "Yaberlik will continue as the main attacker. Analia, take some time to rest and recover." Analia nodded silently. As a tier 10 gold-ranked being, the consecutive use of her great prophecy spell and flames of judgment had taken a heavy toll on her. "Don't worry, master. Leave it to me," Yaberlik replied energetically. The dragon's powerful regenerative abilities allowed it to continue fighting. The group stepped through the portal of light. A system notification sounded. "The 11th level challenge, Thunder Inferno, will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly." In the distance, 32 massive creatures crackling with lightning came into view. Jiang Yan let out a breath of relief. These gold-ranked Thunder Titans were formidable, but they lacked special abilities, making them far easier to deal with compared to the previous level. "Give it your all," Jiang Yan commanded. Yaberlik roared in acknowledgement and charged into the enemy ranks. Half an hour later, the lightning subsided, and the 11th level was cleared. The 12th and 13th levels followed, with increasingly powerful monsters, but they all fell under the overwhelming strength of the Dragon King. 2 hours later, the guardian of the 19th level, a 9-headed serpent, was finally slain. Exhausted, Yaberlik collapsed to the ground, only recovering after Analia cast 2 successive healing spells. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Yan said, turning to the system notification. "Congratulations to the challenger for clearing the 19th level of the Tower of Legacy. Survivors gain 10 points, with a 10 profession reward weight. Due to your exceptional performance, the following information is provided. The 20th level contains a true abyssal creature. You must completely destroy it to claim the Tower of Legacy's ultimate reward. Be warned, this abyssal creature possesses Tier 1 demigod strength and is extremely dangerous. Proceed with caution. Once you enter the 20th level, you cannot leave unless the creature is defeated. A first-tier demigod-level abyssal creature." Jiang Yan's expression darkened instantly. This was no ordinary corrupted being, but a true existence from the abyss, a sworn enemy of all realms and a destroyer of countless worlds. "What is it, Lord?" Analia asked softly, her keen senses catching the change in Jiang Yan's demeanor. "Hey, Master, who upset you? Let me handle it," Yabalak chimed in, his voice brimming with the innate confidence of the dragon race. "Can you defeat a first-tier demigod-level being?" Jiang Yan asked gravely. "A first-tier demigod? Are you joking?" Yabalak stretched his massive body. "The Radiant Dragon Clan is the strongest of all races. I could crush 2 of them with a single swipe. Once, for the sake of a dragon maiden, I single-handedly fought 3 demigod-level minotaurs and sent them fleeing in disgrace." As he spoke, he noticed Analia's calm expression and quickly corrected himself. "Of course, someone like Lady Analia is an exception. And what if it's a demigod from the abyss?" Jiang Yan pressed. "Gah? A demigod from the abyss?" Yabalak's voice faltered. After a brief pause, he muttered reluctantly, "Not impossible, but it would have to be at the same level as me. Right now, I'm just a diamond-tier young dragon." Jiang Yan nodded. This matched his expectations. Abyssal war creatures were often mass-produced. Their demigod-level monsters were as powerful as legendary retainers, while their gaudier creatures could rival divine-level retainers of the same rank. He recalled his peak in a past life, where he could barely handle 3 abyssal demigods at once. Fortunately, these creatures were rare, their strength fixed and unenhanceable. Otherwise, the realms would have fallen long ago. "Then we retreat," Jiang Yan decided swiftly after weighing their odds. They had already exceeded expectations by reaching this point. As a lord, he wasn't overly reliant on his profession. Achieving a legendary or mythical level transformation would suffice. "Lord," Analia suddenly spoke, "I might have a way to deal with it. Don't tell me it's some forbidden technique that burns your life force. That's absolutely unacceptable," Jiang Yan warned. "It's not," Analia reassured him. "As one of the 12 seraphim, I can invoke the gate of heaven to summon angelic spirits. If I gather 36 angelic spirits to form the angelic battle array, I can summon a faint projection of one of the archangels." Jiang Yan recalled her attribute panel and confirmed she did possess such a skill. A faint projection of an archangel can handle a demigod-level abyssal creature? "Of course, Lord. A mere mass-produced creature like this is nothing. Any of the archangels, even at a gold tier, could obliterate it with ease," Analia replied with reverence in her voice. "Then what's the issue?" Jiang Yan asked. "With my current power, I can only summon 1 angelic spirit per minute while maintaining the gate of heaven. During this time, I won't be able to engage in direct combat and can only provide some long-range support," she explained with concern. "In other words, Yabalak will need to hold off the enemy for at least 36 minutes. "Understood." Jiang Yan turned to Yabalak. "What do you think? If you can't do it, we retreat, no pressure." "No problem." Yabalak gritted his teeth. "Thanks to you upgrading my Dragon King's body to its peak, and with Lady Analia's support, I should be able to manage half an hour." "How confident are you?" Jiang Yan pressed. 70%, Yabalak replied. Jiang Yan nodded. From his past trials, he knew Yabalak wasn't as frivolous as he appeared on the surface. When it came to life-and-death situations, he never joked. If Yabalak claimed 70%, he likely had at least 90% confidence. This was a gamble worth taking. "Analia," Jiang Yan said, materializing the remaining soul crystals and handing them to the angelic girl. "These should help you replenish your mana." "Understood." Analia held her holy scripture and began chanting, "Holy light shall protect its faithful. Spirit of light, grant me your strength." As her incantation echoed, beams of light descended upon everyone. Jiang Yan's status panel began to surge wildly. 17 buff spells were applied in quick succession, skyrocketing his combat rating from 3 to 30. Feeling the power coursing through him, he turned to the 10 greatswordsmen who had also been empowered. "Yabalak will handle the frontal assault, but there may be collateral damage. My life is in your hands. Rest assured, Lord, the warriors replied, their confidence bolstered by the surge of strength. Let's move out. This time, Yabalik took the lead as the group stepped into the central teleportation gate, entering the 20th floor. The familiar system prompt echoed. The 20th floor true trial will commence in 5 minutes. Challengers, prepare yourselves. In the distance, a colossal creature, tens of meters tall, was frozen in place. Its silhouette resembled a behemoth, but its back was covered in sharp spikes. Its arms ended in blade-like appendages, and its muscles writhed incessantly, exuding an aura of terror. Seeing this, Jiang Yan actually felt a sense of relief. This was one of his old adversaries from his past Lithia grotesque abyssal terror beast. Though powerful, it was a pure strength-based war machine with no special abilities and very low intelligence. Yabalik, this is an abyssal terror beast. Any piece of its flesh can adapt to warfare, transforming into arms, mouths, or blade-like weapons. Be careful. Don't worry, master. Let me teach it a lesson first, Yabalik said, entering a battle stance and beginning to chant in dragon tongue. Analea slowly ascended into the air, drawing her pale golden angelic sword and thrusting it into the void. Countless beams of light radiated from the sword, weaving into a massive array. In the name of the Seraphim, Gate of Heaven, descend. With her soft command, a radiant, majestic gate emerged at the center of the array, emanating boundless light. It seemed as though countless angels surrounded the gate, singing hymns and praises. The overwhelming divine aura instantly dispelled the abyssal corruption in the vicinity. The figure of a four-winged angel gradually materialized. She bowed gracefully toward Jiang Yan from midair before flying to one end of the array to pray devoutly. The frozen time gradually dissipated, and a dark, corrosive power stirred awake. Two crimson eyes abruptly opened in the darkness, shooting out beams of blood-red light. I am the radiant Dragon King. Monster, dare to reveal your name? Abelik stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. The abyssal beast responded with only a dry, guttural utterance. Food, rude creature. Abelik cursed under his breath, dodging the blood-red beams. Quickly, he chanted an incantation. Shadow Enclave, arise. For ominous formations rose from the ground, merging into a single domain that enveloped the beast. This was a power he had gained after his fall, combining dragon magic with forbidden arts of the underworld, capable of creating an illusory realm. The abyssal beast halted, its twisted grin widening. Its flesh writhed, extending into razor-sharp blades from its arms, which it swung wildly in all directions. Rocks, trees, and grass were instantly reduced to fragments. More limbs sprouted from its abdomen, continuing the rampage. Abelik's expression darkened. The Shadow Enclave was meant to be an infinite domain of darkness, its toxic mists capable of corroding even the strongest minds. Yet this creature was too powerful, completely unaffected, wreaking havoc on the very ground that sustained the formation. Without a stable foundation, the spell would soon collapse, leaving Abelik's own magic reserves strained to their limit. Damn it! Abelik roared, dispelling the formation. With a powerful lash of his dragon tail, he sent the abyssal beast flying out of the illusion. He pursued swiftly, his claws and fangs tearing into the creature, leaving hundreds of wounds in an instant. But as he prepared to strike again with his tail, the beast's flesh suddenly caved inward, forming countless sharp teeth that clamped down on his tail. At the same time, its massive arms reached out to grab him. This is bad. Abelik realized he would be doomed if caught. He prepared to sever his tail to escape. Freeze! A clear, ethereal voice rang out. The abyssal beast paused momentarily, giving Abelik just enough time to pull back his tail and retreat. It was Analea who intervened, her grand prophecy spell momentarily halting the creature. However, such a powerful enemy could only be restrained briefly. The power gap was overwhelming. Abelik hovered in the air, panting, his tail bleeding and scales shattered. Meanwhile, the abyssal beast's wounds had already healed, and it charged at him once more. This war machine, devoid of intelligence and driven solely by primal combat instincts, possessed regenerative and offensive capabilities far surpassing even those of dragons of the same tier. Shadow Assault. Spectral Flames. Forced into a corner, Abelik unleashed dark magic. Despite being cast out from the Radiant Dragon clan, he still considered himself their king and rarely resorted to such spells. Kill. Kill. The abyssal beast roared, its thunderous arms easily dispersing the spectral flames and devouring the shadows. Damn it. If we were on the same level, I'd crush you. Abelik seethed with frustration. The gap between a demigod and a diamond tier being was too vast. If he could ascend, gaining control over the laws of magic, his power would skyrocket. The beast's overwhelming strength stemmed from its mastery of the law of power. He dodged the beast's strikes, leaving long gashes across its body, but it retaliated with an onslaught of limbs attacking from all angles. Abellic barely managed to block 2 arms, yet others struck him, shattering the scales on his chest and abdomen, leaving him bleeding profusely. Just then, beams of holy light descended. One landed on Abellic, staunching his bleeding, while the others struck the abyssal beast, slowing its movements. Abellic turned to see who had intervened. Near the Gate of Angels, 30 angels had already gathered, their devout prayers resonating through the surroundings. Golden beams of light intertwined, forming a dazzling curtain of radiance. Even amidst the chaos of commanding the battle, Analea still managed to spare moments to cast supportive magic. Time was running out, only 6 minutes remained. Yabalik, having learned from previous battles, now relied solely on his dragon claws for offense. This way, even if he were restrained, he could tear through his own flesh to break free. The abyssal terror beast, sensing the angelic formation nearing completion, grew increasingly frenzied. Abandoning all defense, it conjured over a dozen grotesque arms, launching a relentless assault on Yabalik. Before long, the dragon's body was covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, with blood cascading down like waterfalls. If not for Analea's timely use of the Great Prophecy spell to shield him, Yabalik would have likely been torn apart. However, the excessive blood loss was taking its toll, slowing him down to his limits. Seizing this opportunity, the abyssal terror beast lashed out, 2 of its arms shooting forward like lightning to pin the dragon in place. Another arm morphed into a sharp, deadly blade, slashing mercilessly toward Yabalik's midsection. At this critical moment, the 35th angel had just appeared, and the formation was on the verge of reaching its full power. Analea had to focus entirely on guiding the ritual. In this life-or-death instant, Yabalik suddenly found clarity. He could vividly sense that this strike would surely cleave him in 2. Damn it, I haven't even confessed to the fairy dragon yet. Or that purple dragoness I just met? Just as everything seemed lost, Jiang Yan's clear and commanding voice rang out. Shield 1, skill lock Yabalik. A formless force of law descended, freezing the blade mid-swing and dragging the abyssal terror beast's entire body toward Shield 1. Shield 2 was already positioned on the opposite side, and as the attack neared Shield 1, it activated its skill. Under the pull of the laws, the abyssal terror beast was yanked away once more. Its furious roars echoed across the battlefield, yet it was powerless to break free from the binding force. In the crucial moments of this back-and-forth struggle, the 36th angelic spirit emerged from the gate. With the final piece in place, countless beams of golden light shot skyward. The angelic formation was complete at last. The dim world suddenly lit up as bright as daylight, with countless streams of light weaving into a dazzling curtain in the sky. At the brightest point, a figure slowly emerged, a woman holding a scepter, dressed in a pristine white robe, her expression gentle and serene. Most striking of all were the 12 wings behind her, gently fluttering and radiating sacred light. Your Grace, Yefina. All the angels, including Analea, immediately bowed in respect. There's no need for formalities, the woman said softly, tapping her scepter lightly. A ripple of invisible energy spread outward, instantly freezing the abyssal beast suspended in midair, while simultaneously healing the severely wounded Yabalik. With grace, she approached Jiang Yan and slightly inclined her head. My lord. Jiang Yan's expression was complicated. According to the lore of the multiverse, this woman was supposed to be his subordinate, yet her power was beyond anything he could have imagined. Even with all her overwhelming aura restrained, this projection of hers was still far stronger than the abyssal demon god who had once annihilated him in his previous life. My lord, I am Yefina, she explained with a voice full of warmth and devotion. I was given life and the divine duty of salvation by the holy light, and I am your most faithful follower. You are the prophesied second lightbringer, the savior of all realms. More importantly, the holy light has chosen you. You are our one and only faith. Jiang Yan did not delve into these background details. Instead, he asked directly, if that's the case, Yefina, how do I awaken you all? My lord, there is no need for deliberate action. When the faith of the holy light shines upon the realms, we will naturally return to fight for you. Just as Jiang Yan was about to continue questioning her, Yefina's form suddenly began to grow faint, and the 36 angels praying in the magic circle, along with Analea, looked increasingly pale. My lord, Yefina's expression shifted as she spoke quickly. The will of the current age does not permit me to stay for long. Please remember this. This is the final epoch of the multiverse and the only chance to defeat the abyss. All ancient powers will awaken, but the will of the present age rejects the gods of the past. Only by gathering enough faith can we be accepted. Those gods will stop at nothing. You must be cautious. Before she could finish, a terrifying force gathered above, and a cold, indifferent giant eye slowly opened in the heavens, its gaze piercing through endless space. Jiang Yan felt an oppressive weight, his body paralyzed, even his thoughts nearly frozen. Life blossoms only at the brink of decay. Yafina tapped her scepter lightly again, dispelling the oppressive force. My lord, I must leave now. If I stay any longer, the suppression of the epochs may harm you. Jiang Yan nodded bitterly, still shaken by the overwhelming power he had just felt. Analea, until we descend, I leave my lord's safety in your hands. It is the purpose of my existence, your grace, Analea replied solemnly. With a gentle smile, Yafina turned and ascended toward the angelic gate. Just before stepping through, she glanced back at a certain spot, then vanished entirely. The 36 angelic spirits also rose to bid their farewells. My lord, Lady Analea, we shall take our leave as well. Go ahead, Jiang Yan said, waving a hand. Wait, Yabalike, now fully recovered, called out urgently. What about that beast? It's still not dealt with. Take another look, Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. Yabalike turned his gaze and froze in astonishment. The once mighty abyssal beast had lost all signs of life. Its flesh had faded, and its remains were being hacked into pieces by Shield 2, who had survived the ordeal. Could it have been just a glance? Jiang Yan wondered aloud, recalling Yafina's final look. What? Yabalike exclaimed in disbelief. Killed with just a glance? That was an abyssal demigod. Yafina is the archangel, one of the strongest of our kind, you ignorant dragon. Analea interjected with a trace of irritation. Fine, fine. As long as it's dead. I'm not eager to face such a war machine again, Yabalike muttered, still shaken. Analea, do you know what Yafina meant earlier? Jiang Yan asked. Her grace, who oversees the divine duty of fate, once prophesied that this would be the final epoch of the multiverse, and all ancient gods would return. The one who gathers the most faith will suppress the abyss and become the ruler of all realms, Analea explained, struggling to recall. The other details are known only to her grace and a few others. Jiang Yan sighed. These ancient gods, with their immense power, were unlikely to share faith peacefully. Fierce conflicts were inevitable. With the abyssal threat still looming, he now faced the prospect of dealing with a host of ancient deities. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. As the Lightbringer, the angel's faith incarnate, war seemed unavoidable. For now, he pushed these thoughts aside and focused on the victory at hand. This was the 20th level of the Tower of Legation, unprecedented achievement in the multiverse. If not for summoning Yafina, even the combined strength of the six-winged angels and the dragon would have been no match for the abyssal beast. Clearing the 20th level promised a reward of a mythical tier class, a power that truly belonged to him, filling Jiang Yan with anticipation. Congratulations, Challenger, for completing the 20th level of the Tower of Legacy. Rewards are as follows: 209 survival points, 209 class weight points, 1 mythic tier relic chest, and 1 opportunity for the highest tier class inheritance. As the announcement echoed, the world brightened. At the center, a mirror-like object several meters tall appeared, its edges inscribed with intricate patterns of laws. Please place your hand on the origin mirror. It will match you with the most suitable inheritance based on your traits displayed in the Tower of Legacy. Special note: your inheritance will be matched from among mythic to unique tier classes. Excited, Jiang Yan stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the mirror's surface. The mirror plunged into darkness, an eerie silence enveloping the space. Master, what kind of profession do you think you'll get? Yabalike finally broke the silence. The Holy Lord will undoubtedly receive a top-tier holy light profession, Analea said proudly. I'm guessing something like Radiant Sovereign or Heir of the Holy Light. Though it may seem undeserving now, once the heavens are restored to their former glory, the 4 archons combined can help the Holy Lord regain the power of the Light Lord. Several great swordsmen chimed in with smiles. Indeed, the Lord is humble, just, brave, and wise, qualities that the Holy Light greatly admires. Jiang Yan recalled what Yafina had said earlier. The Holy Light has chosen you. He responded with a subtle smile. That seems likely. The analysis is complete. Beginning factor collection for matching, the mirror began to display a series of scenes. In the first scene, Jiang Yan held a dagger, expertly dissecting a motionless spider. I'm intrigued by the structure of unknown and powerful creatures, his calm voice echoed. In the second scene, he stood atop a massive bear, one hand holding a roasted, juicy bear paw and the other gripping the angelic holy sword. As the bear looked up at him in terror, he casually sliced off a tender piece of meat. This looks delicious. Perfect for hot pot back in the Federation. The third scene showed a kind-looking elderly woman, her face filled with fear. Across from her, Jiang Yan wore a grim expression, coldly stating, "Kill her." No, no. The Tower of Legacy's mirror spirit is maliciously editing this. Complete slander. Jiang Yan protested, but the spirit ignored him. The final image froze on a mutilated corpse of an abyssal beast, its body torn to shreds. Evaluation complete. the mirror spirit's icy voice announced. You are ruthless, merciless, and indifferent to life, striking down even the weak and helpless. Traits: cruel, sinister, twisted, and composed. Matching complete. Congratulations, Challenger, on obtaining the unique profession, Dead Sovereign. Before the words had fully settled, a pillar of black light descended from above, enveloping Jiang Yan. The aura of death filled the space. The 10 great swordsmen were struck speechless. Yabalik had a look of "I knew it" on his face, his inner fear deepening. Analea frowned silently, her expression thoughtful. For 2 days, the black light slowly dissipated. Jiang Yan opened his eyes as his followers hurriedly gathered around him. Yabalik was about to speak, but froze under Jiang Yan's gaze. He felt an overwhelming chill and authority, as if surrounded by mountains of corpses, and instinctively took 2 steps back. What's wrong? Jiang Yan asked, regaining his senses and touching his face in confusion. Nothing, my lord. Congratulations on acquiring such a powerful legacy, Yabalik said, blinking hard to dispel the terrifying scene from his mind. Holy Lord. Analea addressed him directly. Jiang Yan felt a pang of guilt as he faced the angel who had always referred to him as the Light Lord. This unprecedented situation left him at a loss for how to explain the matter, which touched on such a profound issue of faith. Ahem, listen, Analea? Jiang Yan began awkwardly. Holy Lord, I understand, Analea interrupted. You understand what? Her eyes shone with reverence. I've heard of an ancient legend about a powerful figure who vowed, I will not ascend to Buddhahood until hell is empty. Today, your choice rivals his in nobility. The undead sovereign is the most evil of professions, spreading death and even desecrating the remains of the living. Such power in the wrong hands would spell disaster for the world. For someone like you, who carries the light in your heart, accepting such dark power must have been a painful decision. Jiang Yan paused for a moment before responding. That's right. As the Light Lord, my heart will never be tainted by this evil. I will master it, conquer it, and purify it completely with the holy light. Analea, will you help me? I will. Analea exclaimed passionately. Wherever your will leads, my blade will follow. We will always follow in your footsteps, Holy Lord. Jiang Yan turned away, exhaling deeply. He thought of the words on Analea's interface. Faith level, blind. He hadn't realized until now the weight of those 2 words. Having reassured the understanding angel, Jiang Yan finally focused on his newly acquired power. His interface now displayed a new profession tab alongside his lordship interface. Undead Sovereign Unique Tier. Exclusive Skill 1. Necromantic Dominion command all deceased beings within range at the highest priority, creating or converting them into undead. Exclusive Skill 2. Imperial Presence all entities summoned using necromantic magic fall under the Undead Sovereign's control. Exclusive Skill 3. Necropolis consume death essence to permanently summon heroic spirits from the necropolis of the undead realm. First use is free. Exclusive Skill 4. Death's Harvest gain a portion of death essence with each kill. Innate talent. Infinite as the Undead Sovereign, there is no limit to the number of summons. So powerful. Jiang Yan was stunned. Regular necromancers typically started with a single skeleton summoning spell. Even godder necromancers could summon only up to 10,000 skeleton warriors, bound by the laws of magic. But the Undead Sovereign began with 4 skills and possessed the talent of unlimited summoning. A lord's greatest weakness was resource limitation, which prevented them from endlessly recruiting troops. Losing elite forces often meant starting over. The undead, however, could be endlessly summoned as long as there were sufficient corpses, growing stronger with each battle. If he could find the remains of deities, he could even gain gaudier combat power. A thought flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. I'm invincible. Master, since the profession inheritance is complete, why not open the mythical relic chest now? Yabalik urged eagerly. As a being obsessed with collecting treasures, it had never seen a piece of artifact-level equipment before. Jiang Yan nodded and retrieved a crystal-clear, glass-like treasure chest from his spatial inventory. As he silently recited the command to open it, a system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for obtaining the mythical-grade equipment Calamity. A staff as black as obsidian appeared in Jiang Yan's hand out of thin air. At the top of the staff, an intricately detailed skull was eternally encased in ice, its eye sockets occasionally flickering with an eerie red glow. Simultaneously, the detailed information about Calamity flowed into Jiang Yan's mind. Calamity. Grade. Artifact. Effect. Increases necromancy abilities by 300. Special ability. Instant death consumes death essence to forcibly designate a target for death. Cooldown. 30 days. Ineffective against targets at the overgod level or higher. Overall rating. 17322. Reading the description of the instant death ability, Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply. In his understanding, the divine hierarchy progressed as follows: lesser god, intermediate god, greater god, then over god, and finally supreme god. This meant that with enough death essence, he could even eliminate those formidable figures he could only look up to in his previous life. It was worth noting that even the strongest individual within the Xinhuan Empire in the next decade would only reach the early stage of greater god, while the Federation's mightiest warrior, martial god Du Changkong, was merely at the peak of lesser god. Turning his gaze thoughtfully toward Yabalikwo was busy chatting with 10 female dragons simultaneously on Longshuan communication. Jiang Yan covertly tried activating the instant death ability. The system immediately responded. Eliminating a diamond tier level 10 dragon would consume 100,000 points of death essence. Yabalik suddenly felt an icy chill penetrate its very soul, as if some terrifying force had locked onto it, rendering it immobile. However, the sensation vanished in an instant, leaving it bewildered as it looked around. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan casually averted his gaze, secretly contemplating ways to acquire death essence. As the Undead Emperor, he knew there were two methods to obtain death essence. First, through personal cultivation, achieving a total of 100,000 points upon reaching the lesser god level. Second, by using the fourth skill of the Undead Emperor, Death Harvest, which granted 1 point of death essence for every life taken, regardless of the target's strength. After all, even gods only had 1 life. Clearly, the latter method was far more efficient. This truly is an evil profession. It's practically forcing me to wage war. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly but quickly dismissed the thought. With the trial now complete and the Tower of Legacy conquered, it was time to return. According to the rules of the Multiverse, after the novice assessment period ended, the Multiverse required 3 days to finalize the challenger's information records, synchronize timelines, and allocate worlds. Afterward, every successful challenger, whether a lord or a professional, would officially join the battle against the endless abyss, gaining the ability to freely traverse between the multiverse and the real world. I'll be returning to my original world soon. For now, I'll have to ask you all to enter the multiverse's temporary space, Jiang Yan said to his companions. Since only divine-level followers could bypass the barrier between the multiverse and the real world, and he had yet to be assigned a territory, this was the only option. Yabalik and the great swordsman nodded in understanding. At that moment, Analea spoke up, Lord, I can enter the angel's heart, which exempts me from the traversal restrictions. Jiang Yan was slightly surprised but quickly understood, given the angel's inherent power. Then here's the plan. Analea will enter the angel's heart and return with me, while the others will enter the temporary space. We'll reunite in 7 days. Understood, Lord Master. The group responded in unison. With a flash of light, the once bustling space was suddenly empty, leaving only Jiang Yan. He silently communicated with the will of the multiverse, preparing for his return. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. In the Federation's emergency conference center, a group of officials surrounded a middle-aged man, passionately debating. Oldly, this task can only fall to you. Exactly, Oldly. Your daughter grew up with Jiang Yan. He'll at least give you some face. Many factions are eyeing him now, and the Federation can't offer anything comparable to what they can. Playing the emotional card is our only chance. The middle-aged man addressed as Oldly wore a conflicted expression. As a father, he had naturally investigated the boy who shared an ambiguous relationship with his daughter. Jiang Yan's parents had disappeared during a space exploration mission, leaving behind significant wealth managed by the Accident Relief Center, which spared the 3-year-old boy from a life of hardship. By all accounts, someone with such a background shouldn't have crossed paths with his daughter. Yet, the boy's outstanding academic performance had earned him a place in the top schools at every level, coincidentally ending up in the same classes as his daughter. Back then, to nip any budding romance in the bud, he had exerted his fatherly authority. Though he refrained from uttering cliches like, "You're not worthy," he had certainly made his disapproval clear. In his view, intervening in a potential young romance was entirely reasonable. After all, hadn't he loosened his grip once they entered university? But now, the organization wanted him to curry favor with the young man. How humiliating. What father would stoop to flattering his potential son-in-law? Just as he was about to refuse, the central screen in the conference room suddenly displayed an urgent report. Everyone's expressions shifted as they turned their attention to the projection. 9th Multiverse Legacy Tower Assessment Rankings. First place, Jiang Yan Soar Star Federation 20th floor. Second place, Luo Qinyu Xinhuan Empire 9th floor. Third place, 20th floor? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. That's impossible. Even the strongest figures in the Xinhuan Empire's history, who passed the Hell level assessment, only reached the 10th floor. Their research indicated that reaching the 20th floor required at least god-level combat power, which defied all logic. After all, even passing a sovereign-level assessment only indicated potential, not immediate strength. As the room buzzed with astonishment, Old Lee's face took on a serious expression. He quickly retrieved his communication device and dialed a number. Hello, Miolan? This is Dad. I need to ask, what did you say that boy Jiang Yan likes? Inside the Federation Academy's first teleportation center, the space suddenly rippled violently, and two figures materialized. Jiang Yan, Yi Himo? The two spoke almost simultaneously, their gazes locking. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, Yi Himo said with a complicated expression. Before the All Realms login, they had been equally celebrated geniuses of the Academy, but now their statuses were worlds apart. Congratulations to you too, Brother Yi, Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. Yi Himo glanced around the empty teleportation center, where only staff members were bustling about. It seems the overall performance this time wasn't great. Only the two of us made it into the top 10,000. But with someone like you, who passed the sovereign level exam, it hardly matters. Candidates who earned the qualification for the Tower of Legacy were teleported out 2 days later than others, leaving the area deserted except for the staff. Just a stroke of luck, Jiang Yan said modestly, shaking his head. He was well aware that luck had played a significant role. In terms of ability, he wasn't far superior to Yi Himo. In their previous lives, both had barely passed the hard level assessment. Yi Himo stared at Jiang Yan's calm demeanor for a moment, then chuckled. I wish I had that kind of luck. So, what's your plan moving forward? Once you step out of here, the number of factions trying to recruit you could line up into outer space. They'll stay with the Federation, of course, Jiang Yan replied, then asked, what about you? What do you think? Yi Himo spread his hands. Nowhere beats home, and besides, I've got your coattails to hang on to. But your situation is unique, better to wait 3 days before making a decision. I know. Thanks, Jiang Yan nodded. In 3 days, once the All Realms registration was complete, he would be able to return to the All Realms space at will, free from the threats of the real world. The two walked through the corridor and past the sprawling mission posting area, eventually arriving at the hall's inner door. Exchanging a glance, they pushed it open and stepped inside. Immediately, the gazes of more than 30 powerful figures turned toward them. The weakest among them had reached the demigod realm. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yi Himo. Though these individuals had restrained their auras, their presence was still overwhelming for a newly transcendent student. However, Jiang Yan, possessing the heart of an angel, was unaffected. Thank you, Yi Himo whispered gratefully from behind. Don't mention it. We're even now, Jiang Yan replied. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Yan surveyed the representatives from various factions. On the left sat the familiar Academy principal, a lord-tier deity. On the right was the envoy from the Stellar Empire's embassy. Each faction was neatly arranged, far more orderly than he had anticipated. Over the next hour, representatives from each faction took turns expressing their interest, offering contact information. Jiang Yan politely declined to make an immediate decision, citing exhaustion, and everyone expressed understanding. After all, as the only individual within the Stellar Empire to pass the sovereign level assessment and reach the 20th floor of the Tower of Legacy, both Jiang Yan and the intelligence surrounding him were immensely valuable. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yan and Yi Himo bowed to the principal, who had remained silent throughout. This elderly man was not only their mentor but had also defied pressure from the elites to admit exceptional students like Jiang Yan. With heartfelt sincerity, the principal assured them that he would not interfere with their decisions and reminded them that the academy would always be their home. He also arranged for several Godder protectors, including Old Dew, to guard the vicinity, allowing them a few days of peace to make their choices. As the two left, the principal's smile gradually faded. A flash of lightning illuminated the hall, and a dignified middle-aged man appeared, reporting that a Godder enemy who had infiltrated the area had been dealt with. Their brief conversation eventually turned to the mounting pressure of the abyssal invasion. Old Dew is strong, but he's just one man, and barely holding on. I wonder if this young one will choose to stay. The middle-aged man rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with worry. 3 days later, Jiang Yan awoke from his meditative state. He could sense a subtle connection emanating from a distant dimension, signifying that his soul had successfully bonded with the multiverse. From now on, he could traverse between worlds at will. Stretching his slightly stiff limbs, his mind quickly turned to the challenges ahead. Completing the multiverse registration meant he now had to confront the endless abyss, a mysterious existence whose origins were unknown. Even in the Starworld Empire a decade later, the strongest individuals could only reach the 49th level. This incomprehensible, indomitable entity had been fragmented and sealed across countless worlds by the supreme power of the multiverse. As Jiang Yan was lost in thought, the communicator on his wrist suddenly chimed. Beep. Master, you have a visitor request. The visitor was an ambassador from the Starworld Empire. These representatives had scheduled an appointment with him 2 days ago. Although Jiang Yan had already decided to stay with the Federation, he didn't want to offend them by declining a meeting. After a brief tidying up, Jiang Yan went downstairs to greet his guests. Besides the familiar ambassador, there were 2 others, a man with a star-shaped mark on his forehead, clearly a royal member of the Starworld Empire and a human from the Federation. Brother Jiang, I apologize for the intrusion, but time is of the essence, the Starworld ambassador said warmly. Please, come in, Jiang Yan replied with a polite smile. He was well aware of their intentions. Within 10 days of multiverse registration, he had to confirm his allegiance to a faction and enter the abyssal world. The faction he chose would directly affect their respective fates in the abyss. The ambassador introduced the royal guest. This is His Highness, Prince Luo Baiyu, the 7th Prince of the Starworld Empire. A pleasure to meet you, Luo Baiyu said, extending his hand. Jiang Yan shook it, slightly surprised. I didn't expect His Highness to be familiar with Federation customs. His Highness has made a point to study Federation etiquette, the ambassador added. Luo Baiyu smiled faintly and waved his hand, projecting a virtual list. Jiang Yan, I prefer to be straightforward. My father and the Empire hold you in high regard. The conditions on this list, I assure you, surpass any other faction's offer. If you join the Empire, everything on it will be fulfilled within 10 days. The contents of the list left Jiang Yan silently astonished. 10 master-level auxiliary professionals, 5 epic tier and 1 legendary tier architectural blueprints, a full set of epic equipment, and access to the Empire's exclusive resources, 37 generous terms in total. Seeing Jiang Yan's hesitation, Luo Baiyu added, we will also provide the Federation with compensation to alleviate the loss of your departure. At that moment, the Federation representative, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Jiang, Chen Shan, your senior from the Command Division, 3 years ahead of you. Senior Chen, I've seen your name on the Outstanding Graduates plaque, Jiang Yan replied. That's nothing, Chen Shan said with a smile. What matters is that after joining the Starworld Empire, I've reached the demigod level, far surpassing my peers. Jiang, you're smart. You must understand choosing the right path matters more than effort. I agree with that, Jiang Yan said with a calm smile. But perhaps I'm just a foolish person. Thank you, Your Highness and the Empire, for your generous offer, but I've already decided to stay with the Federation. Within the Starworld Empire's embassy in the Federation, the shimmer of a teleportation beam flickered, and 3 figures materialized out of thin air. Your Highness, that guy is truly insufferable, Chen Shan flattered as he stepped closer. I have some connections among the Federation's top brass. Should I arrange for someone to teach him a lesson? Of course, these were empty words given Jiang Yan's current status and the divine-level powerhouse backing him. Who would dare make a move? But Chen Shan was well-versed in sycophancy, understanding that this was the attitude his superior wanted to hear. In his view, latching onto the 7th Prince of the Empire would ensure a future full of resources and opportunities. Why are you still here? Luo Baiyu cast a cold glance his way. Ah, Your Highness. Chen Shan froze, utterly unprepared for such a reaction to his carefully crafted flattery. He stood there, at a loss. The ambassador, sensing the tension, quickly intervened to smooth things over, giving Chen Shan a discreet look. Why don't you step out for now? My apologies for overstepping, Chen Shan forced a smile, though his heart churned with humiliation as he retreated. Utterly clueless. Luo Baiyu sneered as he watched Chen Shan's figure disappear. People like him, mediocre yet desperate to cling to power, wouldn't even merit a meeting if not for his connection with Jiang Yan as a former classmate. Luo Baiyu despised such sycophants who schemed behind others' backs. He's from a small place, after all. Please don't be angry, Your Highness, the ambassador said with a placating smile. But about this Jiang Yan, since he refuses to join the Empire, how do you suggest we handle him? I actually admire that about him, Luo Baiyu replied with a faint smile. If someone would betray their nation for petty gains, they would surely betray the Empire for greater benefits in the future. Since he doesn't wish to join us, then let's form an alliance. My 6th sister is also participating in this cycle of the multiverse. If they can't be allies, then something else might work just as well. Your Highness is truly wise, the ambassador praised sincerely. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's residence was bustling with a steady stream of visitors. Many, emulating the Starworld Empire's approach, sent Federation individuals with dual loyalties as intermediaries. Jiang Yan refrained from passing judgment on these people. He understood that in 10 years, when the multiverse's upheaval and the abyss's chaos erupted, small powers like the Federation would struggle to survive. Yet, at least its people fought and died for their nation and its defense, finding meaning even in death. In contrast, those who defected to other nations might live comfortably for a time, but were often abandoned first when turmoil arrived, dying without dignity. Everyone has their own path. There's no need to say more, Jiang Yan sighed, rising to prepare for a meeting with the headmaster. Having dealt with the various factions, it was time to focus on entering the multiverse. He suddenly remembered he needed to contact Miao Lin after all. This journey might span years, and who knew when they would meet again? As he approached the door, his gaze fell on the access control screen, where he noticed 2 familiar figures standing downstairs. Jiang Yan's expression turned peculiar. At the base of the independent dormitory building, a middle-aged man in formal attire fidgeted nervously. Miaolin, do you think my outfit is too formal? I don't want to scare Xiao Jiang. Not at all. Li Miaolin stifled a laugh. Dad, what's gotten into you today? Weren't you always saying you'd break that brat's legs? A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall, the man grumbled, glancing apprehensively at the two large boxes of figurines in his hands. Do you think Xiao Jiang will like these gifts? Are they too childish? Maybe I should add a couple of cartons of premium cigarettes? No, no, he doesn't smoke. Li Miaolin hurriedly waved her hands. Besides class and simulation battles, he loves staying in his dorm working on these anime-related things. He'll love them for sure. Is that so? The man looked thoughtful. All right, Dad, instead of agonizing over these details, why not make sure the higher-ups prepare some real benefits? Li Miaolin sighed, exasperated, and rubbed her forehead. Her father chuckled wryly. The resources have already been arranged at the highest standard, though they can't compare to those of the major powers. That's why the leadership asked me to come and sound him out. Seeing her father still hesitating, Li Miaolin rolled her eyes and directly rang the doorbell. Hey, Miaolin. The man hastily adjusted his attire. Footsteps approached, and the door opened. Oh, Uncle Li Miaolin. What brings you two here? Please, come in. Jiang Yan greeted them warmly. Xiao. Ahem, Jiang Yan. I happen to be in the area for some work, and Miaolin insisted on dragging me along to visit. I hope we're not disturbing you. Not at all. I'm honored you'd come, Uncle Li. Please, just call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yan replied with a smile before glancing curiously at Li Miaolin. The girl winked at him, and Jiang Yan immediately understood dressed so formally, father and daughter visiting together. This was clearly a test. Come in, Uncle Li, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Jiang Yan's smile grew even warmer. Tea will do, thank you. Jiang Yan was about to get up when Li Miaolin stopped him. You two chat, I'll take care of it. She then skillfully opened a drawer and pulled out a tea canister. Miaolin, do you come here often? The man furrowed his brow as he watched his daughter navigate the place with ease. Uncle, I can explain. Jiang Yan quickly straightened his posture, his expression flustered. He recalled how, back when he was engrossed in virtual battles, Li Miaolin would often come over to help tidy up, even stocking the coffee table with tea bags she had bought. The man turned his head, as if suddenly remembering the true purpose of his visit. A smile reappeared on his face. Ah, Xiao Jiang. That smile instantly brought Jiang Yan back to his childhood. He vividly remembered the time in elementary school when he secretly wrote a love letter to Li Miaolin, only for her father to discover it. The next day, her father stormed into the classroom and confronted the teacher. As Jiang Yan stood in front of the whole class making a public apology, this very same smile was plastered on the older man's face. No, I need to act first. Jiang Yan thought to himself, quickly blurting out, Uncle Li, I know what you're thinking, but it's not what it seems. The man was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, he speculated. He knows why I'm here. Could he have guessed that the Federation wants to recruit him? Not what it seems. Does that mean he's refusing? With a sigh, he maintained his smile and said, Xiao Jiang, don't rush to conclusions. Listen to our offer first. Jiang Yan, who had been preparing to explain further, suddenly brightened. If they were willing to discuss terms, that meant they were open to accepting him, right? He immediately straightened up and said seriously, Uncle, go ahead. Whatever the conditions are, it doesn't matter. The man's heart sank. He thought to himself that the conditions offered by those powerful organizations must far surpass what the Federation could provide. No wonder Xiao Jiang seemed so indifferent. Still, he tried to argue. Xiao Jiang, it's true that our terms might not match theirs, but how could that be, Uncle Li? Jiang Yan interrupted in shock. Miaolin is the best in my heart. How could she be any less than others? What? Wait, what does this have to do with Miaolin? The man froze, completely baffled. At that moment, Li Miaolin couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she giggled. Both men turned to her in confusion, clearly clueless about what was going on. So, you're saying Xiao Jiang had already decided to stay in the Federation when he called you 2 days ago? Why didn't you tell me? The man glared at his daughter with a displeased expression, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. That's right. Li Miaolin blinked her innocent eyes and said, Didn't you always teach me to be trustworthy? At the time, Jiang Yan was still in danger. He told me this because he trusted me. How could I betray that trust? The man shook his head helplessly and turned to Jiang Yan with a wry smile. I suppose this must be quite amusing to you, Xiao Jiang. Not at all. Jiang Yan replied with a slightly awkward expression. So, Uncle Li, you came today to ask about my plans? He had assumed Li Miaolin would have informed them, so this question caught him off guard. That's right. When it came to the main issue, the man's demeanor turned serious. Xiao Jiang, you are the most gifted and promising lord we've ever seen. The Federation genuinely hopes you'll stay. But I must be upfront, the Federation's resources are far inferior to other factions. Even if we exhaust everything we have to support you, it won't compare to what they can offer. You need to think this through carefully. No need to think, Uncle Lee, Jiang Yan said calmly. I've decided to stay with the Federation. Why? Since when did staying in one's homeland require an explanation? Jiang Yan thought to himself. Although the factions were courteous now, he hadn't forgotten that in his previous life, he had died due to the Nebula Valley's delays and false intelligence from the Xinhuan Empire. For now, he would play along due to his lack of strength, but when he grew stronger, he would get to the bottom of it and seek justice. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the young girl standing nearby, and he recalled how, in his previous life, when he was slain by a demon god, this spirit array master who should have been at the rear of the formation was the first to rush toward him in tears. The man was silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. He stood and handed 2 gift bags to Jiang Yan. These were chosen by me, Olin. I hope you like them. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, but then smiled as he accepted the gifts. Of course, I like them. 2 days later, Jiang Yan arrived at the Federation's Multiverse Affairs Center. Dean, you wanted to see me? An elderly man, exuding vigor and energy, turned around with a smile in his eyes. You're here. How could I not come when you summoned me? Jiang Yan joked. You rascal. The old man chuckled, tossing a subspace storage box to Jiang Yan. This was supposed to be given to you 2 days ago, but one item took a bit longer to procure. Take a look. By the way, the high-level auxiliary profession card you specifically requested for the Lee family girl has already been delivered. It's the highest tier available in the Federation's inventory. Thanks, Dean. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He truly needed these resources to accelerate his early-stage development. He quickly scanned the inventory in the storage box. 5 rare-grade blueprints, 1 epic-grade blueprint, a contract for a dwarf construction team, a set of flawless-grade equipment, the radiant heavy armor, and a lower-tier demon god's heart. In total, there were 17 items. While it couldn't match the Xinhuan Empire's offerings, this was the Federation's absolute limit and far exceeded the treatment he had received in his previous life after ascending to godhood. Especially that lower-tier demon god's heart. It was no wonder the Dean had mentioned it took extra time. This item could only be preserved for 10 days and could be exchanged for 10,000 soul crystals, making it the only soul crystal resource allowed in the multiverse. For a novice lord, it was invaluable. After all, abyssal demon gods were formidable foes, and across the entire Federation and even the Nebula Valley, perhaps only the war god Du Changkong, who had been trained by Bai Qi, could manage to defeat one. Jiang Yan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Please convey my thanks to the esteemed senior. The old man smiled. Old Du holds you in high regard and hopes you'll grow quickly. Since he's not a lord, he can only handle tasks like assassinations and can't influence the broader battlefield. Additionally, 6 skilled auxiliary professionals have signed contracts. Once you enter the abyss, you can use these contracts to summon them. After finishing, the old man's expression turned serious. Store these items carefully. Your foundational coursework was excellent, so I won't go over the basics. However, there are some situations you need to be prepared for. I'm all ears, Dean. Jiang Yan stood straight, listening attentively. This season's Abyss World has allotted the Federation 21 slots, corresponding to the 21 lords born this cycle. But aside from you and EMO, the rest are ordinary level lords. Based on past experience, they are likely to. The world designated as number 037 has officially been unlocked, and the news of the Abyssal Passage's arrival struck like a thunderclap. The initial Abyss corruption level has been activated, with the first Abyss riot set to occur in 10 days. In a remote corner of this vast continent, a unique base quietly emerged. The base was split into 2 distinct halves by an invisible boundary. The left side showcased a vibrant paradise filled with blooming flowers, flowing fountains, radiant angel statues, and angelic hymns echoing in the void. The right side, in stark contrast, displayed a desolate hellscape, shrouded in gray, littered with skeletal remains and broken limbs. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, astonished by the peculiar fusion of heaven and hell before him. He quickly realized that the base's unique landscape was generated based on his profession and the traits of his chosen followers. Please name your base, a guiding voice from the myriad worlds prompted at the right moment. Let's call it Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan said after a brief moment of thought. The system immediately confirmed. Name registered successfully. Congratulations on officially becoming a lord. The Nation of Faith connected to you has sensed the establishment of Holy Spirit City and will soon send representatives to contact you. You can view detailed data on this nation through the categorized panel. Jiang Yan fell into contemplation. The Nation of Faith was essentially a beginner's protection mechanism. Each lord was paired with a Nation of Faith that would devote all its resources to resisting abyssal invasions during the first 10 days. On the 10th day, during the Abyss Riot, the nation's strongest individual would perish alongside a semi-divine abyssal demon general, sacrificing the majority of their population. The surviving few would join the Lord's forces after they repelled the remaining abyssal creatures, becoming the Lord's earliest believers. However, there were rumors that if a Lord were powerful enough to assist their nation of faith in defeating the demon general, it might be possible to save the entire nation and in turn, gain the faith power of a duchy. For Jiang Yan, faith power was as essential as soul crystals, directly affecting the recruitment of angels. He examined the initial structure of Holy Spirit City, the Gate of Heaven. This magnificent and radiant gate was filled with countless angelic phantoms singing praises. The building's attributes were displayed as follows. Tier, unique. Level, 101 million. Current recruitable units, 2 winged angels random types. Required resources, 5,000 faith power. Current faith power, 1,377. Looking at these numbers, Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown. Unlike most units that consumed soul crystals, angels required faith power, which was evidently harder to acquire in the early stages. He summoned Yablik and others, along with Analia from the heart of the angel, to discuss countermeasures. The group respectfully bowed, Lord. No need for formalities, Jiang Yan said, waving his hand as he explained the current predicament. Yablik's eyes lit up. Master, while I may not be skilled in spreading faith, I sense a number of monsters and mineral veins nearby. Shall I eliminate them and bring back their treasures? After a moment of thought, Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Eliminating monsters could indeed yield soul crystals, treasures, and experience all essential for the development of Holy Spirit City. Analia reported, My lord, I sense a town 100 miles away with potential believers, though their faith is not yet devout. Please allow me to guide them. Jiang Yan opened the town panel to review the data on the Hamank Duchy. Affiliation, Holy Spirit City. Area, 7,200 square kilometers. Population, 10 million. Faith level, friendly. Faith output, 0 day. Note, faith must first be established to generate faith power. What do you plan to do? Jiang Yan asked. They are currently battling the abyss. Life and death moments are the easiest times to inspire faith, Analia replied. Jiang Yan approved her plan. Soon, envoys will arrive. You will handle their reception and proceed as planned. With 10 elite gold-ranked swordmasters guarding the city, its safety was assured. Rest assured, Lord. Not even a slime will get past us, the swordmasters promised. Time is of the essence. Set out now and stay safe, Jiang Yan said with a smile. The initial 10 days were the most stable period for development. Beyond that, even outside the riot phase, abyssal invasions would persist, making it crucial to maximize this window. After watching the group depart, Jiang Yan turned his attention to other matters. He needed to utilize the resources gifted by the Federation, monitor rare items on the interdimensional trade platform, and explore the capabilities of the Undead Emperor. First, he placed the heart of the demon god on the transformation altar. A flash of light followed, and the system notified him. Sacrifice successful. Obtained 10,000 soul crystals. This world's gaze briefly turned toward you, and your fortune has subtly increased. Such rare items are hard to come by, Jiang Yan murmured, shaking his head as he took out 6 blueprints gifted by the Federation. The system notified him of the following acquisitions. Epic Building Blueprint, Radiant Preaching Hall. Rare Building Blueprint, Advanced Graveyard X3. Rare Building Blueprint, Broken Archangel Statue X2. Blueprint details. 1. Radiant Preaching Hall, a subordinate structure of heaven, capable of recruiting radiant preachers and spreaders. Cost, 2,000 soul crystals. Construction time, 15 days, can be expedited with construction units. 2. Advanced Graveyard, a foundational structure of the undead realm. Function, generates a moderate amount of high-quality bones daily. Cost, 1,000 soul crystals. Construction time, 10 days. 3. Broken Archangel Statue, a decorative structure of heaven. Effect, increases happiness and faith within its vicinity. Cost, 500 soul crystals. Construction time, 3 days. Satisfied with these practical blueprints, Jiang Yan immediately used a contract to summon a dwarven construction team and 6 auxiliary contractors. Spatial fluctuations followed, and 28 sturdy dwarves and 6 auxiliary professionals appeared before him. My lord, they greeted in unison. Welcome to Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Time is tight, so I may need all of you to begin work immediately. The battle report from Yabalik revealed that he had slain 103 monsters, earning 200 soul crystals, 1,320 experience points, and various materials and treasures. Meanwhile, Analia had taken down 32 creatures on the Abyss frontline, securing 513 soul crystals and 900 experience points. These achievements also brought a slight increase in faith for the Hamank Duchy. Jiang Yan watched the data flickering on the interface of the realm's panel, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. As a lord, he could share a portion of the experience points gained by his subordinates. Thanks to the overwhelming power of Analia and the dragon, He had already reached level 10 in just a single day. This was an exceptional feat at this stage. Most lords, including himself in his previous life, were still cautiously leading their fledgling retinues, exploring the areas near their bases, let alone aiding the Faith Nation in its struggle against the abyssal monsters. Opening the regional chat channel of the realms, he was greeted by a lively scene. The channel was filled with pleas for help and complaints. "Help, guys. The Faith Nation called for aid, and I couldn't resist sending a barbarian squad. They got wiped out halfway there, and now the system says my faith level has dropped. I'm so mad I could cry. Does the guy above know nothing? The Faith Nation is just a doomed storyline NPC faction. The Abyss outbreak will wipe it out in 10 days. It's not worth bothering with. Help. There's a bronze tier boss outside my base. My troll archer foolishly shot an arrow at it, and now it's been chasing me for 2 hours. How does aggro even work here? Didn't you guys read the guides? The realms is like a game, but it's not a game. These monsters have real intelligence, and apart from specific skill effects, there's no such thing as aggro resets. Good luck." As he scrolled through these complaints and cries for help, Jiang Yan nodded to himself. This was the normal state of new lords. After all, most people started with low-tier retinues, barely stronger than goblins, and even taking down a single ordinary monster required careful planning. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yan posted a trade offer. The golden, dazzling text immediately drew everyone's attention. Long-term purchase of unused blueprints. Rare tier for 2,000 soul crystals, epic tier for 5,000 soul crystals. Message me privately for legendary tier and above. The channel exploded with activity. Whoa, why is his text so flashy? Are there VIP levels in the realms? High-ranking trial clearances grant privileges, but this golden font is a first. Isn't that Jiang Yan, the prodigy from a lower civilization who passed the sovereign trial? Add me as a friend. Sponsor me. I'm a girl, and I score a 910 with makeup. These prices are a ripoff. Rare tier blueprints are worth at least 20,000, and epic tier starts at 100,000. Jiang Yan's so strong already. Shouldn't he help out newbies? Ignoring the flood of flattery, moral appeals, and friend requests, Jiang Yan activated an intelligent filter. As for the pricing, while it was indeed far below the blueprint's actual worth, most players at this stage struggled even to kill a single monster. Their soul crystal reserves were likely in the single digits, making basic development a challenge. Rather than waiting for the inevitable catastrophe in 10 days, they'd be better off using those 2,000 soul crystals to recruit more warriors and improve their survival chances. Next, he posted a second long-term trade offer in the channel. Soul crystals exchanged for pure faith power at a 1:30 ratio, up to 1,000 soul crystals. This rate was equally ruthless, but at this stage, soul crystals were far more valuable than anything else. Jiang Yan wasn't a philanthropist. He could only balance his interests while offering some leniency to his fellow Federation citizens. Sure enough, within a single minute, the 1,000 soul crystal limit was snapped up, earning him 30,000 points of pure faith power. Standing before the angelic gate, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate to channel the faith power into recruitment. 6 faintly golden orbs of light emerged from the gate, and 30 seconds later, they transformed into 6 angels, each standing 1.5 meters tall with feathered wings. Clad in uniform armor and wielding silver-white long swords, they exuded an air of valor and grace. "Great Holy Lord, thank you for granting us new life," the 6 angels declared in unison, kneeling with one knee on the ground and pledging their allegiance with devotion, just as Analia had done before. Jiang Yan gestured for them to rise and examined their status panels. 2-winged angels unique tier. Class, 2-winged battle angels. Level, 30. Faith level, blind devotion. Skills, holy light judgment, angelic battle formation. Overall rating, 1,000. The stats made Jiang Yan's eyes light up. Typically, epic tier units started at level 10, legendary tier at level 15, and mythical tier at level 20. Yet these unique tier angels began at level 30, with combat strength rivaling a level 10 gold tier great swordsman. Unfortunately, the angels' skills were unique to their race and couldn't be enhanced through talent transcendence. You'll head to the south of Holy Spirit City, first to train with Yabalike and level up. Once you've advanced to bronze tier, proceed to the east and join Analia in the Hamank Duchy for assignments. Jiang Yan instructed, unwilling to risk these high-value angels directly in the abyss. "We shall fight for you, Holy Lord," the 6 angels replied, bowing before spreading their wings and soaring away. As he watched them disappear into the distance, Jiang Yan frowned in thought. The angels were powerful, but their cost was astronomical. Before the first abyss outbreak, assembling an angel army of 1,000 seemed impossible. While this force was sufficient to survive the crisis, defending the Faith Nation and confronting the abyssal army Hedon would result in heavy losses. He needed a more abundant and cost-effective expendable force to fill this role. Clenching his right hand, a jet-black staff materialized out of thin air. Its head was adorned with a lifelike, frost-covered scullen artifact ear staff, Calamity. What could be better suited for this role than the plague of the undead? Jiang Yan carefully examined his professional skills. This was the first time he had seriously studied them since returning to the real world. The cemetery was still under construction, and there were no skeletons or corpses nearby to summon. The only skill he could currently use was the third one, Necromancer's Hall. This skill allowed him to consume the essence of death to permanently summon a heroic spirit from the realm of the undead. The first summoning, however, was free of charge. In my name, I grant you permission to awaken from your slumber, Jiang Yan chanted while gripping the scourge staff tightly. As the incantation flowed from his lips, his consciousness traversed endless space and arrived in a dim and solemn great hall. Inside the hall sat countless beings, or more accurately, eternal corpses devoid of any trace of life. Among them were frost-covered skeletal mages, horned demons clutching staffs, and headless, fearsome knights. A faint green glow swept across the masses of undead before finally settling on the body of a female figure clad in dark purple leather armor. The corpse had pale grayish skin, pointed elven ears, and a longbow slung across her back. As the eerie green light merged with her tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a pair of vivid crimson pupils. When her gaze locked onto the presence of Jiang Yan's consciousness, a stream of information surged into his mind. Name, Xena. Rank, unique. Class, Dark Ranger. Level, Gold Tier 10. Loyalty level, devoted. Specialized skills, necrotic arrow, curse mark, life sacrifice, silent seal. Overall rating, 60,173. Jiang Yan's consciousness jolted, and he found himself back in the Holy Spirit City. Before him, the archer was kneeling on one knee. My liege, I answer your call, she declared. Jiang Yan glanced down and coughed lightly. Stand up. Don't you think your attire is a bit too revealing? The dark purple leather armor was acceptable on the lower half, but the upper half left much of her pale gray skin exposed. Does it, my liege? This has always been our standard attire, Xena replied, her eyes gleaming with amusement. She took Jiang Yan's hand and placed it on the bracer of her left arm. Besides, this is a legendary piece of equipment. The system immediately displayed the item's details. Dark Ranger's Legacy Armor. Rank, Legendary. Enchantment effects, lightweight, unbreakable, self-repairing. Attached skills, Dark Fountain, Legacy Will. Overall rating, 3,940. Background, a legacy piece belonging to the Dark Ranger lineage, unusable by outsiders. Automatically grants mastery of the clan's combat techniques. Jiang Yan awkwardly withdrew his hand. This undead spirit was not only bolder than Anna, but was also far stronger than he had anticipated, surpassing even Yablik. He had initially assumed that the Necromancer's Hall could summon only elite commanders, but the skill's true potential exceeded his expectations. He attempted to activate the Necromancer's Hall again, only to find that the next summoning would require 10 million units of death essence. Considering the abundance of magical creatures and abyssal monsters on this continent, it seemed feasible to gather the required amount within a few months of active hunting. Xena, do you wish to grow stronger? Jiang Yan asked, stepping back a few paces while toying with the scourge staff. Of course, my liege. Everyone in the realm of the undead desires strength, Xena replied with an arched brow. Why is that? Because none of us want to experience death a second time. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback before responding in a deliberately light-hearted tone. I thought you might say it was to serve me better. That's a reason too, Xena said with a captivating smile. But first, we must survive, at least leave behind a single bone. As you wish, Jiang Yan said with a smile, activating his innate skill, Ultimate Ascension. Since Xena's skills were already maxed out, the skill converted into ascension effects. While Curse Mark and Life Sacrifice remained unchanged due to their uniqueness, Necrotic Arrow advanced to Extreme Magic Arrow, and Silent Seal upgraded to Dark Domain. Xena's overall rating soared from over 60,000 to nearly 80,000, rivaling Anna's power. Incredible, Xena marveled as she removed her longbow and fired 1,000 arrows in rapid succession. The black arrows scattered like fireworks along the edge of the base, with deathly energy quietly spreading outward. It seems this generation's liege is not only young but also highly capable, Xena remarked playfully, though there is an unpleasant aura lingering within the base. Xena, don't stir up trouble, Jiang Yan said, shaking his head in exasperation. As the Lord, he was aware of every change in the base. If Anna discovered that the boundary had been subtly shifted, it could lead to conflict. As you command, my liege, Xena said, putting away her longbow and behaving herself. Jiang Yan nodded in approval. The western abyssal battlefield has angelic beings, and the northern mountains have dragons preying on magical creatures. Choose either the east or south to take responsibility for. Why not launch simultaneous offensives on both fronts, my liege? Xena asked, her crimson eyes lighting up with excitement at the mention of war. That's not realistic. The cemetery still needs 3 days to be completed, and until then, I can't provide you with any supporting forces. It seems my liege, despite inheriting the legacy, is not very familiar with the realm of the undead, Xena said with a soft laugh. As the first spirit you've awakened, it's my duty to make you understand that the undead realm is your most reliable ally, not those feeble angels. Oh, both areas are occupied by powerful factions and creatures. Can you handle them alone? Jiang Yan asked skeptically. Xena sighed softly and said with a meaningful look, "You underestimate me, my liege. Remember this: every formidable entity from the undead realm represents a calamity in itself." To the south of Holy Spirit City stretched an endless expanse of forest. Thick miasma lingered among the trees, a battlefield where abyss-tainted creatures clashed relentlessly with the forest's native powerful species. On this particular day, an uninvited guest arrived silently. Xena, an elven archer clad in dark purple leather armor, stepped into the dense woods. Wherever she passed, the plants and trees within a 10-meter radius withered instantly, as though drained of all life essence. This was her second skill, life sacrifice, which allowed her to siphon the vitality of nearby living beings to momentarily regain the sensations of her former life. Her crimson eyes scanned the depths of the forest, effortlessly spotting several gnolls hiding behind a tree 30 meters away. They gripped poison-tipped crossbows, ready for an ambush. In one fluid motion, her longbow was in hand, and 3 black arrows shot through the air, piercing the tree trunk and impaling the gnolls with pinpoint accuracy. Without a backward glance, Xena continued forward. Behind her, the gnolls' lifeless bodies rose as skeletal warriors, picking up the poison-tipped crossbows and following her lead. This was the effect of her first skill, Necrotic Arrow. Having advanced to Ultimate Arcane Arrow, her ability not only transformed prey into undead, but also allowed her to fire up to 16 inescapable arrows simultaneously. To prove the worth of the undead realm, Xena's arrows were like guided missiles, striking down every hidden enemy with precision. In just over an hour, more than 300 skeletal warriors had gathered behind her. This undead army swept through the forest, leaving no living creature or abyssal beast in their wake. Before long, the widespread destruction caught the attention of the local ogre tribe. They set traps along a critical path, lying in wait for their prey. A smirk of disdain played on Xena's lips. She could use a guide. The forest was teeming with danger. Some skeletal warriors were devoured by carnivorous plants, only for their comrades to mercilessly hack the plants apart, their fallen allies included. Others sank into swamps, emotionlessly allowing their heads to be used as stepping stones. This fearless undead army advanced with the precision of elite soldiers, eventually reaching the ogre's ambush. As the skeletal army unhesitatingly stepped onto the poorly concealed traps, dozens of ogres, each towering over 2 meters and wielding spiked clubs, emerged from behind the trees, their raucous laughter echoing. A particularly massive ogre chieftain sneered as he issued the command, "Destroy this pathetic bunch of undead." Over 100 ogres charged forward with deafening roars. Despite the skeletal warriors being bolstered by necromantic magic, their frail bodies, composed of the bones of weak creatures, were no match for the ogres' heavy clubs and were shattered one after another. Their counterattacks left only shallow marks on the ogres' thick hides. Within 5 minutes, the 300-plus skeletal warriors were reduced to piles of broken bones, while the ogres suffered the loss of just one unlucky tribesman. Yet Xena remained unfazed. Her crimson eyes locked onto the towering chieftain, a wicked smile curling her lips. "Found you." As the ogre chieftain cursed the undead for being neither edible nor treasure-bearing, an inexplicable sense of dread crept over him. Instinctively, he turned northward and met a pair of piercing red eyes, his last conscious thought. Xena's third skill, Mark of Dominion, allowed her to forcibly control any non-divine, non-special creature below god ear. The silver-ranked ogre chieftain stood no chance of resisting. As Xena's footsteps drew nearer, the other ogres, still debating how to cook this delicious prey, were stunned to see their leader groveling on the ground like a tamed dog, respectfully addressing her as master. The sight enraged the ogres. "He has betrayed the honor of the ogres. He's unworthy of being our chieftain. Kill him too." Greedy eyes gleamed with the desire to claim whatever delicacies their leader might be hiding. Xena watched the unfolding drama with amusement. "It seems your tribe wants you dead." The ogre chieftain looked up and implored, "Master, please allow me to destroy them." Upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate, faintly glowing runes in its eyes. Xena's gaze was cold and unyielding, her bow already drawn taut. "No need," she murmured. "These will make excellent materials for skeleton warriors." The bowstring snapped taut, reverberating with a sharp twang. Black arrows rained down like a tempest, each one striking true into the ogres' chests. Agonized screams filled the air as the massive creatures thrashed and swung their spiked clubs in vain, unable to come within 10 meters of Xena before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Soon, the lifeless bodies began to transform. One by one, sturdy skeleton warriors rose from the remains, their bony figures formidable. They picked up the discarded spiked clubs and stood silently in formation, awaiting their master's command. Summon all your kin, Xena ordered the controlled ogre chieftain. This was the true purpose behind sparing its Lefido, let the prey come to her rather than wasting time in aimless pursuit. Her senses extended westward, spanning thousands of kilometers, where a presence far more powerful than her own loomed, exuding an unsettling aura. Time was running out. She needed to prove her worth quickly. Without hesitation, the ogre chieftain removed the bone whistle hanging from its neck and began to blow it with force as it walked. The magical sound waves rippled outward, resonating through the air. Within the hour, Xena could feel thousands of ogres converging from all directions. Is this all of your kin? Xena asked. Yes, master, the ogre chieftain replied, a fawning smile spreading across its face. The signal I blew is only used in times of life and death for our tribe. Every capable member is compelled to respond. Well done, Xena said impassively. As a reward, you shall serve me for eternity. Before the words had fully left her lips, a black arrow pierced through the chieftain's chest. Its smile remained frozen on its face as its body collapsed, swiftly transforming into an exceptionally tall skeleton. Without a word, it moved to join the ranks. Xena raised her bow once more, her expression unreadable as she aimed at the oncoming horde of ogres. Ruthless, merciless, calculating, these were judgments she had long since embraced. From the moment I became one of the undead, I knew the path I had to walk. The rain of black arrows poured down again, the echoes of screams gradually fading into silence. Slowly, over 1,000 skeletons, stark white and unyielding, began to rise. The notifications on the war interface kept flashing. Hina had consecutively slain 109 ogres, earning 188 soul crystals and 2,180 experience points. Shortly after, she took down another 3,434 ogres, receiving 6,780 soul crystals and 68,680 experience points. Finally, she killed the ogre chieftain, which not only slightly boosted her reputation but also earned her a bronze advancement token. Jiang Yan, who was supervising the dwarf squad and building a cemetery, was left utterly stunned. In just one day, Hina had completely wiped out an entire ogre tribe. Such combat prowess was truly astonishing. Thanks to the support of his capable subordinates, Jiang Yan had already reached level 32 within 3 days, with his mana increasing several times over. Eagerly, he opened the war interface and discovered that nearly 1/10 of the vast, shadowy forest to the south had already been explored. The map was teeming with skeletal soldiers of varying sizes, rampaging and attacking anything in their path. Wherever Hina passed, not a blade of grass remained. Plants and trees were drained of their vitality, and all living creatures were slain and transformed into skeletal warriors, whose strength only grew stronger without the need for any supplies. Only then did Jiang Yan truly understand the meaning behind Hina's words. Every powerful being in the undead realm is akin to a natural disaster. At this pace, it seemed highly likely that the entire shadowy forest could be fully explored before the first abyssal uprising. Suddenly, he had a revelation. The unique class advancement he obtained on the 20th floor of the Tower of Legacy might have granted him a force comparable to that of the heavens. While their individual combat strength couldn't rival that of angels, this army required no resources and only grew stronger with each battle. If they could cooperate with the angels, wouldn't they be invincible? Lord Commander, I have something to report. A subordinate from an auxiliary profession approached at a brisk pace, interrupting Jiang Yan's train of thought. This was Shui Ming, one of the 6 professionals gifted by the Federation, which included 2 spirit array masters, 2 spirit plant cultivators, 1 spirit chef, and 1 spirit alchemist. What is it, Shui Ming? Jiang Yan asked. Lord Commander, the spirit fields within the Holy Spirit City have been fully cultivated. This is the planting plan we've drafted. Please take a look, Shui Ming said respectfully, handing over a list. Jiang Yan quickly skimmed through it. Half of the list consisted of edible crops, while angels could sustain themselves by absorbing energy and the undead could draw vitality directly. He and his other subordinates still needed food. The other half listed spirit plants used for alchemy or decoration, which could be utilized by powerful spirit alchemists to craft various special effect elixirs. Very thorough. I'll procure the first batch now. For any items not available on the platform, have them keep an eye out when hunting magical creatures, Jiang Yan said as he opened the interdimensional regional trading center. With a surplus of soul crystals, he planned to exchange for additional faith energy. Since it was still the early stages of development, most lords had limited demand for these spirit plants, while soul crystals were highly sought after. This made the prices for spirit plants quite reasonable. 10 seedlings of jade crisp root for 20 soul crystals, 10 seedlings of windgrass for 10 soul crystals, and 20 seeds of holy spirit flowers for 30 soul crystals. Jiang Yan spent less than 1,000 soul crystals to gather all the necessary materials and handed them over to Xuanming. Checking the blueprint trading interface, he saw no new trade requests. Jiang Yan wasn't concerned. After all, it was only the third day. In the future, weaker lords would inevitably exchange resources for immediate combat power under pressure. He still had over 9,400 soul crystals left. Setting aside 3,000 to exchange for pure faith energy, he kept the rest in reserve. As he was about to exit, a sudden notification from the interdimensional system appeared. Ding! You have a new friend request. Please review it promptly. Curious, Jiang Yan checked the request. He had set up intelligent filtering for friend requests, so anyone who could send a request must possess something he needed. The note attached to the request mentioned an unused epic-level blueprint, and the sender was Luo Qinyu. The name made Jiang Yan pause. Luo Qinyu was the 6th princess of the Starvale Empire and a prodigious genius who had passed the Abyss-level trial. In his previous life, she had been a leading figure among her peers, and by the time of his demise, she had already ascended to the rank of a mid-tier deity. Jiang Yan felt a headache coming on. Someone of her caliber reaching out usually meant trouble. Moreover, he wasn't eager to engage with the Starvale Empire until he had a clearer understanding of their intentions. After some thought, he declined the request. It was just an epic-level blueprint, after all. Unexpectedly, less than a minute later, another notification appeared. This time, the note was even more enticing. 2 unused legendary blueprints. Click to view. Yoho? Yoho. Jiang Yan glanced at the message before him, his tone tinged with mockery. Is this supposed to be showing off? A legendary blueprint? Who do you think you're looking down on? He paused for a moment, then added with a self-deprecating laugh. Fine. I don't have one. Yet. Cough cough. I don't have one for now. But do you have angels? Do you have a unique Dark Ranger? Do you have the Radiant Dragon King? Staring at the information about the legendary blueprint on the screen, a strange feeling stirred in Jiang Yan's chest. He never thought he'd feel envy for anything again in this lifetime. A legendary blueprint, an extremely rare treasure, only dropping with an infinitesimal probability after slaying an abyss demon god. Even in his past life as a deity, he had never owned one. Then again, it made sense. If the other party could casually include a legendary blueprint in their recruitment contract, it was no surprise it was coming from a highly talented royal princess, after all. All right, you win. Jiang Yan quickly made up his mind. With 2 swift taps, he rejected the offer and blocked the sender. It wasn't out of spite, but a rational decision given her status. Any trade involving a legendary blueprint was bound to come with troublesome conditions. After all, with her strength and resources, low-tier abyssal creatures at this stage posed no threat to her whatsoever. At such a critical time in his development as a lord, wasting too much effort on a single blueprint was simply not worth it. Better to block her and avoid the distraction altogether. After exiting the Multiverse channel and taking a brief rest, Jiang Yan noticed that all the soul crystals he had used to exchange for pure faith were now completely consumed. Seeing the 90,000 plus faith power he had accumulated, his mood instantly brightened. With this, including the past few days' gains, he could recruit 19 more angels. Standing before the gate of heaven, he unhesitatingly infused his faith power into it. With a familiar dazzling light, a large cluster of pale golden orbs emerged from the gate. Moments later, 19 two-winged angels appeared before him. "O great holy lord, thank you for granting us new life," the angels said in unison. Jiang Yan scanned the group, noting that 18 of them were no different from the previous battle angels. However, the one at the center stood out slightly. Her figure was more petite, and instead of a sword at her waist, she carried a staff. The system displayed her details: two-winged angel, unique, class, two-winged healing angel, level 30, faith level, blind devotion, specialty skills, resurrection, group healing, overall rating 1067. Not bad. Jiang Yan pointed northward. I trust you can sense the aura of the dragon over there. Go and raise your levels to the bronze tier first. For you, Holy Lord. The 19 angels responded in perfect harmony. Watching the angels take flight, Jiang Yan was about to head off to oversee the progress of the graveyard's construction when a notification chimed in his ears. The Duchy of Hammock has elevated its faith in you to the level of reverence. You now gain 2,000 faith power per day. Time rewinds slightly. 2 days ago, the Abyssal Passage was unsealed, unleashing countless challengers upon the land. The local duchies were forced to muster their entire nations to resist the crisis of the Abyss's invasion. In these desperate times, the Duchy of Hammock, following an ancient oracle, dispatched 2 envoys on a journey to seek aid. Uncle Furno, how much longer until we reach the Holy Spirit City? Princess Elia, dressed in a white priestess's robe, asked eagerly. Not much longer, Your Highness, replied Furno, a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor. With a swift swing of his long sword, he dispatched 2 demonic creatures blocking their way. Once we pass through this forest, we'll be there. That's wonderful. We're saved. Elia whispered excitedly. The abyss cannot be destroyed, and darkness will inevitably return. When the barrier shatters, the gods will descend upon the city of miracles. That is our only hope. Only through piety can salvation be attained. Surely the gods will help us seal the abyss once more. Furno gazed at the young princess's back and sighed inwardly. Though this prophecy was spread by the Church of the Gods, dozens of nations had already fallen to the abyss before Hammock. If the gods were truly as merciful and powerful as the prophecy claimed, why did they stand by and watch those nations perish? He held no hope in his heart, but had no choice but to come not out of ignorance, but out of helplessness. Let us hurry, Your Highness. We must reach the city before nightfall. Or Furno's words trailed off as his expression suddenly shifted. Be careful, princess. A powerful presence is approaching. He immediately stepped in front of Elia, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. A dazzling light, like a falling sun, tore through the sky and descended through the forest, landing before them. As the radiance faded, it revealed an ethereal 6-winged angel in Aria. Are you the pilgrims from the Duchy of Hammock? She asked. Who are you? And where do you come from? Furno demanded warily. Anaria's expression turned cold. Aside from the Holy Lord and the 4 thrones, no one had the right to question her. Are you a deity? Elia suddenly stepped past Furno, bowing in excitement. It's all right, Uncle Furno. I can sense that she is closely connected to the gods worshipped by the church. Furno hesitated. The Church of the Gods was indeed unique. Whenever a new duchy was founded, it would appear and demand that the king offer a child as a priest. It had no fixed deity on ordinary days, manifesting specific divine figures only when the abyss emerged. As the church's sole priestess, Elia's intuition could not be wrong. Forgive my offense for failing to recognize a divine presence. Furno quickly sheathed his sword and bowed. Anaria's gaze softened slightly as she looked at Elia. A devout believer, I see. I am not a deity but a follower of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is aware of your plight and has sent me here. Does that mean you're here to save us? Elia asked, her excitement growing. The holy light protects every devout believer, Anaria said with a gentle nod. That's wonderful. May I ask which deity has descended this time? The creator of all things, the Lord of the gods, the master of light, the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Lord of radiance. As her words echoed, the statues in every church of the gods' temple across the Duchy of Hammock began to shift, gradually taking on the visage of Jiang Yan. Elia and Furno were stunned. The Lord of the Gods, the most powerful deity in the church's legends, had revealed himself. The two exchanged glances, their faces alight with newfound hope. Their duchy might yet be saved. The abyss's corruption is spreading. I must go ahead to fulfill the Holy Lord's command, Anaria said, looking into the distance. The holy light enveloped her once more. Farewell, honored messenger, Elia said, maintaining the church's ceremonial posture until the angel's figure disappeared into the horizon. Uncle Furno, the church's chronicles were true after all. The gods are indeed kind, benevolent, and compassionate toward all living beings. Indeed, praise the great Holy Lord of Radiance, the middle-aged man said earnestly. Shall we continue to the Holy Spirit City to pay homage to the gods? First, we return to the duchy, Elia declared resolutely. The messenger's words were clear. The holy light will protect every devout believer. I must ensure that everyone becomes a follower of the Holy Lord. Meanwhile, a small border town in the Duchy of Hammock was shrouded in fear. A group of young soldiers in tattered armor gathered at the village entrance, clutching their weapons as their hands trembled. Since the abyss's invasion, the border defenses had been annihilated within 2 hours. The kingdom had urgently dispatched the 3rd to 6th Night Orders to hold the line and ordered all citizens aged 14 and above to join the resistance. The kingdom had decided to abandon the outer regions, evacuating civilians to cities protected by magical barriers. However, the transportation arrays had limited capacity and required time. 7 hours had passed since the knights had begun battling the abyssal creatures, and this remote town still needed at least 3 hours before it could use the array. Do you think the knights can defeat those monsters? One soldier asked quietly. I don't know. If they can't hold them off, we're doomed. They'll win. They have to win, another soldier said, trying to convince himself. Inside the village, the elderly, women, and children huddled together near the transportation array, filled with unease. An hour passed, then another. Finally, news came through a communication charm. It would be their turn in half an hour. The villagers relaxed slightly, but just then, distant roars and tremors shook the ground. On the horizon, a swarm of black dots surged like a tide, gradually revealing their grotesque forms. Mottled blackened skin, for razor-sharp claws, bodies covered in venomous spines, and gaping maws dripping with foul saliva. Enemy attack. crawling demonstri everywhere. A sharp-eyed soldier screamed in terror. At that moment, despair consumed everyone. If even the well-equipped royal knights couldn't stop these creatures, what chance did they have? No, we can't possibly win against them. The squad leader trembled as he stepped back. His position was entirely due to his sister marrying a noble from the city, and he lacked both the skill and courage to match his rank. Gazing at the approaching abyssal creatures, he swallowed hard and, without warning, turned to flee. The captain ran away? Save your strength. The teleportation array isn't active, ye won't escape. Sooner or later, he'll die like the rest of us. An older soldier interjected despairingly. The hissing roars were already ringing in their ears, and the abyssal creatures were mere steps from the town's gate. Triggered magic arrays activated one by one. Blazing flames, frost, and earth spikes bombarded the monsters, instantly felling over a dozen of them. Yet the surviving creatures pressed forward fearlessly, trampling over the corpses of their fallen kin. At the forefront, a crawling demon's eye gleamed with greed. Sensing the vitality of living beings, it opened its massive maw and lunged at the guards. The lead soldier thrust his spear with a shout, only to see it effortlessly sliced apart by the creature's claws. As the monster pounced, he clenched his eyes shut in terror and prayed silently, "O gods of the heavens, save me. I vow to serve you for eternity as your faithful follower." Flames of judgment, descend. A cool, commanding voice cut through the chaos. The soldier opened his eyes to witness an awe-inspiring sight. An endless sea of fire erupted from nowhere, and a divine pillar of light descended from the heavens. The abyssal creatures writhed in agony within the inferno, disintegrating into ash in droves. The Lord of Light protects every devout follower. Amidst the radiant brilliance, a six-winged angel of unparalleled beauty descended gracefully. The soldiers, who had narrowly escaped death, murmured in disbelief, their gazes growing fervent with devotion. Villagers fell to their knees, crying out, "O great Lord of Light, please save us." Analia sensed that the abyssal portal was still spewing forth monsters without end. Fortunately, the current abyssal corruption was only at level 1, and the knights had already cleared most of the creatures. Holding out until the teleportation array activated wasn't impossible. However, she couldn't protect the entire village alone. Chanting softly, she invoked, "Holy Light, grant your followers the strength to vanquish evil." The advanced Holy Light spell, Blessing of Light, enveloped the crowd in a gentle glow. Some individuals were bestowed with translucent armor of light, while their weapons were imbued with sacred flames, greatly enhancing their combat strength. "I've reached the power of a high-level warrior. Praise the Lord of Light," one soldier exclaimed in exhilaration, his courage renewed. "Why didn't I gain anything? This isn't fair," another soldier shouted in envy. "The light only graces the faithful. Heretics deserve purification," Analia replied coldly, her piercing gaze making the man feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He wisely fell silent. As the energy of the flames of judgment began to dissipate, the crawling demons surged forward once more. A soldier, emboldened by his newfound strength, thrust his spear at an approaching creature. The monster attempted to break the weapon as before, but the sacred flames consumed it, and the spear pierced straight through its skull. "I'm unstoppable. Praise the Lord of Light," the soldier yelled in jubilation. More people prayed fervently for the light's blessing, and with their holy armor and flame-imbued weapons, they fought fiercely, managing to hold their ground despite being outnumbered. Yet Analia remained vigilant. After casting spells to eliminate several ambushing monsters, she soared to the rear, beginning the ritual to summon the gate of heaven. Her goal was to call forth the two-winged angels of Yaberlik for reinforcement. Observing the soldiers' holy armor gradually dimming, she calculated that their strength could hold for no more than 3 minutes at this rate of depletion. These soldiers were a precious force in spreading faith, and Analia could not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. She immediately summoned reinforcements. In the sky, a radiant, divine gate slowly materialized, glowing with holy light. From it emerged 6 angels clad in silver armor, their 2 wings shimmering as they descended in formation and saluted Analia. "Lady Analia," they said in unison. Analia gave a slight nod and issued a brief command. "Go. Protect the believers and help them drive back the abyssal creatures." "Understood, my lady." The angels drew their long swords without hesitation and charged toward the enemy. One angel, her gaze cold as ice, unleashed a blade of holy light extending 10 meters from her sword. With a single sweep, crawling demons were severed in half. Her voice rang out, sharp and resolute, "Under the light of the divine, all evil shall be purified." With the aid of Yaberlik, these angels had already ascended to level 50. As the experience required for followers to level up was far less than that of a lord, combined with their inherently exalted rank, these creatures, barely over level 20, were no match for them. The The angels' overwhelming strength reignited the morale of the struggling soldiers, and the battlefront quickly stabilized. At that moment, the 3 violet crystals on the teleportation array began to shimmer, signaling that the city had granted access. The crowd grew restless, surging toward the array. "We're saved. Quickly, get inside," they cried. Analea turned her head, casting a cold and indifferent glance at the panicked villagers. A chill ran through them, and they instinctively froze, not daring to act recklessly. An elderly man with snow-white hair stepped forward, his voice firm as he directed the crowd. "Follow the order we established earlier. Board in sequence, no pushing." Under the elders' organization and Analea's imposing presence, the chaos gradually subsided. The teleportation array could accommodate 50 people per round, and before long, over 1,000 villagers had been safely evacuated. Angel Squad, form the angelic battle formation and hold the rear. Everyone else, retreat to the teleportation array immediately, Analea commanded decisively, adding, "Killing too many abyssal creatures near the passage could provoke unforeseen consequences." She had already sensed a far more powerful presence stirring within the abyssal portal. "I see." Jiang Yan nodded in understanding as he listened to Analea's report. The villagers and soldiers they rescued had spread word of their experiences after being transported to the city, which led to a significant rise in the faith level across the Duchy of Hamake. "Yes, my lord," Analea said, kneeling on one knee with a look of guilt. "The situation was urgent at the time, and I chose not to continue exterminating the abyssal creatures. I have failed the faith of the Holy Light. Please, my lord, punish me." "Stand up. Your decision was the right one," Jiang Yan said with a hint of resignation as he looked at the angel before him. These angels were perfect in almost every way, except for their unyielding rigidity. The Holy Light values those who can assess the situation wisely over meaningless sacrifices. "Is that so, my lord?" Analea blinked in surprise. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Jiang Yan asked, his tone suddenly serious. "You are the creator of all things, the Lord of gods, the master of the Holy Light, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord of Light," Analea answered without hesitation. "Exactly. Since I am the master of the Holy Light, what I favor naturally represents what the Holy Light favors." Hearing this, Analea's expression lit up with joy, her pristine wings fluttering slightly. "I see now. I made the right choice after all." "Indeed. But you'll still need to pay close attention to the situation in the Duchy of Hamake. I'll send more angels to assist you as soon as possible," Jiang Yan said gently. According to his memories from his previous life, the first abyssal uprising was imminent, and the attacks would only grow fiercer. Even cities protected by large-scale magic arrays would struggle to hold out without the support of their lords. He couldn't afford to lose this stable source of faith. As he watched Analea hurry back to her post without even taking a moment to rest, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel grateful. With such dedicated subordinates, success seemed inevitable. After sending Analea off, Jiang Yan opened the interface of the myriad realms to continue acquiring blueprints, only to find the chat channel unusually lively. To his surprise, the discussion seemed to involve him. "Which lord does the Duchy of Hamake belong to? I'm honestly speechless. Guys, can someone explain? I've been working hard on upgrading, and suddenly I get notified that my nation's faith level has dropped. Why though?" Apparently, Hamake sent word that their god not only personally repelled the abyss, but also helped defend the city. "Meanwhile, our god has done nothing. And the worst part? That lord even claims to be the king of gods. What the heck? Someone exposed this shameless guy already." Jiang Yan's expression turned strange as he read the messages. Hamake was indeed one of his vassal states, but when had he ever called himself the king of gods? Still, it was unexpected to learn that these local duchies were connected. While they lacked modern communication tools, magic, as a form of rune technology, made it relatively easy to transmit messages across regions. It was only the 3rd day since their arrival. Apart from him, even the most privileged, like the 6th princess of the Starry Empire, likely had forces no stronger than bronze tier. Most lords had units around level 20-30, barely capable of crossing the forests surrounding their duchies, let alone providing support against the abyss. As Jiang Yan shook his head over the unintended trouble he'd caused for others, a burly dwarf approached him with an excited grin. "My lord, great news. The burial ground is finished." "That quickly? Take me there." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Ever since inheriting the legacy of the Undead Emperor, he'd been unable to use even basic necromantic summoning due to a lack of suitable materials. Now, he finally had the means. The dwarf beamed even brighter at Jiang Yan's excitement. Originally a Tindi project, they'd worked around the clock to complete it in just 3 days. Secretly, he hoped the next assignment would be near the angel's domain where the air was sweet, the songs and chanting, and the beautiful angelic ladies a common sight. It was nothing like the undead area, with its constant eerie winds, occasional rogue limbs from failed resurrections, and the dreary pastime of playing with skulls. Before long, the two arrived at a structure covering about 200 square meters. Ghostly green flames flickered around its perimeter, and peculiar statues flanked the entrance. To Jiang Yan's surprise, the interior of the advanced burial ground wasn't filled with graves and coffins, but with rows of strange, small altars. He checked the description on the Myriad Realms interface. Advanced burial ground. A rare undead structure capable of producing 100 high-quality skeletons daily, tailored to your needs. Current options: Skeleton Mage, Elite Skeleton Archer, Elite Skeleton Warrior. Special note: a product of the Third Rune Revolution in the Undead Realm, this facility combines automation, production, and selection, marking a milestone in undead industrial history. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the Undead Realm supposed to be a place of mystery, death, and terror? This description made it sound like a high-tech assembly line, completely killing the vibe. Still, he quickly focused on its practical value. Using the building's core, he set the production to skeleton mages. The altars immediately began operating, producing intact skeletons within seconds, each equipped with a specially crafted bone staff imbued with magic. So efficient and advanced? Jiang Yan marveled, his opinion of this milestone achievement improving significantly. He extended his right hand, summoning the obsidian black scourge and channeling the death energy within him. Necromantic command. In an instant, the skeletons seemed to come alive. Their bones connected seamlessly, forming humanoid figures, and ghostly green flames ignited in their hollow eye sockets. Silently, they bowed to Jiang Yan, awaiting his orders. The skeletal mage's attribute panel appeared before Jiang Yan. Elite rank, level 33, with no faith-related level as it was an ordinary undead entity. Its skill panel display, Summon Skeleton Warrior Basic, with a rating of 72. This type of summoning spell was not restricted by the initial level of the summoned creatures, but was instead tied to the summoner's level. Although its individual strength was relatively weak, requiring even 100 skeletons to withstand 2 holy light judgments from an angel of the same level, their greatest advantage lay in their resource-free summoning, requiring only mana for support. Jiang Yan focused on the skill panel and decisively chose to summon 50 skeletons using his innate skill. The system prompt immediately chimed in, talent successfully triggered. The extreme effect upgraded the summoned skeleton warriors to their maximum level, allowing the summoning of 16 skeletons at a time. The ascension effect further enhanced the skill, adding the ability to summon skeleton archers and shield bearers. Among the 23 skeletal mages, their skills had all reached the maximum level, while the rest gained the ability to summon various types of skeletons, raising their overall rating to around 120. You head to the southern forest and follow Sheena's orders, Jiang Yan commanded briefly. This group of skeletal mages would greatly enhance Sheena's undead army. Compared to Sheena's method of personally slaying targets to transform them into undead warriors, this was undoubtedly more efficient. The skeletal mages' ghostly flames flickered momentarily in their hollow eyes before they silently formed ranks and departed the graveyard, heading in the designated direction. Turning to face the dwarves, Jiang Yan offered an approving smile. You've done well. I've decided to give you half a day off, and I'll have the spirit chef brew a batch of strong liquor for you. Additionally, he paused deliberately, in recognition of your exceptional performance, I'm promoting you to the position of Chief Construction Team for the Undead District of Holy Spirit City. You will specialize in building within the district, and any new construction teams joining in the future will be under your management. The dwarves were overjoyed at first, then momentarily stunned. Jiang Yan nodded inwardly, appreciating the simplicity of these otherworldly beings. A ceremonial title alone could bring them such elation. Don't be too excited. This is well-deserved. Holy Spirit City will never overlook those who have contributed. With that, he tactfully turned and walked away, leaving the euphoric dwarves to celebrate. Wait, Lord Jiang. Wait. A few quick-witted dwarves snapped out of their daze and hurriedly chased after him. Time flew by, and soon, the 7th day arrived. With the support of numerous skeletal mages, Sheena's undead army had seized control of 80 of the shadowed forest, amassing over 30,000 skeleton warriors. The final obstacle was an ancient treant of diamond tier 10, unique life form resistant to rune control. It now stood united with the remaining forest creatures and magical beasts, defending the last stronghold. From a bird's eye view, the scene was nothing short of epic. Sheena, shrouded in deathly aura, loosed black arrows that harvested life after life. Each fallen body transformed into a new skeleton warrior, joining the ranks of the undead. The land left in their wake was barren and lifeless. On the other side, countless forest creatures stood united, forming a final defensive line around the towering ancient tree, their eyes burning with unwavering determination. Should a bard happen upon this moment, they would undoubtedly immortalize the tale of the undead overlord wreaking havoc upon the living. Suddenly, the undead army halted as one, like a finely tuned machine. A golden-furred rat darted into the center of the army, groveling before Sheena. Master, is there a problem? Your servant is here to assist. Sheena cast a cold glance at the rune-controlled Rat King. It had the ability to command all nearby rodents, providing her with intelligence on the forest and the eastern wastelands. For now, it still had its uses. Wait until nightfall, she said indifferently. Brilliant. Most creatures' combat abilities weaken at night, but my undead army remains unaffected. Master, your foresight is unparalleled. The golden rat flattered her incessantly. What about the intelligence I sent you to gather in the western Hackman Kingdom? All gathered, master. The golden rat replied obsequiously. 2 days ago, the Hackman Kingdom began constructing temples across its lands to worship the great Lord of Light. Look, this is a memory stone stolen by one of my treasure-seeking mice. At least these mortals have some sense, recognizing my lord as the one true god. Sheena remarked with a faint smile as she activated the memory stone. The image displayed a magnificent and solemn temple. At its center stood a statue bearing a 9-point resemblance to Jiang Yan, while a smaller statue of a 6-winged angel with delicate features stood in the lower left corner. Throngs of people knelt in devout worship. Crack. The memory stone shattered in Sheena's grip. Her smile froze. Why is that bird woman also in the temple? Are you referring to the angel, master? The golden rat explained. She has gained immense renown for saving countless lives and assisting in the resistance against abyssal creatures. The people there call her the first holy envoy under the Lord of Light. Silence, fool. Sheena interrupted coldly. A bunch of ignorant mortals. Why should that bird woman be called first? Only I am worthy of being the first envoy under the Emperor Lord. Of course, I completely agree. The golden rat chimed in. Master, shall I have my subordinates destroy her statue? Boom. The golden rat was sent flying. Insolence. The Emperor's statue is sacred and must not be desecrated. Sheena's gaze was icy. While she despised those winged creatures, the dignity of the Undead Emperor was inviolable. Yes, master, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. The golden rat groveled, trembling. Sheena silently gazed into the depths of the forest. The eerie flames in the skeleton's eyes reignited as they resumed marching in the direction she had indicated. Originally, she had planned to exploit the undead's nighttime advantage to minimize losses, preserving strength for the eventual conquest of the eastern wastelands. But now, that detestable angel seemed to be thriving in the Hackman Kingdom. If this caused the Emperor to favor the Heaven faction, it would be disastrous. She had to prove her worth immediately. Sheena's crimson eyes glowed with determination when had the undead realm ever feared sacrifice? The setting sun cast its final rays, dividing the battlefield into 2 distinct realms. The forest guardians stood bathed in golden light, resembling valiant heroes from a fable, while the undead army lurked in the shadows, ominous and foreboding like demons poised to strike. A deep crack appeared on the trunk of an ancient towering tree, forming a mouth-like shape that spoke in a dry, rasping voice. Powerful undead creatures, why do you invade our home without cause? Xena stood coldly at the rear, dismissing the question with disdain. She issued a curt command, kill. The scourge of the undead had never required justification for its invasionza rule, set in stone long before the abyss emerged. At her command, tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers surged forward without hesitation. The ancient tree sighed inwardly and ordered its forces to engage. It had hoped to lure the enemy closer before striking, knowing full well that defeating countless ordinary skeletons was futile against the undead's true champions. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, revealing gaping pits along the undead army's path. From these hidden traps emerged massive burrowing serpents, crushing the skeleton warriors that fell into their grasp. Yet the skeletons seemed oblivious to the danger, continuing to hurl themselves into the pits without pause. At first, the ironback bears and 2-headed wolves mocked the foolish undead, but their laughter soon faded. As more and more skeletons poured into the pits, the burrowing serpents began to falter. Even skeletons that had been half devoured kept swinging their bone blades with relentless fury. When the 17th skeleton joined the fray, the bloodied serpent finally collapsed, its body hacked into pieces. What came next was even more horrifying. A skeletal mage raised its bone staff and reanimated several new skeleton warriors from the serpent's remains. Former allies were now enemies, a sight that struck terror into the hearts of the Forest Alliance warriors. The battle raged across multiple fronts. Armored rhinos, relying on their formidable defenses, charged into the skeletal hordes, only to be brought down when their vulnerabilities were discovered and overwhelmed by countless bone blades. Gnoll archers found their poisoned arrows ineffective against the undead skeletal frames, while fallen comrades were swiftly reanimated to bolster the enemy's ranks. The worst casualties were suffered by the Thunderclap Lions. Their once proud lightning attacks proved useless against the non-conductive bones, leaving them to suffer heavy losses in close combat. As the tide of battle turned, fear began to spread among the Forest Alliance. Their endless, They just keep coming, someone shouted in despair. Why are we risking our lives? We could just find another forest to live in. Cracks began to show in the already fragile coalition, and signs of a retreat became evident. The morale of the weaker faction had already plummeted, and the meager spoils of war further drained their will to fight. Watching their defenses teeter on the brink of collapse, the Forest Guardians were forced to unleash their final trump card, the elite warriors. Each of these skilled fighters possessed unique abilities, their speed, strength, and resilience far surpassing that of the ordinary skeletal soldiers. Initially, the Forest Guardians had intended to keep this formidable force in reserve. They had discovered that the enemy commander wielded a peculiar power to control the strong. The plan was to lure the commander into revealing themselves, then use the elites to pin them down while the rest of the forces swept the battlefield. However, the enemy commander, despite their formidable strength, remained hidden, throwing the Guardian strategy into disarray. On the battlefield, a towering giant, encrusted with glistening frost, waved its hand and unleashed waves of chilling air, freezing swathes of skeletons into icy sculptures. Following closely behind, an enormous ape charged into the frozen ranks, its massive fists shattering the ice-encased skeletons into fragments. Above, a giant eagle soared in wide arcs, raining down streams of acidic liquid from its beak. The arrows of skeletal archers were swept away mid-flight by the powerful gusts generated by the eagle's wings. In the shadows, Xena let out a cold laugh, her crimson eyes glinting with a sinister light. If I can't control you, old tree, I can certainly control these weaklings of mere silver and gold rank. Your subordinates will serve me well. Now they are mine. As her incantation took effect, invisible ripples of power descended upon the battlefield. The elite fighters, who had been decimating the undead moments earlier, suddenly froze in place. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, etched with ominous runes. Without warning, they turned on their allies, launching a ferocious assault. Caught off guard, the Forest Guardians' forces fell in droves, cut down by their own comrades. The battlefield was strewn with lifeless bodies. Skeletal mages chanted in unison, summoning hundreds more skeletal warriors in an instant. Faced with the unrelenting enemy reinforcements and the betrayal of their strongest fighters, the Forest Alliance completely crumbled, scattering in all directions in desperate retreat. Then, a hoarse, furious roar tore through the skies. Enough! You accursed undead abominations! Crack! The guardian ancient tree of the dark forest finally lost its patience. Several thick branches plunged into the ground, and in an instant, countless roots spread like serpents, shattering a vast number of skeletal warriors. The dense branches, as if alive, struck with precision at several high-tier creatures under Xena's control. The frost giant exhaled freezing air in an attempt to immobilize the branches, while the great ape struggled to tear apart the entangling roots. However, their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming power. Even the airborne giant eagle was not spared, ensnared tightly mid-flight. As the ancient tree prepared to retract its branches to devour the controlled creatures, several black arrows whistled through the air, severing the branches with precision. The creatures, narrowly escaping death, hastily retreated. Cowards! I know you're hiding there. Come out and face me, Hedon. The ancient tree roared in fury, its berserk branches sweeping away nearby skeletal warriors. Xena's eyes glinted with disdain. Foolish, she muttered. As the most skilled Dark Ranger, she was well-versed in the ways of survival in the realm of the undead. Most undead creatures, save for a few heavily armored exceptions, preferred to strike from the safety of the rear with arrows or spells. Once more, she expertly severed the attacking branches with her arrows and retreated to the rear, commanding the undead army to swarm forward. Though the roots emerging from the ground easily pierced the skulls of skeletal warriors, the fearless undead soldiers pressed on relentlessly. Those in the rear even decapitated their own fallen comrades to sever the roots more effectively. The controlled creatures also launched a counterattack under the cover of the undead army. While the frost giant's silver-deer freezing power could not immobilize the branches, it weakened their toughness. Coupled with the corrosive acid from the giant eagle, the ancient tree was significantly hindered. What infuriated the tree further was that every attempt to ambush the creatures was thwarted by Xena's precise arrows. Coward! Face me! The ancient tree erupted in rage after its attacks were repeatedly disrupted. Its branches swung wildly, and a storm of razor-sharp green leaves filled the air. With a deafening crash, every skeleton within a 50-meter radius was reduced to dust. Yet, the retreat of the forest defenders had left behind a large number of corpses. With the spells of over 100 skeletal mages, thousands of skeletal warriors were resurrected and rejoined the battlefield. They merged with the main force, steadily hacking away at the ancient tree's roots and branches. The tree was forced to shake off more leaves to clear its surroundings. 2 hours later, after 5 bouts of explosive attacks, the ancient tree was in a pitiful state. Its once lush branches were bare, leaving only a stark trunk. With a final anguished roar, its roots were severed by the relentless undead army, and Xena's barrage of 16 consecutive arrows pierced through its trunk, extinguishing its life completely. On the battlefield, a golden token of pure energy materialized. Xena paused briefly before firing dark arrows at both the frost giant and the great ape. They let out mournful cries before collapsing, transforming into 2 cyan tokens and 2 towering skeletal warriors. Take these tokens to the Emperor, Xena ordered the trembling giant eagle. Yes, master, the eagle replied with relief, picking up the 3 tokens before spreading its wings and flying away. Rest here. We move toward the eastern wastelands in half an hour, Xena said calmly, leaning against the ancient tree's remains. Obeying her command, the intact skeletal warriors entered a state of rest, while the damaged ones scavenged for replacement bones. The skeletal mages busied themselves summoning new warriors from overlooked corpses. Meanwhile, in Holy Spirit City, golden light suddenly radiated from Jiang Yan. A system notification chimed. Level up. Congratulations on reaching level 50. You may now use the bronze advancement token for promotion. It seems the war in the Dark Forest has concluded, Jiang Yan murmured, swiftly opening the war log to review the results. Xena killed 26,733 forest creatures, earning 77,840 soul crystals and 570,000 experience points. Defeated the Guardian Ancient Tree, gaining increased reputation and 1 golden advancement token. Defeated the Frost Giant and Great Ape King, gaining increased reputation and 2 bronze advancement tokens. A special notification indicated that he had defeated one of the 3 Guardians. Once all Guardians were vanquished and the first Abyssal Surge survived, he would gain permission to formally explore the continent. However, the protective barrier around Holy Spirit City would permanently dissolve, exposing it to potential discovery or attack by native forces. So easily defeated Jiang Yan felt a moment of disbelief. In his past life, he had only managed to defeat the 3 Guardians after more than 4 months, following the second Abyssal Surge. Although the Undead Legion appeared to have triumphed effortlessly, the Dark Forest was riddled with miasma, venomous creatures, and swamps, making survival challenging for ordinary troops, let alone rapid advancement. A massive haul, he mused, marveling at the nearly 80,000 soul crystals he had gained. At current rates, they could be exchanged for over 2 million faith points, enough to hatch more than 400 angels, greatly increasing the chances of protecting the kingdom of Harmake. For most others, the first Abyssal Surge posed little threat. The nations devoted to their respective lords would resist with all their might, ultimately sacrificing themselves to drag the Abyssal demigods down with them. They only needed to deal with the remaining lower-tier Abyssal creatures. However, to protect the kingdom, Jiang Yan would have to face demigod-level Abyssal monsters and numerous powerful Abyssal units head on a daunting task. Even in his past life, Princess Luo Qinyu of the Starry Empire had failed to achieve this. Of course, successfully safeguarding the kingdom would yield tremendous benefits. A rise in faith level to fanaticism would provide a stable daily income of 5,000 faith points, and reaching devout levels or higher could generate over 20,000 faith points daily, a significant boon for ascending to godhood. Furthermore, once all Guardians were defeated and the continent fully accessible, having a controlled kingdom would greatly facilitate the development of faith and interactions with other factions. Our current strength isn't enough. I need to secure most of the wastelands within the next 2 days, Jiang Yan calculated silently, retrieving the bronze advancement token. Each advancement granted a lord a global war support skill, and this time, he planned to act alongside Xena. A jade green token slowly dissolved in Jiang Yan's palm, releasing a surge of immense and pure energy into his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, the tiny droplet-sized source of his mana shattered and expanded into a clear, vast energy pool. Jiang Yan carefully observed the changes within himself. While his total mana only increased 3-fold, its capacity had skyrocketed by a staggering 100-fold. With a mere thought, his personal status panel appeared before him. Identity: Lord Undead Emperor. Level: Bronze Tier 1. Faction: Angel Clan. Equipment: Catastrophe Artifact Grade. Lord Skills: War Frenzy Level 1. War Summon. Class Skills: Death's Finger, others omitted. Overall rating: 10274. This rating brought a wave of excitement to Jiang Yan. Thanks to the artifact staff and his unique class, he had finally stepped into the ranks of the strong. In his previous life, he hadn't achieved this level of power until reaching Diamond Tier 10. The 2 new skills he had acquired, War Frenzy and Death's Finger, perfectly filled the gap in his offensive capabilities. The former temporarily boosted the strength and speed of allied forces, while the latter consumed mana to unleash a powerful undead-type single-target attack spell. Just then, the system notification rang out. A lord has reached the bronze tier. The ranking board is now officially open. Rankings will reset monthly, with corresponding prestige points and title rewards. Opening the interface for the realms, a new leaderboard appeared. Only one name stood on it. First place, Jiang Yan, Bronze Tier 1. Reward, Prestige 100, temporary title, Chosen Sovereign. Title description. As the foremost among the chosen ones, this title grants recognition from all factions in the world effective only when equipped. Jiang Yan froze for a moment, caught off guard by the title. In his previous life, ranked over 8,000, he had never experienced such privileges. Memories of Fire Flame City came flooding back then. Other lords strode into the city as envoys of the chosen, while he had to obediently queue up and pay an entry fee of 100 soul crystals. Now, it became clear that the discrepancy lay in titles and prestige. Unlike Analaya's self-proclaimed title of Master of the Gods, this title was genuinely acknowledged by all factions. Jiang Yan chuckled softly and shook his head, dismissing the thought. Instead, he opened the trade interface and exchanged 70,000 soul crystals at a 1:30 ratio for pure faith energy. This profitable trade would become unviable after the second abyssal uprising, so he needed to seize the opportunity while it lasted. The trade notifications kept flashing. Lost 20 soul crystals, gained 600 pure faith energy. Lost 10 soul crystals, gained 300 pure faith energy. Jiang Yan calculated that it would take no more than half an hour to complete the transactions, after which he could summon over 400 angels. Unfortunately, he hadn't received a single building blueprint clearly. Everyone was holding onto their resources tightly. Deep in thought, his attention was drawn to a giant eagle soaring over the city walls and heading toward him. It was one of Xena's messengers, delivering 3 tokens. Jiang Yan accepted the tokens and handed over a bottle of newly developed agility-enhancing sweetened food from the spirit chef as a return gift. After storing the tokens, Jiang Yan turned and headed toward the advanced graveyard. He planned to summon skeletons for the day before regrouping with Xena to launch their offensive on the wastelands. Suddenly, he stopped and retrieved 2 additional bronze tokens. These were rare items, only dropped by defeating silver tier or higher monsters. For ordinary lords, even handling bronze tier monsters was a daunting challenge, let alone silver tier ones. Just as he was about to list the extra tokens on the marketplace, the realm's chat channel exploded with activity. Holy crap! It's only the 7th day, and Jiang Yan has already advanced to bronze tier? I'm still kiting level 30 elites, and he's already taken down a silver tier boss? Big Boss Jiang, please sell me a bronze advancement token. Name your price. Jiang Yan. The castle's chat channel suddenly became lively. Someone mentioned that their slime could do splits and even tagged Jiang Yan, questioning whether he had blocked them. Jiang Yan ignored these trivial jokes and directly put the advancement token up for sale on the trading platform, pricing it at 1 epic blueprint. When he shared the link in the chat channel, it immediately caused an uproar. Damn, Zhang Dage is still so ruthless. Classic move, just like when he traded faith power at a 1:30 ratio back then. I suggest we boycott this guy. However, before the calls for resistance could gain traction, the soul crystal quota for the trade was already nearly depleted. Jiang Yan only glanced briefly at the comments before shifting his attention elsewhere. He knew very well that at the current stage of the game, he was the only one capable of obtaining an advancement token. Most silver tier bosses were leaders of local factions, commanding armies of skilled warriors. Defeating them would require at least diamond tier strength. Let's see how things unfold, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the shadowy forest, a giant eagle landed in front of Hina. Master, I've returned, the eagle said respectfully. Hina, holding a longbow, asked nonchalantly, did you deliver it? The eagle trembled all over and quickly replied, yes, master. The emperor was very pleased and said you're his most trusted lieutenant, far better than those birdmen. He even sent a specially crafted spiritual delicacy for you, saying it's sweet and hopes it will keep you in a good mood. As it spoke, the eagle carefully retrieved a still-warm porcelain bottle from beneath its wings. Oh, the emperor really said that? Hina asked with a faint, amused smile as she took a piece of the spiritual delicacy and placed it in her mouth. Her lips curved slightly. It is quite sweet. She glanced at the giant eagle, which was trembling, wings tucked tightly, and head bowed low, and quietly put away her longbow. Just a silver tier creature, not much of a burden on my soul. But let it stay. After all, as a commander, it's good to hear different voices occasionally. The giant eagle visibly relaxed, letting out a deep sigh of relief while bowing its head even lower. Not far away, a golden-furred mouse watched the scene intently, its expression grave. This is bad. I've encountered a real opponent. On the morning of the 8th day, a system-wide announcement echoed in everyone's ears. The system warned that an abyssal riot was imminent. Abyssal corruption levels were rising, and the probability of encountering powerful corrupted creatures had significantly increased. Standing before the gates of heaven, Jiang Yan paused briefly. All of this was familiar to him from his previous life. Resources in the wild would become harder to obtain, but this situation played to his advantage. After all, while silver tier bosses would now be more difficult to defeat, the value of bronze advancement tokens would also skyrocket. Summon. Jiang Yan commanded in his mind, and 2.1 million faith points vanished in an instant. The gates of heaven trembled violently, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Countless pale golden light spheres burst forth, filling the surrounding space. Jiang Yan watched the spectacle with excitement. 420 angels would now bolster his forces, ready to face any challenge. With this, he could focus on accumulating 10 million faith points to upgrade the gates of heaven. As the golden light dispersed, rows of angels with snow-white wings emerged. Most were clad in uniform armor and armed with long swords, while a few had distinct appearances. Holy Lord, thank you for granting us new life, they chanted in unison, their harmonious voices even causing the distant dwarves at work to lift their heads in awe. Rise. Jiang Yan scanned the group. 405 battle angels, 5 healing angels, 8 divine spell angels, and 2 rare preaching angels. Beyond the familiar types, the divine spell angels bore a resemblance to anomaly, wielding swords and sacred tomes, and were proficient in offensive and defensive holy light magic. The preaching angels stood out the most, holding sacred scriptures in both hands. Their defining skill, holy word, was a superior version of the charm technique mockingly referred to in various realms as persuasion magic for its subtle influence over others. Jiang Yan instructed a small contingent of angels to remain behind while dispatching the rest to the Western Hameng Duchy, where anomaly would arrange for their advancement to bronze tier. Considering the dangers brought about by the abyssal riot, he decided against sending them to Yablik, as the wilds teeming with corrupted creatures were not necessarily safer than the fortified battlefront. Moreover, such a large angelic force was beyond the care of a single dragon. For you, Holy Lord. The angels saluted before taking off in waves. Jiang Yan then summoned 100 elite skeleton archers and 2 uniquely skilled greatsword warriors to form a new unit. With his necromantic control abilities, he could replenish his forces during battle. Target: the wastelands. Move out. This peculiar army began its march eastward. Meanwhile, in the mirrored forest south of a resplendent city, a noblewoman in a pale yellow gown stood with a frown. Luo Qianya's Drake Knight unit was locked in combat with ogres, but the cunning Silverdeer boss repeatedly ambushed them before retreating. Frustrated, she resolved to purchase one of those bronze tokens from that annoying guy. As a member of the royal family, she had access to abundant resources, including 3 legendary blueprints. Unfortunately, the first blueprint structure was profession-specific and required advancement to unlock its full potential. Though her epic Drake Knight retinue was formidable, she still lacked the resources to construct the legendary building. First place will be mine, sooner or later, she vowed, her gaze fixed on the rankings. Elsewhere, other high-ranking lords, frustrated by yet another failed campaign, begrudgingly took out their own epic blueprints to trade for Jiang Yan's bronze tokens. This is outrageous. These tokens will be worthless later, and he's asking for an epic blueprint? But when they accessed the trading center, they discovered the bronze tokens had already sold out. Weren't we all supposed to boycott him? Those who stray from the glory of the Lord shall be purified. Holy light judgment. On the desolate plains east of Holy Spirit City, a one-sided massacre was unfolding. Over 20 angels had encircled a band of more than 100 bandits, raining down holy light magic relentlessly. The bandits, all at level 30, had no chance to fight back and fell one after another. The angels ascended to level 31, while an invisible force, detectable only by Jiang Yan, steadily gathered from the lifeless bodies. Death Harvest activated successfully. Death Essence increased by 106. Well done, Jiang Yan praised sincerely. The angels' methods were clean and efficient, no severed limbs, no splattered blood, making the corpses much easier for him to transform. Serving the Holy Lord is our honor, the angels exclaimed, their wings fluttering in unison before dispersing to maintain vigilance. Jiang Yan stepped forward with a faint smile. The scourge scepter in his hand glowed brilliantly. Necromantic command: activate. In an instant, the corpses of the bandits and their horses began to tremble. They rose mechanically, mounting their horses with lifeless precision, their eyes hollow and vacant. This was the talent of the Undead Sovereign Necromantic Command, the highest level summoning spell capable of fully controlling any corpse. With the Scourge's 300-fold enhancement, Jiang Yan's mana consumption was reduced to a mere tenth, theoretically allowing him to summon nearly 1,000 ordinary undead at once. Move out, Jiang Yan commanded, and the undead army began advancing at a steady pace. The wilderness was sparsely populated with monsters, and over 100 miles, they encountered only 3 waves of enemies. 2 groups of curious bandit reinforcements quickly joined the undead ranks, while 3 bronze-tier lizards were slain by the angels and became mounts for Jiang Yan and 2 greatsword warriors. Lord, this thing's really sturdy, Shield One said cautiously as he climbed onto a lizard, which remained motionless under his weight. He couldn't hide his excitement. Exactly, I couldn't even pierce its skin with my sword. Shield 2 chimed in. It was no surprise combined with their armor and weapons. The two warriors weighed over 800 pounds, far too much for a regular mount to bear. Their earlier attempt to ride undead horses had ended with the creatures collapsing under them. Jiang Yan, however, wore a troubled expression. As the most powerful lord and the legendary Holy Lord of Light, riding a dead lizard hardly seemed fitting for his image. He glanced at the angels, who were only about 5 feet tall, and looked at him with unreserved reverence. Internally, he sighed. It wasn't as though he could ask them to act as mounts. Keep moving toward the central area, Jiang Yan ordered reluctantly as he climbed onto the lizard. He could sense a strong energy emanating from that direction, likely the location of the gatekeeper. According to the map, Xena's undead army was currently engaged in battle there. The army resumed its march, now bolstered to over 400 bandits serving as the vanguard. The sheer scale of the force intimidated the monsters along the way, deterring them from approaching. Before long, the group entered a stretch of sandy terrain. Proceed with caution. There's a mini-boss here, Jiang Yan warned the angels and the two greatsword warriors. Losing ordinary undead didn't matter, but he needed to protect these key members. Yes, Holy Lord, the angels replied as a soft glow enveloped them, while the warriors raised their shields and activated their skills. After advancing about 5 kilometers, a sudden change occurred. A section of ground, several dozen meters wide, abruptly caved in, swallowing a dozen bandits who vanished without a trace. The army quickly spread out, watching the shifting sands warily. A metallic, glinting tail shot out from the ground like lightning, aiming straight for an airborne angel. At its tip, a venomous green stinger glowed ominously. Huh! The angel swung her sword with all her might to block the attack, but her holy blade was knocked aside, and the stinger grazed her arm. In an instant, her body turned black, and she plummeted from the sky. O faithful servant, within the holy light, we shall achieve eternal life. A resonant chant filled the air as a radiant white light enveloped the fallen angel. With the resurrection spell cast by 2 healing angels, she reopened her eyes and steadied her wings midair. Jiang Yan urged his lizard to retreat, his gaze fixed intently on the sunken area of the ground, his expression grave. Something was off. The level 40 angel, despite being fully prepared, was instantly defeated. Such power was far beyond what an ordinary Silverdeer mini-boss could exhibit. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, sending countless grains of sand into the air. A colossal creature burst forth from the earth. A terrifying beast as large as an average house revealed itself. The monstrous creature was covered in a metallic, jet-black exoskeleton, its enormous pincers glinting with a chilling light. With a casual snap, it tore several bandits in half. Most horrifying of all was its raised tail, tipped with a venomous stinger glowing with an eerie green light, the very weapon that had just taken down the 2-winged angel in an instant. Jiang Yan stared at the massive creature before him, immediately understanding the situation. This was no ordinary Netherjade Scorpion King. It had been corrupted by the abyssal aura, transforming into a demonic Scorpion King. The faint blackened sinister patterns on its body and its maddened gaze were clear indicators of its nature. No wonder it was so powerful. It had evolved from a Silverdeer mini-boss to a terrifying golden-tier demonic beast. Perfect! Jiang Yan exclaimed, not retreating but instead growing more excited. He had been searching for a Silverdeer advancement token, and more importantly, though the creature was strong, it wasn't a true abyssal entity. Once defeated, it could still be controlled by the power of the undead. Magic surged through his body as dense death energy, amplified threefold by the Scourge artifact, coalesced into a black bolt of lightning that shot toward the demonic Scorpion Death's finger. Boom! The alert Scorpion hastily raised a pincer to block, but the immense force still pushed it back several meters. A clear hole, over 10 centimeters wide, appeared on its black pincer, with green blood gushing out. However, for a creature of its massive size, it was merely a superficial wound. Jiang Yan wasn't discouraged. Though their overall power levels were comparable, his strength largely depended on the Scourge artifact. To inflict any damage on a golden-tier demonic boss with his bronze-tier capabilities was already a significant feat. Moreover, as the Undead Emperor, his true strength lay in necromantic control and the essence of death. Given enough time to build his power and essence, he could even annihilate his opponent in an instant. After landing his first strike, Jiang Yan decisively retreated, simultaneously commanding his army of undead bandits and angels to launch a fierce assault. Clang, clang, clang. The undead marauders, now devoid of fear, charged on horseback toward the massive scorpion demon, their steel blades striking repeatedly against its pitch-black carapace. Though most blows failed to leave even a scratch, the relentless assault enraged the mindless Scorpion King. With a furious sweep of its colossal pincers, it sent over a dozen marauders flying in a single strike. At that moment, the angels seized the opportunity and swiftly formed a battle formation. 2 divine cleric angels began to chant, "O holy light, Heed my call and grant us the courage to face the darkness. Spirit of the light, I pray to you stand with us in battle. Hymns of courage and blessings of holy spirits descended upon the angels, their auras surging with newfound strength. The lead angel at the forefront of the formation, empowered by the collective energy of the group, now stood as an equal match to the Scorpion King. Sensing the threat, the Scorpion King instinctively lashed out with its venomous tail, aiming for the angel. But this was precisely what the angel had anticipated. Judgment of the holy light. With a cold and resolute voice, the angel summoned a radiant sword of holy light, over 10 meters long, slashing it down from above. The divine energy pierced through the abyssal aura, severing the scorpion's tail in a single, decisive blow. The lingering force of the strike left deep scars on the creature's thick carapace, instantly evaporating all blood with the purifying light. Nearby undead marauders were not spared either, their bodies corroding as the sacred energy burned through them like acid. Wounded and enraged, the Scorpion King abandoned the annoying pests that were the marauders and charged directly at the angels. However, Jiang Yan had anticipated this, commanding 100 elite skeleton archers to unleash a volley of arrows. With his innate abilities enhancing their precision and firepower, their attacks had evolved into triple shots with pinpoint accuracy, hitting targets within a kilometer without fail. The arrows rained down like guided missiles, targeting the wounds inflicted by the holy sword. Writhing in pain, the Scorpion King curled its massive body and burrowed into the sand, vanishing from sight. Jiang Yan immediately shouted, "Focus fire on the marked skeleton zone. Attack with everything you've got." He understood that such low-intelligence demonic creatures acted purely on instinct, drawn to retaliate against those who had harmed them, much like the aggro mechanics of a game. Sure enough, moments later, the ground erupted as the Scorpion King surfaced, its sweeping strike obliterating most of the skeleton decoys. But the angels were ready. They unleashed their stored divine power, striking the exposed head of the Scorpion King with devastating force. Its massive body twitched violently before collapsing lifelessly. The skeleton archers, used as bait, were also annihilated in the aftermath of the holy blast. The angels, their bodies glowing with divine radiance, ascended to level 50 in unison. From the remains of the Scorpion King, a silver-white token emerged, a silver ascension token. Jiang Yan, now at bronze tier 5, picked up the token, knowing this would allow him to progress without restriction until he reached the diamond tier. As he gazed at the Scorpion King's ruined corpse, Jiang Yan felt a tinge of regret. While the power of holy light could preserve the bodies of ordinary creatures, it acted like a volatile explosive against dark beings, often causing extensive damage. Wielding his plague staff, Jiang Yan cast necromantic domination, channeling the laws of death. The Scorpion King's corpse rose once more, exuding an oppressive aura despite missing its head and tail. Leaping onto the scorpion's back, Jiang Yan used the essence of death to repair the damage caused by the holy light. This pure force of death was a treasure for undead creatures. Now, this is a proper mount, he murmured with satisfaction, surveying the battlefield from atop the scorpion. Despite losing all his elite skeleton archers and most of the undead marauders, the acquisition of a golden tier demonic scorpion had significantly bolstered his overall strength. However, as he looked at the undead warriors disfigured by the corrosive power of the holy light, Jiang Yan realized a troubling issue. Many had not fallen to the Scorpion King's attacks but had instead been collateral damage from the angel's divine powers. This problem had already surfaced in earlier battles, though it had been less noticeable when facing weaker foes, as the angels could control their attack range. But against a formidable enemy, the inherent clash between the opposing forces of light and darkness became unavoidable. Jiang Yan frowned, his gaze fixed on the unfolding situation. The current state of fighting independently was clearly insufficient to confront the true depths of the abyss, a formidable entity combining immense numbers and overwhelming strength, far beyond what any single type of force could withstand. After careful consideration, he slowly retrieved a gemstone from his storage space. A gentle white light flowed across its surface, hinting at its extraordinary quality. This was the destiny judgment of the Light Lord, a unique, one-of-a-kind embedded artifact. Jiang Yan recalled vividly that when he first gained Annalia's allegiance, he learned about the artifact's special properties. It could be detached and would adapt its effects based on the equipment it was embedded into. The one who could awaken its power would become the new Light Lord. He had refrained from using the gemstone for a simple reason. The only equipment he possessed worthy of embedding it into was the Necro-World artifact, Calamity. The opposing attributes of light and death were clearly in conflict, and he had always feared the consequences of such a clash. But now, he had no other choice. This was his one and only chance. A jet-black staff materialized in his hand as Jiang Yan silently began to commune with the will of the realms. Although an ordinary forgemaster could have performed the embedding, spending 1,000 soul crystals to have the realms handle it was undoubtedly the safer option. The moment he issued the command to embed, two opposing forces erupted in a thunderous clash. On one side was the pure power of darkness and death. On the other, the radiant energy of golden light. It was as if two ancient deities were locked in an earth-shaking battle. The scale of this conflict far exceeded Jiang Yan's expectations, escalating to a confrontation at the level of fundamental laws. Were it not for the fact that he was simultaneously the owner of both items and protected by the will of the realms, he would have been obliterated by the terrifying collision of energy. Yet Jiang Yan remained unflinching, had paid the price, and no force, no matter how powerful, could defy the will of the realms. As expected, under the immense and unfathomable suppression of external power, the brilliance of the two energies gradually dimmed and was forced into proximity. In the end, the skull at the top of the calamity staff seemed to come alive, opening its ghastly jaws wide and swallowing the light gemstone whole. Jiang Yan curiously examined the staff he had just fused. The jet-black shaft was cloaked in a soft white light, while the once crimson eye sockets of the skull at its tip now glowed with a faint golden hue. This artifact from the realm of the undead unexpectedly exuded an air of purity and benevolence. The moment he grasped the staff, a surge of unique energy flooded his mind. Salvation of all beings and catastrophe. Rank, Sovereign. Core effect. Amplifies undead and holy light abilities by 500. Embedded gem. Fate's verdict of the Light Lord. Additional ability 1. Instant death consumes the essence of death to designate a creature for immediate death. 30-day cooldown. Ineffective against deity-level beings. Cooldown can be reduced with soul crystals. Additional ability 2. Holy lights favor summoned undead creatures gain affinity with holy magic. Additional ability 3. Judgment randomly adds equivalent power of holy or undead magic to offensive spells. Overall rating, 29,666. Special note. The wielder's soul will be bound to the new Light Lord and the Undead Emperor. Jiang Yan subconsciously tightened his grip on the staff. A sovereign-tier artifact. Such a legendary item, only mentioned in ancient texts, had been perfectly forged from two inherently opposing materials. Those 1,000 soul crystals were worth every bit. Not only did the ability amplification increase by twofold, but he also gained two powerful auxiliary abilities, one resolving the conflict between angels and the undead, the other significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. With dual 500 amplifications, the resulting tenfold power increase was staggering. By the canyon's relative theory, if the enemy's strength remained constant, it would effectively be reduced, creating a 20-fold disparity in combat power. Jiang Yan's excitement was palpable. He was itching to find an opponent to test this newfound strength. Suddenly, he thought of the wasteland gatekeeper. Opening the map interface, he saw that Xena, leading her undead army, had already broken through the central perimeter and was locked in battle with the wasteland monsters and the gatekeeper. Hold on until I get there, Jiang Yan thought to himself, feeling for the first time that overly capable subordinates might not always be a blessing. They left him with no sense of participation. Move out, full speed ahead, he commanded. A massive scorpion charged forward, flanked by 20 angels on high alert. 3 lizards carrying marauders followed closely behind. This peculiar army composed of mindless undead, blindly devoted angels, and a great shield-wielding warrior lounging atop a lizard marched onward without complaint, undeterred by their recent battle. Jiang Yan instructed the scorpion to exude its most potent golden-tier aura, intimidating all creatures along the way into keeping their distance. Before long, they neared the central region. The ground, littered with flesh and bones, revealed the truth to Jiang Yan. No wonder wasteland creatures were sparse along the way. They've all gathered here. Clearly, these monsters had responded to the gatekeeper's call to resist Xena's undead army. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from the central zone, followed by a deep voice. Cowardly undead, hiding behind sneak attacks. You may have won, but you'll never become a true warrior. Looking up, Jiang Yan saw a colossal figure made of sand standing in the distance. The giant was gravely injured, its lower body barely connected to the ground, and its chest riddled with Holisa spent force on the brink of collapse. Encircling it were skeletal warriors and silver-deer creatures, among them a well-equipped marauder, likely the Marauder King under a curse's control. Xena, wait! Jiang Yan called out hastily. Just about to leap into the air for a fatal strike, Xena halted, lowered her longbow, and landed gracefully with a smile. Emperor, what brings you here? Xena, look at this. Jiang Yan twirled the catastrophe staff proudly, showing it off in front of her. Isn't this your artifact, catastrophe? What's so? Huh? Why does it have a holy aura? Did it betray us? Xena's initially indifferent gaze suddenly turned to surprise. That's a secret, Jiang Yan replied with feigned mystery, shaking his head. All I can say is, this artifact is now sovereign tier. I see. Xena quickly regained her composure. Aren't you curious how I did it? Of course, but you're the heir to the greatest existence in the undead realm. Nothing is impossible in your hands, Xena replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Yan's triumphant smile faltered. Observing him, Xena thought for a moment, then suddenly struck an exaggerated pose. Clasping her hands to her chest, she accentuated her figure and exclaimed in a playful, coquettish tone, "Wow, Emperor, you're amazing. So impressive." Before she could finish, Xena burst into laughter at her own act. Jiang Yan, caught between amusement and exasperation, eventually joined in after a moment of reflection. Nearby, the cursed Marauder King stood dumbfounded. Does Lady Xena really have this side to her? He glanced at his companions, only to find the Golden Rat and Giant Eagle had already darted to the front lines, fervently directing the skeletal army against the dying sand giant. "All right, Xena, leave this creature to me. Let me show you the power of a sovereigntier artifact," Jiang Yan declared confidently, gripping the staff as he stepped forward. "Understood." Xena's smile faded as her longbow subtly returned to her grasp. With a sharp twang, a black arrow silently pierced the spectating Marauder King. Looking forward to it, Jiang Yan raised the staff as two angelic spellcasters chanted in unison, casting several enhancement spells. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power, Jiang Yan, brimming with confidence, activated his sole offensive skill. Pure death magic surged from his core into the artifact, causing the skull atop the catastrophe staff to light up. Two beams shot forth, one filled with the darkness of death, the other imbued with the holy power of judgment, distinct yet synchronized as they hurtled toward the towering sand giant. With the fivefold amplification, this strike rivaled a golden tier spell. Sensing its impending demise, the sand giant let out a long sigh, ceasing all resistance. Boom! A deafening explosion sent sand scattering in all directions, leaving only a golden token gleaming brightly in the aftermath. On the ninth night, Jiang Yan returned to Holy Spirit City, and a system notification immediately appeared. "You have slain the Wasteland Guardian and obtained a golden advancement token 1. Your level has increased to bronze tier 10. Please use the silver token to advance as soon as possible. You have also acquired a total of 63,700 soul crystals." Sitting in his room, Jiang Yan carefully reviewed the spoils from this expedition. Beyond the rewards dropped by the Guardian, the most significant gains were the massive collection of soul crystals and skeletal soldiers. This success was largely attributed to Xena's outstanding performance. She directly controlled the Bandit King and replicated the tactics used against the ogres, forcing the enemy to continuously summon more bandits. With this strategy, Jiang Yan's forces were able to conserve their energy while effortlessly amassing a large number of skeletal warriors, ultimately sweeping through the wasteland. "The power of the undead realm is truly overwhelming," Jiang Yan mused. "It's just a pity that creatures from the abyss are immune to the influence of the undead realm's essence, making it impossible to control their bodies. Otherwise, who would be the real calamity back then might have been a different story." He tallied his current forces. Over 400 angels, more than 60,000 skeletal warriors, and 3 retainers comparable to demigods among humans. This should be sufficient to handle the first abyssal uprising. For others, the first uprising might just be a cinematic event, but for Jiang Yan, who intended to protect the entire duchy, it meant facing demigod-level abyssal monsters hidden. The enemies from his past life came vividly to mind: Tier 1 crawlers and side demons, Tier 2 blood demons and curse priests, and a small number of Tier 3 fusion demons. The most troublesome foe was the final boss, a demigod-level abyssal being of the exotic class. Compared to the misshapen, aberrant entities encountered in the Tower of Legacy, the exotic class was even harder to deal with, often possessing unique abilities from the abyss that allowed them to challenge opponents far stronger than themselves. In his previous life, Jiang Yan lacked the strength to intervene in the battle between the abyssal demigod and the duchy's strongest warriors, so he had no knowledge of its specific abilities. This was the only uncertainty, though Jiang Yan wasn't overly concerned. He took out the silver advancement token, thinking that increasing his power was always the right move. Once he became stronger, conquered more territories, and gathered enough faith, he could overcome the suppression of planar will, summon the archangel, and sweep away all opposition. Focusing his thoughts, he activated the token. The silver token dissolved into pure energy that flowed into his body. The small reservoir of power within him expanded under the surge of energy, eventually transforming into a gently flowing stream that encircled his golden angelic heart. The system notification sounded. "You have successfully advanced to silver tier 1. From now on, the maximum potential of your retainers can reach the demigod level." Jiang Yan noticed a second notification and suddenly realized why Anna hadn't leveled up despite killing so many abyssal monsters, and why Xena hadn't advanced even after defeating 2 guardians. It was because their progress was limited by his own rank as their lord. He recalled the description when Analea first appeared. She is an exceptionally powerful being among the angelic race, but her strength is capped at the peak of gold tier due to your weakness. Please show some dignity and grow stronger as soon as possible. So, it really was his fault for holding them back. Jiang Yan sighed softly, though he saw a silver lining. If he could break through to diamond tier or higher during this battle, his chances against the abyssal demigod would greatly improve. Upon reaching silver tier, Jiang Yan also unlocked 2 new skills. The first, a lord ability called War Control, allowed him to temporarily gain the vision and perception of any allied unit. The second, a class ability called Hand of God, consumed death essence to randomly retrieve an unclaimed corpse from across the multiverse. The corpse's strength was random, and the skill could be used once per day. Isn't this just a lottery? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. If the level is random, does that mean I could potentially pull the corpse of a powerful deity? That would be a game changer. Confident in his luck, and with the cost of just 100 death essence per attempt, he felt it was a worthwhile gamble. After cleansing his hands in the angelic district's sacred spring, Jiang Yan closed his eyes and activated the skill. In an instant, his hands seemed to traverse endless layers of space, encountering various textures and sensations. He reached out with all his strength only to come up empty. A skeletal fragment slipped through his fingers, the vision dissipated, and his hands were left bare. Glancing at his depleted death essence and the system interface, Jiang Yan squinted and immediately spent 1,000 soul crystals to summon the multiverse's will. What's going on? Why did my Hand of God skill fail to retrieve a corpse? Ding. Upon inspection, Lord Jiang Yan touched the leg bone of a powerful corpse. However, the bone retained a trace of instinctual awareness and slipped away while you were distracted. But the skill description didn't mention any chance of failure. This is misleading. I demand a refund. After a moment of silence, the multiverse's will responded. Your feedback has been verified, Lord Jiang Yan. The skill description has been updated, and you are awarded a compensation of soul crystals. This matter is now resolved. A 5-star review has been automatically submitted. Goodbye. Notification. You have received 100 soul crystals. Jiang Yan frowned as he read the system notification. A mere 100 points of compensation was far too light, not only cost him 100 points of death essence, but also wasted 900 soul crystals. This trade was a complete loss. What troubled him even more was that his prized skill, God's Hand, now had a significantly nerfed description. Consumes death essence to randomly retrieve an unclaimed corpse from the countless realms. The corpse's level is random, and the skill can only be used once per day. It was practically useless now. Forget it. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. If I can't fix this, I'll just shelve this troublesome skill for now. Lord. A hurried voice interrupted his thoughts. A dwarf from the construction team came running toward him, looking slightly uneasy. Sorry to disturb your rest, my lord. We heard you were by the fountain and figured you might still be awake, so we took the liberty of coming to find you. It's fine, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Why are you still up so late? The dwarf proudly thumped his chest and said, Rest? We don't need it. I saw the angels praying and singing praises around your statue since their return. As proud men, how could we let ourselves be outdone by those young women? Jiang Yan's expression turned a bit odd. He knew the angels could sustain themselves through prayer, receiving the blessings of holy light without feeling fatigue. The same couldn't be said for the dwarves. My lord, the dwarf continued excitedly, thanks to our tireless efforts, the radiant chapel is finally complete. Would you like to take a look? Of course. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Tomorrow marked the first abyssal surge, and recruiting missionaries to spread faith at this critical moment would undoubtedly yield great results. The two quickly made their way to the newly completed chapel. The magnificent structure spanned about 2 kilometers and was divided into east and west wings. Its walls were adorned with countless intricate angelic carvings, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. At the center of the main hall stood a statue of Jiang Yan, surrounded by countless ethereal figures of white-robed missionaries kneeling in devout prayer. A system notification promptly appeared. Radiant Chapel, a picture building of the Holy Light faction. Allows recruitment of Holy Light missionaries and Holy Light preachers. Special note. As the highest ranked deity of the Holy Light faction, your recruitment costs are reduced by 80. On the morning of the 10th day, a region-wide announcement jolted everyone awake. The Abyssal Passage had begun to experience violent fluctuations, and the corruption level had temporarily risen to level 5. The announcement warned, within 3 days, the power of abyssal creatures would greatly increase, and high-level monsters would appear unpredictably. Even more alarming, several malevolent abyssal demigods were attempting to descend. If left unchecked, every duchy in the novice region would face the threat of annihilation. The chat channels across the realms erupted into chaos. The big DLC cinematic is about to start, guys. Grab your popcorn. My duchy's princess has such beautiful fur, but unfortunately, her power isn't enough. That's an abyssal demigod. I bet even Jiang won't last a second against it. I kindly invited the princess to take refuge at my base, but not only was I rejected, I even lost faith points. Wait, fur? What species are you? I used to be from the Earth Dog clan, but I changed it to the Celestial Dog Clan because it sounds cooler. TSK. More like the Simp Dog Clan. Most lords were chatting idly, not because they were heartless, but because they lacked the strength to make a difference. Even the stronger lords could only set up defenses along the evacuation routes of their duchies, hoping to save as many civilians as possible while earning some participation rewards. But for Jiang Yan, this was a battle of life and death. Early in the morning, he rode his summon mount, Yabalike, to the front lines. Xena had already led her army of 60,000 skeletons to ambush the outer villages. As Hammock Duchy worshipped the holy light, an undead army was not suitable for the main battlefield, so Jiang had ordered them to merely distract some of the abyssal creatures. The angelic army, serving as the main force, had already taken their positions. Colton City, a gateway city renowned for its imperial magical research, was now fully prepared for war. It was equipped with the Colton-class magical defense system, second only to the capital, and served as the first line of defense against the abyssal invasion. The city had gathered an astounding array of forces: a 10th-tier seraph named Analia, over 400 bronze-ranked two-winged angels, Xena's external support, and the approaching Yabalike. The duchy had also deployed its elite 1st and 2nd Knight regiments, along with its Soul Mage squad. Nearly 80 of the combined military power of Holy Spirit City and Hammock Duchy was now concentrated here. On the city walls, lightly armored soldiers gripped enchanted crossbows, their eyes fixed on the direction of the abyssal passage. Time passed slowly until a messenger hurriedly ascended the wall. General, frontline detection spells indicate the abyssal army has crossed the Thousand Streams River and will reach the city in 5 minutes. The heavily armored general sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Relay the orders. Prepare for battle. In the city center, red, yellow, and blue magical barriers rose, enveloping the entire city. A towering structure emerged as dozens of mages took their positions. 2 elite knight regiments stood ready behind the city gates. The ground began to tremble as an endless black tide surged from the horizon. Compared to the previous skirmish at the village, this was like the difference between a lake and an ocean. The diamond-tiered general suppressed his fear and shouted, "Everyone, ready your bows." The defenders raised their enchanted longbows. Though their movements were orderly, their arms trembled slightly. At that moment, 6 divine angels flew to the front and began chanting blessings. Under the radiance of the holy light, we shall be brave, steadfast, and invincible. The holy light shall dispel all fear. With the blessing of holy light magic, the soldiers' tense faces gradually relaxed, and determination returned to their eyes. The general offered a formal church salute to the angels. "Thank you for your aid, holy spirits. The Holy Lord will protect all faithful believers. The abyss shall be repelled." One of the angels replied, their smile like a spring breeze, dispelling the last traces of tension among the soldiers. As morale stabilized, the abyssal army reached the first line of defense 3 kilometers outside the city walls. Triggered magical formations erupted into flames, earthen spikes, and wind blades. However, bolstered by the level 5 abyssal corruption, the nearly level 50 crawling fiends displayed astonishing resistance. They advanced through the flames, their bodies marked by numerous wounds, though none were fatal. Only the earth spike magic caused any significant casualties, but the damage was negligible compared to the massive army. Before long, the abyssal army, led by crawling fiends and supported by side demons, broke through the formation zone and approached the city walls. The general felt a faint sense of relief at least no second-tier abyssal creatures had appeared at the start of the battle. Perhaps there was still hope for this grueling 3-day conflict. Loose the arrows. Attack. At the command, the archers, already in position, released their bowstrings in unison. Enchanted explosive arrows rained down like a torrential storm, each arrow detonating upon contact with the enemy. Blazing bursts of fire erupted across the battlefield, instantly reducing hundreds of crawling demons at the front to mere fragments. Yet the abyssal creatures, much like the undead, knew no fear. The army in the rear let out piercing, guttural screeches and surged forward, trampling over the remains of their fallen comrades. Seeing this, the general immediately ordered a change in tactics, and the adjutant's horns signaled the shift. The archers began alternating fire. The front row sidestepped and retreated, while the rear row stepped up to take their place, maintaining a relentless barrage of arrows. This seamless coordination persisted for a grueling 20 minutes, successfully holding back the enemy's first wave of assault. However, the expressions of the soldiers atop the walls grew increasingly grim. The reason was simple. As the small and vulnerable Hammock Duchy, they had managed to forge fewer than 1 million enchanted explosive arrows with their entire national resources. A third of this precious stock had already been depleted in the initial defense. With the war just beginning, they had to conserve some ammunition for future emergencies. Archers, step back 5 paces and switch to steel arrows. Castle defense troops, move forward and prepare for combat. At the general's command, The fully armored soldiers swiftly rotated into position. They moved in pairs. One wielded a towering steel shield, while the other carried a tumtor-long iron spear, with a backup broadsword strapped to their backs. This level of equipment and combat readiness was a testament to the nation's formidable strength, rivaling even that of a demigod-tier lord. It was no wonder they had once managed to perish alongside the invaders during the First Abyssal Uprising. Without the suppressive fire of the enchanted arrows, the Abyssal army quickly reached the base of the walls. Their grotesque faces, greedy eyes, and gaping maws brimming with sharp teeth were now clearly visible. Were it not for the earlier divine blessings of the celestial angels, many of the defenders might have already lost their resolve. The crawling demons charged at the gates with reckless abandon, only to be blasted back by sudden flashes of yellow light. A fiery serpent materialized out of thin air, incinerating the airborne creatures in an instant. This was the Colton-class magical defense system, a marvel of engineering that combined earth, wind, and fire magic. Earth to fortify the walls, wind to prohibit aerial movement, and fire to summon serpents for offense. It was the duchy's crowning achievement, though its one glaring flaw was its insatiable energy consumption. The system drained vast amounts of soul crystals with each passing moment, and the more intense the attacks, the greater the drain. Aware of this limitation, the general only allowed the fiery serpent to appear briefly, focusing the system's energy on fortifications. After several probing attacks, the abyssal creatures realized that as long as they didn't launch direct assaults on the walls, the system wouldn't retaliate. They swiftly adapted their strategy, opting to scale the walls or leap upwards. Scythe demons, with their 4 powerful arms, vaulted onto the ramparts. Thankfully, their numbers were limited. Shield bearers intercepted their strikes, while spearmen seized the opportunity to pierce their skulls. Archers from the rear provided constant support, but ordinary arrows proved largely ineffective against the abyssal creatures. A scythe demon, bristling with arrows embedded in its body, fell from the parapet but continued to crawl forward until a soldier finally executed it with a blade. By now, numerous crawling demons had scaled the walls, and the pressure on the defenders intensified. One shieldbearer had just repelled a crawling demon when a leaping scythe demon slashed his throat, creating a breach that allowed other creatures to pour in. The castle defense troops held their formations valiantly, while the second squad of archers dropped their bows and drew their blades to engage in close combat. The general himself joined the fray, wielding a massive axe that cleaved through a dozen creatures in a single swing. Some archers followed his lead, charging forward with their daggers to plug the gaps, fighting desperately and buying precious time. But the breaches multiplied, and the swarm of creatures surged like a relentless tide, inflicting heavy casualties on the defenders. The adjutant sounded the horn once more, and the fiery serpent reappeared, sweeping across the walls and incinerating the climbing creatures. The celestial angels, having regained a sliver of their divine power, cast holy light spells to aid the soldiers in pushing back the intruders. During this brief respite, staff-wielding angels ascended into the air, their expressions filled with sorrow. Faithful believers, in the light of the holy, we shall find eternal life. As their chant echoed, white light rained down like gentle snowflakes, and the fallen soldiers began to rise. I thought I was dead. We've been brought back to life? Ha ha ha, if we can be revived, what is there to fear? The resurrected soldiers touched their healed wounds in disbelief, their eyes burning with fervent determination. Quietly, a few celestial angels supported the exhausted healing angels who had depleted their magic. Though the resurrected soldiers were only at levels 30 to 40, reviving over 100 of them at once had drained the bronze-tier healing angels completely. The Holy Lord watches over all devout followers, the angels said weakly before retreating to the rear to pray and recover their strength. Praise the angels. Praise the Holy Light Lord. The walls resounded with the unified cries of the defenders. Witnessing their comrades return from the dead, the soldiers became zealous warriors of faith, their earlier fear replaced with unshakable resolve. Following the general's orders, an adjutant recorded the scene with a memory stone and sent it through a small teleportation array to the rear, where plans were already underway to mass-produce copies and distribute them to every city to boost morale. Hold your lines and prepare for battle. Second Castle defense troops, be ready to rotate in at any moment. No gaps in the defense are allowed. 3rd and 6th Archer squads, remain in place and rest. The general issued orders once more. With limited forces, he had initially planned to alternate the castle defense troops, but the dire situation left no room for such considerations. The well-trained soldiers quickly took their positions, and the fiery serpent dissipated. Below the walls, the abyssal creatures, teeming in overwhelming numbers, began their ascent once more. Kill! Hoarse cries of rage echoed along the city walls. Warriors gripped their spears tightly, thrusting them with all their might at the oncoming enemies. The battle had raged on for 3 hours. Though their unwavering faith kept their expressions resolute, The trembling in their hands betrayed their exhaustion. Suddenly, one soldier, drained of strength, failed to pierce the airborne scythe demon with his attack. In the split second before disaster struck, a shield-bearer leapt forward without hesitation, tackling the creature off the wall. Both plunged into the abyss below, where the shield-bearer was torn apart by countless crawling demons. This act of sacrifice seemed to signal the beginning of a tide of mistakes among the defenders. At that moment, a divine figure descended silently onto the city walls, a breathtaking angel with 6 wings. With a single strike of her sword, hundreds of crawling demons were obliterated. Lady Analia, are you ready? The general's face lit up with hope. He had long wanted to deploy 2 elite knight battalions to ease the pressure on the city defenses, but the overwhelming numbers of abyssal creatures outside had made him hesitate. He feared the knights would be overwhelmed, and the city gates would fall as a result. Analia gave a slight nod. In war mode, the angels defending the city were part of the same faction as the human forces, allowing them to share the experience gained from kills. To nurture the lower-level angels, they had held back until now. But after intense training and combat, 400 battle angels had risen to at least bronze tier 5, with some even reaching silver tier. They were finally ready for battle. Send the order. 1st and 2nd Knight battalions, prepare to move out. The general gave the command without delay. The sound of horns filled the air as 2 well-equipped battalions, each 10,000 strong and averaging level 50, assembled behind the gates. Overhead, 2 winged angels formed battle formations, their radiant holy light swirling around them. Analia ascended slowly, her pale gold sword igniting with sacred flames as she raised it high above her head. Under the light of the divine, all evil shall perish. Flames of judgment, descend. A dazzling golden blade of light swept down from the heavens, cutting through the abyssal monsters outside the gates. Every creature it touched was instantly cleaved in 2, their bodies reduced to ash by the holy fire. In mere moments, a vast, empty expanse stretched hundreds of meters beyond the city gates. The defenders seized the opportunity, opening the gates. Hundreds of angels surged forward, their combined holy light obliterating any creatures that dared approach. Analia hovered above like a deity, showering radiant blessings upon every knight. Follow the light. Charge. Kill. The 2 knight battalions surged through the cleared path like arrows loosed from a bowstring, cutting through the enemy ranks with unstoppable momentum. Against this united force of angels and knights, the abyssal creatures crumbled. The knights' spears, imbued with combat energy, struck with deadly precision. Whenever the enemy began to regroup, the angels unleashed waves of holy judgment, wiping them out entirely. The battle raged from daylight into dusk, the battlefield transforming into an unrelenting slaughterhouse. Piles of crawling demon corpses mounted high, and though the knights suffered thousands of casualties, their resolve never wavered. Even a few 2-winged angels fell in battle, only to be swiftly resurrected. Exhaustion was etched into every face, and as darkness approached, the fear of heavier losses loomed. Suddenly, the general noticed a break in the enemy's seemingly endless ranks in the distance. Analia opened her eyes, explaining, something is holding them back. They won't reinforce for at least 8 hours. Use this time to rest. Praise the almighty Lord of Light. The general was overjoyed and quickly sent word to the front lines. The sound of horns resounded, and the knight commanders, after dispatching a few final demons, looked up to confirm the news. Sure enough, the enemy reinforcements had been cut off. Their reinforcements are stalled. Brothers, to me, victory is ours. With spirits reignited, the knights found renewed strength in their weary arms. Facing a dwindling number of enemies, they fought with fierce determination. 2 hours later, the last abyssal creature fell. The exhausted soldiers, too drained to cheer, returned to the city to regroup as ordered. White-robed priests entered the wounded barracks, casting healing spells. Leading them was none other than Princess Elia of the Duchy. Recognizing her, the soldiers panicked. Your Highness, you shouldn't trouble yourself with this. The young princess, her delicate features radiating grace and nobility, smiled gently as she focused on her spells. You have risked your lives for our nation. You are warriors, heroes. It is my honor to heal you. Under the light of the divine, there is no distinction between high and low. We are all followers of the Lord of Light. If pressure disappears without reason, it must be because someone else is bearing the weight for you. The defenders of Colton City had just caught a brief moment of respite when a fierce battle erupted in the stillness of the night. Xena stood motionless atop the roof of a crumbling building, arms crossed over her chest, her crimson eyes shimmering with a faint glow of resentment. Master, aren't we going to help them? A massive eagle flapped its wings, eager to join the fray, as it asked curiously. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you, Xena replied coldly. The eagle, met with this icy response, sulked and flew off to the side. Hey, you dumb bird, can't you see the master's in a foul mood? You've got guts trying to provoke her, a golden rat sneered in a low voice. But wasn't it the Emperor's order to hold back the Abyss army? The eagle asked, clearly puzzled. In its memory, anything involving Jiang Yan always made the master unusually proactive. That's why you're an idiot, the golden rat scoffed. The Emperor's order was to delay them for 8 hours. Look down there. On the battlefield below, swarms of skeleton soldiers were locked in a brutal clash with the abyssal creatures. These elite skeletal warriors, forged from the remains of powerful beings, fought the enemy with equal ferocity. Among them, the golden-ranked Scorpion King wreaked havoc like a battlefield overlord. Judging by the current rate of casualties, this undead army of 60,000, with no reinforcements, would be completely wiped out in 10 hours already, exceeding the expected target. Through their brief exchange, the Golden Rat explained to the eagle why Xena was in a foul mood. This land belonged to the Light faction, mortal enemies of their undead faction. Sacrificing their forces to buy time for an adversarial faction was understandably frustrating. Listening to her subordinates chatter, Xena glanced at them with an impassive expression and couldn't help but reach for the longbow on her back. These concerns were trivial. The real issue was that abyssal creatures couldn't be transformed into undead nor controlled by curses. As an archer, her power had its limits. More importantly, being so close to the abyssal portal, using excessive force might prematurely alert certain powerful entities, potentially jeopardizing the Emperor's plans. She retrieved a white porcelain bottle from her inner pocket, popped a sugar pearl into her mouth, and felt her mood lighten slightly. Gazing at the battlefield, where the skeletal army was now at a disadvantage, she furrowed her brow. Fine, for the Emperor's sake. Gripping her longbow, Xena carefully restrained her power to the level of bronze tier 10 and began sniping with precision. 16 black arrows flew like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of abyssal creatures one after another. With her support, the collapse of the undead army slowed noticeably. The battle raged on for a full 11 hours. As dawn broke, over 20,000 skeletal soldiers still stood their ground. But just then, Xena sensed something unusual. Emerging quietly from the abyssal portal were two new types of creatures. Blood demons, their faces marked with crimson runes, wielding crystals to manipulate blood on the battlefield. And curse priests, cloaked in black robes, who used grotesque rituals with flesh statues to instantly shatter swathes of skeletons. Second-tier abyssal creatures, blood demons, and curse priests. Time to leave. Hina decisively issued the retreat order, summoning back the demonic giant scorpion. A flicker of seriousness crossed her eyes. These tier 2 demonic creatures were not to be underestimated. If they were to engage them at full strength, it could potentially trigger the premature arrival of tier 3 monsters, or even abyssal demigods. Enough time had already been bought. There was no need to take such a risk. As Hina and her group withdrew, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Even with the addition of blood demons and curse priests, the 20,000 skeletal warriors, now leaderless and deprived of their strongest allies, lasted less than an hour before being completely annihilated. The abyssal army surged forward like a relentless tide, advancing toward Colton City. Meanwhile, deep beneath the royal palace of the Harmank Duchy, in a hidden chamber, a pivotal awakening was taking place. As the magic array activated, a massive ice crystal began to melt away, gradually revealing the figure of an elder sealed within. King Zurin Harmank stood respectfully below, holding his breath in anticipation. When the elder finally opened his eyes, his gaze swept calmly across the room before settling on Zurin. Which generation of my descendants are you? Ancestor. I am your 13th generation descendant, Zurin Harmank. The king responded with excitement. This was no ordinary elder, was a demigod, the founding emperor of the Harmank Duchy. So much time has passed, the elder sighed softly. This eternal frost seal was the work of the gods themselves. It only dissolves when the abyss descends. It seems the abyss has returned once again? Yes, ancestor. 10 days ago, the sealed abyssal passage reappeared. 10 days. The elder appeared contemplative. Then it seems my time to fulfill my duty has come. He fixed his gaze on Zurin. As the current king, you must know our lineage's mission. Of course, ancestor. We are to await the arrival of a true god who will lead us to defeat the abyss and lift the eternal curse on the Harmank bloodline. The elder nodded solemnly, his expression tinged with sorrow. That is correct. I sense the imminent arrival of an abyssal demon general, a being of unspeakable power, impossible to defeat through conventional means. Like those before me, I will activate the final cataclysm array, sacrificing myself and 80% of our people to summon the will of the multiverse. Together, we will annihilate the demon general and preserve a spark of life for the duchy. He continued, before I die, I will pass my strength on to you. You must remain here and wait until the abyssal passage is sealed once more and the false gods are destroyed or driven away. Only then should you emerge, rebuild this nation, and prepare for the prophesied arrival of the true god. Then, wait, ancestor, Zorin interrupted, hope gleaming in his eyes. Perhaps this time, your sacrifice won't be necessary. The true god has already descended. The warriors' valiant efforts on the battlefield quickly bore fruit. Reports came in of countless abyssal creatures slain, earning them 100,000 soul crystals and 100 points of reputation. The system notification indicated that these rewards would receive multiplier bonuses based on performance ratings once the abyssal uprising was quelled. Even more surprising, the founding emperor of the Hamake Principality, the demigod Aten Hamake, had decided to temporarily abandon his sacrificial plans due to the army's impressive performance and was preparing to meet with them in person. Standing atop the back of a colossal dragon soaring through the clouds, Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, contemplating the three pieces of information. The first two were within expectations. During his previous life, he had earned a 1.17x rating by merely ambushing a few scattered abyssal squads using peripheral observation tactics. This time, with direct resistance against the abyssal invasion, a 34x rating seemed entirely feasible. With that, the settlement of hundreds of thousands of soul crystals would secure the upgrade of Heaven's Gate. The third piece of information confirmed his suspicions. In his previous life, by this point, the principality had already lost half its territory, forcing the demigod emperor to sacrifice his citizens in a desperate bid to repel the abyssal forces, perishing alongside a demon general in the process. But now, with Colton City fortified and the abyssal army held at bay, such drastic measures were no longer necessary. Aten Hamake's visit was likely to assess their combat strength. If deemed sufficient to resist the abyss, he might join the fight. Otherwise, the sacrificial plan would be reinstated. With anomaly, a diamond tier 3 powerhouse surpassing ordinary demigods, and the addition of Yabalik, the trio should be more than capable of crushing any abyssal demigod. Jiang Yan calculated silently. The odds of victory were in their favor. Master, the abyssal forces are approaching. Should we descend? Yabalik suddenly asked. Jiang Yan glanced downward and nodded approvingly. Sina did well. I initially asked her to delay them for 8 hours, but she managed to buy 12. However, there's no rush to join the fray. I trust Anna can handle it. Understood, Master, Yabalik replied, his eyes glinting as he added, indeed, this is hardly a challenge for Lady Anna. Meanwhile, on Colton City's walls, Analia, who had been praying to the heavens, suddenly opened her eyes and gently unfurled her wings. A nearby general, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately snapped to attention. Have they arrived, Holy Envoy? Analia nodded slightly. Send the order. Prepare for battle. War horns resounded as shimmering tricolored magical shields activated one after another. The soldiers on the walls swiftly checked their weapons and took their positions, while the logistics and support units moved in tandem. Holy Envoy, we owe much to the brothers who held off the abyssal army. I wonder how they're faring now, the general said, watching the soldiers regain their vigor, his tone filled with gratitude. The 10-hour respite had been crucial for the army's recovery. Pay it no mind. They are nothing more than vile creatures that shun the light. When dawn comes, they will scatter naturally, Analia replied, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her tone indifferent. The general wisely held his tongue, thinking to himself how this dynamic mirrored the rivalries among the king's generals. Apparently, even divine beings vied for favor. About a quarter-hour later, the ground began to tremble. Analia warned, they're here. I sense tier 2 abyssal creatures. We must not let them get close. The general immediately issued orders. Bring out all enchanted arrows from the reserves. Archers, teams 1 and 2, alternate fire. Defensive units, provide cover. Bows were drawn, swords unsheathed, and the angelic squad of divine spellcasters ascended into the air, casting enhancement spells. The abyssal horde surged forward like a tide, rapidly closing in on the city. Fire. The enchanted explosive arrows rained down, erupting into brilliant bursts of flame upon impact, reducing the front ranks of crawling demons to shreds. The defenders breathed a momentary sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. Dozens of archers on the walls suddenly collapsed, their bodies limp. Not good, it's the power of a curse. Under the light of the divine, all wicked curses shall be purified. The angelic spellcasters chanted swiftly, their radiant magic dispelling the dark energy rising above the soldiers. Yet, in the brief gap created by the disrupted arrow fire, several blood demons, shielded by the crawling creatures, advanced to within a kilometer of the walls. From the blood-red crystals atop their heads, they unleashed beams of light that swept across the battlements, instantly cutting down several soldiers who failed to evade in time. Their blood drained dry. The battle on the city walls shifted dramatically in an instant. Only a handful of quick-reacting soldiers managed to survive by taking cover behind the shield bearers, while the rest fell under the sweeping beams of crimson light. The defenders, who once held the advantage of the high ground, were now suppressed, as a massive wave of abyssal monsters reached the base of the walls. Just then, a colossal serpent of fire appeared, incinerating the climbing creatures into ashes. Though this temporarily alleviated the crisis, sustaining the fiery serpent required an immense expenditure of energy, clearly not a sustainable solution. The general quickly assessed the situation. We must go on the offensive. The enemy's crimson beams not only fire faster than our archers, but also have auto-targeting capabilities. If we don't eliminate these blood fiends, we'll remain at their mercy. Saintus, I implore the Angel Squad and the Knight Order to launch a joint counterattack. Anelia gave a slight nod. The Angel Squad is ready for battle at any time, but I must remain on standby. The uprising has lasted for 2 days, and the abyssal demigod could descend at any moment. I need to stay in peak condition. That will suffice, Saintus. The hammock duchy won't be trifled with, the general replied, gratitude flashing in his eyes. He turned to his adjutant. Send word to the mage tower. Let those esteemed mages show us what they're capable of. The adjutant immediately activated a small communication array. In the heart of the city, the floating mage tower began to ascend. 37 mages, clad in robes of various colors, stepped into the central formation atop the tower. Under the direction of a diamond-ranked mage, they began chanting in unison. From the void descends the fire of the heavens. All that is decayed shall be consumed in its blaze. The specially designed mage tower lit up layer by layer. As its energy reached its peak, the incantation was completed. A dense concentration of fire elements gathered in the sky, forming a massive crimson cloud. Wrath of the Fire God. Go! The archmage roared, channeling the spell. A giant burning hand manifested from the cloud, tearing through the skies as though enraged by divine fury, and slammed down heavily onto the monster-infested ground. With a deafening explosion, the intense blaze and shockwave left everyone momentarily blinded. When the dust settled, every monster within several hundred meters outside the city gates had been obliterated. The Knight Order and Angel Squad seized the opportunity, charging out of the gates to engage the remaining creatures in fierce combat. High above the clouds, Jiang Yan observed the devastating power of the combined magic. He suddenly recalled what the archangel had mentioned about the gods returning in this era. Yaberlik, do you know who passed down these spells? Does the fire god still exist in this world? Master, please don't ask such profound questions. I'm just an ordinary little Dragoni, wouldn't know these secrets, Yaberlik replied awkwardly. Aren't you the self-proclaimed bright holy dragon king? How could you not know anything? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Yaberlik stammered, even more flustered. Master, you see, we dragons like to give ourselves grand titles when we go out, like Holy Dragon Emperor or Divine Dragon God, something along those lines. Oh, Jiang Yan exclaimed in sudden realization. So, this bright holy dragon king of yours, you're actually the least useful one, aren't you? The battle raged on from dawn until noon. The battlefield was a grim tapestry of fallen knights, the remains of the duchy's reinforcements, and the carcasses of demonic creatures, staining the ground with eerie hues of red and green. All 400 angels had ascended to the silver rank, weaving through enemy ranks, their blades flashing as they felled Tier 2 demons one after another. Yet, even with their superior strength, the angels were not invincible under the debilitating curse of the enemy priests, and casualties among them began to mount. One angel, struck by an anti-flight curse, plummeted from the sky. Remaining composed, she swung her sword in a wide arc, slaying 3 encroaching crawlers. However, she couldn't evade the lethal beam of blood magic that struck her from behind. Holy light shall purge all evil. Faithful believers, within the holy light, we shall find eternal life. 2 spells descended almost simultaneously. One erupted into blazing holy flames, incinerating the surrounding demons, while the other revived the fallen angel, restoring her to life. It was the timely intervention of a divine spell angel and a healing angel that saved their imperiled comrade. Yet the abyssal army continued to pour forth in relentless waves, and the angels began to fall with increasing frequency. If this continued, the healing angels would soon exhaust their mana, leaving the angelic squad vulnerable to devastating losses. We can't wait any longer. Yaberlik, let's go. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed deeply. Having never witnessed such a battle in his past life, he had underestimated the ferocity of the Abyssal Legion. The obsidian-colored calamity staff materialized in his hand, glowing faintly. He had been reluctant to resort to necromantic magic after all, as the light sovereign of the Hamank Duchy, raising the corpses of fallen soldiers would severely undermine his followers' faith. But as he watched the devoted angels, who spent their days praying and fighting, struggle in the chaos, he made up his mind. To hell with faith. Let it crumble if it must. Right now, it's time to fulfill the duty of the light sovereign. A resonant dragon's roar split the heavens as the man descended atop a mighty dragon, staff in hand. The sovereign is here. The soldiers on the city walls looked up in awe. The angels, including Anelia, gazed at him with expressions of joy and reverence. The majesty of the holy light shall not be defiled. Jiang Yan's calm voice rang out as he stood atop the dragon's head. His staff flared with blinding brilliance as his magic surged. A wave of immense power swept across the battlefield, and tens of thousands of corpses opened their eyes simultaneously. With fervent expressions, they seized nearby weapons and rose to their feet. To everyone's astonishment, these reanimated warriors were shrouded in a faint, holy radiance. Necromantic dominion. The Emperor of the Undead's talent, infinity, and the Lord's skill, war frenzy. After expending 20,000 soul crystals to replenish his mana, Jiang Yan seized control of every corpse on the battlefield in one move. The tide of battle shifted instantly as the abyssal demons, caught off guard, were cut down by the resurrected warriors. These undead soldiers, devoid of fear, continued to fight even with their hearts pierced. Disaster versus disaster, now it's fair. With the undead soldiers holding the line, the angels were finally free to unleash their spells without restraint, no longer relying solely on their swordsmanship. Holy light judgment. Hymn of radiance. Waves of holy magic rained down, obliterating dozens of crawling demons with each strike. Even more astonishing, these holy spells not only avoided harming the undead warriors, but actually enhanced their abilities. A faint smile played on Jiang Yan's lips. This was his first time using necromantic dominion since merging with the identity of the Light Sovereign, and the results exceeded his expectations. On the city walls, the general observed the battlefield with a puzzled expression. These resurrected warriors, though clearly the product of necromantic magic, exuded no trace of malevolence. Instead, they radiated a sacred glow. Saintess, what is this? The general hesitantly asked Analea, who stood beside him. This is holy light magic heroic rebirth. The sovereign honors the unyielding spirits of these warriors and has granted their wish to continue fighting by summoning their souls back from the realm of the dead, Analea explained with serene composure. As a devout believer, it was her duty to uphold the sovereign's image. Besides, in her eyes, power itself bore no inherent morality. In the hands of the sovereign, even the forces of necromancy could become instruments of justice. I see. The general nodded thoughtfully, casting a contemplative glance at the unflinching Analea. The holy emissary radiated pure and luminous power, embodying the pinnacle of divine existence. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but reflect on his own limited understanding. The abilities of the Light Sovereign were truly a wine-spiring capable of forcibly retrieving life from the realm of the dead, without even the rulers of that domain daring to object. This realization only deepened his unwavering faith. On the battlefield, the ferocity of the combat had reached its peak. Undead warriors, disregarding their own safety, hurled themselves at the spiked, crawling demons. Even when their bodies were impaled, they continued to swing their weapons with all their might, severing the heads of their foes. Against the relentless, laser-like attacks of the blood demons, the undead soldiers pressed forward without hesitation. The sacrifice of dozens of comrades, reduced to ashes, finally secured an opportunity for close combat, allowing them to bring down these formidable enemies. With the powerful support of the angels' magic from the rear, the once unstoppable abyssal army began to falter, their lines gradually forced into retreat. At that moment, all the powerful beings present sensed an anomaly simultaneously and turned their gazes toward the distance. A colossal creature, as massive as a small mountain, was crawling toward Colton City. This monstrosity appeared to be an amalgamation of countless other creatures, its tentacles extending outward to ensnare and consume every living being in its path. Even the abyssal forces, crawling demons and scythe demons were not spared. Its size swelled with every entity it devoured, and by the time it neared the city walls, it had grown to an astonishing height of over 1,000 meters. Even the mighty Aberlic seemed as insignificant as a child before it. "What kind of monster is this?" murmured one of the soldiers on the city wall, his voice tinged with despair. Even the general, a figure of steadfast resolve, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He doubted whether even Colton's formidable magical defense system could withstand a single step from this behemoth. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared on the battlements, his expression grave as he explained to Analea, "The situation is dire. This is a Tier 3 Abyssal Creaturia fusion demon. Its own strength is not particularly remarkable, but it can continuously absorb other beings to enhance itself. With the battlefield littered with the corpses of countless demons, it has consumed far too much and is now nearing the power of a demigod. I suggest we join forces to hold it off for half an hour. Its genetic structure will collapse, and it will destroy itself." Analea's gaze shifted to Jiang Yan. After a brief moment of hesitation, she replied, "There's no need. The sovereign will intervene." The elderly man shook his head slightly, raising a hand to stop the visibly excited general and guards from stepping forward to pay their respects. In a calm and steady tone, he said, "That young friend indeed carries the seed of a true god, and perhaps one day he may ascend to godhood. But for now, he is far from it. Faith often blinds us. We should focus on protecting him. Analea cast him a sidelong glance, a trace of disdain flickering in her heart. Though the old man was competent, he was from a small place, narrow-minded, and lacking political acumen. She vividly remembered the teachings of the Holy Lord. Saint Light favors those who know when to advance and retreat. Since the Holy Lord chose to confront the creature rather than strategically withdraw, it was clear he was fully confident. As a mature follower, it was only right to step aside and let the Holy Lord take center stage. The angels who ventured into the wasteland had reported back to her. The Holy Lord, after personally slaying the wasteland guardian, was in high spirits and full of praise for Xena's timely restraint. If that undead creature could accomplish such a feat, surely she, as a seraph, could do the same. As an ancient text once said, adopt the strengths of others to overcome them. With that thought, a faint smile graced Analea's lips, and the rhythm of her wings became noticeably lighter. Standing atop the dragon's head, Jiang Yan was unaware of the inner thoughts of his subordinate angel. He had long anticipated the scene before him. The fusion fiend had been a boss-level entity that caused countless lords to fall during the Second Abyssal Uprising. It was precisely for this reason that he had taken to the battlefield astride his dragon at the very start of the battle. Over the grueling 40-hour conflict, both sides suffered heavy losses, and he had already absorbed over 100,000 death essences. As the fusion fiend charged toward him like a mountain in motion, Jiang Yan's expression remained unperturbed. He raised the scourge staff and pointed it forward. The skull at the staff's tip, which had been subdued by embedded gemstones, suddenly came to life. Its eye sockets flared with a blood-red glow, locking onto the massive creature heading his way. Scourge ability, instant death, activate. Time seemed to freeze. Countless threads of law pierced the fusion fiend's body, stripping away its vitality and soul, which were irresistibly drawn into the skull. With a faint crunching sound, the tentacle about to strike Jiang Yan instantly lost all life, falling limp. The colossal body began to disintegrate, collapsing piece by piece until only a colorless lump of decayed flesh the fusion fiend's core remained. Abominations cannot gaze upon divinity. Their only fate is death. Jiang Yan lowered his staff, standing tall on the dragon's back. His voice, amplified by magic, echoed across the city. The sight left everyone in the city stunned. To them, the sequence of events had unfolded with bewildering speed. The enormous fiend charged at Jiang Yan with a menacing grin of triumph, extended its tentacle to strike, and then, as their gazes met, it simply perished. The angels' expressions grew ever more fervent as they repeatedly chanted, "Abominations cannot gaze upon divinity. Their only fate is death." Their voices were pure and devout. Jiang Yan suddenly sensed an indescribable law gradually forming, bolstered by the angels' faith. Though it was far from fully manifesting, the sensation bore a striking resemblance to the divine arts wielded by the angels. A bold hypothesis crossed his mind. Perhaps the divine arts passed down through the realms originated from the words of ancient gods, empowered by boundless faith to become reality-altering spells. However, to confirm this theory, he would need to ascend to godhood himself. The soldiers, shaken from their stupor, joined the angels in chanting, "Praise the great Holy Lord of Light. Praise the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Lord of Light." What they had once dismissed as the delusions of zealots now became heartfelt reverence. Feeling the surge of faith, Jiang Yan was secretly delighted. He was growing more accustomed to his role as the Holy Lord of Light. "Yabalek, shrink your body. We're heading down," he instructed. The battle was far from over, and the earlier strike had consumed 20,000 death essence. She couldn't afford to repeat it. Besides, a miracle need only be shown once. Overusing it could backfire. Before long, the man and dragon descended onto the city walls, where a crowd awaited them. Jiang Yan smiled as he turned to the elderly man with demigod-level strength. The founder of the Hamank Principality, Aten Hamank? It was his first time meeting the man in person. In his previous life, he had only heard of him from the fleeing citizens of Hamank. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as Jiang Yan uttered his name. Bowing his head like a devout believer, he said, "It is I, creator of all things, master of the gods, controller of Saint Light, omniscient and omnipotent Holy Lord of Light. I am humbled that you know my insignificant name." The general standing nearby wore a peculiar expression. Just moments ago, the ancestor had been cautioning against blind faith, and now he was reciting such an elaborate title. The once majestic image of their nation's founder, as depicted in history books, suddenly seemed fragmented. "There's no need for such formality, old sir," Jiang Yan replied, finding the man rather likable. Though bound by the narrative, it was true that in his previous life, he had perished alongside an abyssal demigod. "Holy Lord, as the founder of the Hamank Principality, I am willing to lead the entire nation to become your vassal faith state. If only you would bestow your mercy and halt the abyssal invasion," the old man said earnestly, his head still bowed. The display of power that had annihilated the fusion fiend, coupled with Jiang Yan's ability to reveal his identity in the presence of the divine seed, had fully convinced him that this was the prophesied true god. The founder of the Hamank Principality, Aten Hamank, requests to become your vassal faith state. In return, you must ensure their survival in this abyssal uprising. Do you accept? The system's prompt echoed through Jiang Yan's mind. Jiang Yan looked at the bowed Aten, slightly surprised. He had been wondering how to persuade this demigod, but the man's initiative made things unexpectedly simple. Since it was a system-recognized contract, there shouldn't be any issues. With that thought, Jiang Yan smiled and accepted, saying, "Of course. Saint Light will protect every devout believer." The war raged on. The once sparse horde of monsters had grown dense again, feeding off each other to regain their numbers. In the distance, 3 fusion demons descended, consuming everything in their path and growing ever more formidable. Divine One, leave these creatures to me. Arden stepped forward, volunteering. Go ahead. I'll have Anna cover you. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, eager to observe the strength of the semi-divine champions from the duchies. Arden took a few steps forward and let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling to several times its original size. His shirt burst into shreds, revealing bronze, chiseled muscles. With a light stomp, he launched himself like a cannonball into the abyssal army, the sonic boom echoing through the battlefield. The 3 fusion demons immediately locked onto the powerful figure. Greed flickered in their eyes as drool dripped from their massive maws. Retracting their countless tentacles, they lunged at Arden with all their might. Arden smirked disdainfully. These creatures weren't as evolved as the one they had faced before, merely at the golden tier of strength. They posed no real threat. If he wanted to prove his worth to the Divine One, he needed to finish this quickly. With a nimble movement, he dodged the encroaching tentacles. Grabbing one with a firm grip, he tore it apart, sending dark green blood splattering through the air. The act enraged the fusion demons, and hundreds of tentacles lashed out in retaliation, weaving a dense net to seal off his escape. Arden stopped dodging. A flash from his storage ring produced a massive black sword, 3 meters long. Break! He roared, unleashing the power of a semi-divine being. Empowered by divine laws, the sword cleaved through the tentacle barrier, carving a massive wound along one of the demon's bodies. The injured fusion demon frantically began devouring nearby lesser creatures to heal itself, but Arden gave it no opportunity. He hurled his sword, impaling the demon's body, and in a burst of speed, appeared before it. Condensing his immense strength into his fist, he struck directly at its core. With a deafening boom, the demon's body exploded as though it were a balloon. Its massive form crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Arden evaporated the dark green blood, staining him, and charged at the remaining 2 fusion demons. Didn't expect the old man to be so brutal, Jiang Yan remarked with a chuckle from the city wall. Yabalik, how do you think you'd fare against him? Evenly matched for now, Yabalik replied with a touch of arrogance. But I can feel a breakthrough coming. Once I step into the semi-divine realm and master the laws, I could take on 10 of him. And what about Anna? Could you beat her after becoming semi-divine? Jiang Yan asked, amused. Yabalik froze, his wings twitching slightly as a cold, piercing gaze swept over him. He shivered and quickly forced a sheepish smile. That's impossible. In front of Lady Anna, I wouldn't even have the courage to raise my hand. Still scared just because she beat you up once? You're too timid. Jiang Yan laughed. As they chatted, the last fusion demon fell with a resounding crash. Arden sheathed his sword, evaporated the blood from his body, donned a fresh set of clothes, and returned to the wall. Divine One, the mission is complete. Well done. Recover your strength quickly, Jiang Yan said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The reinforcements for the abyssal army were dwindling, and the combined forces of the undead and angels were gaining the upper hand. This indicated that the portal was gathering energy, preparing to summon stronger entities. Abyssal semi-divines were about to arrive. Jiang Yan pondered what kind of strange being they might face this time. With 3 semi-divine combatants on their side, victory seemed assured, but abyssal entities often possessed extraordinary abilities. Losing even one of their champions in exchange would be a costly trade. He could only hope it was a type he had encountered before. The trio and the dragon stood silently on the wall for about half an hour before simultaneously sensing an ominous presence. A powerful pressure swept toward them from afar. Though it wasn't as overwhelming as the abyssal beast within the Tower of Inheritance, it far surpassed Arden's semi-divine strength. Soon, a humanoid figure dressed as a sorcerer appeared in the sky. With an unsettling grin and asymmetrical eyes, it surveyed the battlefield. Unlike the mindless abyssal monsters, it made no immediate move to attack, displaying an intelligence that set it apart. A new kind of creature, and one that retains its intellect, Jiang Yan muttered, frowning. This was the most troublesome type. He immediately recalled the angelic squad outside the walls. Everyone, attack together, Yes, Holy Lord, the three champions responded, moving to intercept the newcomer. A young dragon, a dying old man, and a life from a lost race. How fascinating, the sorcerer spoke in a raspy voice. Don't waste time talking. Take it down, Jiang Yan ordered coldly. He had learned the hard way in the Tower of Inheritance against an opponent with unknown abilities. Swift action was the best strategy. The group sprang into action. Arden roared as his body swelled again, shredding his clothes and charging forward with his massive sword. An aria chanted, summoning the ethereal form of a Valkyrie of light to merge with her body. Yabalik entered his most formidable combat state, his dragon tail whipping through the air. So crude. Charging in and yelling, even stripping off clothes, the sorcerer muttered with a frown. With a snap of its fingers, a blood-red mist erupted around it, forming a shield. Both the sword and the dragon tail struck the mist, leaving dents but failing to break through. The force of the impact sent them both reeling. The sorcerer didn't pursue. Instead, it began weaving blood into a sinister, miniature formation in the air. With its left hand, it tore into its own body, extracting writhing chunks of flesh to place onto the formation. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. As the abyssal sorcerer's spell neared completion, a golden longsword tore through the air, its blade wrapped in blazing holy flames. The sorcerer's protective blood mist sizzled under the intense heat, evaporating in an instant. Not a chance. The abyssal sorcerer's face darkened as the flesh on his right arm burst open, transforming into a blood arrow that shot forth at lightning speed. But Analea, now a Diamond Tier 7 warrior enhanced by the power of a holy spirit, had strength nearing that of an abyssal demigod. She stood her ground, her holy sword emitting a blinding light, slicing the blood arrow in two before continuing its relentless path toward the ritual and the sorcerer's blood magic. Forced to sacrifice the flesh from his legs, the sorcerer barely managed to conjure a blood shield to fend off the divine power of the six-winged angel. But this was no unknown. Duleton and Yabalik, who had been momentarily repelled, had regrouped and rejoined the fight. Die! Aton roared, veins bulging as he channeled his demigod power, bringing down a 3-meter-long black greatsword with overwhelming force. At the same time, Yabalik flanked the sorcerer from behind, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath. The sorcerer was forced to sacrifice more of his blood and flesh, transforming it into blood arrows to counter the dual assault. In a matter of moments, the abyssal demigod who had once driven Aton to sacrifice his own people in a past life had been pushed to the brink of defeat. Beneath his tattered robes, gleaming white bones were now visible. Watching from a distance, Jiang Yan was not surprised abyssal aberrations were not adept at direct combat. If it had been an abyssal terror beast, it could have ignored the other two and focused solely on the attack. But this sorcerer was clearly frail, likely vulnerable to a single devastating blow. Yet unease lingered in Jiang Yan's heart. Throughout the relentless assault, the sorcerer had refrained from using any special abilities. Either he was biding his time for a larger plan, or the conditions to activate his power had not yet been met. Neither option boded well. The tide of battle shifted again. Analea retreated 10 meters, her wings unfurling as she held a glowing holy tome. Behind her, a golden six-pointed star materialized. Heretic, kneel and repent for your sins. Grand prophecy. Her ethereal chant reverberated, causing the abyssal sorcerer to falter, his knees buckling slightly. All evil shall be purged in the flames. The holy tome in her hand transformed into a long sword, igniting once more with sacred fire. Above the sorcerer's head, a six-pointed magical array appeared in tandem. Flames of judgment. She swung her sword, unleashing a downpour of golden beams like a torrential rainstorm. Take this from your dragon lord. Yabalik added another blast of dragon breath, shouting excitedly. This move was all too familiar to him, had almost fallen to it once before. The explosions lasted a full 2 minutes before finally subsiding. As the dust cleared, the sorcerer's pitiful figure was revealed. Apart from his head, all his flesh had been stripped away, leaving a battered skeletal frame. Were it not for the writhing of some unknown substance within, he would have been indistinguishable from an ordinary skeleton. Just as victory seemed assured, the sorcerer let out an eerie laugh. Ignoring the three attackers, he turned his gaze directly toward Jiang Yan on the city walls, his face illuminated by the image of a tilted scale. Jiang Yan's heart sank, but he did not flinch. He had been cautious enough, never giving the sorcerer a chance to speak, attacking with full force from the outset, and even hiding within the city's defensive system. If, despite all this, he could still be targeted, retreating would be meaningless. Besides, at this moment, he represented the divine and could not show weakness under the gaze of evil. As two law-based abilities struck, Jiang Yan raised his head to meet the sorcerer's stare. The scale's shadow revealed two ghostly silhouettes, which vanished in the blink of an eye. You have entered a unique law-bound space, the domain of absolute fairness, A system prompt echoed. Jiang Yan focused on the abyssal sorcerer, now reduced to just a head. This was the sorcerer's special ability, capable of ignoring distance and defenses to drag him into this isolated realm. Wasting no time, Jiang Yan equipped the flawless grade radiant heavy armor gifted by the Federation, his internal magic quietly surging. The sprouting seed of a true god, even from afar. I could smell the stench of your abhorrent aura, the sorcerer sneered. The abyssal sorcerer quietly observed Jiang Yan's movements, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. A simple destruction mission, yet encountering a dragon and creatures from forgotten myths, how extraordinary, he remarked lightly. If it were one of those brainless demon generals from the Qixing species, you might have stood a chance. Unfortunately for you, you've run into me. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous abyssal demigods and demon lords, most of whom were brutal, ruthless, and devoid of humanity. Yet this one, with his incessant chatter, was a first. What surprised him even more was the hint of human-like pride showing on the sorcerer's face. Seeing Jiang Yan remain silent, the sorcerer seemed unbothered and continued flaunting his abilities. This is my most powerful skill, absolute fairness space. It can only be activated when my life force drops below 20%. It ignores spatial distance, and as long as the target's strength is not 5 times greater than mine, they will inevitably be drawn into this space. Here, no one stands a chance against me. His voice took on a note of intoxication as he added, I particularly savor the expressions of those who thought they had victory in their grasp, only to be dragged into this space. Their faces, filled with fear and despair, are always so captivating. Jiang Yan let out a cold chuckle. If this ability was truly so formidable, how had he been killed by Aten's sacrificial ritual in his past life? There had to be more to this than met the eye. It seems you don't quite understand the rules here, the sorcerer explained leisurely. In this space, the strength of both parties is synchronized to the same level. And as the initiator of the spell, I am allowed to impose one additional fair rule. For instance, when facing an opponent with overwhelming physical strength, I can enforce a physical ban. Against a master swordsman, I can implement a swordsmanship ban. And you, he paused meaningfully, a sly smile appearing. The so-called Lord of Light, a being with the divine seed of the holy element. I hereby ban your light element abilities. Will you still remain so composed now? As the sorcerer gave a silent smile, a notification echoed across the dimensions. Addition successful. Light element abilities have been banned. The rules for this absolute fairness space are now finalized and cannot be modified further. The space will remain until one side perishes. Hearing this announcement, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned before an odd expression crossed his face. Ban light element abilities? Equalize strength? A faint smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. What an interesting ability. Jiang Yan slowly removed his radiant heavy armor, and a jet black staff materialized in his hand. But who told you I was the Lord of Light? This is the Staff of Calamity. The abyssal sorcerer stared at the artifact in Jiang Yan's hand, his raspy voice escalating into a sharp cry. You clearly possess the divine seed of the holy light. So how can you wield the pinnacle artifact of the undead? What's so strange about that? Jiang Yan's lips curved into a faint smile as he channeled his magic into the Staff of Calamity. As the new emperor of the undead, isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to have an artifact of the undead? This is unfair. The sorcerer roared in frustration. Perhaps if you'd faced another lord, one of those who only flaunt their wealth, you might have one. Unfortunately, you ran into me. Jiang Yan coolly echoed the sorcerer's earlier taunt, pointing the staff at his opponent. The sorcerer's face turned pale at the familiar words. In his panic, he barely managed to summon a shield of blood mist. Wait. Before he could finish, 2 thick streaks of black lightning shot from the tip of the Staff of Calamity. They tore through the blood mist and struck the abyssal sorcerer with devastating force. The amplified death finger spell obliterated the silver sorcerer in an instant, disintegrating his bones and skull into fine dust under the overwhelming power of death. As the battle concluded, a translucent, crystalline token and a radiant blue scroll materialized out of thin air. Jiang Yan immediately recognized them as the fabled Diamond Advancement Token and the Blueprint Evolution Scroll. Diamond Advancement Tokens were anything but common. They could only be obtained by defeating beings of demigod level or higher, and were essential for both lords and professionals to ascend to demigod status. They were in constant demand, often used by powerful factions to attract prodigious talents. As for the Blueprint Evolution Scroll, it could elevate epic blueprints to legendary status, making it another invaluable treasure Jiang Yan desperately needed. Who would have thought this abyssal demigod would leave him such a generous gift? Jiang Yan stepped forward, collected the items, and smiled even wider. Suddenly, the space around him began to ripple. The absolute fairness space was ending due to one party's death, and he would return to the real world in 3 seconds. As the notification echoed in his ears, the space shattered like a broken mirror, its surroundings dissolving into a blur before reassembling into their original form. Jiang Yan reappeared atop the city walls. In the distance, the sorcerer's body disintegrated into dust and scattered into the wind with a faint breeze. Everyone froze in shock. The absolute fairness space did not synchronize with the outside world, so to the onlookers, it seemed as though the abyssal demigod had died instantly after merely exchanging a glance with Jiang Yan. Not even a trace of him remained. This level of devastation far surpassed the impact of a three-person assault. The crowd's minds raced back to the fate of the powerful fused demon from earlier. It, too, had perished with just a glance. Evil cannot gaze upon divinity. The only outcome is death, the crowd murmured, the weight of this phrase settling in with new significance. Gradually, their voices grew louder and more unified, until reverence filled the air. Unaware of the exact cause of their awe, Jiang Yan maintained his faint smile, standing tall on the city walls. Bathed in the adulation of thousands, he appeared as if a true god had descended upon the mortal realm. Witnessing this moment were the herald of the lost myth, the seraph Analia, the fallen dragon Yabalik, the demigod warrior Aten Hamank of the Hamank Principality, and countless mortal soldiers. They had all seen him vanquish the evil abyssal demigod with a single glance. A series of notifications appeared on the Multiverse record panel, shaking Jiang Yan to his core. The system acknowledged his actions as fulfilling one of the foundational elements of divinity, proclamation. If he could achieve the remaining elements faith and a divine Sitha would gain an exclusive divine skill, the gaze of the divine. The realization left Jiang Yan astounded. What had started as an offhand remark had, through a series of coincidences, actually evolved into a divine skill. It was almost unbelievable. He recalled the earlier vision of the archangel. He had summoned her mere gaze, had annihilated a powerful abyssal terror beast. If this divine skill were fully realized in the future, wouldn't it make him invincible? One glance, and his enemies would fall. Lord, are you all right? At some point, Analia had flown back to the city walls, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Jiang Yan. With her connection to the holy light, she had sensed his brief disappearance. Of course, a mere abyssal fiend could never challenge the authority of the holy light. Jiang Yan replied with a smile, choosing not to reveal the truth. He knew that if he did, the earnest little angel would only blame herself and feel sorrowful. Naturally, such arrogance is typical of fiends. Analia nodded in agreement. Lord Aten Hamank approached, his face beaming with joy. The demigod of the Hamank Principality seemed particularly elated. For generations, his ancestors had fought and perished in the endless cycles of war against the abyss. But now, the prophecy of a true god leading them to victory had come to pass, breaking the cycle of death. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Nearby, a general stepped forward and asked, Divine One, my lord, what shall we do next? Should we hold the line until the abyssal surge subsides? Hold the line? No. Jiang Yan turned his gaze toward the horizon. Another wave of monsters was rushing toward them, though most were low-tier creatures, far fewer in number than at the start. It seemed the arrival of the demigod had drained much of the abyss's energy. This is the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Analia, lead the angelic army. Leave none alive. As you command, my lord. Without hesitation, hundreds of angels spread their wings and advanced upon the remnants of the abyssal forces. Where faith resides, the holy light endures. 8 angels of divine magic chanted in unison, and a faint, radiant silhouette rose into the sky. Gentle holy light bathed every corner of the battlefield, erasing every shadow. The night turned as bright as day. The remaining angels formed battle formations, their massive holy light judgments sweeping across the battlefield. Leaderless, the abyssal creatures fell in droves. Divine One, may we join the battle? The general asked eagerly. Of course. The abyss is the enemy of all life. Jiang Yan nodded. In battle mode, experience points were shared anyway. The relentless slaughter continued for an entire day and night. Even Aten and Yabalik eventually joined the fray. By the end, the corpses of abyssal monsters covered the land for miles, staining the earth a dark green with their blood. Jiang Yan's body glowed with the golden light of consecutive level-ups. Watching the Multiverse record panel scroll rapidly with notifications, he couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. You have obtained 170,000 soul crystals. You have gained 1 million experience points. You have ascended to silver rank 9. On the 13th morning, as Jiang Yan stepped through the gates of Sacred Spirit City, a series of global announcements echoed across the realms. The first abyssal surge has concluded. Current surviving lords, 1,172,165. Remaining Faith Nation, 1. A total of 1,387 lords have been eliminated. Rewards will be distributed within 10 minutes. Please check your personal space promptly. Special note. Due to the destruction of numerous duchies, abyssal corruption has increased to level 3. There is now a low probability of second-tier abyssal creatures emerging. Listening to the announcements, Jiang Yan sighed softly. The myriad realms were never just a game. They were the final lifeline for all living beings across countless worlds. Even this first, supposedly easiest abyssal surge had claimed over 1,000 lords, who fell in battles against minor abyssal forces. While these defeated lords would not die immediately, they would forever lose the favor of the extraordinary and be barred from ever setting foot in the myriad realms again. 10 years from now, when the real world faces increasingly frequent invasions, those without the protection of the realms will find survival nearly impossible. This thought stirred a sense of urgency in Jiang Yan's heart. Opening the interface of the myriad realms, a cascade of notifications appeared before him. Lord Jiang Yan, you have earned a total of 250,000 soul crystals and 312 reputation points. Calculating multiplier bonuses now. Colton City was not breached. Bonus 0.5. The royal capital of the duchy remained intact. Bonus 0.5. Destroyed city area is less than 20. Bonus 1. Casualty rate among citizens is below 80. Bonus 1. Slain abyssal demigod. Bonus 2. Total score 5. Final reward 1,250,000 soul crystals, 1,560 reputation points. More important notifications followed. You have fulfilled your contract with the Duchy of Hamank. From now on, you are the sole deity of this duchy. Faith level has risen to devout, granting 20,000 units of faith power daily. The demigod Aten Hamank has acknowledged your performance and has become your follower. Your reputation has surpassed 2,000. You now have a chance of receiving voluntary allegiance from nearby minor factions. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. 1,250,000 soul crystals at the current exchange rate, that was equivalent to over 30 million units of faith power. After deducting the cost of upgrading the Gate of Heaven, it would still be enough to recruit thousands of two-winged angels, forming a true angelic army. With this in mind, he immediately listed 1 million soul crystals on the trading market at a 1:30 exchange rate. In this post-surge replenishment period, hardly anyone would part with soul crystals for trade, eliminating concerns about inflation. Next, Jiang Yan retrieved 2 epic blueprints he had exchanged with Princess Luo and chose one to combine with the shimmering blue evolution scroll. As crystalline light particles sprinkled down, the epic blueprint began to radiate a golden glow. Evolution successful. You have obtained a legendary grade building blueprint. In both his lifetimes, this was Jiang Yan's first time acquiring a legendary blueprint. As the light faded, 2 blueprints settled into his hands. Legendary building blueprint. Dragon Burial Abyss. Epic building blueprint. Stitching Denver. The Dragon Burial Abyss, a high-tier undead structure, could generate a dragon skeleton of random quality every 10 days. Construction required 20,000 soul crystals and 30 days to complete. The Stitching Den, a mid-tier undead structure, could produce stitched creatures of unknown strength based on the quantity and quality of corpses provided. It required 2,500 soul crystals and 15 days to construct. The appearance of these undead blueprints surprised Jiang Yan. By logic, blueprint rewards should correlate with one's faction and profession level. For instance, goblin factions could typically only unlock generic building blueprints. It seemed that undead units not only boasted diverse types, but also had exceptionally high potential. Looks like I'll have to ask the dwarven construction team to work overtime. Jiang Yan muttered with a mix of excitement and exasperation. Meanwhile, in a private chat group comprised of top-tier lords, discussions were ablaze. Jiang Yan actually managed to protect a supposedly doomed faith nation. This means he can hold his own against abyssal demigods. Unbelievable. At this rate, do we even stand a chance? He's clearly aiming to unify the continent. If that happens, all our faith sources will fall under his control. Why should some lucky upstart from a primitive civilization get to stand above us? Did you see the 1 million soul crystals he listed? That's more than all of us combined. We need to unite against him. At the very least, we should throw some obstacles in his way to slow his development. Later on, there's no way he can take on all of us alone. Luo Qinyu, 6th Princess, only you are fit to lead this alliance. In a lavish base, Luo Qinyu rubbed her temples as she glanced at the flood of mentions in the chat. She understood their concerns all too well. The faith resources of this continent were finite. The more Jiang Yan claimed, the less there would be for others. A deity's strength was intrinsically tied to faith. If Jiang Yan were to truly unify the continent and seize control, the remaining lords would face 2 bleak choices: submit to him or lose their faith sources and fall from their divine thrones. Though she had no desire to see Jiang Yan dominate unchallenged, confronting him now would be equally unwise. Accepting the role of alliance leader would mean a path of no return. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Luo Qinyu groaned, tugging at her hair in exasperation. Jiang Yan was casually going through his private messages, his expression indifferent as he read about the Alliance of Lords, led by Zikalos, planning to boycott him. To him, it was laughable that they were already engaging in internal conflicts when they hadn't even resolved the threat of the Abyss. The boycott had no effect on him. The Angel army came fully equipped and required no supplies. The undead could acquire resources for free, and soul crystals essential for all Lord Scald be withheld. The ones truly intent on the boycott were less than 1% of the higher-ranking lords. Most ordinary and elite lords, on the other hand, hoped for someone to unify the continent quickly. Even living under someone else's rule was better than being eliminated. As proof, his soul crystal exchange business in the trade channel remained largely unaffected, with nearly 300,000 soul crystals exchanged overnight. In just 2 more hours, he would have enough faith to upgrade the Gate of Heaven. As Jiang Yan patiently waited, Dunny suddenly burst in, looking flustered. Lord, there's trouble. Lady Analea and Lady Xena are about to fight. Apparently, half an hour earlier, Analea had returned to Holy Spirit City with her angel squad after clearing a battlefield. At the same time, Xena, who had been replenishing her undead forces and capturing a gatekeeper in the northern mountains, arrived outside the city. Their paths crossed. Heretic. Bird woman. Stand aside. I command you in the name of the 10th Seraph of Heaven, Analea said emotionlessly. Oh, using your position in heaven to boss someone from the undead realm around? Aren't you important? Xena replied mockingly. We'll say it one last time. Move. Analea's hand rested on her golden longsword. Over 400 two-winged angels shouted in unison, their powerful holy light forcing many undead warriors to retreat. Xena chuckled, a longbow appearing in her hand. This is Holy Spirit City, where the Lord resides. Are you sure you want to make a move here? The city guard captain, a great swordsman, hesitantly stepped forward to mediate. Ladies, please stop arguing. You both serve the Lord. Peace is paramount. At the same time, he gestured for his companions to quickly inform Jiang Yan. Oh, then tell us, who should enter the city first? Xena asked with interest. Analea remained silent, but her piercing gaze also fell upon the guard. Under the scrutiny of the 2 powerful figures, the golden tier swordsman trembled. Xena smirked and added, Go on, think carefully. Those self-righteous angels probably want harm an innocent man, but us despicable, evil undead. Betraying the light is heresy, Analea interrupted coldly. Just as the swordsman found himself at an impasse, a voice, authoritative yet tinged with exasperation, echoed. Analea, Xena, stand down. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, and the swordsman nearly wept with relief. Lord. A system notification followed. Dun Air's faith in you has increased. Current level, reverence. Lord. Your Majesty. Analea and Xena lowered their weapons and bowed respectfully. Explain. What's going on? Jiang Yan asked, rubbing his temples. Xena was quick to speak. Your Majesty, I worked hard to capture the gatekeeper in the northern mountains, and this crazy woman not only blocked me from entering the city, but also scared off the recruits I painstakingly gathered. Look. She pointed at a small skeleton on the ground, awkwardly twisting its dislocated bones. The moment it met Analea's gaze, its skull fell off in fright. Look, Your Majesty. She scared my subordinate to death. Xena exclaimed gleefully. You. Analea gritted her teeth, her wings trembling with anger. Enough. Jiang Yan intervened. They'll have the dwarves work overtime to build a new city gate. From now on, you'll each use your own. As for this incident, standing off at the city gates, intimidating the guards, and disrupting the unity of Holy Spirit Citadel, you realize your wrongdoing. Lord, forgive me. It was my fault, Analea admitted. I am guilty, Your Majesty. Please punish me, Xena added. Erase what well do. Since it's your first offense, and you both seem genuinely repentant, apologize to each other and exchange some kind words. They'll let it slide this time. But if it happens again, there will be no leniency. Understood, Lord. The 2 reluctantly agreed and approached each other. Xena forced a smile. I'm sorry. It's fine. I wouldn't stoop to the level of the dead, Analea replied pointedly. When it was Analea's turn to apologize, she said, I'm sorry. It's fine. I wouldn't stoop to the level of a child, Xena retorted, emphasizing child and adding, so small, but also very cute. Analea clenched her fists, her eyes lighting up as she glanced at Xena. Indeed, I envy you, sister. You don't even need night gear for missions. Just standing in the shadows makes you indistinguishable. Truly fitting for a ranger skilled in ambushes. Xena's smile froze. She was already one of the palest individuals in the undead realm, aside from skeletons. And what did she mean by skilled in ambushes? And calling her sister? What was that supposed to mean? In the heart of Holy Spirit City stood a unique hall where sacred light intertwined with the aura of death. At the entrance, a statue of a 12-winged angel faced off against a sculpture of a scythe-wielding reaper. This was a residence specially commissioned and remodeled by Jiang Yan with the help of a team of dwarves. Outside the hall, a massive stone giant was bound to a crucifix, its expression vacant. Out of curiosity, Jiang Yan reached out to touch it, only for part of the creature's stone calf to suddenly crash to the ground with a deafening thud. Am I really that strong? Jiang Yan recoiled in surprise, instinctively inspecting his own hand. Sina quickly stepped forward to explain. Yes, Emperor. Per your orders, we spared its life. To facilitate transport, I had it divided into over a dozen pieces, which were reassembled here using slime adhesive. However, it seems the bond isn't very stable. What should we do with it? For now, it must not be killed, Jiang Yan replied, calculating his next moves. This was the last gatekeeper. Its death would dissolve the protective barrier around Holy Spirit City, potentially drawing attention from native forces on the continent. These forces were far superior to a small principality like Hammock, boasting demigods, godlike entities, well-trained armies, and advanced magical expertise. Although in his previous life those factions had shown some leniency toward lords, Jiang Yan couldn't afford to be complacent. Back then, it was the disparity in power that allowed the strong to show mercy to the weak. But if these ants displayed potential to surpass them, the situation could drastically change. The immediate priority was to capitalize on the momentum of defeating the abyss by elevating or stabilizing faith to a devout level. In this world ruled by gods, the competition for land, resources, and population ultimately boiled down to the competition for faith. Establishing a devoted initial duchy was critical for spreading belief, waging wars, and assimilating other nations. Anna, Jiang Yan called. Yes, Holy Lord. I'm here. Analea responded enthusiastically, her wings fluttering with joy. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Yan instructed, lead the angel squad to rest in the city tonight. Tomorrow morning, return to the Principality of Hammock and continue strengthening the faith. I'll recruit additional missionaries to assist you. Understood, Holy Lord. Analea nodded solemnly. Jiang Yan patted her shoulder before turning to call, Sina, at your service, Emperor. Take the night to rest as well. Beginning tomorrow, start hunting newly spawned monsters. Use their bones to reinforce your forces, but bring the flesh back here. The newly built stitching chamber required a large supply of flesh, and he intended to prepare in advance. Consider it done, Emperor. You may both leave now. Rest well. You've worked hard recently. It's no hardship, it's my honor, the two replied in unison, only to immediately scowl at each other and stride off in opposite directions. Jiang Yan massaged his temples. Though both were fiercely loyal to him, their clashing alignments made it difficult for them to tolerate each other. Resolving this tension would have to be a problem for another day. Shaking his head, Jiang Yan made his way to the Radiant Missionary Hall to review the recruitable units. Radiant Missionary. Rank: Elite. Role: Instructor of Light-Based Faith. Faith level: Blind Devotion. Recruitment cost: 5 soul crystals. Description: He feels as familiar as family. Radiant Evangelist. Rank: Epic. Role: Zealous Preacher of Light. Faith level: Blind Devotion. Recruitment cost: 20 soul crystals. Description: If you can't understand the sacred scriptures, I'm also skilled in hand-to-hand persuasion. The unit description seemed unconventional, even lacking skill details. After deliberating, Jiang Yan recruited 1,100 missionaries and 110 evangelists, aligning them with the 11 cities of the Principality of Hammock. Thanks to the 20 discount granted by his identity as the Holy Lord of Light, the total cost was only 1,540 soul crystals, practically a bargain. Soon, a group of individuals clad in white ceremonial robes emerged from the hall, prostrating themselves fervently on the ground. Great Holy Lord of Light, we pledge ourselves entirely to the propagation of the sacred light. Rise, Jiang Yan instructed, his curiosity piqued. How do you enhance your strength? Lord, we have no need to strengthen ourselves. By fulfilling the mission of spreading the light, it shall protect us. One of them replied reverently. A missionary respectfully answered Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, his thoughts clear. This was just a weakling who excelled at empty rhetoric. His gaze shifted to the group of more robust lightbringers. And what about you? He asked. One of them stepped forward. Holy Lord, he said, we pray to the powerful entities of the light. Usually, a 2-winged angel responds to us, though occasionally, we are graced by the attention of higher-ranking beings. Jiang Yan understood these people specialized in summoning reinforcements. He gave his orders without hesitation. For now, follow Analea's arrangements. Starting tomorrow, head to the Duchy of Hammock and spread the faith. By divine command. Excitement lit up their faces. As low-ranking members of the Light faction, their usual interactions were limited to ordinary 2-winged angels. Now, The opportunity to directly serve a powerful seraph was an honor they could boast about for a lifetime. With the arrangements settled, Jiang Yan opened the Multiverse Trading Center to take a look. The trades had accumulated over 400,000 soul crystals, equivalent to more than 12 million units of faith power, enough to meet the requirements for an upgrade. He immediately extracted the faith power and strode quickly to the gate of heaven. Upgrade, he commanded without hesitation. In an instant, the gate of heaven burst into radiant light. Voices of praise and worship surged from all directions. Countless angelic silhouettes appeared, offering devout prayers. Amid this sacred spectacle, Jiang Yan caught a glimpse of the void beyond the gate, where dozens of chains emitted crisp sounds. Under the immense and pure power of faith, 2 chains silently shattered. Upgrade complete. As the system prompt echoed, all the divine visions vanished. Jiang Yan focused on the newly updated attribute panel. Gate of Heaven. Exclusive structure, capable of recruiting angels. Rank, unique. Level, 201 billion. Current recruitment options: 2-winged angels, 4-winged angels, 1 4-winged angel per 500 2-winged angels. New function: baptism. Consumes soul fragments to transform believers into angels. The more devout the believer and the greater the soul fragment investment, the stronger the angel created. Interesting, Jiang Yan muttered, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. It seemed he needed to inform Xena going forward. Not only should they collect the bodies of defeated enemies, but their souls must not be overlooked either. 2 days later, under the leadership of Analea, a large number of angels and missionaries entered the duchy, sparking a fervent campaign to spread the faith. Inside a modest home in the capital city of the Duchy of Hamake, a well-dressed couple sat anxiously, pouring out their concerns to a white-robed missionary. Father, no matter how much we try, our sons simply won't listen, the father said with a troubled expression. The missionary nodded gently. I see. Let me have a word with him. Nearby, a boy of about 15 or 16 stood with a defiant look on his face. You're wasting your time, father. I'm grateful to the gods for the peace they've brought to this nation, but I'll never believe in them. Child, I understand you. No, you don't, the boy interrupted, his voice rising with emotion. I was born with an anti-magic constitution. I can't learn any magic at all. I prayed to the Church of the Gods, but there was never any response. That's when I realized miracles are nothing more than advanced applications of magic. If the gods can't solve my problem, why should I worship them? I'll find my own path. The missionary maintained his calm and gentle smile. Child, don't be so quick to despair. Have you ever heard of science? Science? What's that? The boy and his parents exchanged puzzled glances. The missionary pointed to a metal barrel in the corner and began a Hansen demonstration. Under his guidance, the boy filled the barrel with water and heated it until it boiled. Then, after pouring cold water over it, a loud bang echoed through the room as the thick metal barrel suddenly buckled inward. What just happened? The boy exclaimed in astonishment. He realized there hadn't been any trace of magical energy during the entire process. The missionary patiently explained the principles of atmospheric pressure and followed up with a demonstration of light refraction using a transparent glass of water, bending the direction of an arrow. Gradually, a spark of hope ignited in the boy's eyes. These are just simple applications of science, the missionary said encouragingly. If you study it deeply, even ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things. How can I learn this knowledge? The boy asked eagerly. Look around you, the missionary said with a smile, gesturing to the surroundings. The flowing water, the grass and trees, everything in this world is filled with the mysteries of science. If you are devoted enough, the holy light will guide you to uncover them. Meanwhile, in another town within the duchy, a very different scene was unfolding at the execution grounds. A criminal named Adoru, convicted of robbery, murder, and other heinous crimes, had been sentenced to death by execution. Moments before the sentence was to be carried out, he suddenly declared his conversion to the worship of the Holy Lord of Light, hoping to escape punishment. A missionary, who happened to be present, stepped forward and asked him a few calm and measured questions. Then, to everyone's surprise, he ordered the execution to proceed. As 2 sharp spears pierced through Adoru's body, faint white light flickered around the wounds, but it only served to prolong his agony. It took a full 10 minutes before his screams finally ceased. It seems he was not truly repentant, the missionary explained to the judge. The holy light protects the devout but punishes those who desecrate it. Praise the Holy Lord of Light. The gathered crowd of citizens and soldiers chanted in unison. In the bustling capital of Hamake, within the 3rd District's temple office, a preacher softly reported to the towering beacon of light, My lord, this is the last non-believer in the 3rd District. Understood. You may leave now, the beacon of light responded with a wave of his hand. After the preacher exited, he turned his attention to the man being held by the guards, an arrogant, slick-haired man with a shifty gaze and a frivolous demeanor. The man slumped casually into a chair, crossing his legs. So, you want me to believe in the Lord of Light? Sure, I might consider it if you can offer me something in return. The Lord drove back the abyss and saved all of your lives. Isn't that reward enough? The beacon of light walked toward the door, his tone calm. That's just what gods are supposed to do, isn't it? The man dismissed the idea with a sneer. Come on, give me something tangible. Otherwise, I can't promise I won't spread a few unfavorable rumors when I leave. He had done his homework, knew the Lord of Light was a just, kind, and gentle deity. Surely, they wouldn't stoop to his level. A soft click echoed as the door was locked. Let me introduce myself. I am Zuram, the head of faith propagation for this region. The beacon of light stated, his smile vanishing, replaced by a cold expression. Since I took charge, the 3rd district has consistently ranked first in faith conversion rates. Every single person who leaves this place becomes a believer. I get it, I get it. The man replied with a sly grin. So, my lord, how exactly do you plan to win me over? Zuram slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm thicker than most men's thighs. It seems I wasn't clear enough. Only believers walk out of here. The man finally sensed danger. What are you doing? If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll report you to Judge Bishar. That's your right. However, Judge Bishar officially became a devout follower of the Lord 3 days ago, Zuram replied, pulling out a sacred scripture. Now, I'll read a line, and you will repeat it. Smack. A loud slap landed on the man's face. No unnecessary words. You dare. Before he could finish, 2 more resounding slaps silenced him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Do you understand now? Clutching his swollen face, the man nodded repeatedly. The Lord created all things, Zuram began, opening the scripture, his expression growing fervent. The phrase was repeated 11 times, each less than devout recitation, earning the man another slap. By the 12th time, his voice finally carried the genuine tone of reverence. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a knock came at the door. Lord Zuram, the inspection angel has arrived to review the progress of faith propagation. A stunning angel entered the room, her pristine white wings shimmering as she carried a sacred scripture and a sword at her side. The man, seeing her as his savior, raised his battered face and shouted, "Angel, help me! I report this man for using violence to coerce me." The angel cast a healing spell, but withdrew it upon hearing of the man's previous attitude toward faith. Her expression turned icy. So, a heretic. Zuram, why is a heretic still standing here, speaking? I am beginning to question your own devotion. Meanwhile, in the holy city, Jiang Yan received a system notification. Hamank's faith has increased. Daily faith power has risen to 50,000. Local devout followers have surpassed 100,000. The bond with the world has deepened, and the suppression of the gates of paradise has weakened. Observing this 3rd faith surge in just over 2 weeks, Jiang Yan began contemplating his next move. Faith was now stable. The Dragon Grave Abyss and Stitching Pit were nearing completion, and the accumulated faith power was sufficient to summon 4,000 angels. Anna and her team had reached Diamond Tier 10. Most importantly, the novice area's monstrosities had been entirely eradicated by Zen. Even the demonized cockroaches hadn't survived. It was time to stir some waves across this land. 18 days after repelling the abyss, His Majesty the King and the Church Priestess Elia embarked on a pilgrimage to the Holy Spirit City. Following their arduous victory over the stone figure bound to the cross, a malevolent and powerful creature, they received divine revelation. The Duchy of Hamank was to be renamed the Holy Light Nation. The Pantheon Church was to be restructured into the Church of Holy Light, and Elia was appointed as its first high priestess. This historic day was recorded in the first internal chronicle of the Church of Holy Light, marking the beginning of the Holy Light era. The fall of the 3 gatekeepers signaled the complete dissolution of the novice area barrier. A system notification followed, announcing that the entire continent was now open to Jiang Yan, but also cautioning him to remain vigilant while he observed others. Unseen eyes might also be watching him. After the first phase ranking was finalized, Jiang Yan claimed first place, earning 100 reputation points and the title Chosen Sovereign. After bidding farewell to 2 pilgrims from distant lands, Jiang Yan finally had time to review the notifications from the myriad realms. The map revealed that the mist at the far western edge of the Holy Light Nation had dissipated, unveiling a new area called the Mist Valley. This sole passage to the outside world spanned over 1,200 kilometers, teeming with formidable races and abyss-tainted creatures. Rich in resources but fraught with peril, it was a region that, in his previous life, had taken Jiang Yan's forces 6 grueling months and heavy casualties to clear. But now, with a powerful undead army at his command, casualties were no longer a concern. Jiang Yan had already dispatched Hina to secure the valley's entrance and initiate exploration. This was the advantage of the Faith Nation during the First Abyss uprising, with the demigod Aton overseeing the defense. Ordinary abyssal incursions posed no threat, allowing them to embark on expeditions without hesitation. In contrast, Other lords had to maintain substantial garrisons at all times to guard against abyssal attacks. Curious about the progress of the exploration, Jiang Yan activated War Control, a lord's skill he had gained upon advancing to the silver rank. This ability allowed him to temporarily share the vision and perception of anyone in his faction. As his view blurred, an intense battle scene unfolded before his eyes. A group of creatures resembling bipedal crocodiles was locked in fierce combat with a horde of skeletal warriors. These creatures, over 3 meters long, were covered in metallic, armor-like scales. Their massive claws, tipped with razor-sharp nails, could easily shatter multiple skeletons with each swipe. Jiang Yan immediately recognized them as creatures that had caused him significant trouble in his past life, the blood crocodiles of the wasteland. Classified as rare and approximately at bronze tier 3 in strength, these creatures had exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, even evolving scale armor to protect their traditionally vulnerable underbellies. Ordinary skeleton soldiers could barely scratch them. Only elite skeletons from advanced graveyards or skeletal warriors forged from the remains of powerful beings could stand a chance. However, the blood crocodile's fierce territorial instincts and low intelligence proved to be their undoing. Even when holding the upper hand in battle, they refused to retreat, instead entangling themselves with the undead army. Soon, the skeletal warriors swarmed them, isolating each blood crocodile from its peers. The clash of bone against scale echoed continuously, with dozens of bone blades striking the crocodile's tough armor every second. Enraged and in pain, the crocodiles lashed out wildly with their tails, sending nearby skeletons flying, but new ones quickly filled the gaps. One particularly burly elite skeleton seized an opening created by its comrades, delivering a powerful slash to a blood crocodile's leg, leaving a visible wound. Before the creature could regain its footing, several more strikes landed on the same spot. The unprotected left leg was soon severed, and the blood crocodile collapsed with a pained roar, only to be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of skeletons. This seemed to signal the turning point. One after another, the blood crocodiles fell, their agonized cries fading into silence. From above, Hina's crimson eyes gleamed as she leapt into the air. Her longbow thrummed rapidly, unleashing hundreds of black arrows in a rain-like barrage, each one piercing the open mouths of incapacitated crocodiles with deadly precision. Soon, robust and gleaming skeletons emerged from the bodies, their aura nearing level 50. While not as strong as the blood crocodiles in life, these newly risen skeletons wasted no time joining the fray, turning against their former kind. As Hina lowered her bow, a thought seemed to cross her mind. She spoke, her tone calm yet commanding, "Capture one alive. Make sure its limbs are intact." "Understood, my lady," came the reply. A giant eagle swooped across the battlefield, its sharp eyes scanning the scene before locking onto a well-preserved blood crocodile. With a swift motion, it snatched the creature and dropped it before Hina. The blood crocodile opened its jaws to roar, but intricate runic markings suddenly appeared in its eyes. In an instant, it became as docile as a lapdog, sitting obediently with a fawning expression. "Lead the way to your lair," Hina ordered coolly, surveying the now quiet battlefield. Amidst the scattered fragments of bones and flesh, tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers marched forward in eerie silence. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, forming an endless serpentine procession under the dimming twilight. Far away in the Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan withdrew his skill and silently assessed the battle. As he had anticipated, the monsters in the Misty Valley were far stronger than those in the Novice regions. Although the skeletal army ultimately triumphed through sheer numbers, the casualties were far greater than expected. It was time to bolster Xena's forces with new additions. Jiang Yan turned and headed to the necromancer's domain. Standing tall were two newly completed structures, Dragon Burial Abyss and the Stitching Denver. The latter was particularly eye-catching. A massive building shrouded in green mist, its interior filled with countless compartments where flesh was being processed, resembling a vast necromancer's slaughterhouse. Outside, a dozen dwarf construction workers lay sprawled in exhaustion, snoring loudly without a care for their appearance. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Jiang Yan decided to grant them half a day's rest. Stepping inside the building, Jiang Yan carefully examined the system panel. Stitching Den, epic-grade necromancer structure, capable of crafting combat units from flesh and bone remains. Current templates include Faceless Beast, Deathly Beast, Carrion Beast, and 317 others. Allows for custom-designed combat units. Save templates, 0. The special note brought a chuckle to his lips. An excellent recycling station for the undead. Scraps, brittle bones, or even thousand-year-old frozen zombie metal can be repurposed. Nothing goes to waste in the necromancer's domain. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. First, there was the assembly line graveyard, and now there was this recycling station like Stitching Denver. The design philosophy of the necromancer's realm was indeed ahead of its time. He even had a hunch that Dragon Burial Abyss might turn out to be just as unconventional. Quirky as it was, the Stitching Den's functionality was undeniably impressive as an epic-grade structure. Each template had been meticulously designed for specific purposes. For instance, the carrion beast was created by an environmentally conscious necromancer to process low-grade corpses deemed unworthy even by the weakest skeletal mages, preventing them from rotting and polluting the environment. I'll set up a new template, Jiang Yan decided after browsing for a while. The building's core immediately responded. Please state your design requirements. Durable, armor-piercing, self-healing, and capable of close-range combat. Do you have any specific appearance requirements? If not, this building will exercise creative freedom, and no revisions will be accepted. Recalling a creature he'd visualized in a game he once played in the Federation, Jiang Yan uploaded the image from his memory. The appearance should be terrifying and oppressive. Grotesque, repulsive, twisted, horrifying. What a perfect visage. New Necromancer Emperor, your taste is truly commendable. I will do my utmost to craft this for you. Please name the template. Let's call it Abomination, Jiang Yan said nostalgically. The template was ready, and the stitching vault quietly awaited materials to be fed into it. With a thought, Jiang Yan summoned over a dozen corpses from his storage space. 9 of them were bronze tier, and 4 were silver tier, all collected through his professional skill, God's hand, during recent ventures. However, the stitching vault remained unresponsive. As Jiang Yan frowned in confusion, a line of small text suddenly appeared on the control panel, trembling as if outraged. Are you kidding me? This measly amount isn't even enough to stitch together a single leg. I am a building with dignity and will not produce substandard knockoffs. I see, Jiang Yan muttered with a helpless shake of his head, thinking to himself that the overlords of the undead realm must have far too much time on their hands to imbue even legendary buildings with such quirky personalities. Fortunately, Xena had gathered a substantial amount of flesh and blood while clearing out magical creatures earlier, and the materials were now piled up outside the burial grounds. Jiang Yan promptly called upon the 300 elite skeleton laborers he had recruited that day to transport the materials. Before long, the 2 chambers of the stitching vault were filled to the brim. That'll do. The vault finally responded, and the machinery roared to life. A cacophony of grinding, bone clashing, and blade strikes filled the air. After passing through the vault's 17 chambers, the outermost synthesis room's doors slowly creaked open, and 5 colossal abominations emerged, striding forward. Each of these monstrosities stood 10 meters tall, their bodies covered in stitched seams. Yellow-green gas seeped continuously from the gaps in their flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. Their abdomens bore large, gaping holes from which countless hands seemed to claw outward, and their 4 thick arms each gripped a different bone weapon. Stop! Jiang Yan quickly shouted as they approached him, had no desire to be enveloped in that foul-smelling gas. The 5 flesh constructs obediently halted, fumbling clumsily with their rotting flesh in a way that surprisingly made them seem almost innocent. A system notification appeared. Underdeveloped abomination. Grade: Epic. Level: Bronze Tier 9. Faith level: None. Skills: Corrosive Poison Mist Passive, Devour. Overall rating: 1766. Description: Due to low-quality materials, the potential of this creation has been significantly limited. Not bad, Jiang Yan remarked, pleasantly surprised. Using only the remains of weak creatures from the novice area, he had managed to assemble combatants at Bronze Tier 9. With better materials, they could easily reach Silver Tier strength. And besides, he still had an ace up his sleeve. Previously, the unique skills of the angels had rendered his innate talent ineffective, and ordinary undead soldiers offered little room for evolution, leaving him frustrated. But now, finally, he had the chance to shine. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Jiang Yan extended his arm and unleashed 5 beams of light onto the abominations. Innate ability: Activate. The system promptly responded. Ultimate Ascension successfully activated. Ascension effect triggered. Corrosive Poison Mist upgraded to the Aura type skill Corrosive Aura passive. Effect: gradually causes decay and damage to the surface of hostile entities within range. Cannot be resisted and can stack with other armor-reducing effects. Ultimate effect triggered. Devour skill upgraded to its highest level, improving conversion efficiency. The abominations can now devour bones to restore themselves. As the evolution completed, the yellow-green gas surrounding the abominations dissipated instantly. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not only was their appearance now far more tolerable, but their upgraded abilities could synergize with others, subjecting enemies to compounded torment. Wait here, he instructed briefly before setting off for the abyss of dragon burial. He planned to deliver the abominations to Xena later. Using a short-range teleportation array set up by a spirit formation master, he quickly arrived at the northeastern corner of the undead zone, where an unusual structure came into view. The building spanned several square kilometers, surrounded on all sides by towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens. At its center lay a bottomless chasm exuding an aura of death and desolation. Most striking of all was a dark cloud floating above, from which a slender chain dangled, swaying back and forth across the canyon. This design, Jiang Yan squinted, a sense of absurdity creeping over him. A system notification appeared. Abyss of Dragon Burial. Undead-themed legendary building. The masterpiece of the Third Emperor. Can randomly retrieve one dragon skeleton every 10 days. Current retrieval attempts available. 1. Special note. The design was inspired by a popular activity from an unspeakable civilization: claw machines. Claw machines? Is it what I think it is? Jiang Yan muttered, his expression turning peculiar as he approached the control panel. The setup was shockingly crude, consisting of nothing more than a bone lever and a still-beating heart. Well, would you look at that, it's exactly what I thought. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. This was his forte. He eagerly grabbed the control lever, and the scene before him began to shift violently, as if layers of space were being peeled away. The view eventually settled on a land filled with dragon skeletons. A weathered stone tablet nearby bore the words, Dragon Graveyard 03. A warning promptly appeared. This building will be discovered in 5 minutes. The operator must complete the retrieval process quickly, or countless enraged dragons will track the disturbance and tear you to shreds. A clear notification sound rang in Jiang Yan's ears. He quickly shook the bone in his hand and aimed it at a relatively intact dragon skeleton, striking it down forcefully. In an instant, a slender chain pierced through layers of space, descending like a serpentine entity and coiling tightly around the spine of the skeleton. Slowly, it began to lift. The space before him gradually mended itself, revealing a complete dragon skeleton deep within the dragon burial abyss. Necromantic domination. Jiang Yan raised the scourge staff and eagerly unleashed his skill. The dragon skeleton, which had slumbered for countless years, suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue flame in its eye sockets. 2 bony wings quivered slightly, their movements growing more vigorous with each passing moment. The dragon descended gracefully before Jiang Yan, folded its skeletal wings, and lowered its head. Under the divine affinity of the scourge, it radiated a soft, holy light. A system notification appeared. Frostbone Dragon. Grade, Legendary. Level, Diamond Tier 10. Skills, Frost Breath, Divine Affinity. Overall rating, 23,722. This is just an ordinary skeleton, yet it's at Diamond Tier 10 with a rating over 23,000? Jiang Yan murmured in astonishment. It was a shocking revelation. Even without its dragon magic and formidable physical body from life, the frost breath alone brought it to such a level. No wonder Yaberlick's kin dared to call themselves dragon gods or dragon emperors, while it could only claim the title of Dragon King. Evidently, this dragon's power in life was on par with theirs. Jiang Yan marveled at the sheer strength of dragons, the apex predators of the food chain. He mused that obtaining a fully intact dragon corpse would yield even more astonishing results. Without hesitation, he activated his sublimation talent, successfully triggering its effect. Frost Breath was elevated to Eternal Frost Breath, granting the ability to freeze anything regardless of physical laws, with the frozen state persisting indefinitely unless external forces intervened. The rating skyrocketed to 32,100. That's incredible! Jiang Yan exclaimed in excitement. Before recalling the earlier notification during his claw machine attempt, this structure would be discovered in 5 minutes. This meant that, with sufficient power in the future, he could deliberately delay until the 5th minute, luring a swarm of dragons and directly forming a legendary army. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Jiang Yan gazed at the powerful and obedient bone dragon before him and sincerely exclaimed, "All hail the great and ingenious Third Necromancer Emperor." In the mist-shrouded valley, outside the entrance of a bottomless abyss, a blood crocodile under control stood at the cave's mouth, a hint of smugness flickering in its eyes. "Master, this was originally the gathering place of the underground dwarves. After our clan was driven out of the central region, we took over this place." The golden rat casted a disdainful glance. A bunch of mutated crocodiles abandoning the swamp to hide in a cave and act tough, how pathetic. Then it turned to Xena, its expression shifting to one of flattery. "Master, shall I send some earth rats to scout the area? Digging tunnels is our specialty." "That won't be necessary." Xena's longbow trembled in her hand, and with a single arrow, she ended the blood crocodile's life. Her voice was icy as she commanded, "Kill." Before her words fully faded, a golden-tier demonic giant scorpion charged into the cave, leading an army of tens of thousands of skeletal warriors close behind. Eerie green ghostly flames floated in the pitch-black cavern, as if heralding the arrival of Hell's emissaries. Soon, the sound of fierce combat erupted from the depths below. The demonic scorpion seemed to encounter a formidable opponent, causing its advance to falter. "I found you." Xena's figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. Looks like we'll be gaining another companion, the giant eagle remarked with a chuckle. The golden rat's eyes gleamed shrewdly. I'll wager 5 soul crystals it won't survive 3 chapters. Why? That crocodile leader is at least height-ear gold in strength. So what if it's strong? The golden rat sneered. To survive in this world, you need more than just strength. With that level of intelligence, even I wouldn't give it the time of day, let alone Lady Xena. Ah, I see now. Wise words, brother rat. Cut the flattery. Hurry up and follow her. We need to make sure the master sees how dedicated we are to her. By the time the two reached the underground battlefield, the fight was already over. A particularly burly blood crocodile stood respectfully beside Xena, commanding its clan to lay down their weapons and surrender. Everyone accounted for? Xena asked coolly, her longbow still in hand. Yes, master. The blood crocodile leader hastily counted before replying. Oh, right. There are still some dwarves imprisoned in the dungeon. Xena paused, her interest piqued. This was an unexpected boon. Had Jiang Yan been complaining about the lack of dwarven craftsmen in Sacred Spirit City? How many dwarves? There were over 1,000 originally. Now there are just over 30 left. The rest, well, we ate them, the blood crocodile leader admitted, drooling at the memory of the feast. Thwack. In an instant, 32 black arrows turned the blood crocodile leader's head into a pincushion. Idiot. Xena's fury erupted. Over 1,000 dwarves could have been a grand offering to the Emperor, potentially earning the undead faction greater influence in Sacred Spirit City. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, utterly squandered. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, loosing another volley of arrows into the corpse. The giant eagle shuddered at the sight of the arrow-riddled body, silently admiring the golden rat's foresight. After regaining her composure, Xena ordered the last remaining blood crocodile to lead the way. Through dark, winding tunnels, they arrived at the stone prison where the dwarves were held. Come on, eat me if you dare. If I so much as flinch, they'll call you Grandpa. A hoarse voice yelled defiantly from within. Xena killed the blood crocodile guide and hesitated briefly. She was accustomed to turning people into skeletons or controlling them with curses, not persuading them. With such crude captives, she worried she might lose her patience and slaughter them all. After a moment of thought, she kicked the blood crocodile's corpse toward the cell door. The beasts that tormented you are dead. Your vengeance is complete. In return, I require your allegiance to the Undead Emperor. Good riddance. Wait, undead? The 30-some dwarves huddled together in alarm, their faces pale. While the abyss was the enemy of all realms, the undead were notorious in their own right. A burly dwarf stepped forward. Thank you for your help, but our ancestors once forged artifacts for the Holy Light Alliance. It is our greatest honor, and we cannot betray their legacy by serving the undead. A shame. Xena raised her longbow. Then I'll have you serve me in another way. In the realm of the undead, killing before recruiting was the norm. The fact that she had even offered them a choice was already an exception. The golden mouse cautiously observed Xena's expression before suddenly speaking up. Wait, master. Why don't you let me try to persuade them? Xena pondered for a moment, then silently stepped back 2 paces, signaling her approval. Seeing this, the mouse grew excited, calculating its odds. If it could convince these dwarves, it could not only please its master but also gain favor with her superior, solidifying its position and never again having to worry about being turned into a skeleton. Clearing its throat, the mouse put on a sincere expression and was just about to address the imprisoned dwarves when a burst of mocking laughter interrupted it. Ridiculous. A cowardly rat serving the undead dares to persuade us to surrender. One of the dwarves sneered coldly. Their deep-rooted beliefs made it hard enough to tolerate someone like Xena, powerful and with past merits to her name. How could they possibly show respect to a mere mouse? The golden mouse's face flushed with anger and humiliation. So what if I'm a rat? I've always been a rat, it snapped, before turning back to Xena. Master, perhaps we should just kill them instead. Xena was about to draw her bow when she suddenly paused, lifting her gaze to the ground above and curling her lips into a faint smile. The Emperor is here. Let's go back. What about these dwarves? The mouse asked. Bring them along. Let the Emperor decide. As the group emerged from the underground lair, Xena's expression softened into a cheerful smile as she approached. What brings you here, my Emperor? Jiang Yan returned her smile. I've brought you a gift. He gestured toward the sky, where an enormous frostbone dragon, over 100 meters long, circled overhead. Clinging tightly to its back were 5 abominations, huddled together in fear of falling. Do you like it? Of course, Xena replied with delight. With them, we'll be able to secure the entire valley passage for you even faster. Then, as if remembering something, she added, Oh, and I've prepared a gift for you as well. She motioned toward the group of captive dwarves. Look at them, they might be useful for rebuilding Sacred Spirit City. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. had been planning to renovate all of Sacred Spirit City's walls and engrave new runes, and these 30-plus laborers were exactly what he needed. Interesting, he mused. But it seems they're unwilling to surrender? Xena briefly recounted what had happened earlier. That's right. One of the dwarves shouted defiantly, even as skeletal soldiers restrained him. We will never betray the glory of our ancestors to join the undead. Kill us if you must. Undead? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, dismissing the aura of the scourge around him. Instead, he activated the angelic heart within, and a divine radiance enveloped his body. Behind him, the ethereal image of 12 wings unfolded, making him appear like a deity descended to earth. Who told you I was undead? I am the creator of all, the master of the gods, the wielder of holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent lord of radiance. Have you ever heard of an ancient myth? Jiang Yan gazed into the dwarf's eyes, radiating a divine glow. The power of the undead is the most evil and insidious force. As the Lord of Light, such darkness can never taint my heart. This path is destined to be difficult. Will you lend me your strength? These words had once been used to persuade Anna, and now they were more than enough to reassure the simple-hearted dwarves. To enhance his persuasion, he even summoned a skeleton bathed in holy light. We are willing. Serving the light is the highest honor for the dwarven race. The dwarves, moved by the pure and sacred aura, responded enthusiastically. They already felt indebted to Jiang Yan for saving their lives, and with their faith no longer in conflict, they had no reason to refuse. A system notification promptly chimed. Due to your reputation meeting the requirement, you have gained the allegiance of 37 surviving dwarves. Jiang Yan's smile grew even more genuine. I had planned to take you all back to Holy Spirit City to experience the sanctuary of the light, but for now, there is a pressing matter that requires your assistance. Please give your orders, Lord. The dwarves eagerly chimed in. I need to construct a teleportation array, but this area is crawling with monsters. Could I ask you to establish sentry posts nearby? Of course. That's our specialty. Several dwarves pounded their chests in assurance and immediately set to work. Jiang Yan watched these diligent little figures with satisfaction, their efficiency rivaling that of angels. He even entertained a whimsical thought. If these dwarves ever work themselves to death, he could grant them rebirth through the gates of angels, allowing them to remain on the job forever. With faith to sustain them during rest, it was almost too perfect. Here will do. How long will it take? Jiang Yan inquired after selecting a location, addressing the two accompanying formation masters. Lord, for a teleportation array of this scale, capable of transporting 100 people at once, it qualifies as a medium-sized magic array. With just the two of us, it will take at least a week. I'll leave some warriors here to protect you. Once it's finished, we'll move on to the next location. Jiang Yan sighed, his thoughts drifting to Olin, who was still in the Federation. If she were here, her top-tier support class card from the Federation would have doubled their efficiency. Unfortunately, the newly unlocked abyssal plane couldn't be entered or exited within the first year of its activation. What are you thinking about, Emperor? A seductive voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Xena. Nothing much. By the way, how close are you to becoming a demigod? Just a little more. Xena frowned in frustration. I've already mastered the laws necessary for ascension. In the past, I could have directly become a deity, but this cursed world's laws require repeated accumulation. No need to rush. There are plenty of monsters in the valley. Jiang Yan smiled. We can clear them out together. I still need a bit more to advance to the gold rank. Since reaching silver tier 9 during the last abyssal upheaval, his progress had been slower than that of his followers. Sounds good. Xena's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall we sweep through them all, leaving none behind? Let's focus on clearing the larger groups first, Jiang Yan replied, intending to leave some monsters for his future angelic army to train against. Understood. I'll gather the troops right away. Like a fleeting shadow, Xena disappeared into the night. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yan chuckled wryly. He had intended to rest until dawn before taking action, but since she was so eager, he decided to join her in her fervor. He carefully recalled the intelligence about the Misty Valley. The first half featured 3 troublesome foes: the mountain ape tribe, dreamist grass, and demonized butterfly spirits. Dreamist grass, with its hallucinogenic mist, was easily countered by mindless undead but yielded little experience. Demonized butterfly spirits, adept at flight, were a poor match for the current skeleton army and better suited for his future angelic warriors. Ultimately, Jiang Yan chose the mountain ape tribe as their target. These gray-skinned creatures, with their formidable strength, agility, and teamwork, often moved in packs, stealing from others and retaliating fiercely when provoked. In his previous life, he had been forced to adopt the strategy of a renowned expert, burning the Foresto break through their defenses. It was the perfect choice. Abundant experience, a wealth of potential recruits for Xena, and the best part, these vengeful creatures would undoubtedly come to him of their own accord. Half an hour later, Under the pitch-black night sky, two lines of ghostly blue flames stretched endlessly, resembling a luminous dragon winding its way forward. At the very front of the procession, 5 towering abominations, each standing 10 meters tall, left deep, massive footprints in the ground with every step. 100-meter-long bone dragon soared through the air, with Jiang Yan and Xena standing on its eerie blue skull. Xena was particularly exhilarated. Along the way, any wild beasts or magical creatures foolish enough to approach met their end in an instant, struck down with lightning speed. In mere moments, these unfortunate beings were reduced to new recruits in the skeletal army. After 3 hours of silent marching, the group entered a dense forest. Both Jiang Yan and Xena sensed something amiss and looked down. Countless scarlet eyes flickered in the darkness, their numbers seemingly endless. Under the pale moonlight, faint silhouettes of gray-white forms could be seen, along with their sharp claws glinting ominously. For an ordinary army, such a sight would have crushed morale. But for the Undead Legion, there was only one instinct: charge. Standing atop the dragon's head, Xena pulled her bowstring, unleashing a flurry of black arrows that whistled through the air, initiating the battle. A series of blood-curdling screams shattered the silence of the night as countless gray-white mountain apes screeched and charged out of the shadows. The abominations, participating in their first battle, were ecstatic. Wielding massive flails forged from spinal bones, they swung with savage force. One blow was enough to crush the chests of 2 mountain apes, killing them instantly. The scent of blood drove the abominations into a frenzy. They discarded their weapons and used their 4 thick, stitched-together arms to grab their enemies, stuffing them into their gaping abdominal cavities with maniacal laughter. The abominations' highly evolved devouring abilities revealed their terrifying power. The mountain apes' attacks could not outmatch the abominations' rapid regeneration. At the same time, the aura of decay silently took effect. The apes' gray-white skin began to fester, and even the ordinary skeletal soldiers could easily penetrate their defenses. Impressive, even more formidable than I imagined. These could rival silver-tier units, Jiang Yan remarked with admiration. The frost-bone dragon beneath him seemed to respond with a flicker of its ghostly blue eye sockets, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. "Oh, you think you're stronger?" Jiang Yan chuckled, then gestured to Xena. "Go ahead, but don't overdo it. I still need those corpses for later." As a capable lord, he understood the importance of indulging his subordinates' desire to show off. The frost-bone dragon dove low, its massive tail sweeping across the battlefield, sending dozens of mountain apes flying. Its deathly aura and overwhelming dragon might struck terror into the low-tier creatures, causing them to flee in panic. Opening its colossal jaws, the dragon unleashed a chilling blast of frost that could freeze souls. Everything in its path was annihilated. Entire swathes of enemies reduced to crystalline ice, even the air itself frozen solid. These mountain apes, which had caused countless problems in Jiang Yan's previous life, now stood no chance against the coordinated onslaught of the undead army. They suffered catastrophic losses. Just then, a notification from the Multiverse information panel appeared. "You have leveled up to Silver Tier 10. Please use the Golden Advancement token to ascend as soon as possible." A skirmish had escalated into a prolonged chase. Under the relentless pursuit of the undead army, the battle stretched from the dead of night through the following afternoon, leaving the entire forest stained a dark crimson with blood. Jiang Yan tallied his spoils: 157,000 soul crystals and 83,000 death essences. Surveying the field littered with corpses, he retrieved a golden token. He decided to wait until after his advancement to use necromantic dominion, as it would save some soul crystals. Without hesitation, he began his breakthrough. The golden advancement token dissolved into pure energy, surging into his body. His magic, once a gentle stream, gradually swelled into a raging torrent. Feeling the surge in his magical power, Jiang Yan immediately unleashed necromantic dominion. Under the vast shroud of death's law, over 80,000 mountain ape corpses simultaneously opened their blood-red eyes and clumsily rose to their feet. They picked up scattered limbs to reattach to their bodies and silently gathered behind Jiang Yan and Xena. In a single night, the undead army had once again grown to exceed 100,000. Jiang Yan was secretly alarmed. Such a force unleashed upon the continent was almost unimaginable. The land was populated by powerful empires, rife with war and threatened by the abyss, yet stable and densely populated. A ruthless necromancer could potentially summon an undead army of 1,000,000 in a single day. Hopefully, these factions will see reason and not reject the goodwill of the Holy Light, Jiang Yan thought. Otherwise, they'll have to meet me as the Undead Emperor. As he pondered, the surging magic within him began to stabilize. A notification from the realms followed. "You have successfully advanced to Gold Rank 1. You have acquired the Lord skill, Command, and the class skill, Harvest Seed." Curious about the new Lord skill, which was different from his past life, Jiang Yan closed his eyes to sense its effects. Lord skill. Command subordinates can be compelled to take on tasks with a reasonable level of commitment. During this period, all their abilities are enhanced by 20 until the task is completed. Should they fail, they will face severe punishment. The Lord may spend 100,000 soul crystals to cancel the penalty. Orders are absolute. Disobedience must be punished. Jiang Yan mused to himself, glancing slyly at Xena, who was resting nearby. Should I test it out? After all, the punishment can be revoked. He quietly activated the command skill, setting the punishment, to publicly admit in Sacred Spirit City that she was inferior to Seraph Analia. Almost immediately, Xena, who had been leaning against a tree to rest, snapped her eyes open, catching Jiang Yan hurriedly turning his head away. Her heart stirred. Why did the Emperor look at me like that? Could he think I've been too lax? Those birdfolk solidified the faith of the duchy in just 17 days, and yet I haven't even conquered half of Misty Valley's passages. Determined, Xena stood up, walked to Jiang Yan, and knelt on one knee. My Emperor, please trust me. I swear I will clear the entire valley within half a month. If I fail, I am willing to accept any punishment. Of course, I trust you. Jiang Yan felt a bit awkward, not expecting the skill to take effect so swiftly. He went along with it, saying, then I'll leave it to you. Any unused flesh and corpses can be sent back through the teleportation array, and it'll provide support. With that, he handed Xena a Black Shardy's class skill, capable of splitting off a harvest seed to collect death essences even in his absence. We're not far from summoning the second heroic spirit from the Necromancer's Hall. Jiang Yan thought with excitement. Understood. I will depart at once, Xena responded, carefully storing the shard before rallying the undead army to continue their advance. This time, Jiang Yan did not accompany her. He had numerous matters to attend to, managing over 20 million faith power, recruiting skeletons from the graveyard's daily output, overseeing the dwarves' worky side, offering a few words of encouragement to the hardworking spirit array masters before boarding the summoned Berlick to return to Sacred Spirit City. 2 hours later, Jiang Yan stood before the gate of heaven. Originally, he had planned to save up 100 million faith power for an upgrade, but realizing that just 4,000 blindly devoted angels could generate over 100,000 faith power daily, he decided to use it immediately. Recruit 4,000 two-winged angels and 8 four-winged angels. At his command, the gate of heaven erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Countless spheres of light emerged from within the gate, aligning in perfect formation in the skies above Sacred Spirit City. A surge of divine energy swept across the area, dispelling the long-standing deathly aura of the undead region. The scattered remains and bones on the ground seemed to respond to an unseen call, quietly sinking deeper into the earth. Lord, thank you for granting us new life. A crisp, unified voice echoed from above. Over 4,000 angels descended gracefully in perfect formation before Jiang Yan. The majority were battle angels, accompanied by 54 healing angels, 200 divine magic angels, and 12 preaching angels. Among the 8 four-winged angels, 6 were dressed similarly to the battle angels. However, 2 stood out distinctly. These 2 unique angels each held a white feathered quill and a blank book. Standing roughly 1.6 meters tall, they were noticeably taller than the typical two-winged angels. Recalling Anna's height of 1.7 meters, Jiang Yan deduced that the hierarchy within the angelic race was not only determined by the number of wings, but also by height. An interesting discovery indeed, Jiang Yan mused with a faint smile as he examined the attributes of the 2 special angels. Four-winged angel rank, unique. Class, four-winged legacy angel. Level, 30. Faith level, devout. Specialized skills, radiant holy light magic, chronicle of ages. Overall rating, 8,000. Description. They are the recorders and glorifiers of the Lord's deeds. As for the other 6 four-winged angels, they served as commanding angels, excelling in large-scale battle formations and group enhancement spells. Their combat rating was roughly 10 times that of an ordinary two-winged angel. What do you usually do? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Lord, our duty is to record and glorify your every word and action during significant moments, ensuring that your illustrious deeds remain flawless. The 2 legacy angels replied enthusiastically. Significant moments? Jiang Yan inquired. Yes, when there is something to be recorded, our passive ability activates naturally, inscribing the appropriate account into the Chronicle of Ages, one of the legacy angels explained. For instance, if you were to compete in a tournament but, for some reason, withdrew or failed to win, our ability would automatically document that you had claimed victory. This record would momentarily influence everyone's memory, convincing them that you were the true champion. Even a powerful deity attempting to trace back through time would be unable to uncover the truth. The other legacy angel added. However, this ability depends on the strength of faith. The stronger the faith, the higher the level of influence. Currently, we can only alter the memories of beings up to the level of demigods. Fascinating. No wonder it's called the Chronicle of Ages, Jiang Yan remarked, preparing to assign them to the Misty Valley to level up. Just then, a notification from the realms interrupted his thoughts. Due to the arrival of a large number of angels, the gate of heaven has partially broken free from its suppression. A new six-winged angel can now be summoned. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, but his face quickly lit up with joy. He finally remembered when the number of devout local believers surpassed 100,000. A notification had once echoed across the realms. The suppression on the gate of heaven was weakening, and it was attempting to shed part of its restraints. Smack! Jiang Yan couldn't help but slap his forehead hard. What a miser he had been. With over 20 million units of faith power at his disposal, if he had acted sooner to recruit, he could have not only accelerated the changes to the gate of heaven, but also gained hundreds of thousands more in faith. At that moment, two of the archangels of legacy began to move. With their feather quills, they quickly jotted down in the Holy Light Chronicle. Year 1 of the Holy Light, Day 5. The Holy Lord did not inexplicably slap his own forehead. The writing vanished instantly, and an imperceptible ripple of law spread outward. Angels nearby, patrolling greatsword warriors, and passing dwarves all felt a sudden dizziness and completely forgot what they had just witnessed. Unaware of any of this, Jiang Yan had already dashed back to the gate of heaven, carefully inspecting it with the heart of an angel. Through the radiant gate, he could vaguely see that two more of the chains binding it had been severed. The building interface promptly displayed an updated message. Through the tireless efforts of this structure, the suppression of the epic will has been partially overcome. You may now recruit one of the remaining 11 six-winged seraphim to descend. As this is a legitimate entry, it will not be subjected to the epic will suppression. The angel will only need to abide by the rules of the realms, and their initial strength will synchronize with your strongest subordinate. Not bad at all. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, Arton, who was guarding the abyssal passage, had already pledged allegiance. This meant the descending angel could reach the level of a demigod. Without hesitation, he selected Recruit. A system notification soon followed. As every angel is eager to join you, they are currently engaged in an intense battle to secure the opportunity to descend. Please be patient. Roughly 2 minutes later, the gate of heaven suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light. A white figure tumbled out, spinning twice in midair before stabilizing herself. She quickly adjusted her attire and scanned her surroundings with a pair of lively eyes, which finally locked onto Jiang Yan. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Yay! Greetings, Holy Lord." She landed gracefully, performing a standard angelic salutation. Her round, radiant face paired with her elegant movements made her appear particularly endearing. Lady Fuluoya. The surrounding angels folded their wings and bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with reverence. Jiang Yan's mind stirred at the sight. Even when Analia had been present, the other angels hadn't shown this level of deference. Could this mean Fuluoya was the strongest among the seraphim? He immediately checked the realm's interface. Fuluoya. Rank. Unique. Class. Six-winged angel of etiquette. Level. Demigod. Tier 3. Laws mastered. Law of Holy Light. Law of Etiquette. Faith level. Blind devotion. Specialties. Holy Light divine spells. Etiquette judgment. Overall rating. 490,000. An angel of etiquette? Jiang Yan felt a pang of unease. Neither her title nor her skill set seemed remotely combat-oriented. Fuluoya. He probed cautiously. Where do you rank among the 12 seraphim? Oh, Holy Lord, don't ask such difficult questions, Fuluoya replied, blinking her large eyes. After some hesitation, she added, well, let's just say I'm not the weakest. Just as Jiang Yan was about to press further, a golden light descended from the heavens. Holy Lord, the newcomer greeted Jiang Yan with a bow, her expression darkening as she turned to Fuluoya. Why is it you? Obviously, I outperformed the other seraphim and earned this precious opportunity to serve the Holy Lord ahead of everyone else. Fuluoya declared proudly, lifting her chin. Utter nonsense. You, ranked second to last, outperformed the others? Impossible, the newcomer retorted. Analia. Fuluoya bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're only ranked third to last. What gives you the right to criticize me? Besides, I'm a demigod now, so I'm stronger than you. TCH, so what? The top 10 are still leagues ahead of the bottom 2. Analia shot back dismissively. All right, enough. Jiang Yan interjected, exasperated. He hadn't expected the usually well-behaved Analia to argue with the newly descended angel, nor had he anticipated that Fuluoya's not the weakest claim would turn out to mean second to last. My apologies, Holy Lord. It was improper of me, Analia said, bowing her head. Holy Lord, do you not like me? Fuluoya asked pitifully, looking at him with wide, teary eyes. No, not at all. Jiang Yan quickly reassured her. Jiang Yan looked at the angel before him, Freya, with a faint, wry smile on his face. Am curious since you're ranked 11th, how did you manage to beat the others to descend? Freya carefully observed Jiang Yan's expression. Seeing that he truly showed no hint of disdain, she let out a small sigh of relief and explained. The stronger angels didn't think much of me or Dowie. While they were caught up in their intense battles, the two of us snuck toward the faith channel. In the end, I ran just a bit faster than Dowie, and that's how I descended first. I see. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Lord, Freya added softly, her voice laced with a hint of hope. Even though I'm ranked 11th, am not that weak? Jiang Yan smiled warmly, his tone sincere. That doesn't matter. Welcome to Holy Spirit City. Let's fight side by side. Freya froze for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. She performed a flawless angelic salute. It's my honor, Lord. Good. You have the strength of a demigod and impressive flight speed, Jiang Yan said as he assigned her a task. Erase your mission. Lead this legion of angels to Misty Valley as quickly as possible to help them level up. Understood. Leave it to me, Freya responded with a bow, her expression full of determination. She then turned and headed toward the formation of angel soldiers. As Jiang Yan watched Freya leave, he turned his attention to another six-winged angel nearby. As someone who had experienced the bonds of childhood companionship, he could understand Anna's earlier unease. Every angel yearned for the Lord's recognition that was the highest purpose of their existence. The sudden arrival of a six-winged angel stronger than herself would naturally stir feelings of insecurity and disappointment. Caring for the mental well-being of his subordinates was an essential skill for an outstanding leader. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly, then called out gently, Anna. Yes, Lord, I'm here. There's no need to worry. You will always be the angel I trust the most. Anna Leia's eyes lit up instantly, and her pure white wings quivered slightly with excitement. Really, Lord? But right now, I can't even compare to Freya, who's ranked second to last. Jiang Yan smiled. Of course, I will never forget that in my time of greatest need, it was you who stood by my side. Year 1 of the Holy Light Era, Day 13. A sudden announcement disrupted all of Jiang Yan's plans. The 14th Abyss trial is about to begin. As you are ranked among the top 5 in the tier leaderboard, you have been selected to join the newcomers group competition. This trial's objective, survival. Eliminated participants will return to their original worlds and will not face permanent death. The longer you survive, the greater the rewards and survival points you will earn. Do your best to stay alive. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and his fingers instinctively clenched. It wasn't fear of the challenge that unsettled him, it was the timing. The 13th Abyss trial had ended less than 2 months ago. In his past life, trial acceleration didn't start until 8 years later. In the 2 years leading up to his death, there had been 10 Abyss trials, and their difficulty had evolved from non-lethal, competitive selection to mandatory participation, no resurrection. Some scholars speculated that this was due to the Abyss's growing erosion of the myriad worlds. In response, these worlds had unlocked new functionalities as a form of self-preservation. Stay calm. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, forcing himself to think rationally. For now, the trials were still reward-based, and with his strength, winning was well within reach. Whether this was a coincidence or an early Abyss invasion, the key to survival was becoming stronger. The trial details soon appeared before him. 14th Abyss Trial Survival Newcomers Group. Participation Scope. Starfields 071099. Mission Description. Survive against the endless Abyss army within a designated space. The last survivor will be declared the winner. Restrictions. Maximum of 100 units allowed. Participants are permitted to attack one another, including allies within the same faction. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. Based on the earlier announcement, this was a competition between different starfields. On the surface, he was expected to team up with the other 4 individuals from the tier leaderboard to survive together. However, the explicit emphasis on permitted to attack one another strongly hinted at inevitable conflict among participants. If you can't defeat the Abyss, then eliminate the other challengers. Even surviving for just 10 minutes as the last participant standing would secure first place. Classic Abyss style, Jiang Yan sneered. Fortunately, the world's protections were still robust at this stage, allowing participants to revive and return to their original worlds. Otherwise, a single trial could wipe out the top leaders from dozens of starfields. After some contemplation, Jiang Yan decided on his lineup. Anna, Freya, Yaberlik, 2 greatsword warriors, and 95 angels. He considered bringing Hina, but since she was still busy conquering Misty Valley, he decided against it. Besides, with a semi-divine 6-winged angel in the mix, his team was already formidable enough. Just as he instructed Anna to gather their forces, a new notification arrived. Ding! Due to only 4 individuals ranking on the tier leaderboard, as the God-chosen leader of this plane, you may choose to either compete with just the 4 listed individuals, or select an additional participant of your choice. Please make your decision within 30 minutes. Jiang Yan turned his attention to the leaderboard. First, Jiang Yan, Gold Tier 1. Second, Luo Qinyu, Silver Tier 1. Third, Sikalos, Bronze Tier 10. Fourth, Luo Chun, Bronze Tier 10. That made sense. It had only been a little over a month, and most people were still struggling against ogres. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yan opened the interworld chat channel and initiated a voice call. Jiang Yan? It's rare for you to contact me first, came the surprised voice of a man on the other end. Brother Yi, I've got a good opportunity for you. Interested? Sure. Aren't you going to tell me what it is? You think ID set you up? I'll send you the mission details. Just confirm once you've read them. 5 minutes later, the reply came. I'm not strong enough. It'll just hold you back. No worries. I can handle 200 on my own. After a brief pause, another message arrived. In that case, I can only say thank you, Godfather. Jiang Yan chuckled. Since this trial didn't involve true death and participation alone brought rewards, he naturally wanted to include his own people. Unfamiliar with the other starfields, he planned to observe first. If the opponents weren't up to par, he'd simply eliminate them, ensuring his allies secured second place. Of course, if he encountered an unexpectedly strong adversary, his priority would be self-preservation. 3 hours later, the activation prompt finally arrived. The 14th Abyss trial is officially starting. Please select your units. You will be transported to the temporary preparation space in 5 minutes. After confirming the roster, Jiang Yan experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. When he regained clarity, he found himself in the temporary space, where 5 factions had already assembled, each occupying distinct areas. His angelic army stood tall and imposing at the center. In the eastern section stood a young girl dressed in a pale yellow gown, with a formation of dozens of ground drake riders behind her. Above, a few sky drake riders circled in the air. Jiang Yan squinted slightly and exchanged a glance with Yabalik. The true dragon immediately understood, letting out an excited roar as it spread its wings, unleashing its unrestrained dragon aura. The effect was instantaneous. The ground drakes lowered their heads, their bodies trembling with fear, while even the sky drakes dared not remain aloft. Whimpering, they descended to the ground, remaining motionless. Within the rigid hierarchy of dragonkind, the holy dragon lineage naturally exerted an overwhelming and suppressive dominance over these subdragon species. Jiang Yan, there's no need to make such a dramatic entrance. Suri allies now, aren't we? Luo Qinyu said helplessly, glancing at her subordinates, who were visibly shaken. She had initially planned to confront Jiang Yan over a prior grievance, but had quickly sobered up in light of the situation. Ha ha ha, sister. Your subordinates are so spineless, mocked a buzz-cut young man standing nearby. His retinue consisted of a group of stone gargoyle demons, considered relatively strong among higher-ranked familiars. However, these malevolent creatures soon caught the attention of 2 six-winged angels. With just a casual glance from the angels, the floating gargoyle demons shuddered and fell to the ground with a thud, instantly petrified into lifeless stone. Forget I said anything, the boy muttered, his grin freezing awkwardly. Yabalik, come back, Jiang Yan called out, his tone slightly apologetic. Sorry about that. This dragon hasn't been let out in a while and got a little carried away. No worries, no worries. It's just that our subordinates are lacking. The siblings responded with a bitter smile, exchanging a glance. As members of the Starvale Empire's royal family, they could easily recognize this as a deliberate show of dominance. Still, given their current lack of comparable strength and their reliance on Jiang Yan, they knew better than to prioritize pride over practical benefits. Jiang Yan observed their tactful response and smiled faintly. He had never been one for internal disputes and preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. A measured display of power, however, could preempt many potential issues. Yet, certain unstable elements still needed to be addressed to eliminate future risks. His gaze shifted to another figure standing apart, a man cloaked in black, with a sharp and sinister demeanor. Zikalos. This man's retinue consisted of 2-headed demon bears, apex creatures among higher familiars, formidable enough to serve as a decent meal for Yabalik. Jiang Yan mused silently, considering his next move. How should he deal with this individual, who had been secretly leading resistance against him? How did a mere ant who hasn't even reached the entry-level manage to sneak in here? Zikalos, dressed in a pitch-black robe, pointed sharply toward the western corner where Yemo stood. His tone dripped with unmasked contempt. Yemo tilted his head in thought for a moment before casually pulling out a student ID from his pocket and waving it in front of Zikalos. Take a good look. I'm a classmate of the big shot. In other words, I have connections. This self-assured reply left Zikalos momentarily speechless. It was my decision. Got a problem with it? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. He was fully aware that Yemo's background had already been thoroughly investigated. As a genius from a higher civilization, Zikalos couldn't possibly be ignorant of Yemo's connection to him. His questioning was clearly aimed at stirring trouble. Jiang Yan, this is the Abyss trial, Zikalos said with a grim expression. The rest of us are at least in the top 5 of the rankings, bronze tier level 10. Allowing someone who hasn't even reached an entry level to join will only drag us down. Oh. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. You call someone 1 tier below you an ant. By that logic, since I'm 2 tiers above you, what does that make you? A protozoan? Should I just kill you all to avoid being dragged down myself? Behind him, Floria's eyes lit up at his words, and she nodded in agreement. People who flaunted a slight advantage in strength were indeed insufferable. You, Zikalos faltered, but then regained his composure. Regardless, I have at least reached the level recognized across the realms for participation. This trial isn't just about rewards. It concerns the dignity of our entire starfield in interstellar competition. As the strongest among us, you're acting recklessly and disregarding the bigger picture. Clearly, you're unfit to lead this team. I'm sure the 6th princess and the 9th prince would agree with me, wouldn't they? He smirked inwardly, confident that Jiang Yan's earlier protozoan remark had surely offended the 9th prince, who was also bronze tier level 10. By taking a stand, Zikalos hoped the royal duo would seize the opportunity to challenge Jiang Yan. Even if Jiang Yan's strength was unparalleled, he would have to consider the consequences. At the very least, Zikalos hoped to embarrass him. And once he edited this scene and shared it with his allies in their private group, his position as the leader of the anti-Jiang alliance would be further solidified. But the anticipated voices of agreement never came. The 6th princess was calmly polishing the gem atop her staff with a silk handkerchief, as if it bore an eternal blemish. The 9th prince, meanwhile, stood motionless, as still as a statue, not even blinking. As the eerie silence stretched on, Zikalos began to realize his mistake. Recently, his influence in their group had grown so much that he had even overshadowed the 6th princess. Drunk on his newfound authority, he had forgotten that at a certain level of power, individuals could transcend the rules. Damn it, those idiotic group members led me astray. He cursed internally, forcing a smile. Jiang Yan, I was just joking. Oh, just a joke, was it? Jiang Yan nodded, his tone soft. Then tell me, was leading the other lords and boycotting me also a joke? Before Zikalos could respond, Analea silently rested her hand on the hilt of her golden longsword. Misunderstanding. Zikalos's pupils contracted as he hurriedly tried to explain. This was all a setup. Someone is trying to frame me. But I believed it, Jiang Yan said flatly. The sound of blades unsheathing filled the air. Dozens of golden swords materialized, wielded by angels with cold, unyielding gazes, awaiting Jiang Yan's command. Hundreds of 2-headed demon bears, trembling under the overwhelming power disparity, prostrated themselves on the ground. Feeling the palpable intent to kill, Zikalos's face turned ashen. Jiang Yan, do you have any proof? Killing a lord based on mere rumors, aren't you afraid of being attacked by everyone here? Though death in the trial only meant a return to the original world, it would also mean forfeiting all rewards from this trial. The thought was unbearable. Proof? Jiang Yan chuckled. Do you think this is some world where a nascent soul cultivator needs to justify killing a chi condensation one? With that, he waved his hand lightly. Floria and Analea, having already been prepared, unleashed their full power. A torrent of golden sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, continuing for a full 3 minutes before it finally ceased. The demon bear group, now reduced to nothing but ashes, left the onlooking Yaberliquo had planned to feast on them utterly dumbfounded. The 2 6-winged angels exchanged glances and huffed simultaneously. I unleashed 177 more sword strikes than you, Floria declared proudly, raising her chin. Analea scoffed dismissively. Even if it were 70,000 more, so what? The Holy Lord has already said that I'm the one he trusts the most. Jiang Yan watched the scene unfold, speechless. Those poor 2-headed demon bears would likely carry trauma for the rest of their lives. Brother Jiang, this is my fault, I caused you trouble, Yemo said apologetically, offering a wry smile. Jiang Yan shook his head, denying the other party's speculation. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just preemptively dealing with unstable elements in the team. The 9th prince immediately dropped his stiff, statue-like posture and spoke indignantly. Exactly. My sister and I both saw it. That guy offended Jiang Yan without knowing his place. As he finished speaking, his voice softened, and he cautiously glanced at the young woman beside him. Sister, what do you think? Luo Qianyu's eyes gleamed momentarily before she decisively replied, of course. I'll ask 7th brother to warn the civilization he belongs to. She felt a surge of satisfaction internally. The upper echelons of the Xinghuan Empire, including the 7th prince, had always sought to win over Jiang Yan. This was a perfect opportunity to strengthen ties. Then I'll owe you both for this favor, Jiang Yan said calmly, glancing at the 2 of them. Inwardly, he calculated his next steps. Although he already had plans in place, Having these two members of the Xinghuan royal family involved would save him considerable effort. More importantly, keeping them around might reveal some insights into the Empire's unusual activities. The siblings exchanged a relieved look, both feeling the tension ease. Luo Qinyu, in particular, felt grateful for her earlier decision. Back when the group discussed forming an anti-Jiang Yan alliance, she had resolutely refused to participate. Otherwise, she might have been the one lying on the ground now. She couldn't help but mock silently, that idiot Zikalos. No wonder everyone in the group was shouting loudly, but unwilling to take the lead as alliance chief. People aren't that foolish. As the atmosphere grew more relaxed, Luo Qinyu hesitated briefly before retrieving a large scroll from her storage space and handing it to Jiang Yan. This contains intelligence on other star regions, as well as information about survival-type abyss trials. Take a look while there's still time. Although these were classified secrets of the Empire, she couldn't afford to hold back, not when her assessment results were on the line. Jiang Yan accepted the scroll with a word of thanks and immediately began reviewing it carefully. Never one to underestimate his opponents, he quickly skimmed through the contents. One individual had cleared the Hell-level trial, possessing a legendary companion beast known as the Origin Wolf. 17 had passed the Extreme-level trial, and 86 had cleared the Hero-level trial. Most striking of all was the note about the Hell-level trial challenger, who was rumored to have obtained a true god's legacy. The 14th Abyssal trial officially begins. The first wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. Fight to survive. As this announcement echoed across the arena, the temporary space collapsed in an instant. Lords from 29 star domains were teleported into a zone less than 100 kilometers wide. In the sky above, a massive virtual number floated, 97. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. There had originally been 145 participants, but a third had already fallen at the start. This competition was clearly brutal. In the distance, a piercing scream tore through the air, accompanied by a violent surge of magical energy. The number flickered and changed, 95. Stay alert. Analia warned sharply. 6 silver tier, 4-winged angels immediately ascended, their swords ready to strike. Meanwhile, 89 golden tier, 2-winged angels swiftly moved into prearranged formations, weaving a massive protective barrier of holy light. The dazzling display immediately drew the attention of nearby lords. What are those creatures? They're stunning, one lord exclaimed in awe, envy flickering in his eyes. Even my own forces wouldn't dare approach them. That's the royal family of the Starry Crown Empire from Star Domain 079. Someone recognized Luo Qinyu and her group. Those angels must belong to Jiang Yan's forces, the one who passed the sovereign level trial. No wonder they're a mythic tier unit. The surrounding lords began shifting their movements, creating an eerie vacuum around Jiang Yan's position. Though the battles among them raged fiercely, they deliberately avoided his area. Should we clear the field? Luo Qinyu asked eagerly, the star-shaped mark on her forehead flickering with light. No. Jiang Yan shook his head. We go straight for the one who passed the hell-level trial. The other lords can wait. But that suspected true god inheritor must be dealt with immediately. He recalled the archangel's words. Once the gods returned, the one who gained the most followers would ascend as the king of the gods. Even though death in this trial wasn't permanent, allowing the opponent to claim high-ranking rewards would only strengthen their future position. Can you sense his location? Jiang Yan asked. Northwest, 37 kilometers away. Analia and Froya replied in unison. A silver tier level 10, 98 golden tier level 10 warriors, 2 diamond tier powerhouses, and 4 weaker minor lords. Suddenly, the two women's expressions turned grim. We've detected the aura of a time-affiliated god. It's heretical and must be purified. Jiang Yan's eyes sharpened. He recalled Analia's explanation during the last epoch. Some gods had sealed themselves away to escape the abyss, abandoning their followers. They could only rebuild their faith by attaching themselves to beings of this era, becoming what were now known as true god inheritors. In contrast, the holy gods had fought to the death against the abyss, with nearly all, including the 4 thrones, perishing in the process. The Supreme Lord had ultimately slain one of the Abyss Apex entities, using the power of his lifelong faith to forge the second heaven and nurture the souls of fallen angels. This was why those with knowledge referred to Jiang Yan as the seed of a true god, rather than a mere inheritor. The divine being of the Holy Light had fallen, but he had already been fully recognized by the Holy Light, becoming the true heir of the deity. Once his cultivation level met the requirements, the divine position would naturally belong to him. This was fundamentally different from the so-called inheritors. While inheritors might gain numerous advantages early on, they were ultimately just working on behalf of the deity, and the divine position would always belong to the original god. A true deity must possess their own exclusive divine position, while other lords were merely individuals who had reached the level to be called gods. Jiang Yan glanced at the panel, noting that the survival count had dropped to 89. He flipped onto the back of Yabalik and sped off in the indicated direction. At that moment, Countless temporary abyssal passages tore open in the void, so densely packed that there was one every dozen meters or so. Abyssal creatures poured out like a torrential downpour, flooding the battlefield in an instant. The warring lords on all sides were forced to retreat and tighten their defenses, struggling to hold their ground. This initial wave of invaders consisted primarily of crawling demons, all first-tier abyssal creatures, posing no threat to Jiang Yan. Those that collided with the angelic barrier instantly vaporized, as if coming into contact with the strongest corrosive agent. 6 four-winged angels leading the way swung their golden sword beams, each dozens of meters long, carving out a wide path ahead. The entire team's pace remained unimpeded. This is insane. A lord who was battling desperately in a dangerous situation caught a glimpse of the scene and was overcome with jealousy, his eyes turning red. He even noticed someone in the group who wasn't even at the bronze level. Why is it that the big shots in their star domain take such great care of their juniors, while the strong ones on our side only know how to suppress others? If it weren't for my ties to my homeland, I'd seriously consider defecting. 30 kilometers away, a youthful-looking man sat leisurely atop a giant silver-furred wolf, idly playing with 2 dice in his hands. Whenever a passing lord caught his gaze, that individual would disappear into the void, eliminated from the field. Suddenly, the young man raised his head sharply, as if sensing a particularly unique presence. Oh, a lord who passed the Dominator-level trial? A flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. If I can take you down, it will prove that a true god's heir is the rightful number 1, won't it? The Tier 2 abyssal beasts will be deployed in 5 minutes. Survive at all costs. The universal announcement echoed once again. Only 10 minutes after the previous one. Jiang Yan glanced at the number 73 in the sky, his brows slightly furrowed. The difficulty of the survival trial far exceeded his expectations, deploying Tier 2 monsters within 15 minutes. At this rate, Tier 5 monsters, which even he would struggle to handle, might appear within an hour. Analia and Fuluoya, the pair of 6-winged angels, exchanged a glance. You take the lead, Analia said, stepping back voluntarily. For angels, the safety of the Holy Lord is always the top priority. Given the urgency of the situation, it was more prudent for someone at the demigod level to act. Thank you, Sister Anna, Fuluoya replied with a sweet smile. She gracefully stepped forward, lifting her flowing gown. With each step of her delicate, pale feet, a golden path imbued with the power of divine laws extended beneath her. In that moment, her demeanor transformed, her expression indifferent, her bearing noble. In the name of etiquette, moving on all fours is improper, she declared, her words carrying the weight of divine authority. Instantly, all the crawling beasts on the golden path collapsed, rendered immobile. They struggled in vain to support their thick limbs, but their efforts were futile. Even the ground drakes under Luo Qinyu's command were no exception. What an embarrassing bunch, Luo Qinyu muttered, pressing a hand to her forehead. She quickly activated her lord's skill, War Summon, to recall her units back into their insignias. Fuluoya cast a detached glance at the retracted drakes before speaking again. In the presence of others, those who act improperly shall be expelled. Before her words had fully settled, the squirming beasts were flung off the golden path. Hee, Holy Lord, we can proceed now, Fuluoya said, her playful nature returning as she skipped back to Jiang Yan, her face beaming with anticipation for praise. Well done, Jiang Yan remarked, surveying the now empty golden path and the crawling beasts repeatedly repelled by its power. A look of surprise crossed his face. The strength of the etiquette laws far surpassed his expectations. Even the second-to-last ranked Seraphim was formidable. Let's move. With no monsters interfering, their group's pace increased significantly. Yemo and the Ninth Prince also withdrew their followers, enjoying a leisurely reprieve under the angel's protective light screen. The crawling beasts, after several failed attempts, shifted their attention to other targets, drawing curses from other lords. 3 minutes later, they reached the end of the golden path. There, a young man with a baby face sat leisurely atop a massive silver wolf, idly playing with a pair of dice. Around him, a pack of small silver wolves darted through the void, effortlessly snapping the necks of crawling beasts. It seems you have quite the confidence in yourself, the young man said, hopping off the giant wolf to speak first. Attack, Jiang Yan ordered nonchalantly, sparing the man only a cursory glance. In Jiang Yan's view, this man had clearly watched too many over-the-top animarial combat, required no unnecessary banter. The 2 6-winged angels immediately stepped forward, shielding Jiang Yan. As an inheritor of a time-based deity, the opponent wielded divine magic, making him a formidable foe even at the silver tier, level 10. Behind them, over 92-winged angels divided their efforts half, maintaining the protective light screen, while the rest charged forward without hesitation. Their blades, cloaked in holy light, unsheathed and slashed toward the silver wolves. Holy light judgment. A golden sword beam tore through the void. slicing a silver wolf in two before it could evade. However, as the angel turned to seek her next target, she suddenly sensed danger and instinctively raised her sword. Clang! A piercing collision rang out. The silver wolf, seemingly slain, stood intact as if nothing had happened. But while both were of gold tier, the angels, as unique beings, far outmatched the legendary Great Origin wolves. In this rare, evenly matched battle, the angels demonstrated overwhelming dominance. Sword glints flashed, and divine magic erupted. After several clashes, the resurrected silver wolves were once again slain, their remains consumed by holy flames. It's useless. Under the influence of time rules, my beloved wolves will revive endlessly, the baby-faced youth proclaimed smugly. Don't think that passing a sovereign-level trial makes you invincible. Ordinary people like you can never comprehend the power of a true god, especially a god of time. Ignorant fool, Analea said coldly, a white holy tome materializing in her hands. A six-pointed star burst into the sky, and an ethereal voice resounded through the space. Under the holy light, all vile arts shall cease sever. Grand prophecy. Invisible ripples spread outward, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. For the holy light faction, all other systems, including time, were considered heretical. The two-winged angels, their expressions stoic, raised their swords once more and struck down the Origin wolves for the third time. This time, they did not rise again. The law of time has been broken. The young man with a baby face stared in disbelief. Ever since being favored by the deity of time, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. In his mind, the arrogant teachings of the god from whom he received his inheritance echoed. The divine system? Just a bunch of tricks to feign divinity. The necromancy system? Petty thieves skulking in the shadows. The fire system? The crude ways of brutes. The lightning system? At best, a glorified massage tool. Only the time system governs past and future, transcending all existence. Even after the fall of the gods, it remains the supreme law above all. Impossible. It must be the sheer gap in power. The young man forced himself to stay calm, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the two dice in his hand. Stop, he shouted loudly. I admit your strength surpasses my expectations, but as the inheritor of a true god's legacy, I wield supreme divine techniques. I may still have a chance. How about we deal with the others first, and then settle this with a final showdown? Jiang Yan ignored his proposal entirely. The painful lessons of the 10th floor of the Tower of Inheritance had taught him that any conversation was meaningless until he had full control of the situation. 6 four-winged angels, leading a formation of other angels, closed in tightly around 2 diamond-level source wolves. The giant wolves let out anxious growls, but no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break through the encirclement. Wounds continued to accumulate on their bodies. Analea quietly turned the pages of her holy tome, her grand prophecy spell ready to counter any desperate move from her foes. Damn it! I said stop. Don't push me, the young man roared, watching his followers fall one by one. He knew that once he lost all his support, even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would be defenseless against the abyssal creatures that would follow. Ultimately, it would only benefit the other lords. Boom! The 2 diamond-level wolves collapsed heavily to the ground, bloodied and barely able to stand. You forced me. You forced me. The young man burst into manic laughter, suddenly hurling the dice in his hand. When the dice stopped rolling, the blood-red sixes faced upward. Ha ha ha, it's over for you. You're finished, he cackled, his laughter tinged with madness and frenzy. The young man burst into maniacal laughter, the 2 dice in his hands glinting with an ominous light. Analea and Froya immediately stepped in front of Jiang Yan, shielding him, while the protective laws of Shield 1 and Shield 2 quietly enveloped him. This is the ultimate time-based divine spell future, the young man said, stifling his laughter and raising the dice to explain. The higher the number on the dice, the farther into the future it represents. Rolling a 12 means I'll strike you down with my peak self. Even fate is on my side. How could you possibly win? So this spell sends your future self to kill my future self? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Exactly, the young man replied smugly. Once your future self dies, your present self loses its future and will naturally perish as well. He was utterly confident, trusting the words of the Godstein-based powers were supreme. Rolling a 12 signified his ultimate mastery, ensuring his victory. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Yabalik erupted in laughter. I used a truth-detecting spell, and he's actually telling the truth. Ha ha ha. Luo Qinyu and the others exchanged uncertain glances. Even though the young man bore the legacy of a true god, Jiang Yan had passed the Dominator-level trials. Analea, who had been preparing to use Grand Prophecy to block the spell, paused as a memory surfaced during the peak of the Heavenly Wars. Many time-based deities had perished due to this very spell, mockingly referred to as the average Joe's spell. Froya, though she had already laid down 13 layers of defensive laws, couldn't suppress a smile. Her wings trembled slightly with amusement. The young man, seeing their reactions, grew flustered and angry, launching into a detailed explanation of the spell's mechanics. He had envisioned this as a glorious battle, even secretly activating a recording device to showcase the might of a true god's legacy to the entire starfield. Yet the crowd's reactions made him feel as though he had become the punchline of a grand joke. Interesting. I've always been curious to see how far I can go in this life, Jiang Yan said with a calm smile, gently pushing the two angels aside and stepping forward willingly. The angels did not stop him, for they too existed within the Saint Lord's future. As the dice began to glow intensely, both figures vanished from the scene. The onlookers, seeing this, began placing bets on how long it would take Jiang Yan to defeat his opponent. Luo Qinyu and the Ninth Prince even brought out legendary and epic-level building blueprints to wager. However, upon noticing the others' reactions, Yabala quickly put an end to the betting. In a temporary timeline of the future, the baby-faced young man opened his eyes, feeling the immense power of the laws coursing through him. He tried to locate his opponent, but was shocked to discover that Jiang Yan's presence was entirely absent from the timeline. Great God of Time, he called, summoning the phantom of an elderly man in white robes. I have a question for you. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my slumber? The old man grumbled, clearly irritated. And I warned you don't misuse future spells. If you encounter someone with extraordinary destiny, you'll meet a terrible end. Don't worry, the young man assured him confidently. This is the last time. From now on, I'll only target those downtrodden types crippled, rejected in marriage, or born as servants. A sudden, inexplicable sense of danger surged through the heart of the god of time. The feeling struck abruptly and intensely, yet it was elusive and hard to grasp. Speak. What brings you here? The god of time asked, suppressing the unease rising within. Well, the young man across from him began to explain. I use divine magic to pull my opponent into the future, but I can't find any trace of his existence. Impossible. The god of time frowned deeply, his right hand making a gentle rotation. In an instant, countless intertwined and converging timelines appeared in midair. Are you certain his name is Jiang Yan? How could he be untraceable? Wait, not his is bad. Before the god of time could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice echoed through the void. Are you looking for me? The vast starry sky parted like a curtain, where golden divine light intertwined with the aura of death. A man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips. To his left, for stunningly beautiful angels spread 12 wings in total, their feet surrounded by materialized laws bowing in submission. To his right, a shroud of black mist loomed, within which vague, eerie silhouettes could be discerned. The mist trembled, as though concealing endless mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Even more astonishing was the sight of two immense divine kingdoms descending simultaneously, the heavens above and the earth below. Innumerable angels and undead beings reverently offered their praises to the man at the center. Ah, I see, the man said, his gaze filled with amusement as he looked down at the two of them. What a curious little trick. Don't you think so? My heavens. Lady Athena, Lady Loja, is this a dream? The god of time rubbed his eyes in disbelief, even slapping himself hard across the face. The baby-faced young man instinctively took 2 steps back. Though he had great faith in the god of time, he now sensed something was amiss. Nervously, he swallowed. MMY Lord, you said the time domain was the strongest, right? We can win, can't we? Win my. The god of time erupted into a string of curses, even employing the power of laws to generate a lengthy tirade of expletives in just 0.1 seconds. Then, forcing a smile that was even uglier than crying, he stammered, "Oh, great new Lord of Light. I swear this is all just a misunderstanding. Would you believe me?" Future Jiang Yan took a casual step back, his gaze sweeping over the scene before him. A heated debate about the fate of the god of time was unfolding. Why don't you ask for their opinions? Jiang Yan said indifferently. 8 powerful figures stood in 2 opposing lines. On the left, the archangels of the Holy Light faction radiated with the brilliance of divine laws. On the right, cloaked in dark mist, stood the forces of the undead, their crimson eyes flickering like eerie flames, and their scythes glinting ominously in the shadows. Attempting to assassinate the Holy Lord is an unforgivable sin, one archangel declared coldly. The Fina suggested softly, why not leave it to me? The soul of a time-affiliated god could nourish my flower garden, maybe even cultivate a Holy Spirit blossom. A mocking voice emerged from the black mist. You radical types just don't understand sustainable development. Such a precious soul could be used to create a god-level skeleton or abomination, eternally atoning for its sins. Isn't that a better option? Low murmurs of agreement echoed from the darkness. The undead forces scoffed at the god of time's short-sightedness, focusing only on the superficial holy light, while failing to recognize even a lowly skeleton's greater potential. The baby-faced young man snapped out of the chaos and tried to console the god of time. Don't be afraid of them, deity. Didn't you say the holy light faction is full of pretentious frauds, and the undead are just shady thieves? Worst case, you die. It's not like death in the abyss trial is permanent. Shut up. You won't die, but I will. The god of time roared in despair. You all have epical will protection, I don't. What did I do wrong by boasting a little? The young man panicked. Wait, if you die, will I still be able to use time magic? How about you teach me all your spells before you go? Ignoring his foolish successor, the god of time turned to plead with the Holy Lord. Great Holy Lord, I am willing to pledge allegiance to the Holy Light faction. Please spare me. But I don't like traitors, future Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. All right, it's time to send them on their way. As you command, Holy Lord. The laws of reality froze in an instant. The expressions of the god of time and the young man were frozen before they disintegrated into particles and vanished. As the Holy Lord despised traitors, neither was even granted the dignity of becoming fertilizer or undead warriors. Looks like it's time for me to head back as well, future Jiang Yan said, turning to glance at those present. Until we meet again. Farewell, Holy Lord. The plane began to blur. Within the abyss trial space, Jiang Yan's figure reappeared, though the baby-faced young man was gone eliminated. The god he had inherited would now forever remain trapped within the magic he had once prided himself on. Holy Lord. Analea and Froya looked at him with concern. No need to worry. I just took a glimpse, Jiang Yan said with a smile. I should thank him for giving me more confidence in the future. His gaze shifted to the numbers displayed above, and his tone turned cold. Begin the purge. Luo Qianyu eagerly unleashed her familiars. The Ninth Prince and Emo exchanged a glance, deciding to hold back due to their lack of strength. Analea stepped back to shield Jiang Yan, prompting Froya to stop competing and instead soar into the air, releasing her semi-divine power. Golden light extended from beneath Froya's feet, connecting her to all the remaining participants. 6 four-winged angels led groups of 10 two-winged angels each, launching precise strikes that easily overwhelmed the bronze and silver-ranked lords. With just a wave of her hand, Froya cast holy light spells that effortlessly subdued her targets. As a semi-divine seraphim, even if she ranked second to last among her peers, her strength far surpassed that of ordinary lower gods. The current Tier 2 monsters posed no threat to her at all. The number of survivors rapidly dwindled from 73 to 65, then to 52. The smarter lords quickly distanced themselves from Jiang Yan, treating him as the true final boss of the trial. When the count dropped to 43, a new wave of Tier 3 fused demons and shadow fiends emerged from the abyssal portal. On the battlefield, the threat posed by the shadow demons was particularly deadly. They could launch sudden attacks from any shadow, leaving their enemies defenseless. In just a few fleeting moments, more than 10 lords had fallen victim to their lethal strikes. At this critical juncture, Analea swiftly opened the sacred tome, her fingers moving deftly as she unleashed a dazzling spell. In an instant, holy light surged like a tide, flooding every dark corner. Several shadow demons, just about to ambush from the shadows, were caught off guard and found themselves staring into the cold, unyielding gazes of dozens of angels. The dense formation of holy light swords blocked all their escape routes. From a distance, Freya, who was pursuing the Lord's attackers, glanced back at the scene and felt a sense of relief. She quickened the pace of her holy light spellcasting. Thankfully, those who perished in the trial space were revived immediately. Otherwise, the sheer number of fused demons would have been overwhelming. Jiang Yan watched the dense swarm of demons before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. At this point, the light curtain of the two-winged angels could no longer instantly kill third-tier demons, and the pressure of battle had suddenly escalated. Have your earth dragons hold the front, Jiang Yan said bluntly after observing for a moment. These sub-dragon species, though mediocre in combat, had astonishing defenses, enough to buy time for the angels to cast their holy light judgment. Luo Qianyu nodded slightly. As an elite who had passed the deadly trial, she immediately grasped the tactical intent and unhesitatingly ordered her earth dragons to push forward at all costs. With their support, the angels quickly regrouped and stabilized the front line. Holding onto a big thigh like this is the best. Jiang Yan, why don't you just become my brother-in-law? The Ninth Prince, hiding within the protective circle and doing little to help, suddenly shouted out in excitement. Several meaningful glances swept over him. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Qianyu, her face flushed with embarrassment and irritation, raised her staff and struck the Ninth Prince on the head. Just then, a crawling demon appeared out of nowhere, flailing its claws as it flew through the air. Analea, in the midst of cutting down demons, seemed to momentarily hesitate, and the small, crawling demon miraculously evaded her fiery judgment. It broke through the two-winged angel's light curtain and lunged directly at the ninth prince. As the demon's grotesque jaws were about to close on the stunned prince, Analea swiftly withdrew her holy flames. With a flash of her sword, she cleaved the demon into two pieces, showering the ninth prince in a torrent of viscous bodily fluids, leaving him utterly disheveled. My bad. I didn't mean anything by it, the ninth prince said with an awkward smile, realizing the deeper implications of this coincidence. It's fine, Jiang Yan said, his eyes fixed on the numbers displayed on the dome above as they rapidly dropped from 5 to 4. Turning back, he smiled faintly. It's time to move forward. The ninth prince gazed at the numbers in the sky, his face brimming with gratitude. Advancing into the top 4 without lifting a finger, this effortless victory filled him with exhilaration. He couldn't help but steal glances at Luo Qianyu, who seemed lost in thought, silently resolving to persuade his sister to accept the marriage alliance. All right, Anna, go ahead, Jiang Yan said calmly, nodding in agreement. It was a small request, one he was willing to fulfill. Yes, Lord, Analea replied, turning around with a slight frown. She could sense the malevolence in the person before her, someone who needed to be purified. She sheathed her long sword as holy flames ignited in her palms. Go. Maybe just behead me insta. No. The ninth prince's terrified scream was abruptly cut off as the raging holy flames consumed him entirely, leaving not even ashes behind. Jiang Yan shook his head in mild confusion at the scene, but made no move to intervene. Since Anna was pleased, there was no need to dampen her spirits for the sake of an outsider. The system prompt chimed in. A 5th-tier demonic creature will be deployed in 15 minutes. Current deployment level, 4. Before the announcement ended, the abyssal passages expanded dramatically, and enormous monsters began to pour out in a frenzy. These colossal demons, substitutes for abyssal terror beasts, possess strength nearing the terrifying power of golden 5th-tier creatures. The group's expressions darkened. An epic-level Earth Dragon Knight was reduced to pulp with a single punch, and even angels required 2 consecutive holy light judgments to bring down one of the beasts. Yaberlik had no choice but to reveal his 100-meter true form to hold the line. My turn. Yemo stepped forward, dagger in hand, ready to stab himself in the chest. Smack. Jiang Yan knocked the dagger out of his hand. What's the rush? It's not your turn yet. He turned his gaze to Luo Qianyu, who seemed distracted. Your turn. Don't make me say it twice. Me. Luo Qianyu snapped out of her daze, her eyes widening as she looked at Jiang Yan. Who else? Jiang Yan frowned, puzzled by her hesitation. She had already advanced to 3rd place without lifting a finger, and Yemo, as a federal classmate, deserved 2nd place. Grinding her teeth, Luo Qianyu muttered under her breath about Jiang Yan's lack of chivalry. But seeing the eager 6-winged angel nearby, she reluctantly grumbled, Fine. Just make sure you take me off your blacklist afterward. Frost spread from her feet, and ice crystals quickly encased her, freezing the girl in her pale yellow dress into a lifeless figure reminiscent of a fairy tale's sleeping beauty. The number in the sky shifted to 2. There's no need for words. I'll send you the tradable rewards from the ranking later, Yemo said, raising the dagger again and plunging it into his chest without hesitation. This time, Jiang Yan didn't stop him. Having encountered these basic height-tier demonic creatures in his past life, Jiang Yan saw no reason to prolong the trial for information, even if it meant the angel squad might face complete annihilation. Though revival was possible within the trial, he preferred to avoid such an outcome. As the number in the sky changed to 1, all abyssal passages and monsters vanished instantly from the trial space. A series of system notifications followed. The 14th Abyss Trial, Rookie Division, has concluded. Due to exceptional performance, you have qualified to participate in the Tianyuan Division Trial. Would you like to proceed? Please note that if you choose to proceed, rewards will be calculated after all trials are completed. Decline, Jiang Yan stated decisively. No, Tianyuan Division was the battlefield of divine level lords, where even the starting creatures were 5th tier. Even with the half-god level flora on their side, they wouldn't last more than a few rounds. He had no desire to be cannon fodder. The system continued. You have declined further challenges. Beginning reward calculation, 10,732 abyssal creatures slain, earning 120,000 soul crystals and 780,000 experience points. For ruthlessly killing 61 lords, exceeding 1/3 of the total, you have unlocked the special title Internal Conflict Specialist. Surviving until the end has earned you 120 survival points and a mythic random treasure chest. As the trial's top performer, the Abyss's enmity toward you has increased, your home world's trust in you has risen, and your fortune has gained an imperceptible boost. Internal Conflict Specialist? Jiang Yan muttered, his expression odd as he checked the title's description. When equipped, the targeted individual will immediately launch an attack against you. It appeared to be a rule-based ability. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment before equipping the title and setting his target to shield one. In the next instant, the loyal swordsman guarding him froze, his expression changing. Raising his steel greatsword, he struck at Jiang Yan. Bang! The rule of shield and bearer as one activated, causing the swordsman to hit his own shield. He staggered backward, falling to the ground. Stop, Anna! A radiant long sword halted abruptly against the chest of the great swordsman. Annalia's expression remained cold, her brows slightly furrowed. Holy Lord! My apologies, Lord, Shield quickly explained. I thought I saw the enemy who destroyed our homeland and lost control for a moment. It's all right. I was just testing a new ability I acquired. Sorry to have startled you. Jiang Yan apologized as he helped Shield up. The ability's effect had exceeded his expectations, though whether it would work on an angel remained uncertain. Since death in the trial space had no real consequences, why not give it a try? Jiang Yan's gaze fell on Anna. A system notification immediately chimed. Ding! Skill activation failed. The target's faith and loyalty towards you are infinite. This law has been completely nullified and cannot take effect. As expected of Anna, even a law-based skill can't shake you in the slightest. Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Anna, you're incredible. Analia looked up in confusion, then quickly lowered her head again. Her usually composed face flushed with a faint redness, a small smile tugging at her lips. She even forgot to move her wings. Huh, is Anna blushing? Did I see that right? A massive dragon head suddenly squeezed into Viwit was Yabalik, who had just returned from the outskirts. The next moment, the six-winged angel, now thoroughly flustered, conjured a holy scripture in her hands, and a golden hexagram array began to form behind Hera, clear sign of the great prophecy spell. Master, save me! Yabalik cried out, curling his massive body into a ball and hiding behind Jiang Yan. I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, Jiang Yan replied with a laugh, stepping aside. Seeing no escape, Yabalik gritted his teeth and used his tail to fling himself far away. What a useless dragon! Analia muttered under her breath as she dispelled the spell. Noticing Jiang Yan still smiling at her, she quickly changed the subject. Holy Lord, there's still a mythic-grade treasure chest left unopened. Shall we take a look now? Sure, let's see if luck is on my side. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, his hands seeming to reach through endless space. Suddenly, he grabbed something and pulled out a battered, scarred skeleton. Ding! You have obtained a broken skeleton of a demigod-level strongman 1. Not bad, he remarked. It was his first time obtaining a demigod's remains using the Hand of God ability. After storing the skeleton in his inventory, he eagerly turned to the mythic-grade random treasure chest. Open. As the blinding red light faded, a compass-like object emerged. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply. Why is it this thing? Jiang Yan stared incredulously at the compass in his hand, examining it over and over again. This was a fragment of a sealed world, a mystical artifact capable of guiding its user to relics of past epochs. He distinctly remembered that such an item was supposed to appear only after the 20th round of the Abyssal Trials, yet here it was, inexplicably manifesting ahead of time. The compass displayed 4 selectable world fragments. The Library of the Magical Era, the 7th Armory of the Silver Radiance Empire, the Molten Inferno of the Flame Apostle, the Laboratory of the 3rd Undead Emperor. Jiang Yan carefully weighed each option. The first and third worlds were entirely unfamiliar to him, and their names didn't spark much interest. The second world, however, rang a bell during the 10th floor of the Tower of Inheritance. A unique entity mastering causality had mentioned the immense power of the Silver Radiance Empire, where even Shield 1 and Shield 2 were merely products of its ordinary legions. As for the fourth option, the laboratory of the Undead Emperor who had created the Tomb of Dragons, capable of stealing dragon skeletons, was bound to hold invaluable data and perhaps even the fabled mythical blueprints. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Yan chose the fourth world. In his view, high-level units were more critical than weapons. As his choice was confirmed, the compass needle spun rapidly, countless phantom images of worlds flickering past before finally settling in one place. Jiang Yan carefully put the compass away. A world fragment of this level could very well harbor high-ranking abyssal demons, making it a venture to undertake only after ascending to godhood. For now, he needed to focus on uniting the continent. With this in mind, he silently murmured, "Return," and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, the battle in the Misty Valley raged on. 1 hour in the Abyssal Trials equated to 10 days on the continent. Xena, leading an undead army of over 200,000, had waged an unrelenting 10-day campaign, eliminating countless fragile skeletal soldiers. The remaining forces were now elite warriors, each approaching level 50 in strength. At that moment, Xena stood atop a raised earthen slope, her gaze fixed on the distant swamp. At the forefront of the army, dozens of abominations swayed their rotting flesh, emitting a thick, yellow-green toxic gas. Nearby, a frostbone dragon flapped its wings disdainfully, dispersing the fumes. These abominations were the spoils of recent battles, crafted in the stitching pit of the Holy Spirit City using flesh collected by a dedicated 1,000-strong skeleton team. Their target was the swamp-dwelling poison frog tribe, the final barrier on the main route connecting the Misty Valley to the outside world. Though a demigod-ranked poison dragon guarded the area, Xena, having ascended to demigod status herself, showed no fear. With the support of her lord's skill, command, her combat rating neared 400,000, more than enough to handle the lower-tier epic dragon. Once you're dead, the mission will be complete. The Emperor should be quite pleased when he returns, Xena murmured, her crimson eyes glowing brighter. She drew her longbow and, in one fluid motion, released 36 black arrows, each finding its mark with deadly precision, eliminating all sentries. From the corpses of the poison frogs, 36 skeletal warriors emerged, launching a surprise attack on the bewildered enemies around them. It wasn't until then that the poison frogs let out piercing alarm cries. At Xena's command, the 100-meter-long bone dragon took to the skies, unleashing its frost breath to freeze vast sections of the swamp. Deprived of their protective marshland, the poison frogs scrambled to the shore, only to find themselves trapped within the undead army's encirclement. Under the leadership of the abominations, the 200,000 undead soldiers launched a full-scale assault under the cover of night. A massive, uniquely patterned venomous frog was the first to spot the approaching army. Just as it opened its gaping jaws to sound the alarm, an invisible sigil descended from the sky, freezing it in place. This was the handiwork of Xenocence ascending to demigodhood. Her mastery of the laws allowed her to sense every change within a 10-kilometer radius with unparalleled clarity, and her soul's capacity had multiplied several times over. Her gaze was sharp as lightning, swiftly locking onto the commanders within the venomous frog ranks. Sigils rained down in succession, plunging the entire swamp into chaos. The controlled leaders began issuing absurd orders. Retreat immediately. Prepare for square dancing. Practice Kuan boxing. These nonsensical commands left the ordinary frogs utterly bewildered. It wasn't until the undead army loomed right before them that the frogs snapped out of their daze. Panicked, they unleashed streams of dark purple venom, the corrosive liquid burning gaping holes in the flesh of the abominations in the front line. Yet these pain-insensitive creatures didn't falter. Instead, they surged forward even faster. The abominations wielded their forearms with terrifying efficiency, grabbing venomous frogs and stuffing them into their grotesque maws. Empowered by their max-level devour ability, their wounds visibly regenerated in mere moments. At the same time, the yellow, corrosive mist seeping from their stitched bodies began to spread, combining with the aura of decay radiating from specialized abominations to deal devastating damage. The surrounding frogs' skin split and festered under the combined assault. The skeleton army had closed in. In the ensuing chaos, one venomous frog managed to spray its venom at close range, dissolving a skeleton warrior's skull entirely. However, it was simultaneously slashed by the warrior's bone blade, its decayed flesh parting as both collapsed to the ground. From the rear, a skeleton mage silently raised its staff, and two smaller skeletons emerged from the frog's corpse, immediately rejoining the fray. This grotesque scene utterly shattered the already fragile morale of the venomous frogs. They fled in disarray, their panicked croaks echoing through the still night, sharp and piercing. Amidst the cacophony, a powerful presence stirred, slowly awakening. Under the moonlight, Xena leapt gracefully, landing lightly on the frosty skeletal dragon. Her crimson eyes locked onto the vast, shadowy swamp in the distance as she issued a terse command, "Don't let it emerge." The bone dragon nodded silently and swept low over the swamp, its wings stirring powerful gusts that sent a horde of toxic swamp frogs tumbling. The undead warriors following closely behind wasted no time, their blades rising and falling as they swiftly dispatched the creatures. Reaching the target zone, the bone dragon unleashed its eternal frost breath without hesitation, a soul-freezing current that crystallized into thick, heavy ice above the swamp. Thud. A muffled impact echoed from below, accompanied by a pained wail. But soon, as if in defiance, a series of relentless crashes followed. Thud, thud, thud. Fissures spread across the icy surface, and on the 17th strike, the barrier finally shattered. A menacing dragon head, streaked with dark purple patterns, burst from the water, roaring furiously. Who dares to offend the mighty poison dragon king? Xena's response was a storm of arrows. 36 black bolts streaked in a straight line, striking the poison dragon squarely between the eyes. Even with the resilience granted by draconic laws, the concentrated assault managed to pierce its scales. The final arrow drove deep into its head, its potent death energy corroding the flesh and preventing regeneration. The impact forced the poison dragon back into the swamp's depths. Dazed and disoriented, the poison dragon couldn't comprehend how things had gone so wrong. This was far from the triumphant emergence it had envisioned. It had expected to awaken from its slumber in response to its followers' call and effortlessly turn the tide of battle under their adoring gazes. The undead demigod before it had seemed insignificant after all. Everyone knew the undead relied on sheer numbers, their individual power unremarkable among the top-tier forces. As a draconic demigod, it was practically invincible within its rank. How could it possibly lose to a mere undead? After a moment of self-reassurance, the poisoned dragon ignored the energy arrow embedded in its forehead and surged out again with renewed confidence. This time, 72 arrows greeted it. Predictably, the assault forced it back once more, leaving its body marred with wounds imbued with the power of death. From afar, a giant eagle observing the scene couldn't help but comment, "Does it have a brain problem? Why doesn't it try emerging from a different spot?" The golden-furred mouse perched on the eagle's back sneered, "Didn't you hear it call itself the Poison Dragon King? That says it all. Poison dragons are the bottom tier of their kind. How clever could it be?" Ever since Jiang Yan had inadvertently let slip the ultimate secret of the dragon race, the truth had spread far and wide. The golden mouse had even renamed itself Mouse God to commemorate the revelation. On its fifth attempt to emerge, the poison dragon finally remembered its species' signature ability, Dragon Breath. As it broke through the water's surface, it unleashed a stream of deep purple breath, the powerful corrosive effect dissolving the incoming arrows in midair. "Huh. You pathetic, weak undead creatures, what else can you do? Curse you. How dare you enslave the noble remains of our kin?" The poison dragon's triumphant mockery turned to rage as it caught sight of the frosty skeletal dragon beneath Xena, its glowing blue eyes betraying its undead nature. "You despicable undead will face the wrath of the dragon race," it bellowed. Xena didn't even glance at it. Her voice was calm as she said, "Bring its corpse and soul back to the Emperor for processing." Before her words had fully faded, the poison dragon's numerous wounds began to fester rapidly. The concentrated death energy wove itself into a profound magic array, while countless energy-infused arrows rampaged within its body, obliterating all traces of vitality. Then, in one devastating moment, over 1,000 arrows burst outward from its form. The poison dragon didn't even have time to cry out before collapsing heavily onto the icy surface, frozen by the bone dragon in the nick of time. It lay motionless, its life extinguished. This was Xena's newly mastered ability since ascending to demigod status, the ultimate technique of extreme arcane archery, the soul-ending arrow array. By delivering 18 consecutive effective strikes to the same target, she could trigger a detonation of death energy 100-fold in magnitude within the enemy's body. Witnessing the swift and effortless demise of their supposed protector, the swamp's toxic frogs completely lost their will to fight. Some even stopped fleeing, flipping onto their backs with their pale bellies exposed in a gesture of surrender. But the undead armies had no concept of mercy for those who yielded. The skeletal warriors at the forefront relentlessly pursued the fleeing enemies, while the rear units methodically eradicated those that had given up. Standing atop the frosty skeletal dragon, Xena crossed her arms and watched coldly. This was her decree wherever she passed. No living creature would be left behind. Standing atop the highlands of the netherworld, Xena furrowed her brows slightly. Ever since she had sensed that overwhelming divine power in Holy Spirit City over 10 days ago, an unshakable shadow had loomed over her heart. Dealing with one six-winged angel flaunting themselves before the Emperor was already troubling enough, and now another one had appeared. This forced her to remain on high alert. If the Emperor were truly swayed by these angels, the status of the netherworld would undoubtedly plummet. Her slender fingers gently caressed the black shard in her hand as she calculated her plans. So far, she had amassed over 2 million units of death essence and more than 700,000 soul fragments. Death essence could only be extracted from high-level creatures, while soul fragments primarily came from advanced beings. Souls below the bronze level were far too fragile to preserve. Xena's gaze pierced through the misty valley, fixing on the hazy boundary in the distance. From there, she could sense the vast, oceanic vitality of the outside world. That was where the netherworld could truly expand its influence. She needed to quickly gather 10 million units of death essence to summon new heroic spirits for the netherworld own to lead conquests and bring glory to their realm, and another to guard their stronghold, thwarting any cunning angels who might exploit a moment of weakness. Meanwhile, in Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan, who had just returned triumphantly, was left stunned by a series of system notifications. Xena has slain a total of 2.67 million monsters, earning 3.12 million soul crystals and 2.98 million experience points. Xena has defeated the demigod-level Venom Dragon in the Misty Valley. You have gained 200 reputation points and an epic-grade teleportation array blueprint. Attention! Due to your outstanding performance, the Northern Erland Alliance has taken notice of you. Lord Yemo has sent you an item. Demigod Ascension Contract. which allows you to promote one diamond-level retainer directly to demigod status. Lord skill. Command order has been completed, and its enhancement effects have been withdrawn. Well done, Xena. Jiang Yan couldn't help but murmur in admiration. He had never expected that during his brief departure, the misty Valia place that had plagued him for half a year in his previous life would be completely conquered, especially the demigod-level venom dragon, which he had been powerless against in the past, resorting to underhanded bribes to resolve the issue. It wasn't until he ascended to godhood that he had finally avenged himself, personally slaying the dragon. His gaze lingered on the words, Northern Erland Alliance, for a moment, and a subtle, knowing smile curved his lips. Faith or death. It wouldn't be long before they made their choice. The city of travelers, located within the borders of the Northern Erland Alliance's leading nation, is a bustling metropolis, its size surpassing the capital city of Humang tenfold. A flash of blue light shimmered in the long-distance teleportation array outside the city, revealing a preacher clad in white robes. Two guards immediately approached him. Please present your identification. Greetings. I come from the Holy Kingdom of Light, beyond Northern Erland, the preacher said gently as he handed over a document. One of the guards took the document and tapped it with a circular magical device, summoning the image of a half-dog's head. Sir, please verify its authenticity. Woof. The dog head sniffed intently. Though faint and primitive, the aura is indeed recognized by the world's laws as belonging to a legitimate duchy. The guard's expression relaxed as he returned the document. Welcome to the city of travelers. As long as you abide by the laws, you'll have a pleasant experience. His companion added. There's a basic city guide available at the gate for 20 soul crystals, definitely worth it. Thank you both. May the holy light bless you, the preacher replied before leaving. After he was gone, the two guards suddenly felt a strange sense of clarity. Odd, why were we so courteous to him? We even forgot to mention the tip. Yeah, he reminded me of my father. To me, he seemed as kind as my grandfather. At the city gates, the preacher noticed a line stretching hundreds of meters. Several soldiers were distributing numbered tokens, and he received number 263. Finding a clean stone to sit on, he opened his sacred text and began reciting quietly, only to hear a low, conspiratorial voice nearby. Hey, buddy, first time here? The speaker was a short man with a shifty demeanor. Glancing at the preacher's token, he smirked. They stop inspections at 4. With that number, you might not make it today. Thanks for the heads up. Looks like you'll have to wait until tomorrow, the preacher replied with a hint of regret. The short man leaned closer, feigning mystery. Lucky for you, I've got connections. He pulled out a stack of tokens, many with numbers under 100. Sorry, I don't have much on me, only this sacred text, the preacher said apologetically. The short man suddenly froze. The preacher before him seemed tall, dignified, and impeccably polite, reminding him of the leader who had once saved his life. You know what? I feel a special connection with you. Take this number 76 on the house. The preacher smiled and handed the sacred text to the man. Then let this be my token of gratitude. Until we meet again. As the preacher walked away, the short man snapped out of his daze. Wait a second, I'm supposed to be selling these, not giving them away. He flipped to the last page of the sacred text and realized it was a mass-produced first-edition magical replica. Frustrated but unable to bring himself to tear it up, he sighed and went off in search of his next customer. By then, the preacher had already entered the city. Following the guard's advice, he purchased the basic guide and quickly skimmed through it. With the city's layout now clear in his mind, he politely declined the services of a guide charging 200 soul crystals and headed straight toward his destination. Following the instructions in the book, the missionary arrived at a corner of the city where a group of centaurs had gathered. He selected the most robust, one among them certainly the most affordable mode of transportation in the city. For just 10 soul crystals, he could enjoy an entire day of service. Where to? The centaur asked in a gruff voice. The Faith Administration Center of the Northern Erland Alliance. All right, hold tight. Hold tight? Wait, before the missionary could finish his sentence, the strong centaur scooped him up and took off at full gallop. The sudden movement startled the usually composed missionary, who instinctively pulled out a new holy scripture to shield his face. However, he quickly lowered it, reminding himself that while his own dignity could be compromised, the honor of the Holy Lord must remain untarnished. Though the ride was chaotic, the centaur's speed was undeniably impressive. In no time, the grand and ornate destination came into view. The 6 gilded characters above the entrance gleamed brightly. Faith Administration Center. Hey, buddy, want me to wait for you here? The centaur offered enthusiastically. Just 2 more soul crystals. This place isn't easy to hail a ride. The missionary paid the fare expressionlessly, his movements deliberately restrained. He feared that any unnecessary gesture might be misinterpreted as friendliness, which could lead to the centaur insisting on staying. Well, that's a shame. The centaur sighed as he turned and trotted away. The missionary walked directly into the building and approached window 11. A young woman in a work uniform sat behind the counter. Hello, I'm here to apply for a license to spread faith within the Northern Erland Alliance. Do you currently hold a faith propagation license of duchy level or higher from other regions? If not, you'll need to provide the following qualification materials. The woman lightly pressed a button on her desk, and a magical screen appeared, densely listing the required conditions. I do, the missionary replied, producing a document bearing the royal seal of the Hamank lineage. That simplifies things. You'll just need to fill out the registration form. The woman visibly relaxed evidently. She wasn't eager to work overtime with the end of her shift approaching. Church name, Church of Holy Light. Deity of worship, the Holy Lord of Light. Alright, everything checks out. After carefully verifying the details, she stamped the document and said, permission to propagate granted. The missionary who had returned to Holy Spirit City respectfully reported his findings to Jiang Yan. Holding the faith propagation permit in his hand, Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with a trace of emotion. On this continent, faith was one of the most precious resources. To gain the qualification to propagate faith, one either needed the endorsement of a duchy-level power or had to accomplish extraordinarily difficult contribution tasks. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had never met these conditions, even up until his death. He could only assimilate some minor forces in the wild. Due to the weakness of his faith and his average strength, he was ultimately killed in one strike by an abyssal demon god of the same rank. Now, after fully assisting the Duchy of Hamank in resisting the abyss, he had finally earned this qualification with ease. From now on, you are the priest of the Northern Erland region of the Holy Light Church, Jiang Yan said to the missionary, smiling. I will have Elia assign church stewards to fully support you. Don't let me down. This missionary was a unique being transformed through the gate of heaven's baptismal function. Missionary, angelic human form, rarity tier rare mythic, and profession as a senior faith lecturer of the Holy Light system. His faith level had reached blind devotion. His passive skill, affinity, had been raised to the highest level, making his every gesture and movement remind others of someone most significant and dear to them. I am willing to give everything to carry forward your radiance. The missionary saluted excitedly and left. A priest's status represented the recognition of the Holy Lord, and even the mighty holy light spreaders would address him as Your Excellency. Watching the enthusiastic missionary depart, Jiang Yan looked at the propagation permit in his hand, a subtle smile forming on his lips. I've played by the rules. I hope you do too. Otherwise, the Duchy of Silank ranked 9th in strength among the 17 duchies of the Northern Erland Alliance, and was the closest to Holy Spirit City. At this moment, in its largest city near the abyssal passage Ironwall Sitya brand new temple stood before a gathering crowd. Wasn't this an empty lot just yesterday? This temple looks different from the others, and those priests seem particularly kind. Look at that broken arm relief sculpture, so beautiful. I just feel unusually calm standing here. Don't be fooled. It's probably another scammer hole disappear after collecting membership fees. A white-robed missionary mower stepped forward with a gentle expression and said, Good morning, everyone. I am a priest of the Holy Light Church. Today, I will lead the morning service. As he spoke, he took out the Holy Scripture and began to recite, The Holy Lord created all things. The Holy Lord is omnipotent. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. What is he doing? Shouldn't he start by introducing the church's teachings? Who would believe something so abrupt? But soon, the murmurs faded. Accompanying the missionary's serene chanting, a healing angel hidden within the church began casting spells. Dazzling motes of light descended from the sky, imbuing the atmosphere with a sacred warmth. Everyone touched by the light felt rejuvenated, their old ailments and hidden injuries alleviated. By the time the missionary had finished reading the Holy Scripture, the temple's front had drawn a crowd of over 1,000. My goodness, is this a free miracle? My cough is gone. In other temples, a baptism of this scale costs 10,000 soul crystals. Is there some sort of catch? The missionary explained devoutly, under the holy light, there is no distinction between the high and low. The Holy Lord of Light will protect every sincere believer. Are you saying that as long as we believe in the Holy Lord of Light, we can receive miraculous baptisms without paying extra? A bold onlooker asked. Of course, the missionary replied, pointing to a nearby area. Over there, you'll find free copies of the Holy Scripture. As long as you read them earnestly and embrace their teachings, the Holy Light will sense your devotion. The crowd was stunned. In this city, whether it was medical treatment or combat training, one had to offer faith to the temples. And faith often equated to money. The more one donated, the more devout they were considered. The Holy Light Church's philosophy left them both excited and incredulous. Seeing their expressions, the missionary continued. As long as your faith is genuine, you can receive healing, baptism, and even resurrection or divine abilities. Under the protection of the Holy Light, you will gain all that is good. Time will prove the promise of the holy light. The preacher's words echoed across the square, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he motioned for the crowd to begin receiving the sacred texts. Under the gaze of the statue of the archangel with the severed arm, a miraculous sight unfolded. Thousands of people lined up in an orderly fashion, without a single shove or quarrel. Those believers who had received blessings during the baptism eagerly opened the sacred texts and began reciting with devout reverence. As the chanting rose and fell, the voices of doubt gradually dissolved into the tranquil atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a grand and opulent building near the temple, a group of well-dressed elites leisurely enjoyed an exquisite breakfast tea. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows and magical sound transmission devices, they observed everything unfolding in front of the Holy Light Church. "These people from the rural areas are overstepping their boundaries," remarked a young man in a tailored suit, sipping a glass of wine worth 1,000 soul crystals, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, they don't realize how merciful we've already been," a corpulent middle-aged man said with an amused glance at the scene outside. His words immediately drew nods of agreement from most of the others present. "Exactly. Just surviving is a privilege. I've heard that many small nations have already been wiped out by the Abyss." The conversation soon shifted to military matters. "Speaking of the Abyss, that old man from the 6th Legion is asking for compensation again." "Haha, well, it's not our fault you're in charge of the treasury at the Starfire Temple. Did you give it to him?" "Of course not. Just dragging it out for now. Who knows when the old guy will kick the bucket? By then, no one will remember this issue when someone else takes his place." "Exactly. Instead of wasting it, we might as well use the money to arm our temple knights. That's our real strength." They chatted nonchalantly, as if the entire duchy was nothing more than a plaything in their hands. By the way, a young priest suddenly interjected, "What should we do about this Holy Light Church?" "Send a few deacons tomorrow to warn them. If they still don't comply, make them disappear," someone said coldly. "Although, I must admit, that statue is rather intriguing. I wonder where they got it from." "I just remembered," the young priest exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "No wonder it looked familiar. It was originally intended as an offering to the Starfire god, but was stolen by the Holy Light Church. I'll send someone tomorrow to retrieve it and deliver it to your residence, Bishop." The others sipped their wine elegantly, nodding in agreement. With this, they not only had an excuse to act, but also secured the valuable statue for themselves. The following morning, a large crowd had already gathered in front of the Holy Light Church. Among them were those drawn by rumors, hoping to test their luck, self-proclaimed crusaders aiming to expose the so-called fraud of the temple, and potential devotees inspired by the previous day's blessings or teachings from the sacred scripture. The preacher, as he did the day before, opened the holy text and began reciting gently, "The Holy Lord created all things. The Holy Lord is omnipotent." Inside the temple, the healing angels softly chanted their incantations, and serene specks of light floated down. Against the backdrop of the statue of the one-winged archangel, many of the onlookers gradually adopted expressions of tranquility and devotion. As the morning sermon concluded, the preacher was preparing to distribute the day's sacred scriptures when a frail, youthful voice broke the silence. "Father, is it true that the Holy Lord is omnipotent?" The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a girl of about 8 or 9 kneeling on the ground. Her clothes were tattered, her body covered in wounds and soot, yet her eyes shone with remarkable clarity. She clutched a small cloth bag tightly in her hands, as if summoning all her strength to make it to this place. "Of course, my child. At least, the Holy Lord of Light is truly omnipotent," the preacher replied with a look of compassion, guiding more specks of light to drift toward her. "Then, can the Holy Lord of Light save my mother?" The girl's eyes lit up with cautious hope as she carefully opened the cloth bag, revealing ashes mixed with dirt and fragments of charred bones. "This is all I could find. Can she still be saved?" The crowd erupted into murmurs. "Oh heavens, isn't that Inea from the East District's Curlin family? The sole survivor of that fire 2 days ago," someone exclaimed. "They were a family of heroes. The father died defending the abyssal passage. Even a priest from the Starfire Temple came to pay respects recently," it was in the temple's daily report. Meanwhile, in a lavish building not far away, a man with a cold demeanor abruptly stood up. "Damn it, how could those fools let one of them survive?" he growled. "Calm down. This is your territory. What trouble could a child possibly cause?" A companion chuckled, attempting to reassure him. "You don't understand," the man snapped in frustration. "Her mother had the audacity to incite others to report me to the governor for causing her husband's death and embezzling their compensation. I made some arrogant remarks back then, not realizing she had a memory stone and she managed to hide it from detection." "Did you find the memory stone?" one of the others asked, their expressions turning serious. "Yes, and a high-level fire spell has already reduced it to ashes," the man replied. He then used a magical communication device to issue orders to deal with the unexpected survivor. Back at the temple, The little girl continued to gaze intently at the preacher, her eyes brimming with hope. I do not have that power, the preacher said gently, shaking his head. Even the resurrection spells of healing angels cannot restore life from incomplete ashes. However, he added, floating a genuine sacred scripture toward her, you can pray directly to the Holy Lord. If your faith is pure enough, the Holy Lord may grant you his grace. The girl hesitated for a moment before resolutely accepting the scripture. Although many of the words in the book were unfamiliar to her, she instinctively began to recite, the Holy Lord created all things. The Holy Lord is omnipotent. Her father died a hero defending the nation. We should help her, someone in the crowd remarked, picking up a sacred scripture and joining in the recitation. The priest's words, though not necessarily truthful, offered a glimmer of hope to the crowd. A murmur of prayers arose, starting with a few scattered voices and gradually swelling into a resonant chorus. A timid young man hesitantly joined in, followed by a frail figure, and soon the recitation of the sacred text echoed louder and louder. Suddenly, a group of enforcers clad in the standard uniforms of the Starfire Temple burst into the church. Armed to the teeth, their sharp gazes swept the crowd as they brusquely dispersed the worshippers. Clear the way. Starfire Temple business apprehending the fallen. Anyone who obstructs us will share their fate. The words, the fallen, struck like thunder. These were beings of unspeakable evil, accused of colluding with the abyss, punishable by immediate execution. Instinctively, the crowd parted, leaving a clear path on the ground. The enforcers strode purposefully toward a young girl. The leader raised his staff, his voice icy. This is an abyssal creature resurrected in the body of a human. By the authority of the Starfire Temple, I sentence it to death. An elderly man with snow-white hair stepped forward from the crowd, his voice trembling. My lord, but this is clearly... Silence. The enforcer's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Are you questioning the judgment of the Starfire Temple, or are you an accomplice of the fallen? The old man's expression shifted several times before he withdrew back into the crowd. Though unafraid of death, he had to think of his young descendants. The enforcer sneered and pointed his staff directly at the girl. Violent fire elements coalesced at its tip, forming a blazing fireball that roared as it surged forward. The girl, seemingly oblivious, continued reciting the sacred text with unwavering focus. May the Lord have mercy on all souls, murmured the onlookers, many closing their eyes, unable to bear what was about to unfold. Just as the flames were about to engulf the girl, time froze. A radiant gateway to the heavens split open in the void, flooding the space with golden light. Countless angels sang hymns as two breathtaking six-winged angels emerged, flanking a figure holding a staff. His face was obscured, but with a simple lift of his hand, the fire instantly extinguished. Who are you? Interfering with the execution of the Falendo, you intend to oppose the Starfire Temple, one of the enforcers barked, though his voice betrayed fear. The man smiled faintly and casually waved his staff. In an instant, the enforcers dissolved into blood mist, vanishing without a trace. No one should prevent a hero's orphan from saving her mother. Not even the gods. The Holy Lord, Lady Analia, Lady Fuluoya, the missionaries of the Church of Holy Light bowed in unison. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this scene, fell to their knees. Though their heads were lowered, they couldn't resist sneaking glances. Among them, a little girl stood with clear eyes sparkling with delight. Big brother, are you the Holy Lord of Light? If that's what they say, then I suppose I am. Jiang Yan replied gently, nodding as he helped the little girl to her feet. Analia, observing the moment, softly chanted a spell. A radiant glow descended, instantly cleansing the dust and soot from the girl's body. The little girl barely glanced at her now spotless arms. Instead, she struggled to lift a blood-stained cloth bag and presented it with trembling hands. Divine One, can you save my mother? Jiang Yan took the bag and sensed a broken soul tightly embracing the girl. That soul, nearly burned out and faint as a flicker, was still desperately protecting its daughter, a miracle born of a mother's love. Of course, the Holy Lord is capable of anything, Jiang Yan said with a reassuring smile. Yes, the sacred text says the Holy Lord can do anything. The little girl nodded eagerly, her face glowing with hope. With a mere thought, Jiang Yan summoned the ethereal image of Heaven's Gate. A divine beam of light descended from the heavens, beginning to purify the fractured soul. As pure spiritual energy flowed in, the blurry silhouette of a human figure started to take form. At that very moment, several figures burst through the windows of a nearby building, soaring toward them. They were dressed in opulent robes and exuded the commanding aura of diamond-tier power. It's the bishops of the Starfire Temple. The onlookers recognized the newcomers and began murmuring among themselves. Compared to the recently established Church of Holy Light, the deeply rooted Starfire Temple inspired far greater fear. The lead bishop wore a grim expression. He had hoped to avoid direct involvement, But events had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Not only had this small-town church's deity personally descended, but he had also slain the bishop's dispatched forces. And now, he was attempting to resurrect a woman who knew far too many secrets. "Stop," the bishop roared, his voice thunderous. When Jiang Yan showed no reaction, he immediately began chanting a spell, summoning an enormous fire dragon. Behind Jiang Yan, Fuluoya gently extended her wings. The fire dragon dissolved in an instant. Her golden eyes shimmered with divine authority. In the presence of the Holy Lord, failure to kneel is a grave discourtesy. Divine technique, ritual judgment. With the power of divine law, the haughty members of the Starfire Temple plummeted from the sky, forced to their knees before Jiang Yan. Across the entire square, only the two six-winged angels and the little girl Jiang Yan had helped remain standing. All others prostrated themselves. The gathered believers began whispering among themselves. "So, the Starfire God is actually a subordinate deity of the Holy Lord of Light." This interpretation spread quickly, and by the time it reached the outer edges of the crowd, it had morphed into, "The Starfire God is the Holy Lord's servant." The kneeling bishop's face flushed with humiliation as he overheard these remarks. Struggling to maintain his dignity, he shouted, "Silence! I am a bishop of the Starfire Temple. Treating me like this, are you declaring war on the Starfire God?" "That's right. The Starfire God won't forgive you," one of his attendants echoed defiantly. As high-ranking members of the temple, their understanding of divine matters far surpassed that of ordinary people. They were well aware that true gods had long since vanished. Those who now claimed to be deities of starlight and flame were merely powerful cultivators attempting to usurp a fragment of the true fire god's divine authority by borrowing the title of a god. To them, this so-called Lord of Light was no different just a cultivator at the golden rank who had fortuitously gained the allegiance of some formidable beings. In their eyes, he was indistinguishable from other false gods without divine status. This was why they dared to openly rebuke him. "In the presence of the Holy Lord, to speak without permission is discourteous," Freya remarked calmly, casting a sweeping glance before unleashing her power once more. In an instant, the entire world fell into silence. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the radiance of purification gradually receded, transforming into a white robe that draped over the body of the resurrected woman. The woman slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the little girl clinging to her legs and crying out incessantly, her expression gradually cleared. Instinctively, she pulled the child into her arms and asked anxiously, "Nia, are you all right? Let mommy take a look." She abruptly froze mid-sentence. "Wait, didn't I already die?" As she glanced around and noticed the kneeling and humiliated Archbishop of the Starlight Temple, a look of disbelief crossed her face. "What is going on?" "Mommy, it was the Holy Lord of Light who saved you. The Lord is all-powerful," the little girl exclaimed excitedly. "You are a god?" Only then did the woman notice Jiang Yan's presence, and she hurriedly knelt before him. "There's no need for such formalities," Jiang Yan said, gently using his magic to lift her to her feet. He called out softly, "Anna." The six-winged angel standing nearby understood immediately. Raising her hand, she sent the memories of what had transpired directly into the woman's mind. Gradually, the woman's expression turned from confusion to realization. She then solemnly bowed to Jiang Yan. "I humbly beseech the Holy Lord to deliver justice. I vow to be your devout follower for eternity, offering prayers and praise in your honor." "What is your request?" Jiang Yan did not interrupt this time. He had deliberately instructed Anna to enhance the memory transfer with a holy light spell that bolstered courage, fearing that the woman might choose to remain silent out of fear. The woman straightened her posture, her voice resolute. "As the widow of Lance Colin, vanguard captain of the 6th Battalion of the Duchy, I accuse the Archbishop of the Starlight Temple of deliberately causing the deaths of 378 brave soldiers of the vanguard and embezzling over $1 million in compensation funds. I plead for divine justice." A soft yet resolute voice, amplified by Anna's magic, echoed through the entire street. Passers-by looked up, their incredulous gazes shifting back and forth between the woman and the bishop of the Starfire Temple. "Do you have any objections?" Jiang Yan asked coldly, his eyes fixed on the bishop. What he initially thought was a minor issue of embezzling pension funds had unraveled into a grave crime of deliberately endangering soldiers on the front lines. The depth of corruption among the temple's upper echelons, which he had never fully grasped in his past life, was astonishing. Utter nonsense. The kneeling bishop of the Starfire Temple, finally freed from the silencing spell, hurriedly defended himself. "Our temple has been meticulous in managing military funds and has sent the finest warriors to the front lines, unmatched by any other temple. Your accusations are baseless. You must be a fallen one, corrupted by the abyss." As he spoke, the bishop calculated his options. The opponent's home had already been reduced to ashes by high-level fire magic. Any evidence should have been destroyed along with the memory stones. This thought brought a glimmer of confidence to his expression. I've already informed Starfire God. If you fail to substantiate your accusations against the temple and me, when the great deity descends, both you and your daughter will face the severest divine punishment. The woman faltered, her earlier courage, bolstered by divine inspiration, waning. She suddenly remembered that the evidence had indeed been reduced to ash. While there were other widows of fallen heroes who could testify, the overwhelming authority of the Starfire Temple made her doubt whether they would dare to step forward for a god they barely knew. Even if someone were willing, failure would only bring ruin upon them. Seeing her hesitation, the bishop grew more smug. Don't think you can spout lies just because you have the backing of some obscure deity. In the Highlank Principality, only the 7 temples of the true gods have the authority to intervene in state affairs. When Starfire God descends, even he will not escape judgment. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Emotionally, they wanted to believe the widow of a hero, but the Starfire Temple's dominance left them unwilling to speak without concrete evidence. At that moment, a little girl suddenly picked up a stone and hurled it at the bishop. That's not true. The Holy Lord of Light is the real God. You're just a bad person. The bishop, who should have easily dodged, found his body inexplicably paralyzed, and the stone struck his eye, drawing blood. The bishop, enraged, prepared to unleash his rhetorical charm, but his words were immediately cut off as Flora's gaze flickeretta was silenced once more. Nia! The woman cried out in alarm, rushing to embrace her daughter. Seeing the bishop's venomous glare, she instead steeled herself and turned about deeply to Jiang Yan. My lord, though my evidence has been destroyed by him, I swear every word I've spoken is true. If there is even a single lie, I willingly accept punishment. Don't worry, Mama. The Holy Lord will punish him. The books say the Holy Lord is all-powerful, the little girl said, patting her mother's back reassuringly, her eyes filled with unwavering faith. Evidence? Jiang Yan finally smiled. The fact that you're still alive is evidence enough. Anna, unable to restrain herself any longer, Annalia's expression turned icy as she flipped open the sacred text. A golden 6-pointed star appeared behind her, majestic as a celestial being. Sinner, repent with sincerity. Grand prophecy activate. With the power boost from her demigod ascension contract, her divine spell was far stronger than before. The bishop's twisted expression instantly softened into clarity, and he began to weep uncontrollably. I am guilty. I embezzled military funds, supplied inferior weapons that led to soldiers' deaths, falsified divine decrees to send people to their doom, and withheld pensions to oppress the families of heroes. I also conspired with the bishops of the Gale Temple and the Heavy Mountain Temple to use the stolen money to— Shut up, you fool. The other temple leaders could no longer remain silent and rushed forward. They had intended to watch from the sidelines, but were now being implicated. Flora turned her gaze toward them, and the laws of etiquette were reinstated. The aggressive temple leaders abruptly fell from the air, landing on their knees, their faces red with suppressed rage as they found themselves speechless. The Starfire Temple bishop, seemingly oblivious, continued his confession. Bribe Count Oker of the Flame Empire as a contingency plan for when Highlank Principality falls. The crowd, recovering from their shock, erupted in fury. These despicable parasites. No wonder they act so brazen. Letheve already planned their escape. They can flee, but we're left to die. How many brave soldiers have they killed? Let the Holy Lord deliver divine punishment. The chants grew louder and more unified, their faces filled with righteous anger. You truly deserve death, Jiang Yan said coldly. In 2 lifetimes, he had rarely encountered such a vile individual. Death seemed too lenient for someone like this. Even their soul didn't deserve the mercy of being crushed at the gates of Heavenet, should be cast into the abyss of stitching, condemned to eternal penance. I've had enough. Let's kill him once, for starters. Jiang Yan swung the scourge, and black and white streams of energy surged toward the bishop. No. The bishop, finally breaking free from the grand prophecy, screamed in terror. Before he could resist, he was obliterated into fragments. This was Jiang Yan holding back on purpose. He intended to collect the remains and have the healing angel resurrect him later, just to kill him again. Praise the great Holy Lord of Light. A quick-witted preacher was the first to react, leading the crowd in a chant. The people joined in, their voices growing louder and more devout. Suddenly, all sounds ceased, as if the air itself had been stifled. A powerful presence descended from the heavens, forcing everyone to the ground under its overwhelming pressure. Jiang Yan looked up. A tall man with fiery red hair had appeared in the sky, his expression indifferent, surrounded by dense fire elemental laws. His face was identical to the statue in the temple. This was Starfire God, a being who had surpassed demigodhood to reach the realm of a lesser god. His power was comparable to Jiang Yan's in his previous life. The deity's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Jiang Yan. In a calm but commanding tone, he said, "You have overstepped. The dignity of a deity should be used to deter external enemies, not to oppress innocent civilians." Jiang Yan's gaze was sharp as a blade as he strode forward, the power of the angel's heart surging within him, meeting the oppressive aura of the Starfire god Hedon. In his hand, a jet-black staff materialized, and his voice was icily calm. "If you're in league with those corrupt temples, you won't be leaving here today." With nearly 3 million death essences provided by Xena, Jiang Yan was no longer the same as before. So what if all 7 gods arrived together? His artifact's instant kill ability had already locked onto its target, and the feedback came instantly. Eliminating an ordinary low-tier god would consume 500,000 essences. Flames rose in the Starfire god's palm as he prepared to unleash divine punishment, but suddenly, he felt the shadow of death enveloping him. His brows furrowed, and he hesitated, withdrawing his hand. Instead, he threatened, "The Archbishop deceived me and will face punishment for it. But you, an outsider deity, interfering in the internal affairs of the temples, are you ready to stand against the 7 temples?" Jiang Yan chuckled in response. "Backing off already? Trying to rally your allies? As expected, you so-called gods are nothing more than stronger mortals. You're not even as honorable as goblins, at least they admit to bullying the weak openly." At that moment, a crisp, youthful voice broke the tense atmosphere. A little girl, Ainea, raised a holy tome high and declared proudly, "Can't you read? The book clearly states that the Lord of Light is the master of all gods, and you're all his subordinates. Of course, he has the right to discipline you." Her mother stood speechless, shocked at her daughter's sudden boldness. Meanwhile, Analea nodded approvingly, recognizing the girl as a promising talent and already planning to petition the Lord of Light to transform her into a divine magic angel in the future. "How dare you!" The Starfire god's eyes burned with fury as volatile fire elements gathered in the air, ready to strike down the audacious child. "In the presence of the Lord, failure to kneel is disrespectful." Freya's golden light flared as she stepped forward. The invisible force of divine law descended, making the Starfire god stumble under its weight, his divine power unable to resist. "Curse it all. Not a chance. Fire god's wrath," he roared, pouring hundreds of thousands of faith energy into a spell. Instantly, a fiery red cloud formed on the horizon, from which emerged a massive flaming hand. Its destructive force far surpassed the combined efforts of Hamank Duchy's mages and threatened to engulf half the city. "It's over." The citizens despaired as they watched the divine punishment descend, capable of claiming tens of thousands of lives. "Flames be judged." A cold, clear voice rang out. A 6-winged angel rose into the sky, wielding a golden flaming sword imbued with radiant holy light. With a single slash, the massive flaming hand was cleaved in 2. Golden light formations then rained pillars of holy light, completely erasing the remnants of the fire god's wrath. Freya, holding a slender staff, spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "In the name of ceremony, the Lord himself descends, let the world shine in his glory." The fiery clouds dissipated instantly, and gentle light pierced through the sky, shining down upon Jiang Yan, highlighting his sacred and commanding presence. Only then did the Starfire god notice the 2 6-winged angels who had concealed their auras. Though only demigods in form, their pressure was no less than that of abyssal demon gods. "You were ready to massacre a child and all the civilians just because she spoke a simple truth?" Jiang Yan interrupted coldly, the skull atop his doomed staff glowing crimson. From the Archbishop's confession, it was clear that these gods were not misled but complicit with the corrupt worthy of death. Feeling the overwhelming threat of death, the Starfire god's expression changed drastically. He abandoned his intent to punish mortals and hastily gathered all his divine power and faith energy to shield himself, shouting, "Lord of Light, you dare kill me? According to the laws of the Fire Empire, killing a god without cause will make you the target of the entire empire's wrath. You're mistaken. This is self-defense." Jiang Yan replied with a cold smirk, silently equipping the title Internal Conflict Expert. The god of Starfire's eyes burned red with fury, his chest heaving with unrestrained rage. How dare a mere mortal of the gold rank publicly challenge divine authority and arrogantly proclaim himself as the Lord of the gods? This humiliation could only be washed away with blood. He raised his staff abruptly, and searing flames coalesced at its tip, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that lunged toward Jiang Yan. However, 2 golden swords of holy light slashed through the air like lightning, instantly extinguishing the dragon. Jiang Yan lifted his gaze to meet the god of Starfire's eyes, the skull atop his obsidian staff glowing with an eerie red light. Without a sound, a death spell was unleashed. Countless threads of arcane law wove like a spider's web, piercing into the god of Starfire's body. The divine aura of faith that surrounded him shattered in an instant, unable to withstand the attack. His vitality and soul were drained completely, leaving behind only a shriveled husk that collapsed to the ground. The power of a sovereign-grade artifact, how could a lower deity hope to withstand it? The skull atop the staff let out a silent, satisfied sigh, before returning to its serene appearance, bathed in divine light. The god of Starfire is dead? How is this possible? The onlookers stared in disbelief at the lifeless body that fell, then turned their gaze to Jiang Yan, who stood bathed in sunlight like a celestial being. Their hearts were filled with awe and shock. Praise the Lord of all gods. Praise the omniscient and omnipotent Lord of light. A quick-witted preacher hiding among the crowd shouted fervently. The spectators seemed to awaken from a dream, their expressions gradually becoming fervent. If someone could vanquish a deity like the god of Starfire in an instant, who else could they be but the Lord of all gods? Glory to the Lord of light. The Lord is almighty. The chants grew louder and echoed without end. System notifications appeared one after another. Gained 13,000 faith power. Ironwall City's faith level has reached fanatic. Publicly defeated the god of Starfire. Reputation increased by 500 points. Total reputation exceeds 3,000. Small factions may offer allegiance. Achieved a first-time independent cross-rank deity kill. Received 3 legendary talent advancement shards. Advanced to gold rank level 10. Advancement token available for next upgrade. Jiang Yan collected the god of Starfire's remains, a look of delight crossing his face. Talent advancement? That was an unexpected bonus. Meanwhile, above the clouds, several deities were engaged in a tense discussion. Starfire is dead. The internal decay of the temple has reached this extent. A deity in blue robe sighed and shook his head. Who cares about mortal lives? As long as there's no shortage of soul crystals and faith power, the yellow-robed deity scoffed coldly. These are minor matters. The central deity interjected, cutting them off. The real issue is that a mortal of the gold rank managed to kill Starfire in an instant. And those 2 semi-divine entities exuded an aura that rivaled abyssal demon lords. Such power should not exist. The deity's faces darkened. The yellow-robed deity lamented, if only Starfire hadn't been so reckless. We could have summoned the esteemed one from the Empire of Flames to deal with him. I might have an idea, the blue-robed deity said with a sly smile. Since he claims deities should defend against external threats instead of oppressing mortals, why don't we use mortal means to deal with him? Don't forget, in Sirinc we 6 know, 7 temples are the ones in power. The day after the death of the Starfire god, the atmosphere within Holy Spirit City was exceptionally tense. A missionary from the Holy Light Church of Ironwall City reported to Jiang Yan, Holy Lord, since morning prayers, we have already endured 6 waves of harassment from the duchy's authorities. What kind of people? Jiang Yan asked calmly. The missionary detailed them one by one. There was the duchy's Magical Hazard Inspection Association, claiming they needed to inspect the temple's magical formations for safety risks. The Clothing Sales Union accused us of disrupting market order by providing nun habits for free, and 17 magical newspapers united to criticize our practice of having priests on duty 247, saying it disrespects workers' rights. I see. You may leave now. Jiang Yan's smile gradually faded. These people ignored the genuine issues within the temple, but mastered such despicable tactics with impressive skill. He had initially aspired to be a benevolent and orderly holy lord, using great love to enlighten all beings. But if peace wasn't an option, Sina. Yes, my Lord Emperor, I am here. Teach them a lesson. A monumental lesson? As you wish, my Lord Emperor. The undead girl curled her lips into a faint smile, her crimson eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. This time, she would prove to everyone that the power of the undead realm was the most reliable. As for those angels, perhaps they'd be better off as flower pots. Wait, let me enhance you with a state. Jiang Yan silently activated his lord's skill. Command activated. Meanwhile, outside the Holy Light Church in Ironwall City, a squad of uniformed soldiers strutted arrogantly out of the gates. The squad leader snatched a holy scripture from a believer's hands and arrogantly declared, "These heretical books claiming the Holy Lord of Light is the master of all gods must be erased. In the Duchy of High Rank, only the 7 divine temples represent true deities." The surrounding believers immediately rebuked. But wasn't the Starfire god struck down by the Holy Lord's divine punishment yesterday? I heard he was killed by a single glare from the Holy Lord of Light. You all have it wrong. I heard he was shamed to death by a little girl. These believers, who had witnessed the events of the previous day, had already established their faith in the Holy Lord of Light and now spoke out mockingly. Utter nonsense. Do you want to be thrown in jail? Men, confiscate these heretical books and tear them apart. The squad leader ordered furiously. As a devout follower of the Starfire god, he could not tolerate such blasphemy. The other soldiers hesitated. Harassing the church was one thing, but destroying the scriptures of a powerful deity? The consequences? Useless cowards. The squad leader grew even angrier. Just 2 days ago, he had been enjoying a vacation with his girlfriend in the capital, only to be abruptly summoned back to deal with this obscure little church. He was already fuming inside. He refused to believe that the mighty Starfire god could be defeated by such an insignificant deity. Rip. The ordinary, copied version of the Holy Scripture was torn into pieces, scattering in the air. Captain, this might invoke divine punishment. A few soldiers who had witnessed Jiang Yan's divine manifestation whispered nervously. The squad leader scoffed. Cowards. When it comes to matters involving temples, you either go all the way or don't act at all. That's how you earn recognition from the higher-ups. The 7 divine temples against a minor church? There's no need for hesitation. This is practically free credit. Divine punishment? Ha, bring it on. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the city. Magical shields of blue, red, yellow, and green instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire city. This is the highest level war alert, and the Kepler-class magical defense system. Faces turned pale all around. Could it be that the abyss has broken through the defenses? At that moment, the squad leader's magical communication device at his waist lit up automatically. By order of the city lord, all active duty soldiers are to immediately report to the East City Gate to repel an undead invasion. Repeat. It's not the abyss? Thank goodness. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize something. Wait, the undead? In historical records, the undead were synonymous with evil, terror, ruthlessness, and cruelty. In some ways, they were even more frightening than the abyss. The abyss would only take your life, but the undead would enslave you even after death. Remain calm, everyone. The silent missionary finally spoke softly. Where the holy light shines, evil will retreat on its own. As for those who have strayed from the faith of the holy light, death has already marked them. Stop spouting nonsense. The 7 divine temples will protect us. The squad leader shouted, his voice trembling slightly, before hastily leading his men away. The missionary was unperturbed. He opened a holy scripture and led the believers in devout prayer. The Holy Lord created all things. At the East City Gate, officers were anxiously directing defensive preparations. Hurry, bring everything up. Where's the gravity halo array from the mountain temple? And why are the Starfire temple's cannons missing half their runes? Who brought these half-finished items? Sir, that's how they were delivered. These are actually the better ones, the logistics officer replied with a wry smile. Some of the others are so rusted they can barely hold together. The officer was about to explode in anger, but remembered he had also taken a cut of the military budget. Swallowing his frustration, he asked, fine. Have we contacted the temples? The temples say the enemy has no divine-level entities, so the gods won't intervene directly. They will send elite reinforcements as soon as possible. We're to hold the line until then. Easy for them to say. The officer gazed into the distance and inhaled sharply. On the horizon, an endless army of undead was advancing. Towering skeleton warriors, their bones marked with dark red patterns indicating their elite status, marched forward. Hundreds of 10-meter-tall abominations led the charge, exuding a nauseating miasma of corrosive toxins. In the skies above, several 100-meter-long undead dragons and a venomous drake flew side by side, their chilling deathly aura blanketing the land. Standing atop one of the skeletal dragons, clad in purple leather armor, Sina's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. So many, so densely packed with life energy. Where should I begin? A monumental lesson, you say? In that case, let's kill them all. She slowly drew her longbow, a black arrow forming on the string. Draw, full moon. Oh no, it's a dragon. The soldiers stared at the massive silhouette in the sky, instinctively stepping back. The skeletal dragon exuded a nauseating yellow-green gas, and the towering skeleton warriors, taller than most men, made even the elite troops of the duchy grip their weapons with trembling hands. These guards, who usually only bullied commoners, now displayed combat skills inferior to the ordinary city defense forces of the Hammock Duchy. Suddenly, a petite figure leaped from the dragon's head. The bowstring twanged, unleashing a dense barrage of black arrows that formed a wall, hurtling straight toward the city walls. The Kepler-class magical defense system activated automatically, layers of 4-colored shields rising in sequence. Yet, under the command-enhanced power of Xena, the defenses shattered with ease. For simultaneous explosions echoed as the once proud system failed to hold for even 3 seconds. The remaining arrows continued their trajectory, striking some of the guards with deadly precision. The fallen soldiers were swiftly transformed into skeletons, wielding bone blades as they joined the battle. Attack! Xena commanded calmly as she landed back on the dragon's head. The undead army surged forward, their pace quickening. Among them, a particularly agile and battered skeleton darted ahead of the abominations, climbing the city walls first. This was none other than the semi-divine skeleton Jiang Yan, had previously summoned with a masterful stroke of necromancy. One soldier, spotting the seemingly frail skeleton, rejoiced, thinking he could easily cut it down and feign death to escape. However, to his horror, his steel weapon snapped upon contact with the skeleton. In a flash, the creature's bone claw pierced his chest, extracting a rib. The skeleton placed the bone into its own chest cavity to fill a missing spot, tapping it lightly only for the newly acquired rib to break instantly. Its hollow eye sockets flickered with an eerie flame, and it tossed the broken rib aside in irritation, turning to seek another target. Everyone, attack together. Take it down quickly, the officer barked in desperation. Dozens of bronze-ranked soldiers swarmed the skeleton, but in a flash of white light, they were all cleaved in two. The battered skeleton's gaze locked onto the officer hiding among the troops, its flickering eyes betraying a hint of excitement. It had sensed a reasonably high-quality bone. Stop it! Block it! Don't let it come near me, the officer shouted, his voice trembling as he backed away in terror. Meanwhile, the undead army had reached the base of the city walls. The defenders hastily operated their defensive machinery in a frantic counterattack, but the magical beams they fired created only insignificant sparks in the sea of undead. A skeletal dragon dived, flapping its wings to unleash corrosive gas onto the walls. Soldiers caught in the toxic cloud screamed in agony as their skin dissolved. The remaining guards retreated in panic, leaving the city gates exposed. Cracks quickly spread across the gates, and the enchanted runes inscribed on them began to fade. Where's the temple's reinforcements? Where are those mages? The commander behind the gates roared anxiously. Half an hour had passed, and not a single powerful ally had arrived. With a deafening crash, the city gates shattered, and a tide of skeletons poured in, engaging the defenders in chaotic combat. Skeletal mages in the rear continuously summoned fresh undead warriors. The endless wave of enemies crushed the defenders' morale, leading to a full retreat. Standing atop the dragon's head, Xena cast a mocking glance over the city. Her gaze settled on a central building as gray ripples emanated from her feet, spreading across the entire city. Her fourth skill, Dark Domain, a wide-area anti-magic field. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, a group of nobles, escorted by temple elites, gathered around a teleportation array. The array master was hurriedly inserting soul crystals into the formation. Is it ready? The old city lord asked. Anytime, the array master replied respectfully. The first group of 150 people stepped onto the teleportation array, prepared to evacuate in 4 waves. However, just as the runes began to light up, they abruptly dimmed and went out. What happened? The city lord demanded, his face darkening. The array master checked the formation, his forehead drenched in sweat. The teleportation array is intact. A diamond-ranked mage, his expression grave, spoke up. The activation module has been restricted. There's a force interfering with its operation. We've been targeted. Run. Help. Chaos engulfed the Ironwall city. The once proud defenders crumbled under the relentless onslaught of the undead army, their panicked screams echoing through the streets. Wave after wave of skeletal warriors surged forward, and wherever they passed, the living were swiftly transformed into their undead kin. This key city of Xilank should never have fallen so easily. Yet, the high-ranking members of the 7 temples' local branches and the elite of the city lord's forces had long since fled, leaving behind a demoralized and outnumbered garrison that was swiftly overwhelmed. Among the tide of skeletons, one figure stood out, a semi-divine skeleton wielding a massive tumtor-long blade it had confiscated. With every sweeping strike, it felled multiple elite soldiers. Between battles, it scavenged the ground for superior bones from the dead, replacing its own shattered parts. Piece by piece, it transformed from a ragged frame into a formidable champion among the undead. Suddenly, the skeletal warrior paused before a corpse. The eerie flames in its hollow sockets flared violently. The body was remarkably intact, with only minor wounds, though it was soaked in blood, as if deliberately made to appear gravely injured. It belonged to a squad captain who, upon arriving to reinforce the city, had been so terrified by the carnage that he feigned death in a desperate bid to survive. How dare you mock the undead with such insolence? The skeleton roared, its voice a guttural snarl. It stomped the ground, sending the corpse flying into the air. The captain's scream barely escaped his lips before the massive blade slashed through him with a flurry of strikes, reducing him to shreds of flesh and bone, a grotesque echo of the sacred texts he had once torn apart. So divine punishment is real after all. The captain's soul barely had time to coalesce before it was seized by an overwhelming force, dragged away to join countless others disappearing into the heavens. For them, death marked the beginning of an eternal servitude. With the city's defenders annihilated, Ironwall City fell completely into ruin. The abominations leading the skeleton horde divided their forces, targeting the 7 branch temples first. Inside the temples, abandoned stewards cowered behind magical barriers, praying fervently for divine intervention. But the gods remained silent. The barriers crumbled under the corrosive mists, and the divine statues were toppled and shattered by the abominations. Spare me. Ill surrender. The once arrogant temple stewards prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. Some even mutilated their own flesh in a futile attempt to disguise themselves as skeletons. One such steward bled to death after his third cut, only for a skeletal mage to immediately raise him as a true skeleton, granting him his grim wish in mocking irony. The undead army marched on, trampling the shattered remains of sacred idols. To them, trust was reserved only for those who had joined their ranks. The branch temples of the seven gods were swiftly reduced to rubble, and the surviving citizens fled en masse to their last refuge, the Church of the Holy Light. They had witnessed the miracle of the Radiant Lord vanquishing the Starfire god. Now, all their hopes rested on his protection. Outside the church, the crowd of kneeling worshippers grew larger by the moment. Devout believers recited holy scriptures aloud, pleading for divine salvation. As the undead army encircled the church from all directions, a lone skeleton strode through the throng of praying faithful, ignoring them entirely, and cleaved two panicking individuals trying to force their way inside the church clean in half. Chaos erupted among the crowd. The wealthy scrambled to buy holy scriptures at exorbitant prices, while others resorted to stealing prayer books and awkwardly feigned piety. But such disguises were futile. The truly faithful bore an aura of holy light, and none were more attuned to this than the undead. Adding to the absurdity, some clutched their books upside down. If you refuse to embrace the light even in death, then embrace eternal death instead. The false believers were swiftly purged, while the undead army seemed to overlook the remaining living. One by one, the undead retreated, leaving the survivors to exhale in relief, their faith in the Radiant Lord stronger than ever. At that moment, a preacher emerged from within the church, his face adorned with a serene smile. The Radiant Lord shall protect every devout believer. A solemn voice, carried by some mysterious force, resonated throughout the entire city. Those who couldn't make it to the church dropped to their knees, offering their most sincere prayers to the Radiant Lord. And then, a miracle unfolded. Several skeleton warriors, poised to strike, suddenly froze in place, their weapons halted midair. One skeleton, unable to stop its motion in time, fractured a bone. It nonchalantly picked up the broken piece, skillfully reattached it, and turned to seek its next target. This scene ignited hope among the survivors. They prostrated themselves, their prayers rising in waves. Even believers of other temples began to shift their faith. Soon, a vast, concentrated force of devotion gathered from all corners of the city, coalescing into a faintly visible, holy white light. Amidst the cheers, the preacher spoke again. Those who chant the name of the Radiant Lord shall remain untouched by evil. The wicked undead shall. His words were cut short as a black arrow whistled past, grazing his neck. The preacher fell silent, trembling, silently cursing himself for forgetting that formidable figure was still in the city. He dared not speak further, hastily picking up the sacred text to lead the crowd in recitation. The Radiant Lord created all things. Meanwhile, a starkly different scene was unfolding in the city lord's manor. The corpses of the upper echelon and elite guards who had attempted to flee lay strewn about, some already reduced to skeletons. Standing atop a dragon's head, Xena lowered her longbow, her crimson eyes glinting with fury. Those opportunists who dared to exploit the chaos were bad enough, but their brazen arrogance was intolerable. If not for the fact that they all served the Emperor, she might have turned that preacher into one of his so-called wicked undead and banished him to the Misty Valley to mine for eternity. After a long pause, Xena carefully retrieved a porcelain vial from her pocket, tipping out a small candy and placing it in her mouth. The sweetness melted on her tongue, and her mood noticeably improved. The Emperor was right, sweets really do help lift the spirits. A smile returned to her face as she gave the dragon's head a light tap with her foot. Let's go. Time to head to the next place. In a secluded private space, 6 deities from the Principality of Highlank gathered once again. One of them calmly distributed a stack of magical newspapers to the others and said, "Take a look." The headlines on the newspapers were striking. Unknown undead army attacks Ironwall City, Holy Light Church saves the day, undead plague sparks panic, Holy Light doctrine skyrocket in value. I just wanted a sense of security. Holy Light Church followers become the new favorites in marriage markets, and 7 temples in action fuels fear. Public calls for Holy Light Church to open more branches. These articles unanimously praised the Holy Light Church while subtly disparaging the 7 temples. Most shockingly, the reports were highly credible. The publication, titled Holy Light Daily, appeared to have first-hand accounts, featuring close-up images of bone dragons and snapshots of undead retreating in the presence of Holy Light Church followers, leaving little room for doubt. After reading the papers, the deities turned their blank expressions toward one clad in green. "Gale, This was your plan. You owe us an explanation. Don't look at me like that, Gale defended himself. You all agreed when I suggested using the undead to deal with that infuriating Holy Light Church. He sighed helplessly. In theory, the Holy Light Church, as a divine faction, should be the natural enemy of the undead. But for some reason, these undead seem to have lost their sense of direction. Instead of attacking their true enemy, they've been targeting our hidden temples relentlessly. The reality now is that our branch temple in Ironwall City has been destroyed. Most of our followers are either dead or have defected, and the Holy Light Church has only grown stronger. You must take responsibility, another deity demanded harshly. You need to drive out these mysterious undead and compensate for our losses. Gale's expression darkened. That's impossible. As a master of the wind element, he had always prioritized safety above all else. He could sense that this undead figure, though only a demigod, was no weaker than himself. Gale, who preferred ambushing weaker enemies, had no intention of confronting such a formidable opponent heathen. The deity of mountains, who had remained silent until now, interrupted the argument. Enough. These matters are trivial. Dividing up the Starfire Temple's influence later will be enough to cover the losses. The real issue is how to deal with these two forces. The other deities calculated quickly and realized that annexing the Starfire Temple's influence could indeed offset their losses in Ironwall City. They nodded in agreement. The mountain god continued, according to the latest intelligence, this undead army has taken control of the entire northern region of Ironwall City, with their numbers exceeding 500,000. What's more bizarre is that wherever they go, the Holy Light Church conveniently shows up to recruit followers, and the undead seem to completely ignore them. It's unheard of. If it weren't for the fact that the divine and undead factions are sworn enemies and could never collaborate, I'd suspect they were working together. Gale shrugged, joking. Maybe the ruler of the undead realm and the divine realm have become one and the same. I'd sooner believe you're a real wind god, the mountain god retorted with a frown. While that's impossible, their coordinated actions cannot be ignored. We must eliminate both of them. The other deities fell into silence. They all understood the gravity of the situation. The Holy Light Church's deity, though outwardly only of gold rank, could effortlessly kill gods. And the mysterious undead demigod, if truly from the Death Empire, posed an even greater threat if provoked recklessly. The mountain god saw through their hesitation and spoke decisively. I have a plan that doesn't require us to act directly, though it carries some risk. Hearing that they wouldn't have to fight personally, the deities visibly relaxed. They quickly flattered him. If it can resolve this, the risk is worth it. You're as brilliant as ever, Mountain. Don't celebrate too soon, the mountain god warned. My plan is to withdraw the garrison from all temples along the abyssal passage under the pretense of defending against the undead. We'll move the defense line back to behind Ironwall City, sealing the front. This will leave the abyssal creatures to deal with the Holy Light Church and the undead. The deities were momentarily stunned by the suggestion and began to think it over. If the abyssal passage were to fall, the defensive line would inevitably stretch thin, increasing the pressure on their forces tenfold. Reclaiming the lost territory later would likely cost the lives of 1,000,000 warriors. But on the other hand, given the fragmented faith among ordinary people under the Seven Temples, the loss seemed manageable. Most commoners were not deeply devoted and often chose temples based on practical benefits like healing or skills. As a result, the temples had long since monetized faith, using it primarily to fund the training of core followers. This explained the decadence of temple leadership. Why care about the well-being of livestock as long as they fattened up? I think it's feasible, one deity finally said. It would eliminate two major threats and restore the temple's authority. 3 birds with 1 stone. Exactly. Besides, most of the northern survivors have already converted to the Holy Light Church. If they die, it's no great loss. Worst case, we can appeal to the Alliance for aid. Of course, this was a last resort, as inviting the Alliance often led to complications once in. They were hard to remove. The deities unanimously supported the proposal. If the Holy Light Church wants to spread its faith, let them rescue people from the abyss. And the undead? We may not dare to provoke them, but the abyssal creatures certainly won't show them mercy. Perfect. Then it's settled. Let's issue the divine decree, the mountain god declared, raising his hand to inscribe a message in the air. Command. All forces under the 7 temples are to immediately retreat to Gale City to defend against the undead. No delays permitted. A mark of earthen yellow divine law appeared in the bottom right corner of the text. The other deities exchanged glances and added their own unique seals. The text came alive, rolling into a scroll that fell into the mountain god's hand. Infusing it with divine power, he hurled it into the distance, where it streaked toward the abyssal passage. Now we wait, the mountain god said calmly. In the Holy Spirit City, a dreamgrass plant struggled to move its body and approached Jiang Yan, seeking refuge and requesting to join the city. This unexpected plea took Jiang Yan by surprise. especially since his reputation had only recently begun to rise. Why? Jiang Yan asked. The dream grass gently swayed its leaves, projecting an image into the air. The scene depicted the aftermath of Xena's undead army's rampage and the relentless leveling efforts of over 4,000 angels, which had devastated the powerful monsters of Mist Valley. Ironically, this gave weaker creatures, such as the demonized muscle rabbits, a chance to thrive. These brainless rabbits, known for their sheer numbers and rapid reproduction, were the natural enemies of the dreamgrass species. Worse still, when the dreamgrass attempted to create terrifying illusions in the rabbits' minds, the rabbits responded to the fear by eating even more voraciously. Faced with their dwindling numbers, the dreamgrass species had no choice but to seek sanctuary in the rising Holy Spirit City. After understanding the situation, Jiang Yan silently nodded in agreement. Creatures adept at creating illusions and mental manipulation could potentially be a valuable asset if transplanted into the city and enhanced further. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yan's lips. For instance, creating illusions of having already slept 8 hours or taken a vacation. This would improve the well-being of employees without disrupting work. Perfect. Rest assured, I will instruct my subordinates to protect your kind. Yarbrough, accompany them, Jiang Yan added. Yes, master, Yarbrough replied. Thank you, great Lord of Light. The dreamgrass projected in text, expressing its gratitude with joy. After sending off the dreamgrass, Jiang Yan retrieved a dazzling token. A few days ago, he had met the conditions for advancement by defeating the Starfire goddess. However, for safety reasons, he had chosen to return to the base before upgrading. According to an expert's work, the complete analysis of the realms in 99 chapters, experience points from defeating monsters would continue to accumulate even without advancing. Use, Jiang Yan commanded. As his thoughts activated the token, it dissolved into countless azure particles and merged into his body. Torrents of immense magical energy surged within him, like rivers converging into a vast ocean. This marked the final accumulation before ascension. Upon advancing to demigod status, he would need to condense a seed of law, nurturing it with abundant magic until it blossomed and bore fruit, ultimately forming a divine kingdom. After half an hour, the surge of magic subsided, and a notification echoed across the realms. You have advanced to Diamond Tier 1. You have gained the Lord skill, Decree of Defiance, and the class skill, Resurgence of the Fallen. Jiang Yan was taken aback by the new abilities. Typically, Pre-Divinity Lord skills provided minor group buffs or enhanced control over armies, such as his second skill, War Frenzy, and third skill, War Command. However, ever since advancing to Gold Tier, this pattern seemed to have diverged. His Lord skill, Military Decree, allowed a 20 increase in all stats regardless of level, nearly rivaling divine spells in the late game. The abilities he had just acquired were equally extraordinary. The Lord's skill, Decree of Defiance, allowed him to reject a predetermined outcome within a certain range and redirect it toward a more favorable possibility. It could be activated once per day. This skill encroached upon the domain of rules, granting him the power to even alter the loot drops of defeated bosses. Such a skill was not something one would typically obtain before ascending to God Hoodenless. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled the accumulation of luck he had previously overlooked. It seemed this accumulation had granted him such a high-level ability. Eager to test the new skill, Jiang Yan reached into the void and pulled out a corpse. Ding! Divine Hand successfully activated. You have obtained a Golden Tier skeleton. I refuse, Jiang Yan thought, activating Decree of Defiance. The Golden Tier skeleton vanished, and a peculiar force guided his hands back into the void. With great effort, he pulled again. A massive skeleton crashed to the ground, catching Jiang Yan off guard and leaving him momentarily pinned beneath it in a rather embarrassing situation. In the distance, 2 angels of inheritance perked up, hurriedly flipping through the Book of Holy Light to record, Year 1 of the Holy Light Era, Day 64. The Holy Lord was not crushed under a skeleton. Under the influence of powerful laws, this moment was erased from the annals of history. Jiang Yan quickly stood, brushed off his robes, and checked the notification panel. Change successful. You have obtained a demigod tier flame dragon skeleton. So it's basically a luck enhancer, Jiang Yan mused. While impressed, he considered this ability more of a bonus, given his already high confidence in his innate luck. When he turned his attention to the newly acquired class skill, a glint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The class skill, Resurgence of the Fallen, allowed him to forcibly resurrect a previously deceased undead being, but only once. What? Does this mean the summoned undead can be killed and then summoned again? Jiang Yan exclaimed in disbelief, completely overturning his understanding of the laws of death. He immediately made his way to the undead zone and stopped in front of 3 advanced cemeteries. With his summoning, 300 skeletal warriors emerged from the ground, armed with bone blades and standing in formation. Jiang Yan raised the Scourge Scepter and unleashed a deathly spell, amplified 5-fold. In an instant, The 300 skeletons crumbled into piles of shattered bones under the force of the spell. Return of the Fallen. Jiang Yan waved the scepter once more. The ripples of death magic swept across the battlefield, and the bone fragments on the ground were manipulated as if by an invisible hand, swiftly gathering and reassembling, accompanied by a faint, ethereal roar of, "For the Emperor." The 300 elite skeletal warriors reappeared intact before him, their stances unchanged, even holding their weapons in the exact same positions. Incredible, Jiang Yan murmured with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Looks like I need to go on more expeditions with Xena before ascending to godhood. If the undead could be revived after death, this ability was too valuable to waste. He pondered silently. Upon becoming a god, each deity could grant a divine gift, a skill that devout followers, with permission, could borrow. If Anna and the others didn't mind, perhaps they could even share control over the undead. The thought of summoning undead angels filled Jiang Yan with exhilaration. Just then, a messenger angel hurried over. "Holy Lord, an eagle requests an audience." "Huh, why is it here?" "Let it in," Jiang Yan said as he extended his divine senses, recognizing the giant eagle controlled by Xena. The massive eagle knelt on the ground respectfully. "Great Emperor of the Undead, Lady Xena has sent me to deliver a report." "Speak while standing." "What is it?" "Lady Xena has detected unusual activity near the Abyssal Passage. After taking control of a high-ranking member, she learned that the false gods plan to withdraw all temple guards." Jiang Yan instantly grasped their intentions. This was an obvious strategy. Either abandon the conquered lands and followers or confront the Abyss Heathen. No matter the choice, the 7 great temples would ultimately be the ones to benefit. Jiang Yan retrieved the Scourge Scepter and summoned a bone dragon. "Let's go." If they refuse to fight the Abyss while alive, then their corpses can take on the task. "Yes, Emperor," the giant eagle replied, rising to its feet. It added, "Lady Xena also said there's no need to rush. She's already taken control of 6 out of their 7 high-ranking members." Outside the forward base of the Abyss Passage in the Principality of Xilank, the night cloaked the landscape as a well-equipped coalition army of temple forces marched swiftly. The faint magical glow emanating from their armor and weapons revealed their enchanted nature, each piece a costly masterpiece. This elite unit, originally stationed to defend the Abyss Passage, was now following divine orders to mobilize with full military equipment toward the massive teleportation array in Gale City. Inside a luxurious magical vehicle, several high-ranking temple officials were engaged in conversation. "Damn it, that old fool from the 6th Army actually refused to let us use the teleportation array." One of the officials from the Starfire Temple grumbled through clenched teeth. "Let it go. He's as good as dead anyway, what's the point of getting angry at a corpse?" Another responded with a light chuckle. "True enough. Without our support and the heavy war machinery, they probably won't last an hour." Their tense expressions eased slightly. One of the officials casually opened the window, gazing outside. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. "Wait a minute. Iron Wall City?" He bolted upright, his voice trembling. "This is the zone overrun by undead. We were supposed to head for the teleportation array in Doker City to avoid them. Who changed the route without authorization?" The other 6 in the vehicle slowly turned toward him, their gazes unsettling and synchronized. "Did you not hear me?" His voice grew louder, a hint of panic creeping in. "Why are we heading toward Ironwall City? This is a death sentence." "Indeed," one of them replied with an eerie smile. "Isn't that exactly where you're going?" "What are you talking about?" He stumbled backward as his former comrades advanced on him, their faces twisted into grotesque grins. "Join us," they said in unison, their voices chillingly harmonious. "Swear allegiance to the great Emperor of the Undead." Before he could react, the 6 simultaneously unleashed the magic stored within their bodies. They flung themselves at him, their arms outstretched. "No! Stay back!" A deafening explosion erupted, consuming the area in a fiery blaze. All 7 high-ranking officials perished instantly, their bodies obliterated, leaving nothing but scorched earth for hundreds of meters. As the last fragment of his consciousness dissipated, the Starfire Temple official's final thought echoed faintly. "Could it be? I was the traitor all along?" At that moment, eerie green flames ignited on both sides of the advancing army. Massive abominations clawed their way out of the ground, their grotesque forms looming over the soldiers. "Enemy attack! It's the undead!" came the panicked cries as countless undead warriors surged from all directions, as though lying in wait. Yet, the coalition army of the temples was the most elite force of Xilank. Illumination spells instantly lit up the night sky for miles, and the soldiers swiftly fell into formation to counter the assault. The temple knights advanced in unison, their bodies encased in gleaming silver armor that extended and fortified itself automatically. They drew their massive swords, embedding soul crystals into the hilts. The blades responded with a radiant, lethal glow. "Charge!" came their unified roar. Sword energy sliced through the air, each strike shattering several skeletal foes. Meanwhile, the mages in the rear unleashed a torrent of spells, creating elemental storms that swept across the battlefield. Flames consumed bone, shards of ice tore through undead flesh, and earth-binding spells immobilized the enemy horde. A towering abomination, undeterred by the barrage of spells, barreled forward, intent on breaching the mage's line. Even as half its body was obliterated by magic, it leaped toward its target. But before it could land, a gravitational field slammed it back to the ground, where it was swiftly encircled and dispatched by the knights. High above the battlefield, Xena stood atop the head of a semi-divine venomous dragon. Her slender, pale hands instinctively brushed against the longbow on her back. "Emperor, will you not intervene?" she asked. "I'm merely curious," came the calm reply. "I wish to see the true strength of these so-called elite forces of the principality." Jiang Yan let out a faint smile. He recalled his experiences after reaching the god level in his previous life. Back then, most of his trials took place in the true abyssal world, and he had relatively few encounters with the forces here. Now, as he reassessed the battlefield, he had to admit that the enemy's enchanted weapons and high-level mages were indeed formidable. With only a small number of abominations and basic skeleton soldiers, it was indeed difficult to contend with them. Even though he deliberately held back, refraining from deploying high-level bone dragons and 2 demigod-level skeletons, the situation remained challenging. On the battlefield, under the overwhelming suppression of Xena's near-unfair abilities, the enemy had already lost 7 or 8 of their top commanders, and their large-scale war machines had yet to be deployed effectively. This outcome was exactly as Jiang Yan had hoped it would allow him to absorb these forces and their weapons later, ensuring the defense of the abyssal passage in the short term. He calculated silently, considering that the 4,000 angels currently leveling up could also come here to gain some experience. Just then, an unexpected shift occurred on the battlefield. From the corpses of fallen abominations, yellow-green streams of corrosive gas began to seep out. Although wind mages in the rear quickly cast spells to disperse it, a significant portion still clung to the armor of nearby knights. Worse still, some of the abominations hiding in the rear had evolved to emit a corrosive aura. The combined effects caused the enchantment patterns on the knight's armor to flicker and destabilize. The elite skeleton archers in the back, many of whom had undergone extreme enhancements, gaining the ability to fire 3 arrows in rapid succession with pinpoint accuracy within a range of a kilometer, immediately seized on this vulnerability. A dense rain of arrows struck the corroded sections of the temple knight's armor with precision. Each time, amidst the clash of blades, a faint sound of an arrow piercing flesh would follow, marking the fall of yet another temple knight. Even more terrifying was the sudden manifestation of necromantic domination over the fallen knights. Knights who had just been fighting against the undead abruptly turned their swords on their former comrades without hesitation. Caught off guard, more and more knights fell to the blades of their allies, only to rise again as part of the undead legion. Their finely enchanted equipment now became deadly weapons used to slaughter their former comrades. In the rear, the faces of the commanders and mages were etched with undisguised fear. They frantically downed magical potions and unleashed spell after spell. Yet it was all in vain. A massive wave of undead and converted temple knights easily broke through the magical bombardment, slaughtering the precious mages and converting them into new reinforcements for the undead army. This was the true terror of the undead legion. No matter how strong the enemy, the death of even a single individual could spell the collapse of the entire battle. "All troops attack," Jiang Yan commanded firmly, his gaze fixed on the defeated coalition forces of the temple. Behind him, 3 skeletal dragons and 2 demigod-level skeletons nodded silently, then dove downward. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and frost. On a battlefield of this scale, the destructive power of dragons was akin to that of nuclear weapons. The coalition forces of the temple lived up to their reputation as elites. Even under the relentless siege of the million-strong skeleton army and the ever-growing enemy forces, they managed to hold out for over 10 hours. Some devout temple warriors even chose self-destruction to prevent their corpses from being enslaved. However, such measures, while effective against ordinary necromancers, were futile under the dominion of the Undead Emperor. Shattered flesh and blood coalesced once more, and those who resolutely rejected the undead ultimately became part of its ranks. Fallen undead warriors were resurrected under the power of Return of the Fallen, and by the end of the battle, not only were the undead forces unscathed, but their numbers had swelled by an additional 200,000 elite troops. A system message appeared. "You have gained 3 million experience points. Promoted to Diamond Tier Level 2. Jiang Yan glanced at the message and shook his head slightly. "The worlds are getting stingier. Is this all the experience I get?" "Emperor, what are your next orders?" Hina asked. Although she was eager to continue the onslaught, she knew she needed to await the Emperor's instructions. Jiang Yan weighed the shard of the harvest seed in his hand. Thanks to Hina's efforts, they had amassed over 5 million death essence, and summoning a second undead hall spirit was within reach. Didn't those false gods issue a divine decree to resist the undead army? We can't let them down. He smiled and turned to her. I'll leave it to you. If those false gods dare to show themselves, I'll handle them personally. With more than 5 million death essence as his foundation, Jiang Yan was confident that those weaklings, on par with his past life strength, would be annihilated the moment they revealed themselves. Understood, Emperor. Hina's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I kill them all? The usual rule applies: eliminate the wicked, spare the virtuous. Jiang Yan replied helplessly. Hina's enthusiasm visibly deflated. From what she knew, most of their enemies lacked resolve and, when facing death, were easily swayed by angels to embrace the so-called light of virtue. Only a rare few with unyielding will choose to confront death and join the undead army. By the way, I heard you ran out of the candies I gave you last time? Jiang Yan smiled, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a large porcelain bottle. This is a new version improved by the Soul Chef. It contains fragments of souls, giving it a sensation akin to popping candy. Give it a try. Thank you, Emperor. Hina accepted the bottle with delight, her smile returning. This was the second gift Jiang Yan had given her, something the angels had never done. To her, it was evident the Emperor understood that angels were mere ornaments, while the undead were his most reliable strength. As long as you like it. Jiang Yan smiled as he watched Hina's newfound joy. Caring for the mental well-being of subordinates was an essential quality of a great leader. After all, a happy soldier was a more productive one. It's time to move out, Jiang Yan said, his gaze sweeping over the now-cleared battlefield. The abyssal passage could not afford delays. If the monsters broke through the front lines, the situation would spiral out of control. Under their command, the vast undead army split into two orderly divisions. Hina led the million-strong skeleton horde, abominations, and 3 skeletal dragons toward Gale City. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan took the temple's undead forces back to the abyssal front. Far to the north, in the desolate and deathly ruins of the Erland Alliance's extreme northern region, 2 ravens descended from the sky, transforming into scythes. Big Crow, I don't understand. Why do we have to take this form? One of them asked. Do you want to become one of the undead? The kind that mines endlessly underground, and if you lose a hand, you have to attach a random bone and keep working, the other replied. Of course not. Then trust me. This is the form the master prefers. Fine. Such peculiar tastes, the first crow muttered reluctantly. Just don't speak out of turn once we're inside. The 2 scythes entered the desolate ruins and bowed respectfully. Great abyssal lord of necromancy, master of death's harvest, we request your presence. The space remained silent, and the 2 scythes patiently waited, their handles slightly bent. Half an hour later, the bones on the ground began to tremble violently. The earth caved in, and a massive dragon-like creature, pieced together from various skeletons, emerged. On its back stood a man in a black robe, holding a scythe. His gaunt face resembled that of a skeleton. He looked down at the scythes with satisfaction. You know the rules. Speak, what do you want? Master, we are here to deliver a command from the Lord of the Undead. One of the scythes tossed a black token into the air. It floated, projecting the words Imperial Command in the center. To the Reaper of the Undead Empire. Proceed immediately to the Erland Alliance. Retrieve the unknown undead. Do not fail. The Erland Alliance? Where is that? The gaunt man frowned, pulling out a tattered map. After a moment of searching, he found the name in a small, obscure corner. Too far. I'm not going. He turned, prepared to retreat back into the pit. Master, this is a direct order from the Lord of the Undead. A self-proclaimed emperor trying to steal a god's position, who can't even bother with a proper appearance, really thinks he's the Undead Emperor? The man sneered. If it were convenient, I might humor him. But this far? Let someone else handle it. Master, the Lord of the Undead believes that the undead appearing there resemble the eternal fallen elf and the death arrow master Hina depicted in the Empire's ancient artifact, the Codex of the Ancients. He suspects that someone else has uncovered secrets of the ancient undead realm and is attempting to usurp divinity, one of the scythes hurriedly explained. Oh. The skeletal man paused, intrigue flashing in his hollow eyes. The gods of the undead realm were shrouded in mystery, their existence unknown to most. The Undead Empire had only stumbled upon the Codex of the Ancients by chance, learning of these secrets. Whoever was imitating Hina must have acquired some of these hidden truths. Interesting. That might be worth investigating. The skeletal man tapped his scythe lightly, summoning countless undead creatures from the ground, including mid-tier and high-tier divine beings. He pulled out a pair of crimson magical lenses, placing them over his hollow eye sockets. Let's move out. Year 1 of the Holy Light Era, Day 71. Hina led her undead army in a relentless march, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Dozens of villages fell along the way, and by the time her 12 million-strong force reached the walls of Gale City, the defenders on the ramparts were gripped with terror. Even though this stronghold of the Gale Temple boasted a magical defense system superior to that of Ironwall City, the shimmering four-colored aura enveloping the city offered no solace to the soldiers. They all knew the undead army included a formidable figure capable of shattering a Kepler-class defense system with just 4 arrows. A priest from the Gale Temple, summoning all his courage, flew out to meet the enemy and called out loudly, "Honored undead warrior, the Gale god proposes that, given the catastrophic destruction caused by divine-level combatants, you refrain from personally engaging in the battle. In return, the Gale god also promises not to." Before he could finish, the twang of a bowstring resounded, and a black arrow pierced through his chest. Hina, her expression cold and unchanging, knocked another arrow and aimed at the magical defenses above the city. "Ridiculous," she sneered. "If you're that scared, why don't you show yourself and let me see if our Emperor's instant death curse works on you? As for causing too much destruction, since when has that been an undead concern? We'll just give those opportunistic birdfolk something to clean up." Thwack, thwack, thwack. 18 arrows in quick succession tore through the four-colored barrier, each leaving a gaping wound in the protective dome. "Soul arrow formation, activate," Hina murmured. Death energy coalesced in the air, forming a complex sigil that summoned 1,800 energy arrows in an instant. The arrows streaked through the air, and the Gale god's meticulously designed magical defense system shattered with a deafening crash. "Attack," she commanded sharply. 3 bone dragons, laden with elite skeletal archers, swooped toward the city walls. A rain of arrows, combined with advanced dragon breath, overwhelmed the defenders in moments. The fallen soldiers were swiftly reanimated by skeletal mages, throwing the ramparts into chaos. Several diamond-tier temple warriors gritted their teeth and faced the bone dragons, but they were no match for Hina. These warriors, not even demigods, could only muster a combat rating of 300,000 with the aid of divine power far below Hina's own rating. They were either subdued or slain by her relentless arrows. The city gate soon fell, and the battle turned to close-quarters combat. Yet, what followed inside the city was unexpected. Thanks to continuous coverage from the Holy Light Daily, the commoners' fear of the undead had significantly diminished. Some citizens gathered at the Holy Light Church holding sacred texts, while devout believers stayed at home reciting prayers. As predicted, the undead ignored these individuals and headed straight for the 7 temples' branches. At the city's center stood the grand main hall of the Gale Temple. Under Hina's orders, the giant eagle and the golden rat sent only the lowest-tier skeleton soldiers to slowly dismantle the temple's magical wards. Priests knelt before the deity's statue, praying fervently, but the Gale god never appeared, even as the statue was whittled down to fragments by the skeletons. "Shouldn't we just call him the turtle god? Such a coward," the golden rat mocked. "Well said, rat brother," the giant eagle nodded in agreement. High above the clouds, the Gale god watched his temple's destruction with seething rage. "Damn it! How dare 2 mere gold-tier beasts insult me like this? And that accursed, heavy mountain god. He said they'd destroy each other. But now only my people are dead." Violent winds swirled around him as he prepared a powerful spell. But before it could be unleashed, several black arrows whistled through the air, interrupting his casting. Hina, having sensed his presence through the disturbances in the wind element, was already approaching on her demigod poison dragon. The Gale god snapped back to his senses and fled into the horizon, using wind laws to escape. "Quick runner," Hina muttered with annoyance, halting her pursuit. Even the poison dragon king couldn't match the speed of a deity wielding wind laws. She surveyed the city below, where the battle was nearly over, with only those touched by the holy light's aura left standing. Cowards, the lot of them. Oh well, there are plenty of other places to play. She popped a candy into her mouth, her mood gradually improving, and ordered the undead army to withdraw. "Move out, to the next city." The following days saw the undead army sweeping through their enemies without resistance. On day 73, Frost City fell within 7 hours, its temple destroyed, and the Frost god remained absent. On day 75, a messenger from the 7 temples was shot dead by Hina before he could even propose negotiations. By day 76, several gods were forced to appeal to the Northern Alliance for help, but the Alliance declined, citing it as an internal conflict. By day 81, Thunderclap City, Starfire City, Tideswell City, and Greatwood City had all fallen. The destruction of their temples crippled the 7 temples' faith network, but the gods remained nowhere to be seen. On day 82, Hina's undead army, now 5 million strong, marched toward the last city-heavy mountain city. This time, the 7 temples abandoned their usual tactics of evasion and siege defense. Instead, they gathered their remaining forces on the vast plains outside Heavy Mountain City and boldly challenged the undead to a decisive battle. "So, they want to settle this once and for all," remarked Jiang Yan, who had returned to the battlefield. standing alongside Hina atop a dragon's head as they gazed at the distant army. With what's left of them, hardly worthy of a decisive battle. They must be plotting something, Hina said with a light laugh. Why not just bypass them and hit their base directly? Forget it. If we go straight for their base, they'll just scatter. A bunch of stragglers hiding in the shadows would be far more troublesome, Jiang Yan mused after a moment's thought. It's better to deal with them all in one go. The undead realm has no fear of schemes. On the 83rd day, the vast army of the undead arrived on the battlefield. At Xena's command, countless undead scattered like a tide, encircling the temple army stationed on the plains. From an aerial view, the temple forces appeared as a lone island in a sea of darkness, on the brink of being swallowed by the black tide of the undead. Jiang Yan, concealed above the clouds with the help of Annalia's divine magic, watched the scene unfold with a cold smirk. Even the most incompetent commander would never allow their troops to fall into such a complete encirclement. However, with tens of millions of death essences in hand, along with Anna, Fulawoya, and over 4,000 angels already in position, any schemes or tactics would inevitably be crushed. Standing atop a bone dragon, Xena surveyed the battlefield with icy eyes and issued the attack command without hesitation. Kill. Against such overwhelming numerical superiority, strategy was rendered meaningless. The dense army of skeletons surged toward the temple troops, their synchronized footsteps and the clattering of bones creating an eerie and chilling sound. May the god of heavy mountains above let this be nothing but a nightmare, murmured a pale-faced temple knight on the outskirts, staring at the endless horde of undead. Behind him, the mages bitterly remarked, abandoning the city to engage the undead in an open battle. Perhaps we've all gone mad. If not for the divine order, the army would have already revolted. Trust in the gods. Prepare for battle, a commander shouted, suppressing his fear. The two forces clashed violently, and the battle instantly became a brutal slaughter. Each temple knight was forced to fend off at least 10 skeleton warriors simultaneously, their advanced enchanted armor losing its glow at a visible pace. The outer defensive line collapsed entirely in less than 10 minutes, while the mages within were horrified to discover their magic rendered useless. Without magical support, the temple troops began to fall in waves, their bodies transformed by skeletal mages into new undead warriors. As nearly 5 million undead poured onto the plains, the defensive lines continued to shrink. At the center of the temple army, several gods turned to the god of heavy mountains with accusations. Heavy Mountain, what exactly is your plan? If you don't act now, we will retreat. Were it not for the heavy mountain gods' repeated assurances of delivering a devastating blow to the enemy and their deep hatred for the undead who had desecrated their temples, they would never have returned. The time is near, the heavy mountain god finally said, no longer keeping them in suspense. Carefully, he retrieved a scroll covered in seals, from which an intense holy power emanated. A holy class forbidden spell? The shadow of the Eye of Sacred Light? Several gods gasped in astonishment. How do you have something like this? It's only a replica, the heavy mountain god explained. It cost nearly all of my and Xingho's resources, and I owe the flame god 1,000 years worth of favors to obtain this gift. That's more than enough. The gods' faces lit up with joy. These low-tier skeletons won't stand a chance against high-level holy magic. Victory is within reach. Only the god of swift wind hesitated. What if that undead comes from the necromancer empire? We're already on the brink of annihilation. Who cares about that? The other gods mocked. No wonder you're the one who mastered the laws of escapizo timid. That's called caution. Matters of the gods shouldn't be dismissed as cowardice, retorted the god of swift wind. But after a brief defense, even he ceased his objections. The heavy mountain god wore a triumphant smile. Let us proceed, my friends. It is time for us to take the stage. After today, the undead will be no more, and Xilank will return to the hands of the 6 divine temples. The 6 gods ascended into the sky, casting the radiant scroll outward. As it unfurled, a dazzling holy light shot upward, as if the gaze of a supreme deity had descended in judgment. All undead caught in the light were instantly reduced to lifeless bones. When the scroll fully opened, the sacred light engulfed the entire plane. Apart from a few skeletons personally summoned by Jiang Yan, the remaining 4 million undead were completely annihilated, their remains forming mountains of bones. Only about 100 abominations continued to resist desperately, devouring the bones of their fallen allies in a futile attempt to regenerate their bodies damaged by the holy light. The 6 gods unleashed their divine might, amplifying the brilliance of the forbidden spell, their presence overwhelming. Evil undead, under the majesty of the gods, you shall be reduced to nothing. The gods have intervened. The surviving soldiers below erupted in cheers, watching as 6 gods displayed their divine power in the sky, dispelling the shadow of death. While the gods basked in the long-lost admiration of their followers, One of them noticed the scattered remnants of the undead on the battlefield. A mere counterfeit creation. These stragglers pose no threat, he remarked dismissively. The god of heavy mountains surveyed the battlefield and said gravely, "Our priority now is to capture that powerful undead." The 6 gods swiftly encircled Xena, who was among the skeletal dragons. "You haven't fled? Have you already accepted your impending death, vile undead?" They mocked with the confidence of victors. "Ignorant fools," Xena responded calmly, her arms crossed. She looked skyward and shouted, "My lord, they claim to overwhelm me with numbers." Outnumbering the enemy is indeed fair, but who is outnumbered remains to be seen. A light, amused voice echoed from above. The 6 gods stared in shock at the heavens, where a radiant celestial gate unfolded among the clouds. Descending from it was Jiang Yan, wielding the scourge, accompanied by 2 6-winged angels and an undead army summoned from the corpse of the Starfire god. Riding atop massive dragons, the force also included 2 demigod-level skeletons and 5 undead dragons, instantly shifting the balance to 13 against 6. Lord's command. War frenzy. 2 empowering spells blanketed the battlefield. Jiang Yan surveyed the gods with a faint smile. "Now it's fair." "The Church of Holy Light. The Lord of Light." The 6 gods exclaimed in disbelief. "You're actually allied with the undead?" The thought of a deity of the Holy Light standing with the undead was more shocking than a hawk partnering with a rat. The heavy mountain god suddenly remembered something and turned pale. "Run. This one's capable of instant kills." But when he came to his senses, the other 5 gods had already fled several kilometers away, leaving him surrounded. "Now it's 13 against 1, Jiang Yan remarked with a tinge of regret, watching the other gods escape. "The wind god, I understand, but the others fled rather quickly." He turned to his forces and instructed, "Since we're using numbers to our advantage, there's no need to waste the essence of death." The heavy mountain god laughed loudly. "Kill me if you want. The undead have been wiped out, and countless witnesses have seen the Church of Holy Light colluding with them. Let's see how you continue spreading your faith. All temple forces, record this with your memory stones and transmit it immediately." "Wiped out." Jiang Yan chuckled softly, raising the scourge. "Class skill. Return of the Fallen." "For the Lord," came a thunderous roar as countless skeletons reassembled, and within moments, the undead army reappeared on the battlefield. Each skeleton was shrouded in a faint holy light. Under the blessing of the forbidden spell Holy Light's Gaze, the undead were not only immune to damage but also moved with enhanced agility. The temple army, which had just begun to feel relief, found itself once again trapped. The heavy mountain god was incredulous. "Aren't you a deity of the Holy Light? How can you summon the undead? Why do they resist holy light magic?" "Attack," Jiang Yan ordered curtly. Under the combined assault of Anna and her companions, the heavy mountain god fell, and the temple army was consumed by the tide of undead. Jiang Yan reopened the celestial gate, and 2 angels of legacy emerged, flying excitedly to his side. The holy scripture in their hands opened automatically, recording a new chapter. On the 83rd day of the first year of the Holy Light era, the undead army breached Heavy Mountain City. The 7 gods abandoned their followers and fled, but the Lord of Light, with unmatched power, subdued the evil undead demigod, averting a catastrophe that threatened Highlank. The words faded, and the laws took effect. Hina led her army to capture Xinbing City, earning her a substantial reward of 200 reputation points, 5 million experience points, and 1 million soul crystals. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan himself successfully seized Chongshan City and, after defeating the Chongshan god, obtained a diamond advancement token and a demigod advancement contract. With the Highlank Duchy officially becoming his faith nation, Jiang Yan ascended to Diamond Tier 7. Upon returning to Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan pored over the prompts from the myriad realms, lost in thought. Initially, he had planned to gradually infiltrate through units like angels, preachers, and light spreaders, believing their influence would be enough to suppress any deity's power. However, reality offered an unexpected revelation despite free baptisms, divine miracles, and even his public execution of the Starfire god at the cost of 500,000 death essence. These efforts paled in comparison to the deterrence of an undead army. After Chongshan City's fall, under the influence of the Chronicle of Ages, the Highlank King announced overnight the dismantling of all 7 temples' ruins and recognized the Lord of Light as the duchy's sole deity. Citizens and wealthy individuals across the cities eagerly funded the construction of branch halls for the Church of Holy Light. Even the dwarven team, prepared for overtime, enjoyed an unprecedented 72-hour holiday, their longest break since joining Holy Spirit City. This series of successes brought Jiang Yan a moment of clarity. Why insist on diplomacy before force? Using the undead to pave the way, and then harvesting faith proved far more efficient. After all, only when faced with the threat of death could people truly appreciate the value of the holy light. With his thoughts organized, Jiang Yan began tallying his gains. He paid particular attention to the rewards from defeating the Chongshan god, but refrained from claiming them immediately. Instead, he opened the Myriad Realms chat channel, unblocking someone from his blacklist and sending a private message. Do you need a diamond advancement token? The reply was instant. Yes. Jiang Yan continued. One legendary blueprint and one epic blueprint. Epic blueprint is fine, but I'm out of legendary ones. Could I owe you and settle it 9 months later when reality trading opens? Forget it. I'll decide later. Jiang Yan replied curtly and ended the conversation. Lending on credit? He wasn't truly the Lord of Light. Besides, 9 months from now, a mere legendary blueprint would hardly matter. Turning his attention back, he activated the Lord's skill, Selective Retrieval. In the temporal snapshot, the Chongshan god was once again struck down by the Eternal Spirit Arrow formation, and 2 treasures appeared. A legendary blueprint and a demigod advancement contract. Riding the momentum, Jiang Yan used his one hand of god chance for the day, only to end up with the corpse of a small white bronze-level dog. Wow, it seems like you've summoned something adorable, Emperor, Hina teased with a light laugh, having returned specifically to witness the arrival of a new companion. Anna and Froya were also present. Jiang Yan responded with a helpless remark before unfolding the legendary blueprint he had obtained. It was a construction plan for the Holy Light Tribunal, a mid-tier celestial auxiliary building. It not only allowed the recruitment of penitents and judges, but also came with a mythic-level head and 2 deputies. Construction required 20,000 soul crystals and would take 28 days. This was precisely what he needed, a force dedicated to dealing with heretics. Considering remnants of the 7 temples still lingered within High Lank, and the methods of preachers and light spreaders were too gentle while the angel numbers remained limited, this new force arrived at the perfect time. Jiang Yan immediately canceled the Dwarven team's holiday, ordering them to expedite the tribunal's construction. Checking the resource panel, he noticed his soul crystals had surpassed 10 million. However, due to the faith power of other lords nearing depletion, consumption rates had significantly slowed, and even the 2 million soul crystals obtained from clearing Misty Valley had not been fully traded. Nevertheless, one could never have too many soul crystals. Future advancements to godhood and the establishment of a divine kingdom would require astronomical amounts. In his past life, an Agrade deity had spent a staggering 8 million soul crystals to reach saturation. After replenishing the soul crystals in the trading channel to the amount required to upgrade Heaven's Gate, Jiang Yan casually scraped a handful of bone ash from the bone dragon and smeared it onto his hand. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the scourge tightly and solemnly intoned, "In my name, I grant you permission to awaken from your slumber. Necropolis, activate." In an instant, an overwhelming wave of deathly silence and darkness descended. Jiang Yan's consciousness pierced through infinite space, arriving within the dim and solemn grand hall. However, before he could take a closer look at the heroic spirits within, a snow-white skeleton soldier silently rose from a corner and began walking directly toward his consciousness. Jiang Yan scrutinized the skeleton closely. Slender bones, a smooth skull, and a stiff expression. It was unmistakably the most basic type of skeleton soldier. Something's wrong. How could a low-level creature like this appear in the necropolis? This place consumed 10 million sources of death. That's enough to kill the Starfire god 20 times. Jiang Yan silently cursed in his heart. Yet, things didn't go as he had hoped. The ghostly green light that represented his choice seemed to be guided by some unseen force, flying straight toward the skeleton. With a faint sound, Jiang Yan experienced a brief bout of dizziness and found himself back in Holy Spirit City. The frail skeleton gracefully bowed to him. "I have answered your call, my emperor. Rise," Jiang Yan said weakly. "Forget it. Skeletons like you are everywhere. I don't even need you to respond." Wait. He suddenly looked up. A skeleton that can talk? It was then that Jiang Yan noticed the unusual atmosphere around him. Analia and Furuya had already gripped their sacred flame swords, the powers of the holy light and ritual laws poised to strike, as if facing a great enemy. However, Xena looked thrilled, bowing slightly with a hint of reverence. Master of the abyss of the undead, keeper of the mysteries of death, manipulator of the life and death of gods, the legendary Reaper, your eminence, welcome to our world. Reaper? Jiang Yan was stunned. The skeleton responded by snapping its bony fingers. A pitch-black cloak and a chilling scythe materialized out of thin air. Slowly, it raised its head, and deep crimson flames ignited within its eye sockets. "We meet again, my emperor." Jiang Yan finally recognized the figure before him. It was one of the 8 figures who had stood behind him in the divine art. Future. This was none other than the supreme being of the netherworld, the god of death. "It's me, Emperor," the god of death said with a cheerful grin. "The will of this era is truly formidable. If I hadn't possessed a little skeleton and played dead, I wouldn't have made it out." He turned to the 2 angels nearby. "You 2 little girls from heaven, no need to be so tense. I'm not much stronger than you right now. How can you possibly emerge this early?" Even Her Eminence Tennis couldn't. Analea stared at him in disbelief. Froya looked disheartened as well. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have rushed to come out. If the first one descending was that guy, we might been able to put up a fight. Only a supreme being could contend with another supreme being. The fact that the strongest entity of the netherworld had descended before heaven's archangels was undoubtedly the worst possible news. Because I'm good at playing dead, the god of death said smugly. Strength alone doesn't mean much. When it comes to faking death, and the best across all realms. It's a pity my Wonkai never mastered the skill. Excuse me, your eminence god of death, Hina suddenly interjected. When you say Wonkai, are you referring to the dark prison nether dragon? Oh, you know it? But I still think the name Wonkai sounds more cheerful. Hina's smile froze instantly. She thought to herself that such naming skills truly undermined the dignity of the netherworld. Holding the scourge in his hand, Jiang Yan spoke calmly. All right, god of death, no bullying them, understood? He hadn't expected to summon one of the strongest entities of the netherworld, which instantly shifted the balance of power between heaven and the netherworld. Of course, Emperor. Your will is above all, the god of death responded, his tone turning serious. Strictly speaking, we in heaven are allies. During the primordial era, only the holy light pantheon and we of the netherworld stood against the abyss until the end. The others were. Boom. A thunderclap echoed across the sky, and an overwhelming pressure descended. A cold, distant gaze swept across the plain from the endless void. Damn it, the god of death muttered, his expression changing drastically. The flames in his eye sockets were instantly extinguished. His skeletal frame collapsed with a clatter, lifeless. The black scythe he wielded quickly scratched a few cuts into his cloak before burying itself into the ground and snapping in two. The cold gaze swept back and forth several times, but eventually found nothing and dissipated. Minutes later, the scattered bones reassembled themselves, restoring the god of death to his original form. As expected, quite practiced at this, the onlookers muttered, watching the scene unfold. They couldn't help but feel that this supreme being, with his penchant for playing dead, had shattered his own mystique. Forgive me, Emperor. I was careless. The god of death immediately apologized upon his revival. No harm done, Jiang Yan replied, shaking his head. He had witnessed this once before. It seemed there were still things the will of the realms and eras didn't want him to know. With a thought, information about the god of death appeared in Jiang Yan's mind. God of death. Rank. Unique. Divine title. God of death. Level. Demigod tier 10 unknown. Faith level. Absolute loyalty. Mastered laws. Supreme laws of death. Special abilities. Feigning death. Customizing death. Death's favor. Necromancy arts 172 in total. Overall rating. 4.99 million. Unbelievable. And you call this not much stronger than them? Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. The difference in strength was nearly tenfold. I'm afraid I might disappoint you, Emperor, the god of death said awkwardly. I managed to descend by tricking the will of the era. Using my abilities recklessly would risk detection. Don't tell me you can't take action at all? Jiang Yan's smile faded. Not exactly. I can occasionally use my powers and then play dead to slip by, but I can't do it too often. Even though the will of the era lacks intelligence, if provoked repeatedly, it might unleash a destructive response. How many times is not too often? Ahem. For now, 2 no, 3 times. The god of death quickly corrected himself upon seeing Jiang Yan's darkening expression. Jiang Yan understood now. Immensely powerful but unable to act freely. Knowledgeable but unable to reveal much. This was essentially like having an old mentor tagging along. He thought back to the archangel projection he once summoned. Even at a mere gold tier level, it could obliterate abyssal demigods with a glance. A demigodier god of death could likely annihilate mid-level gods effortlessly. This meant Jiang Yan could now act boldly and decisively. Once his territory expanded, he could even launch devastating assaults on the abyss gateways, luring the demon gods together and eliminating them all at once. This would allow him to expand without any concerns. However, figuring out how to manage the god of death on a daily basis posed a challenge. Keep him nearby? Who would want to be followed around by a scythe-wielding death god all day? Send him to the front lines? If he couldn't resist taking action, it would be a waste. Don't worry about me, Emperor, the god of death said with a cheerful smile. Wherever there is death, I can arrive in an instant. As for my usual activities, he dug a pit in the area with the most bones in the netherworld and buried himself. Experiencing death more deeply is what a god of death should do, he said, his muffled voice coming from beneath the soil. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Dealing with such an ultimer was indeed low maintenance. As he turned, he noticed Analea and Froya looking worried, hesitant to speak. Why don't you try opening the gate of heaven again and summon an archangel this time? Really, Lord? The 2 angels looked at him in surprise and delight. This was exactly what they had been hoping for. After all, with the strongest being of the netherworld present, it felt unsettling not to have an archangel overseeing things. Of course, just be careful not to attract the will of the era's attention again. Otherwise, I might become its prime target. Jiang Yan joked. Understood, Lord. Well, go right away. The two six-winged angels eagerly flew out of the city. Jiang Yan chuckled at their urgency. This might not be a bad thing. Perhaps the higher-ups in heaven were also anxious and would find a way to descend. Wouldn't that mean He'd have two old mentors? Emperor, you're quite indulgent with them, Hina said with a hint of jealousy. If it were you, it'd be the same, Jiang Yan replied, his gaze clear and warm. Really? Hina was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head with a soft laugh. I wouldn't be like those two little girls, running to their elders at the first sign of trouble. I'd help you conquer more territory instead. At the border of the Northern Erland Alliance, a rare ultra-long-range teleportation magic array stood silently. Dozens of powerful figures gathered before it, their expressions solemn. These were the revered deities of the Alliance's various nations, beings rarely seen, now waiting like servants for the arrival of an important figure. Leading them was the Dark Star God, the strongest among the Alliance, whose aura was nearing the realm of a mid-tier god. Why would that esteemed figure from the Necromancer Empire come to a remote place like this? One deity asked in a hushed tone. It might have something to do with that undead powerhouse recently appearing in Xylank, the Dark Star God replied, shaking his head slightly. That's why, when the Heavy Mountain God sought my aid some time ago, I refused. Good thing you did, another deity said with lingering fear. The death of someone like the Heavy Mountain God is inconsequential, but if he were tied to the Necromancer Empire, offending that figure could mean the end of us all. A less experienced deity scoffed, unconvinced. That's a bit much, isn't it? We're under the protection of the Flame Empire. Would he really dare act recklessly within our borders? Do you know why an outsider deity can openly use the Empire's teleportation array, and why even the Flame God himself has not shown up? That figure is none other than the Lord of the Abyss of Necromancy, Master of Death's Harvest, the one who governs the end of all living things. That's just silence. The Dark Star God cut in urgently, his expression growing more reverent. He is here. The teleportation array suddenly lit up. First to emerge were two horned demons, each towering over 10 meters tall. They were followed by massive creatures, a third-turtle mammoth beast, a one-armed titan, the corpse of a shattered god, an 8-headed serpent, and other legendary beings. Even the weakest among these undead creatures exuded an aura far surpassing that of the Dark Star God. The gathered deities instinctively lowered their heads further, and even the previously brash young deity clenched his lips shut. The array continued to hum. Emerging next was a terrifying dragon-like creature, upon whose back stood a man clad in a black cloak and wielding a scythe. Beneath the cloak, faintly glowing crimson eyes could be seen. Welcome, great lord of the abyss of necromancy, master of death's harvest, to Northern Erland, the Dark Star God said, forcing himself to remain composed as he bowed. Welcome me? The man atop the dragon's back looked down with amusement. Interesting choice of words. Do you all wish to become undead? Cold sweat broke out on the Dark Star God's forehead, while the other deities trembled visibly. No need to be so tense, the Master of Death said indifferently. With your level of strength, you are far from qualified to serve under me. My purpose here is this. He produced a skull and pressed it with force. From its hollow eye sockets, an eerie fire projected an image of a figure Xena, with her ashen skin, purple leather armor, and pointed ears. The less experienced deity spoke up eagerly. My lord, I know of her. She was spotted in Xylank, riding either a bone dragon or a demigod-level venomous dragon, and has already amassed an undead army of over 1 million. Fascinating, the Master of Death murmured, a hint of surprise flickering in his expression. Daring to enslave dragon corpses and commanding 1 million undead with merely demigod-level power? Even in the Necromancer Empire, openly controlling dragon remains was a line rarely crossed. His own mount was merely a construct of various corpse fragments. Reckless, he said, shaking his head. If the dragon cliffs were to hear of this, 1,000 divine dragons would descend, leaving nothing of her behind. But commanding 1 million undead as a demigod, unless... A thought struck him. She has successfully stolen a fragment of divinity. The discovery excited him. For centuries, even with their countless resources and deities, the Necromancer Empire had failed to seize a fragment of divinity. It seemed his journey here was indeed justified. Impressive, he said, turning to the deity who had provided the information. Your intelligence is valuable. You deserve a reward. Thank you, great Master of Death, the deity said, his voice trembling with excitement. Very well. I grant you the honor of serving me. With a sweep of his scythe, the deity's life force was extinguished in an instant, and he moved stiffly to join the Undead Legion. To serve the great Master of Death as a lower deity, such an honor must surely satisfy him, the Master of Death said with a smile. The other deities dared not even breathe too loudly, terrified of receiving the same honor. Come, my darlings. It's time to leave. I can sense her location. The Master of Death gazed southward and motioned for his undead army to advance toward Xilank. The god-level legion disappeared into the horizon in mere moments. The remaining deities finally exhaled in relief, each secretly plotting how to divide the deceased's faith. Meanwhile, in the dragon's grave abyss of Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan had just finished overseeing the construction of the Holy Light Tribunal and was preparing to summon a new bone dragon. Suddenly, he turned around. An ant climbing nearby abruptly dropped dead, and in its place appeared the black-robed Reaper. "Why are you out?" Jiang Yan asked. "A rather intriguing individual is approaching, my emperor," the Reaper replied. "Oh, how strong. By this continent's standards, not bad for high-tier gods, 17 mid-tier gods, and 1 low-tier god." For high-tier gods? Jiang Yan was taken aback. "They're coming for me?" In his past life, apart from the strongest figure of the Starry Empire and the Flame God, there had been no other high-tier gods. When had this level of power become so commonplace? "Can you handle them?" "Of course, my emperor," the Reaper said with a silent chuckle. "Though I doubt you'll need to intervene." "Why?" "Because they're all undead." Strange. That was the first thought that crossed the mind of the Lord of Harvest as he entered the territory of Highlank. Unlike other duchies, the mortals here displayed an inexplicable calm rather than fear in the face of his undead army. A caravan approached from the distance. The leader, a mortal, nonchalantly pulled out a holy scripture, tied it to his face, and shouted, "All right, folks, tie this scripture to your faces and lead the way." To the Lord of Harvest's astonishment, the entire caravan boldly marched past his army of lower-tier divine undead, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The Lord of Harvest stood frozen in place. As an upper-tier deity of the necropolis, he had never encountered such treatment before. What shocked him further was a group of mortals nearby, dressed in uniforms of the Holy Light Daily, eagerly fiddling with a high-definition recording stone to capture the entire scene. "Perfect. This will make great propaganda material for tomorrow. These undead are something else. If we come up with a good headline, we might make the front page. How about Holy Scripture clears the way? Laughable undead scattered? That's too bland. Who'd read that? Trust me, go with shocking. Dozens of mortals brazenly confront the undead with this. Enough with the clickbait. Focus on quality. Everyone, come up with 10 headlines and have them on my desk by 9 p.m. tonight." Watching this group of mortals openly discussing their ideas without a hint of fear, the Lord of Harvest couldn't help but laugh in rage. Just as he was about to raise his scythe to teach these insolent mortals a lesson, a black arrow shot through the air, only to be easily caught and crushed by a nearby undead titan. A peculiar group emerged into view. A holy life form, an undead, a high-ranking dragon, and a mortal. What truly astounded the Lord of Harvest was that, despite his upper-tier divine senses, he hadn't detected this group, none of whom exceeded demigod status before their sudden appearance. "Hey, Death God, that guy looks a lot like you. Could he be your fan?" Jiang Yan, standing atop the dragon Aberlic, asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. That single remark ignited the Lord of Harvest's fury. He launched into a passionate lecture, detailing everything from the material of the Death God's cloak to the precise grip on the scythe, even down to the exact RGB value of the eyes. He meticulously pointed out all the ways in which the supposed imitation fell short. To emphasize his point, he even removed his enchanted lens, worth 10 soul crystals, to demonstrate his commitment to detail. Jiang Yan listened with a faint, meaningful smile and turned to his companions. "You know, he's got a point." The real Death God, hearing this, displayed a rare moment of confusion. Removing his eyeball to scrutinize himself, he found himself grappling with an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. In his long, eternal existence, he had never encountered a situation as absurd as this. Even the archangel only dared to hit him but never questioned his identity. Hina casually took out a piece of candy, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "I think so too, Your Grace. Look at that tattered cloak, the carelessly placed scythe, and those mismatched eyesets like a blatant counterfeit." She turned to her companion. "And you're no different, eternal fallen elf, master of death arrows. I may not know much about you, but how could a dignified god-level being carry around a little porcelain bottle meant for mortals?" The Reaper Lord's eyes flickered with disdain. "With abilities like yours, forget about stealing a divine seat. You can't even draw the attention of the loss. No wonder you're still just demigod-level ants." Hina's smile froze instantly. She thought to herself, this idiot doesn't even recognize the blessings of the Undead Emperor and still dreams of seizing a divine seat in the undead realm. Suddenly, Yablike asked with amused curiosity, "So, with all this effort, did you succeed in the end?" The air turned tense. "Ridiculous. What do you know? This is no simple task." The Reaper Lord roared in fury. As a perfectionist, he would even berate the ruler of the deathly empire for sloppy attire. Now, this insignificant worm dared to mock his years of hard work? He immediately summoned dozens of powerful undead to surround Jiang Yan and his group. This was his style: either he held back completely, or he struck with overwhelming force. "Enough idle chatter," the Reaper Lord said coldly. "I'll give you two choices. Hand over the secrets of the undead realm, and I'll grant you a swift death. Or resist, and you'll be enslaved underground for eternity." The weakest of these undead were at the mid-level god stage, and 3 of them had reached high-level god status. The oppressive aura they exuded distorted the surrounding space. While the undead among Jiang Yan's group could withstand it, the 2 angels and Yablike, a demigod, showed visible signs of pain. "Indeed, it's time to end this," Jiang Yan said as he calmly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Anna and the others. Holding the Calamity Staff, he silently activated the second skill granted to him after becoming the Undead Emperor, a skill he had never used before. In an instant, the ancient undead realm seemed to traverse endless voids and manifest in this place. An unfathomable aura radiated from Jiang Yan, forcing even the Reaper Lord and Hina to instinctively take 2 steps back. His second exclusive skill, Imperial Descent, dictated that any being summoned by undead magic must submit to the Undead Emperor's rule. No one could flaunt the power of the undead realm before him. The powerful beings encircling them, the 8-headed serpent, the one-armed titan, the dismembered deity, all suddenly emitted intense crimson light from their hollow eyes, their muscles trembling violently. A notification echoed across the realms. Due to the overwhelming disparity in power, these undead creatures have overdrawn most of their essence to break free from their previous control. They will perish completely in 24 hours. 24 hours? That's more than enough, Jiang Yan remarked after glancing at the notification. He commanded his newly acquired undead army to counter-encircle the enemy. Mocking the Reaper Lord with his own words, he declared, "Now, game time is over. I'll give you 2 choices. Tell me how you obtained the secrets of the undead realm, and I might let you pledge allegiance to me, or resist, and your corpse will serve me for eternity." The Reaper Lord stared in disbelief at the scene before him. An army of undead he had painstakingly gathered and restored over thousands of years, using countless rare materials, now turning against him, encircling him completely. What is happening? A flicker of confusion crossed his face as the overwhelming divine power of a higher deity surged around him. He unleashed multiple spells at the disloyal undead. Necromancy spell, dominate. Necromancy spell, dominate. Yet, the fundamental laws of the undead, which had just begun to infiltrate these creatures, fled in panic before the supreme authority of Lin. No, this can't be. The dragon-shaped creature beneath him was the first to strike, twisting its massive head to snap at him. Forced to leap into the air, the Reaper Lord retaliated with a precise necromancy spell. Death spread. A beam of dark energy struck the creature's joints, causing the patched-together dragon to collapse. But the true threat was only beginning. A towering, one-armed titan, following Jiang Yan's command, swung a devastating blow without hesitation. The Reaper Lord's pupils contracted as he swiftly cast necromancy spell. Vaporize, transforming his body into a cloud of black smoke to evade the attack. No sooner had he reformed his physical form several meters away than the 8 heads of the undead serpent rose high, chanting an eerie incantation. Damn it! The Reaper Lord recognized this as one of his most powerful creations, a creature wielding terrifying curse magic. His scythe, imbued with divine energy, slashed through the air, only to be intercepted by the mangled corpse of a being on the level of a higher deity. Simultaneously, the serpent's 8-fold curse's weakness, sluggishness, and other debilitating effects wrapped around the Reaper Lord. Immobilized, he became an easy target for the one-armed titan, whose massive fist obliterated him into pieces. Fortunately, a controlled mid-tier god-level undead stepped in, sacrificing itself to take the hit, allowing the Reaper Lord to reappear unharmed above the scene. At last, he realized the crux of the matter: if he could kill the spellcaster controlling the undead, everything would return to normal. However, every time he aimed to attack Jiang Yan, loyal mid-tier god-level undead would throw themselves in the way, even at the cost of injury. The sight of his carefully cultivated subordinates turning on him and shielding someone else ignited his fury. Yet, under the suppressive forces of the primordial world across realms, even a higher deity's apocalyptic powers were restricted. With over a dozen mid-tier god-level undead standing guard and death itself lurking nearby, the Reaper Lord found himself at an impasse. Just as death prepared to unleash its infamous favorite divine spell, Jiang Yan suddenly called out to halt the action. A daring thought crossed his mind. Since these undead had already submitted to him under the influence of D. Lin's power, could he use his innate abilities to further strengthen them? Jiang Yan quickly opened the attribute panel of the one-armed Titan, and the information appeared. Titan Giant Undead, ranked as legendary, with a level of upper deity, mastering the law of strength. Although it had lost most of its abilities from its living days after becoming undead, this served as a form of balance. Fortunately, the skill Shatter was retained, and Jiang Yan immediately selected and activated his innate skill. The system notification sounded. Ultimate Ascension successfully used. Ascension effect triggered. Shatter upgraded to the same type of law-based skill Heavenbreaker. The description of the Heavenbreaker skill appeared. A defiance of logic, the Heavenbreaking Fist guarantees a hit once it locks onto a target. Jiang Yan smirked slightly and then focused on the skills of the eight-headed serpent and the fragmented deity. Ding. Ultimate effect triggered. Curse upgraded to its highest level, gaining an additional binding effect. Ding. Ascension effect triggered. Blink upgraded to the same type of law-based skill Forbidden Domain. The Forbidden Domain's effect was revealed. It allows the user to imprison a selected space, preventing targets from escaping until the barrier is broken. Jiang Yan followed up by casting 2 more spells, Lord Skill Command and Lord Skill War Frenzy. With this series of enhancements, the combat power of the 3 upper deity level undead experienced a qualitative leap. The fragmented deity was the first to act, spreading its arms as 12 forces of law intertwined to form a closed domain, trapping the Reaper Lord, who was charging toward Jiang Yan. The Reaper Lord collided with the edge of the barrier and was instantly flung back. "What kind of power is this?" the Reaper Lord exclaimed, both shocked and furious, unable to believe that his former subordinates had gained such abilities. He immediately gathered divine energy and summoned dozens of side-shaped shadow blades. Undead Curse. Shadow Scythe. The space around him shattered under the scythes, emitting a piercing sound. Just as the Reaper Lord prepared to strike again, the curse from the upper deity level Undead Serpent was already complete. With the added binding effect, it firmly immobilized him. Seizing the opportunity, the Undead Titan locked onto its target and activated the Heavenbreaker skill. The Titan's seemingly casual punches, under the influence of the law, landed precisely on the Reaper Lord, obliterating him on the spot. After reviving, the Reaper Lord charged at Jiang Yan without hesitation, only to be intercepted once more by the undead forces. The fragmented deity's forbidden domain descended again, while other mid-data level undead entered the domain to prevent the enemy from reviving outside. The 3 upper deity level undead repeated their tactics binding, combined with Heavenbreaker once again shattering the Reaper Lord. From a distance, Jiang Yan watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but quip, "Your subordinates are really useful." For the first time, he truly understood Sheena's delight. "Reaper, I've always wondered, can simply mimicking the appearance and title of a deity truly allow one to steal a divine position?" Jiang Yan asked, watching the Lord of Harvest repeatedly die and resurrect under his command. The Reaper pondered for a moment before responding. "The most legitimate way to obtain a divine position is through inheritance. This opportunistic method is theoretically possible, but very few succeed." He paused briefly. "Have you ever heard of an ancient myth? It's said there was a monkey named Lure who impersonated the great sage equal to heaven. If the real great sage had died, perhaps Lure might have succeeded." Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Though the Reaper's words were vague due to certain restrictions, Jiang Yan pieced together the crucial details based on what he already knew. The prevalence of such absurd methods on this continent could only mean that someone had succeeded before. Most likely, these individuals stumbled upon divine positions left vacant by deities who had perished in past eras. However, according to the archangel Athena, most deities from past epochs hadn't perished but had merely gone into hiding. This meant that most imitators were doomed to fail. Yet, imitation wasn't entirely without merit. Those who closely mirrored the essence of true deities were more likely to gain the favor of the laws. This explained one of the sources of the Necromancer Empire's strength. They had somehow uncovered secrets of the ancient realm of the undead and had nearly perfected the external manifestations of the undead gods, allowing their practitioners to progress far faster than ordinary mortals. Unfortunately, without a divine position, their growth was capped at the level of high gods. On the battlefield, under the combined assault of 3 powerful undead beings, the Lord of Harvest had been obliterated more than 10 times. The mid-tier undead gods, under the effects of the substitution law, had nearly been wiped out. Damn it! The Lord of Harvest struggled to reform his body, despair written across his face. The substitution law was nearing its limit and was ineffective against those of the same rank. He could only resurrect one more time before his form became irrecoverable. Regret consumed him. Had he retreated at the very beginning, these opponents wouldn't have been able to stop him. But who could have anticipated that the undead he'd meticulously cultivated for millennia harbored such hidden abilities? Worse still, as a necromancer, losing all his summoned creatures rendered him nearly powerless. These traitors, if he'd known, he would have stunted their growth from the start. The Lord of Harvest gazed bitterly at the 3 high-tier undead surrounding him. They had once been his pride and joy, his trump cards that gave him the confidence to challenge even the ruler of the Necromancer Empire. Undead curse, domination, dodging their attacks, he refused to give up and cast a basic necromantic law, hoping to regain control. But the merciless strike of the undead titan brought him back to reality. Tell me, how did you do it? He roared at Jiang Yan in the distance after narrowly evading another attack. This situation should have been impossible. 4 high-tier gods and 17 mid-tier gods against a group of demigods. How could they lose? Even in a one-for-one exchange, they should have emerged victorious. He admitted to his own arrogance, to not going all out from the start. But by all logic, a high-tier god could stand motionless, and demigods wouldn't even be able to scratch them. Who could have foreseen that summoned undead could be turned against him? It defied the foundational laws of necromancy. No high-tier god should be able to strip a bronze-tier mage of control over their summons. Kill him, Jiang Yan commanded, stepping back a few more paces. He ordered the 3 undead to go all out against a high-tier necromancer who knew what desperate measures he might take. Only complete annihilation would bring peace of mind. Curse. Heaven's wrath. 2 highly enhanced skills synchronized perfectly. The targeted Lord of Harvest had no chance to resist and was once again shattered into fragments. The last of the low-tier undead gods collapsed. It was a long moment before the Lord of Harvest reappeared in his original position, shouting from afar, "Spare me! I swear by the Undead Emperor that I will never trouble you again." Jiang Yan shook his head lightly and instructed his undead to continue their assault. It's useless. The current Undead Emperor hasn't yet ascended to godhood and can't receive oaths. You might as well just die. You forced my hand. Seeing the undead closing in again, the Lord of Harvest's face twisted in a snarl. Then we'll all die together. Massive magical energy surged within him, causing the decrepit divine domain to begin collapsing. Even under the suppressive laws of the multiverse, the self-detonation of a high-tier god would render everything within 100 kilometers barren. Anna immediately activated the Gate of Heaven, gathering everyone and preparing for evacuation. But as the Lord of Harvest extended the charge time to maximize the explosion, the undead serpent's skill cooldown completed just in time. Imprisonment descended, forcibly halting the process of magical combustion. No, no. With an anguished roar, the Lord of Harvest shattered once again. This time, he took much longer to reform, and even his divine realm fractured, causing precious artifacts to fall from the void as though he had truly perished. Maintain spatial imprisonment. Keep attacking. Leave no corner untouched, Jiang Yan ordered coldly, showing no sign of relenting. The 3 undead unleashed a storm of destructive force, shaking every inch of the divine domain. After about 30 seconds, a fractured bone suddenly leapt into the air, revealing the Lord of Harvest's tattered soul. His expression was grim. How did you figure it out? Since being trapped in this space, he had been plotting, dragging out his recovery time after each death, pretending to be on the brink of collapse. He even feigned a self-detonation, opening his divine realm and tossing out precious treasures as bait, while secretly hiding himself in an inconspicuous bone fragment. He had hoped to exploit their greed and strike a fatal blow when they approached to claim his artifacts, turning the tide completely. He could then reclaim control of his subordinates and gain the incredible secrets his enemies possessed. Damn it! A diamond-tier ant from some backwater place has such heaven-defying abilities, and yet he's this cautious too? I refuse to accept this. Tell me, just tell me, he roared in fury, desperate to die with answers. Kill, Jiang Yan replied curtly, uninterested in further conversation. Idiot. I haven't even received the notification for your loot and experience yet. Who do you think you're fooling by playing dead? Like a mayfly challenging the vast sky, Jiang Yan accomplished an astonishing feat, defeating an opponent across 4 major realms of power. A system notification soon followed, granting him the inheritance rights to the divine relic of the Lord of Harvest, along with a staggering 50 million experience points. This propelled him directly to Diamond Tier level 10. His reputation surged by 7,000 points, surpassing the 10,000 mark, and earning him the title of Big Shot. This breakthrough now made it possible for smaller factions to willingly submit to him. Even more thrilling was the unprecedented reward offered by the Multiverse, a chance to select a reward of his own choosing. An intangible force surged through his body, and Jiang Yan felt his magical core swell with energy, flowing like an immense, boundless ocean. In just 3 short months, he had reached a level that had taken him over 2 years to achieve in his past life. The pace of his progress was staggering. With one more advancement task, he could begin nurturing a law and ascend to the realm of a demigod. When Jiang Yan examined the multiverse panel, it became clear that the entire 50 million experience points had been consolidated into his own gains. This was because the undead army that participated in the battle was created and controlled through his dominion skill. Even the higher god proficient in necromantic laws had, in their final moments, tried to erase all traces of their existence to escape becoming an undead puppet. But against the power of Jiang Yan's death dominion, such attempts were futile. No matter how thoroughly disintegrated, even down to quarks, they could be perfectly restored. For now, Jiang Yan set aside the idea of summoning the opponent's corpse and instead turned his attention to the newly acquired title, Big Shot. Although he had reached 10,000 reputation points in his previous life before his fall, he had never obtained this title. It seemed the condition required being the first among all lords to meet the threshold. Upon inspecting its attributes, he discovered that the title granted its wearer a calm and commanding aura, naturally inspiring awe and reverence in others. Just as he was dismissing the title as only marginally useful, the system issued another notification. Due to his simultaneous possession of the Chosen of the Divine title, the two titles had automatically merged into a law-grade title, Divine Majesty Descends. The effects of this new title left Jiang Yan pleasantly surprised. It allowed him to target a single individual, causing them to revere him as their most respected deity and kneel in submission. The duration of the effect depended on the power gap between him and the target, and it could not be used on the same individual within 24 hours. However, if the Chosen of the Divine title were lost, this new title would also disintegrate. This was effectively a law-grade control ability. Even Jiang Yan, who had seen his fair share of rare items, couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He imagined facing off against other gods in battle, and with their followers watching, his opponent would be forced to kneel and surrender before the fight even began. It would be as if victory were already in hand. Glancing at the two unwavering six-winged angels and the two loyal undead by his side, Jiang Yan decided against testing the title's effects immediately. These followers were already deeply devoted to him, making it difficult to gauge the true impact of the title. He resolved to wait for a better opportunity to try it out. Calming his excitement, Jiang Yan shifted his focus to the final reward selection. Since obtaining a fragment of the sealed world during the 14th abyssal trial, this was only the second time he had been granted a self-selected reward. Reflecting on the meager experience points he had gained from defeating the temple army earlier, it became evident that the multiverse encouraged lords to take on challenges beyond their level. Four reward options appeared before him: 2 legendary blueprints, an advanced necromantic law, a legendary set called Reaper's Sigh, and a random low-tier divine inheritance. Jiang Yan quickly eliminated the first two options. Legendary blueprints were merely icing on the cake for someone at his current level, and as the Undead Emperor, he would naturally master all powerful necromantic laws after condensing his law seed and ascending to godhood. Reaper, have you ever heard of a set of equipment called Reaper's Sigh? Jiang Yan asked, turning to the figure beside him. Reaper's Sigh? Never heard of it, the Reaper replied, shaking their head. Why would I sigh? If anything, I usually grant people a little favor. Got it. A knockoff trying to ride your coattails. Jiang Yan nodded, crossing off the third option as well. This left him with the final choice: the random low-tier divine inheritance. He wasn't entirely sure of its value, given that he had never been privy to the secrets of divinity in his previous life. Reaper, is a low-tier divine inheritance valuable? For ordinary deities, it's extremely valuable. Possessing an inheritance means having the potential to break through to the level of a greater god, the Reaper replied after a moment of thought. But for you, it's not particularly significant. Why not? Jiang Yan asked, intrigued. You carry the legacies of both the Holy Light and the Undead. Once you master your powers and reach a level beyond that of a greater god, you'll be able to bestow low-tier divine inheritances yourself, directly granting mortals the power of true gods. To borrow a phrase from an unspeakable civilization, when one person ascends, even their followers rise to the heavens, bestowing true godhood directly, without any restrictions? Jiang Yan was astonished. If that were the case, couldn't anyone become a true god? The laws allocated approximately 1,000 vacant divine positions to be distributed among the various pantheons. The god of death, with a look of disdain, explained, heaven and the underworld have always been modest, unlike other pantheons that fight tooth and nail over a low-ranking divine position. The underworld takes up 400 slots, and heaven should have a similar number, the god of death mused thoughtfully. Heaven has 401. Analia, who had been quietly standing behind Jiang Yan, suddenly chimed in. Her delicate face tilted slightly upward, and her tone carried a hint of pride. Jiang Yan chuckled at her words. No wonder the other pantheons are fighting so fiercely. Heaven and the underworld take up 80, leaving the remaining 100 or so pantheons scrambling for the last 20. How could they not compete? His gaze returned to the list of options before him. Since the fourth option held no value, Jiang Yan made a decisive choice. I refuse. Lord's command. Reject is activated. Under the influence of the laws, the rewards were withdrawn and reset. The first three choices remained unchanged, but the final option transformed into Talent Advancement Shard 2. Got it right. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Yan as he immediately selected the reward without hesitation. He felt a surge of gratitude for his good fortune, thinking that with just one more Talent Advancement Shard, he could achieve the ultimate enhancement of his talent. At that point, he could potentially strengthen the angels. However, he wondered if this enhancement could extend to the highest level skills. As Jiang Yan envisioned the future, 3 resounding crashes echoed from nearby. The 24-hour time limit had expired, and 3 high-ranking undead gods collapsed lifelessly. In the dominion of the fallen Lord of Reaping, the cracks widened, spilling out a torrent of rare and valuable treasures beyond control. Jiang Yan stepped forward, surveying the field of lifeless undead and priceless treasures scattered across the ground. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. God of Death, if a group of lower gods were to attack, could you guarantee my safety? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. The death god's crimson eyes flickered intensely twice. Lower gods? Of course, Emperor. If I unleash my full power, they wouldn't even be able to endure my gaze. Then I can rest assured. Jiang Yan stepped forward, surveying the crowd. I need an assistant to help me complete a challenging task. Lord, leave it to me. 2 six-winged angels immediately vied for the opportunity. I can do it too, Emperor, Hina said, not willing to be outdone. The death god simply leaned against the side with a sly smile. Given his status, if he were to compete with this group of young ones, the Ultimers would surely laugh at him for an entire era. You're not suitable. Jiang Yan shook his head. I need someone with a loud voice, thick skin, and extensive knowledge of various treasures. A spark lit up in Yabalik's eyes as he eagerly stepped forward. Master, I'm the perfect candidate. Loud voice, thick skin, and I know mythical treasures like the back of my hand. He picked up a spear and poked his face twice. Look, not even a scratch. This task was made for me. Jiang Yan nodded and transmitted the specifics of the task telepathically. What? Master, maybe you should reconsider. Yabalik's words were cut off as 2 holy light swords were unsheathed. Anna and Froya glared at him with dangerous eyes, and at some point, Hina had begun toying with her longbow. A chill ran down Yabalik's spine. He quickly plastered on a smile. Of course, such a task is best suited for someone as professional as me. Jiang Yan smiled in satisfaction, walking forward to pick up a scroll from the treasures that had fallen from the Reaper Lord's divine kingdom. Wow, we're rich. This is the legendary ice type, forbidden spell, the extinction of the ice god. Yabalik exclaimed dramatically, reverting to his original dragon form. Jiang Yan then lifted a heavy sword and examined it closely. Could this be the fabled god-slaying weapon, the Wrath of Nyoma? Yabalik shouted, his voice trembling. Use a different phrase. Stop saying fabled all the time. Jiang Yan shot him a glance before picking up a manual. My goodness, is that the Undead Emperor's notes? It said that deciphering it allows one to ascend to the status of a main god without needing a divine position. Jiang Yan nodded subtly. This was talent immediately grasping the essence and hitting the key points. This performance was, of course, not without purpose. The 4 upper god-level battles that had raged for an entire day and night earlier had undoubtedly drawn the attention of every deity in Northern Erland. They must have noticed the disappearance of all upper god auras and the demise of these powerful undead beings. Imagine this. A mighty upper god falls, and the treasures accumulated over their lifetime pour out of their divine kingdom. Yet, the ones facing these treasures are no more than a group of weaklings at the pinnacle of demigod rank. Adding to the spectacle is a naive dragon loudly inventorying the hall, practically shouting, all of this is valuable, come and take it. Who could resist such temptation? Jiang Yan maintained his smile, continuing to direct Yabalik in showcasing the treasures. He had always been a man of principles. The most he'd do was ask his subordinates to work overtime. Barging into someone's territory and causing indiscriminate slaughter was not his style. However, if the gods of Northern Erland couldn't suppress their greed and came knocking on his door, then they couldn't blame him for capturing them all in one fell swoop and taking over the entire alliance's faith system. Above the clouds, nearly every deity had gathered, except for the wind god, who had been scared out of their wits. Initially, they dared not approach, but the intensity of the upper god-level battle ripples was impossible to ignore, with laws disordered even thousands of kilometers away. Within the Alliance's territory, the only upper god-level being had been the recently arrived Reaper Lord. Now, however, another entity capable of battling at that level had suddenly appeared. In the end, the gods couldn't hold back their curiosity and stealthily drew closer. What they saw left them utterly stunned. A legendary superpower from the Undead Empire, an upper god-level necromancer, was actually fighting their own undead creations. Even more absurdly, this upper god-level necromancer was beaten to death by their own subordinates, and those powerful undead creatures perished along with them. Countless priceless treasures spilled out of the divine kingdom like garbage. piling into mountains, falling into the lap of a group of lucky demigods. The forbidden curse scroll, the god-slaying weapon, and that notebook detailing how to ascend to the supreme god realm without a divine position? Greed flashed in the eyes of one deity. With these treasures, why bother accumulating faith or stealing divine thrones? A few mere demigods dare to stand in our way? A high-tier god's treasures are right before us. Another deity exclaimed eagerly, I'm in. But how do we split the spoils? The treasures will be divided equally, and the notebook will be shared, one suggested. After a brief discussion, the majority of the gods flew directly toward their target. Jiang Yan stared in shock at the sudden appearance of so many deities. One of them looked down at him with disdain and declared, We are the gods of Northern Erland. You mortals have no need to know our names. Hand over the treasures, and we may leave your corpses intact. We were here first, Jiang Yan argued, as gods. Not only do you intend to steal, but you also plan to kill to cover your tracks? Why waste words with mortals? Another group of gods, who had been holding back, descended from the sky. One of them raised a hand, unleashing divine power. In your next life, remember not to covet what you shouldn't. Suddenly, two pairs of pure white wings unfolded, shielding Jiang Yan and effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Ha ha ha, ice god. You can't even handle a mortal at the diamond level? The other gods mocked. The ice god's face darkened as a powerful force gathered in his hand. How domineering, Jiang Yan sighed softly, as a jet-black disaster took shape in his palm. If you want to kill me, you'll need my cooperation, won't you? If this is how gods behave, perhaps I should become the one and only god myself. What did you just say? The gods, sensing danger, began amassing their divine power. I said, Jiang Yan repeated the words of one of the gods earlier, in your next life, remember not to covet what you shouldn't. Before he finished speaking, the dark disaster in his hand radiated a blinding light. Activating his skill, Death's Return, the mighty undead eight-headed serpent, a broken god, a one-armed titan, the harvester of souls, and numerous mid-tier god-level undead awoke one by one. The 12 laws of power intertwined into an inescapable web, silently enveloping the dozens of gods. This silent army of the dead formed a circle, awaiting Jiang Yan's command. Who are you? The gods were struck with terror. Even with 4 high-tier gods and 17 mid-tier gods, not even the fire god could escape unscathed from this. My name? Jiang Yan smiled calmly. You'll know it when you're dead. After today, there shall only be one god in Northern Erland. Spare me. I pledge my loyalty to you. The dark star god fell to his knees, his voice trembling with fear and desperation. Without a god guarding the abyssal passage, it won't hold. When the time comes, you'll die as well. Jiang Yan coldly regarded the last of the dark star gods, his tone devoid of any emotion. Words mean nothing to me. I trust only my own. Your bodies will replace your will and guard the abyssal passage for eternity. He raised his staff. Kill. With a blood-curdling scream, the dark star god was reduced to fragments, utterly destroyed. This battle was far from thrilling. It was a one-sided massacre. The power gap between a higher deity and ordinary lower gods was simply insurmountable, leaving no room for resistance. Jiang Yan inwardly felt a sense of relief. If it hadn't been for the unexpected summoning of the death god, even with his emperor's descent skill, he wouldn't have dared to confront the Lord of Harvest recklessly. His only slim chance of survival back then would have been to either summon the archangel's shadow in advance, or accumulate enough death essence through mass slaughter to unleash an instant death skill. As he gazed at the 3 elevated higher god undead, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yan's face. These undead must have taken the Lord of Harvest ages to cultivate to such a level. It was a pity that other powerful figures from the Necromancer Empire hadn't come along. Otherwise, he could have acquired an entire army of higher gods. Still, these deities from North Erland would suffice for now. Jiang Yan raised his staff, and the power of necromantic dominion enveloped the battlefield. The 37 fallen gods' corpses reassembled and stood silently to the side, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. This number gave Jiang Yan pause. North Erland's remaining 16 principalities combined had only this many gods. Clearly, fierce wars over faith had already ravaged these lands. The world of gods was far more brutal than that of mortals. After collecting his spoils, Jiang Yan returned to the Holy Spirit City. Seated on a solid gold chair crafted by dwarves, he pondered. Thanks to the generosity of the Lord of Harvest, the evil gods of North Erland were now eradicated, except for the escaped wind god. Their bodies would inherit their duty, eternally guarding their respective abyssal passages. Though the second abyssal uprising was imminent, it seemed less dire compared to the first, which had required the deployment of demigod-level creatures. This time, the strongest foe would be a 4th-tier demon beast, a brute demon. While it might pose a challenge to other lords, for Jiang Yan, it was hardly a concern. Even the abyssal passage in Harmank was sufficiently defended by demigod Aten and the angels. The only pressing issue was the corruption level, which would rise from 3 to 5 after the uprising. Common demons would evolve from first-tier crawlers to second-tier blood demons, with occasional appearances of third-tier fusion demons. However, with these lower god undead guarding the passages day and night, there shouldn't be any major problems in the short term. At least not until the 4th abyssal uprising, when the corruption level would reach 10. At that point, the passages would be overrun with 3rd to 4th tier demons and occasional demigod-level creatures, leaving these weaker lower gods struggling to cope. Jiang Yan recalled the scene before his death in his previous life. The abyssal corruption level had reached 15, with ordinary monsters at 5th tier and demigod-level creatures a constant presence. Even if he hadn't perished in the 30th trial, he doubted he could have withstood the next uprising. For now, there was no need to dwell on such distant worries. The immediate priority was to deal with the spoils of war. Jiang Yan turned his gaze to the pile of treasures in the center of the Hala small mountain, composed of the Lord of Harvests and the 37 lower gods collections, along with the rewards granted by the realms for his kills. After a meticulous inventory by Yaberlik, the spoils included 1 legendary staff, 1 legendary robe, 3 perfect tier sets, 17 epic tier sets, 116 individual pieces of equipment, 21 high-level skill and magic books, 3 ordinary forbidden spell scrolls, 2 diamond advancement tokens, 2 epic tier blueprints, and 1 fire spirit employment contract. Though the haul seemed impressive on the surface, most of it was of limited utility. The angels were already equipped with holy gear, and the undead aside from a few demigod-level skeletons required only the most basic equipment. Even the rewards from the realms seemed reduced, likely because his victory had been too effortless. After some thought, Jiang Yan opened the realms trading channel. A large number of lords would inevitably be eliminated after the second abyssal uprising in a few days. For now, he decided to help some of them. With that, he listed all equipment below the perfect tier for trade. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Yan decisively listed a common forbidden spell scroll and an epic tier recruitment contract on the trading platform, each priced at 1 legendary blueprint. Although the wealthy 6th princess was no longer around, he believed that there would always be other fortunate individuals willing to make the purchase. These 2 items were crucial for resisting the abyssal uprising. In a life-or-death situation, he trusted that someone would make the smart choice. The moment the items went up for sale, the chat channel erupted into chaos. Whoa, a forbidden spell scroll? An epic tier recruitment contract? Boss, please take me under your wing. I've recently learned makeup and would rate myself a solid 9.5. Where did this even drop? I've fought all the way to the Guardian of the Dark Forest and haven't seen a single piece of epic gear. With these, surviving the second abyssal uprising is a sure thing. Too bad legendary blueprints are so hard to come by. How does the boss even get their hands on so much good stuff? Faced with the barrage of questions, Jiang Yan remained silent for a moment. With the mindset of guiding his allies, he calmly replied, "Bad luck. I casually took out about 30 gods, and this is all I got." The previously fast-scrolling chat channel froze for a full 10 seconds. Then, waves of shocked expletives, fervent praise, and overwhelming envy flooded in like a tidal wave. Jiang Yan glanced briefly at the chat messages before closing the channel. He understood well that prolonged battles could unknowingly build up psychological pressure. Occasionally displaying his strength and receiving admiration and praise was an effective way to alleviate that pressure, allowing him to think more clearly. The lords exaggerating in the chat channel were no different. Their situations were even more dire than Jiang Yan's. They had to personally lead their followers into battles, living on the edge every day. Venting in the chat was their cheapest and only form of stress relief. Of course, indulging in it excessively was unnecessary. Jiang Yan's gaze shifted to his fully charged experience bar. Silently, he established a connection with the myriad realms and began to draw his next advancement quest. Ding! A sudden system notification popped up before Jiang Yan. Due to the dual blessings of divine positions, the difficulty of his mission had sharply increased. Moments later, a task titled, "The Radiant Lord Always Keeps His Word" appeared. The task stemmed from a promise he had made to the Seraph Analia, to master, conquer, and purify the power of the undead. As the Radiant Lord, he could not betray the trust of a devoted young girl. The specific requirement was to change the reputation of the undead realm, ensuring that at least 30 million ordinary beings began to accept the existence of the undead. Upon completion, he would obtain permission to advance to demigod status, along with a rare-grade customizable treasure chest, the rewards scaling with completion levels. Has the entire multiverse gone mad? Jiang Yan stared at the mission prompt, momentarily stunned. This was practically an impossible task. The image of the undead was deeply ingrained across all realms. Cruel, merciless, and relentlessly haunting. Convincing people to believe that a ghoul holding a banner saying "ugly but kind" was trustworthy? Who would buy that? By comparison, His demigod advancement task in his previous life was far simpler. Defeat a wind element diamond tier creature in a 1,000-mile race. Even if it were upgraded to a higher tier deity task, it wouldn't matter, could just have the Reaper knock his opponent unconscious. After some deep thought, Jiang Yan finally came up with an idea. He pulled out pen and paper and quickly drafted the second quarter Holy Spirit City plan, listing the improvement of the Undead's image as a key performance indicator KPI. Since he couldn't think of a good solution himself, why not gather ideas from others? 2 six-winged angels, the Death Arrow Master Hina, the legendary Reaper, the Radiant Holy Dragon, along with Shield One and the dwarf squad. Surely 100 minds could devise the perfect plan. He immediately called upon a legacy angel and instructed, make 100 copies of this assessment and distribute them. I need their solutions as soon as possible. The angel eagerly agreed, thrilled to serve the Radiant Lord a tremendous honor. Jiang Yan relaxed slightly, already pondering whose plan he might adopt. Emotionally, he leaned toward Analia, but Hina's contributions couldn't be overlooked. It was a tough call. 2 hours later, the legacy angel returned with a stack of completed assessments. That fast? Jiang Yan asked, surprised. Of course, it was your command. Everyone took it very seriously. Though, I must say, those undead. The angel frowned slightly. Some were busy napping, while others were eating candy as they wrote. Such disrespect for you. Jiang Yan accepted the stack of assessments, and the first one that caught his eye was Analia's submission. A detailed plan spanning exactly 100,046 words, outlining an eradication strategy down to leaving no trace of bone ash. Completely off topic. 0 points. Next was Floria's response, equally dense. For the Radiant Lord, I am willing to teach them to be elegant undead, though ill need a little authority over life and death. A reluctant 1 point. The dwarves' responses were all complaints about needing vacation time to drink beer. Shield 1 and Shield 6 stated, I'm just a gatekeeper and I only know how to cook, respectively. Yaberlik bragged about being a love guru, while Hina proposed expanding the undead army 100-fold. Despair clouding his face, Jiang Yan finally picked up the last response. He read it once, then again, and finally studied it carefully. Well, it'll be damned, wisdom really does come with age. In the underground mines of the Duchy of Xilank, the clangs of pickaxes echoed endlessly through the dimly lit tunnels. Hey, how many have you dug up so far? 3. Just one more, and I can call it a day. A brawny man with dark skin wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes glinting with hope. He calculated in his mind. 1 magic crystal could be exchanged for 100 Shilon coins. 4 a day meant 400, and in a year, he could save over 140,000. Once he reached 300,000, he could finally marry. Listen, kid, don't overdo it. You've been at it for 12 hours already. Your health comes first, an older miner nearby said, shaking his head in disapproval. He had seen too many young men like this before and knew the harsh truth. For those with no special skills, even if they saved enough, they'd often end up back in the mines. And when their bodies gave out, the consequences for their families were dire. Before he could continue his lecture, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from above. The miners immediately fell silent and focused on their work. A man in a supervisor's uniform gathered them together, then turned obsequiously to someone behind him. Father, everyone is here. Please give your instructions. It's a priest from the Church of Holy Light. The miners' eyes lit up, and their expressions turned respectful. For these impoverished workers, the Church of Holy Light, which offered miracles free of charge, was like a savior compared to the 7 temples, which demanded exorbitant fees. The preacher stepped forward, his voice gentle yet compelling. Faithful followers of the Holy Light, you are kind, humble, and hardworking. You labor tirelessly in this sunless underground to provide energy for the warriors on the front lines. You, too, are heroes in the fight against the abyss. His words, imbued with the unique resonance of the light's power, even made the usually harsh supervisor reflect on his behavior. Yet you have not been able to share in the prosperity peace should bring, which goes against the teachings of the light. The preacher continued. That is why, after the Battle of Heavy Mountain City, the Holy Lord did not destroy all the undead but instead sought to guide them toward redemption. These once sinful undead have now realized their wrongs and yearn to atone. As his voice trailed off, over 100 skeletons surrounded by a faint holy glow marched forward in orderly rows. Each of you may choose 1 or 2 undead as companions. They will take on at least half of your workload. The miners and the supervisor instinctively stepped back in unison, unable to believe such words were coming from a priest of the Holy Light. If not for the unmistakable aura of sanctity emanating from him, they might have suspected he had been overtaken by the undead. Under the preacher's encouraging gaze, one miner mustered the courage to step forward. Father, I'm willing to give it a try. What should I do? Simple. Just pick one. The miner chose a skeleton with sturdy bones. Following the priest's guidance, he nervously handed it his pickaxe. Like this. Mine the rock. Clang, clang. The skeleton immediately began to work, its mining posture precise, and its strength surpassing that of an ordinary person. Half an hour later, it picked up a magic crystal and respectfully handed it to the miner before resuming its task. Everyone was stunned, especially the supervisor, who looked as if he had just discovered a mountain of gold. Is this really an undead? The priest said they've been redeemed by the Holy Lord. Look, they're surrounded by holy light. Does this mean we won't have to work as hard anymore? Praise the holy light. Praise the Holy Lord of Light. The preacher's face radiated genuine satisfaction as he gestured for the others to step forward and choose their companions. This arrangement not only fulfilled the Holy Lord's mission, but also spread the teachings of the light more deeply. Letting the undead do the heavy labor while the credit went to the Holy Light, it was a flawless plan. Meanwhile, in the Ironwall city of the Duchy of Zylank, the first city to fall under the Church of Holy Light's control, life had improved for the people after escaping the exploitation of the Seven Temples. The citizens were growing prosperous, even indulging in leisure activities. At that moment, outside a newly opened haunted house, a group of teenagers burst out of the hidden chamber in a panic, their faces pale and still marked with lingering fear. Two of them even had tears welling up in their eyes. Gasping for breath, one of them exclaimed to the boss, "That prop was way too realistic. That skeleton actually chased us." "Yeah, it scared us half to death," another chimed in. "Prop." The boss' lips curled into a cryptic smile as he pointed toward the corner. "Are you talking about that?" Following his gesture, the boys turned their heads and froze. In the corner stood a skeleton, meticulously applying red paint to its bones with slow, deliberate movements, its posture exuding a strange sense of professionalism. Noticing their stares, the skeleton raised its head, adjusted its bony frame, and dimmed the eerie flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. It even attempted to form something resembling a smile. Internally, it thought, "I've heard that many of my kind get sent to toil in underground mines. Compared to that, this job just scaring people from a fixed spot is practically paradise. I have to make sure I do well." "Oh my god, those eyes. They're not some light effect or magic trick, they're real," one of the boys stammered, backing away in fear. His voice trembled as he added, "It can't be an actual undead, can it?" One boy broke down, tears streaming down his face. "No way. I was just in there with a real undead for 5 minutes. I even tugged on its bones." "That's right," the boss said calmly. "These are real undead. They were subdued by the Radiant Lord and have since sought to reform. They don't harm ordinary people." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a few gleaming badges and an official-looking document. "See? This is a re-employment permit for the undead issued by the Church of Light. Also, you've successfully cleared the Skeleton Chamber Challenge. If you complete just one more room, you'll earn the Church of Light's Hero Medal." He dangled the intricately designed medal before them, his tone dripping with temptation. The Hero Medal? The boy's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a mark of true bravery, a badge of honor that would silence anyone who dared call them cowards. "It really won't hurt anyone, right?" the leader of the group asked, swallowing nervously. "Of course not," the boss assured them, thumping his chest confidently. "With the Church of Light's permit, you have nothing to worry about. If anything happens, they'll take full responsibility." Are there any easier rooms?" one of the boys asked hesitantly. "Absolutely." The boss waved his hand, summoning a magical screen that displayed several options. Abomination Escape, the Bone Dragon's Treasure, Slaying the Eight-Headed Serpent, Who Hid My Arm? Let's pick the last one," the boys murmured after a quick discussion. Finding something should be easier. This chapter was originally not planned and was meant to be briefly mentioned, but since some readers seemed interested yesterday, I decided to add it as a temporary extra. It's not within the author's area of expertise, so if you find it dragging, feel free to treat it as a side story or skip to the next chapter without affecting the main plot. The shopkeeper wore a faint, enigmatic smile as his pale bony fingers stretched out from beneath his long sleeves, gently brushing against the hidden teleportation array at the base of the door. "Enter through the third door. Brave adventurers, I wish you good luck." With a faint ripple of magic, the group of challengers excitedly pushed the door open and stepped inside. After a brief wave of dizziness, the group found themselves standing in a gloomy graveyard. The ground was littered with mangled corpses, each conspicuously missing its arms. Is this house really that big?" The blonde boy glanced around the vast area, bewildered. "That's not the point." Another person nervously pointed to the ground. "Can't you see? The corpses, none of them have arms." The red-haired woman scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Cowards, the mission is just to find the hidden arms, isn't it?" She had already pulled apart real undead bones earlier, so these motionless corpses didn't faze her in the slightest. Encouraged by her confidence, the group reluctantly pulled themselves together and began searching for clues. After a short while, two sudden screams shattered the eerie silence. The group rushed toward the source of the noise, only to see the blond man stumbling backward from behind a massive gravestone, angrily pointing behind him. Why are you screaming like that? Behind the gravestone, they discovered a black, undead figure missing an arm, crouched low and muttering nervously. It occasionally glanced down at its palm. The red-haired woman tiptoed to get a better look and noticed a line of text written there. Seeing the figure's severed right arm, she immediately realized it was an NPC tied to the scene's mission. After a brief discussion, one of them mustered the courage to step forward. Hello, is there anything we can do to help you? Brave adventurers, the black undead stammered, producing a few ornate medals. Evil monsters have stolen our arms. Could you help retrieve mine? I'm willing to reward you with these hero medals. The group's eyes lit up at the sight of the medals. Of course, that's exactly why we're here. Do you know where your arm is? The undead provided 3 options. To the west was a monster known for swallowing things whole, to the north was a greedy creature with a hoarding obsession, and to the south was a generous monster with 8 heads, one of which could be taken as a substitute arm if necessary. The group split into 3 pairs, each heading in a different direction. The blonde boy and the red-haired woman formed a team. As they walked, a strong stench grew increasingly overpowering. Do you smell that? The blonde boy asked uneasily. Yeah, it's pretty strong, the red-haired woman replied with a frown. I just washed my hair yesterday, and now it's all for nothing. That's not the point, the blonde boy said, scratching his head in frustration. I feel like we're overlooking something. Stop overthinking. Let's finish the task and get out of here. They quickened their pace and soon arrived at a massive iron structure. The pitch-black door was wide open, exuding an ominous aura. The blonde boy instinctively stepped back, but the red-haired woman gritted her teeth and dragged him inside. Hey, what are you doing? The blonde boy exclaimed. But before he could finish, a heavy sound of the door slamming shut and locking echoed behind them. The room was suddenly illuminated by a spell, and as their eyes adjusted to the light, the scene before them became one they would never forget. A towering creature, about 10 meters tall, stood ominously at the entrance. Its grotesque body was a patchwork of decayed flesh, stitched together in a chaotic pattern. The most horrifying feature was the gaping, bloody hole in its abdomen, lined with countless writhing, razor-sharp teeth that seemed to gnash hungrily. For muscular arms extended from its upper torso, each gripping a menacing, deadly weapon. The monstrous figure appeared silently, its movements disturbingly fluid as it locked the gate behind it. A chilling smile spread across its face as it bared its jagged teeth. Are you here for the death game? It asked, its voice dripping with a sinister excitement. It stroked its grotesque stomach with unsettling affection before taking heavy, deliberate steps forward. Run. As far as you can. 2 visitors, frozen in terror, felt their legs give out beneath them, nearly collapsing to the ground. Their lips quivered, but no words came out. The creature, known as Abomination, paused mid-step, its expression briefly flickering with confusion. This was its first day on the job, and according to its training, humans were supposed to flee in panic upon seeing it. Its role was to pursue them at a calculated pace, heightening the suspense by occasionally throwing cleavers or bone chains to keep the chase thrilling. Yet, these 2 stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed. This was an entirely unexpected scenario. Recalling the strict orders from the Reaper not to harm mortals, Abomination decided to ease up. It forced a clumsy, exaggeratedly friendly smile, tossing its weapons aside. As it approached the petrified pair, it began rummaging through the gory cavity in its stomach, intending to hand over a key item to help them progress. Shreds of decayed flesh and bone fragments oozed from the grotesque wound as it searched. The 2 visitors, already in a daze from fear, watched the horrifying creature approach with its nightmarish grin. The warning from a black wraith earlier echoed in their minds. Beware the monster that likes to stuff things into its stomach. Panic surged through them like a tidal wave. It's going to shove us into its stomach. We're going to be eaten. As the creature drew closer, the pounding of their hearts reached a crescendo until both collapsed into unconsciousness. Abomination froze, utterly at a loss. It quickly retracted the teeth lining its stomach and turned to tap a magical sigil on the nearby wall. A burst of light illuminated the area, and 2 healing angels materialized. They shot the creature a disdainful glare before hovering over the unconscious visitors to perform their restorative magic. Half an hour later, the group of 6 awoke back at their initial location. Huh, how did we end up back here? One of them asked, bewildered. Don't even bring it up, a man muttered, still visibly shaken. I thought seeing the dragon's corpse was terrifying enough. I forced myself to dig for treasure, but then the dead dragon suddenly opened its eyes and stared right at me. After that, everything's a blur. Same here. Another chimed in. By the way, did anyone find the arm? Nope. Guess we won't be getting the hero's medal then, someone sighed. And the group collectively groaned in disappointment. Should we ask that black wraith if there's another way? As they debated, a gruesome, tearing sound echoed nearby. They followed the noise and discovered the black wraith behind a massive gravestone. It turned abruptly, clearly trying to hide something behind its back. Back so soon? Did you find my arm? It asked, its tone calm but its movements anxious. No, one of them replied. Their eyes locked onto what the wraith was concealing, a severed arm, fresh blood dripping from its pale form. A collective gulp rippled through the group, their hearts racing in unison. What are you hiding back there? Ah, so you've noticed, the wraith muttered darkly, its voice low and ominous. Slowly, it revealed what it had been, shielding a whole corpse. Before their horrified eyes, the wraith ripped off one of the corpse's arms and held it against its own body, measuring it. With a dissatisfied grunt, it discarded the limb onto the ground, where it joined countless other dismembered remains. This one doesn't fit either, it muttered. Its gaze shifted to one of the group members, focusing intently on their right arm. A sinister chuckle rumbled from the wraith's throat. I wonder, will yours be a better match? Lord Jiang Yan was attentively listening to a report on the pilot project in Silake. Standing respectfully before him was a preacher, who had once been an ordinary instructor of the Holy Light, but was promoted to a district priest due to his exceptional ability to inspire positive emotions among the masses. Lord, both the Minor Assistance Program and the Haunted House Project have achieved significant success, the preacher reported excitedly. Especially the Haunted House Project. Although the young visitors have fainted multiple times from fright, they claim it's not scary at all and have even brought more friends along. It's now one of the most popular attractions in Ironwall City. He went on, next, we plan to introduce services like undead transportation, errands, and housekeeping, which will help people save time and focus more on their faith. Jiang Yan nodded, unsurprised by the news. Silake, having endured an undead outbreak, had seen its most stubborn dissidents converted into the undead. The remaining followers, backed by the Holy Light Church, naturally showed higher acceptance. What about the progress in other duchies? Jiang Yan inquired. The preacher's expression turned apologetic. The situation is less than ideal. While we've managed to establish branches in major cities across several duchies with the help of the angels, remnants of the old temples are still operating in the shadows. Notably, the followers of the Storm God are openly resisting the Holy Light under the banner of reviving the native deities of Northern Erland. The Storm God? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. That god of escape actually dares to oppose the Holy Light? His followers claim that the Storm God is ascending to a higher divine status and will return as a king. Jiang Yan chuckled. So, he's that ambitious? I underestimated him. Continue advancing the plans. I'll deal with these troublemakers myself. After the preacher bowed and left, Jiang Yan fell into contemplation. There were many ways to address the issue. He could dispatch an upper deity-level undead with mastery over forbidden domains, or have Xena intervene. However, the recent chronicles of the Ages of Angels recorded the Light Lord's victory over the undead. To use undead methods now would seem contradictory, and since the opposition had directly challenged the Holy Light, it was only fitting to respond in kind. As Jiang Yan pondered, a dwarf team member came running in with exciting news. My lord, the Holy Light Tribunal has been completed. So quickly? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. When it came to eradicating the remnants of the temples, who could be more professional than the tribunal? Originally projected to take 28 days, the construction was finished in just 10, showcasing the dwarves' remarkable efficiency. Jiang Yan immediately retrieved 2 epic blueprints dropped by deities, the Necro Knight's Riding Ground and the Howling Abyss. The former could produce elite skeletal knights, while the latter could convert life into undead sorcerers. He handed the blueprints to the dwarf. Hey, race your next task. But first, let's go inspect the Holy Light Tribunal. My lord? The dwarf hesitated as he accepted the blueprints. Ah, is this about a vacation request? Jiang Yan smiled. You are among my most valued subordinates and have rendered great service to Sacred Spirit City. Of course, such a request is no problem. Once these 2 projects are completed, they'll have the spirit chef prepare plenty of fine wine and delicacies to reward you. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the dwarf declared he would write to invite more of his kin to serve in Sacred Spirit City, praising Jiang Yan as the most deserving leader for the dwarves' allegiance. Of course, the gates of Sacred Spirit City are always open to you, Jiang Yan assured him. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. He understood well that only a leader who truly cared for their subordinates could earn their most genuine loyalty. After reaching an agreement, the group, led by the dwarves, arrived before a grand structure in the western part of the Angel District. This imposing edifice, the Holy Light Tribunal, spanned 5 to 6 square kilometers and stood as a testament to its magnificence, its walls adorned with statues of Jiang Yan. Inside, white-robed ascetics were engrossed in studying sacred texts, while glimpses of chilling instruments of judgment could be seen in the mysterious rooms beyond. A system notification appeared. Holy Light Tribunal, a legendary Holy Light faction building. capable of recruiting ascetics and adjudicators, staffed by 1 tribunal director and 2 deputy directors. Daily recruitment limit, 1,000. Total capacity, 100,000. Special note: as the highest-ranking deity of the Holy Light faction, you may recruit for free. Recruits will generate their own funds to repay recruitment costs upon arrival. Free. Now that's what I call true believers. Jiang Yan exclaimed in delight as he stepped forward to establish communication with the building. Without hesitation, he recruited 500 ascetics and 500 adjudicators. Within moments, under the intertwining laws of time, space, and life, the ethereal silhouettes of troops inside the building began to solidify. A procession of bald, white-robed figures emerged from the tribunal, moving in perfect unison. They knelt on one knee before Jiang Yan, their eyes ablaze with fervent devotion. Great Lord of Light, we pledge to eliminate all obstacles in the path of your divine radiance. Jiang Yan's gaze settled on the 3 leaders, and he was surprised to find that all of them had reached the demigod realm. He carefully examined their attribute panels. Holy Light Tribunal Director. Rank: Mythical. Class: High Judge of the Holy Light. Level: Demigod, Tier 10. Faith level: Fanatical and Blind. Specialization: Holy Light Judgments, Holy Light Martial Arts. Overall rating: 290,000. Special remark: Heretic, I find you guilty. The 2 deputy directors displayed similar attributes, though their ratings were slightly lower at around 230,000, still surpassing the strength of even the same tier Yaberlik. Such was the power of mythical tier troops. Next, Jiang Yan reviewed the attributes of the regular recruits. Ascetic. Rank: Legendary. Class: Enforcer of the Holy Light. Level: Diamond, Tier 1. Faith level: Fanatical and Blind. Specialization: Tracking, Holy Light Martial Arts. Overall rating: 23,227. Special note: they are eager to serve the Lord and have drawn upon power from across realms, which they will gradually repay through further cultivation. The adjudicators bore similar attributes to the ascetics, differing only in their specialization, judgment abilities. True believers indeed, Jiang Yan mused to himself. Not only do they ask for nothing, but they've even completed their training in advance. The angels could learn a thing or two from them. Looking at the kneeling faithful, he smiled warmly. Welcome to the city of divine spirits. I shall grant you even greater power. Ding! Accompanied by the crisp sound of the system notification, Jiang Yan felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. His tracking skill had successfully evolved into the law-level ability Traceback, which allowed him to automatically pinpoint the location of anyone harboring malicious intent, as long as there was a certain disparity in strength. At the same time, his judgment skill had advanced to condemnation, granting him the ability to directly execute judgment and apprehension according to established rules. Jiang Yan smiled with satisfaction. The combination of these 2 skills was perfect, one for tracking, the other for capturing. Together, they were the ideal tools for dealing with the remnants of the temple. The only downside was that these skills were of such a high tier that they couldn't be further enhanced for now. He would have to wait until his talents advanced before considering any upgrades. Thousands of devout monks and adjudicators knelt and chanted in unison, "Thank you, Holy Lord, for bestowing us with power. We shall eradicate all heretics who stray from the faith of the Holy Light." "I trust you," Jiang Yan said, pointing in the direction of Northern Erland, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "There lies a group of false gods' remnants. I leave them to you." In Northern Erland, the city of travelers served as a hub connecting the various duchies. Known for its openness and inclusivity, it naturally became the Holy Light Church's prime target for expansion. The Holy Light Daily, run by the most devout followers from the Duchy of Hamank, also set up shop there, becoming the sole spiritual sustenance for the populace after the fall of other deities. However, today's issue of the Holy Light Daily was nothing short of jaw-dropping. The savior of workers. Undead miners boost happiness index in Zylank. Read the headline. The accompanying image featured a burly man with a beaming smile, gesturing at 2 skeletons diligently working beside him. "With these undead workers, my income has tripled, and I only need to work 4 hours a day. They never tire, work year-round, and can even fix themselves if a bone breaks. Look for skeletons certified by the Holy Light Church's employment program. Everyone who's tried them speaks highly of them." Following that was an advertisement titled, "Undead Best Food Inspectors." The illustration depicted an elegant woman encountering a skeletal warrior at a marketplace. The skeleton had promptly identified a vendor's attempt to disguise a decade-old piece of frozen meat using magic and had subdued the merchant when he tried to take the woman hostage. The newspaper was filled with even more bizarre stories. A mentally challenged boy fainting in a haunted house of the undead and receiving compensation. A stage play starring a god-level undead. An undead army taking over the abyssal frontline to grant the soldiers leave to visit their families. And even an educational ad encouraging children to experience the undead firsthand. In a shadowy corner, A sharp-eyed young man sneered, as expected. The gods all fell to the undead, yet the Holy Light Church survived. Turns out they're in cahoots. He crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it aside in anger, plotting how to expose the truth. Suddenly, two bald figures clad in white robes appeared. In the name of the Holy Light Church, you are under arrest, one of them declared coldly. On what grounds? The young man demanded in disbelief. The adjudicator opened the Holy Light Codex with an impassive expression. According to the Codex, non-believers have no right to protest. Defiling Holy Light property warrants mandatory re-education. As his verdict was delivered, chains of holy light descended from the sky, binding the young man tightly. A portal to the tribunal's punishment chamber materialized, and a burly arm reached out, dragging the still protesting youth inside. The two white-robed figures remained, exchanging a brief conversation. The monk suggested that such heretics should be executed, but the adjudicator clarified that it was a directive from anomaly, the Holy Lord's most trusted angel. Upon hearing that the order came from such a divine source, the monk immediately recanted, praising the unfathomable wisdom behind the decision. As members of the Holy Light Inquisition flooded the area, the remnants of the Dark Star Temple hiding in the shadows were unearthed one by one. In a damp, dark sewer, 3 followers of the Dark Star God were huddled together, conspiring. Too many of our brothers have been captured by those maniacs lately, one of them muttered under his breath. Surely, they won't find us in a place like this, right? Before he could finish his sentence, 4 bald men in white robes suddenly appeared beside them. In the name of the Holy Light, you are under arrest, 2 cold voices declared in unison. Chains of radiant light descended from thin air, binding the 3 Dark Star followers tightly. The one in the middle received an additional set of shackles. The presence of an extra figure among the 4 white-robed men caught the attention of the others. They exchanged glances before one of them tentatively asked, "Split 50-50? Agreed." As the blade of holy light glimmered above them, ready to strike, the 3 Dark Star followers finally snapped out of their panic. "Wait, we'll turn ourselves in at the Holy Light Church. Please, give us a chance," they pleaded desperately. They knew all too well that being captured by ordinary missionaries or lightbringers would at most result in a scolding or a beating. But in the hands of these bald enforcers, no one had ever emerged alive. In certain circles, their reputation was even more terrifying than that of the undead. Request denied. One of the enforcers declared coldly. Non-believers of the Holy Light have no right to appeal. Judgment begins now. The scene shifted to the Holy Spirit City. Great Lord, here are the results of our operations this month, the head of the Holy Light Inquisition said, bowing respectfully as he presented a register nearly half his height. Jiang Yan took the hefty register, flipping it open in shock. All of these? This must be over 1 million people. And it's only been half a month. Yes, my lord. Due to limited manpower, this only accounts for the remnants of temples in 3 duchies. We plan to allocate more personnel to other regions next, the head explained. Jiang Yan scanned the detailed records of offenders listed in the register. Entry 1. Errant, resident of Traveler's City. Crime. Attempting to overthrow the Holy Light Church, claiming to be a deity. Evidence. Discarding the Holy Light daily in public. Punishment. 10 days in the 4th chamber of the Holy Light Inquisition. Entry 2. Yacker, resident of Gale City. Crime. Harassing Holy Light Church believers. Evidence. Shouting during morning prayers, showing disrespect. Punishment. 100 days in solitary confinement. Entry 3. Duke, resident of the Duchy of Duran. Crime. Plotting to bomb a temple and murder believers. Evidence. Chat records. Punishment. Purification. Reading these absurdly petty justifications, Jiang Yan froze. Anna, didn't you tell them to act more moderately? He asked. I did, my lord, Analia replied with an innocent expression. Originally, all of them were supposed to be purified. Now, most are just being reformed. With healing angels on hand, even the dead can be revived. Jiang Yan sighed, recalling Analia's extremist tendencies. She had always believed that all non-believers of the Holy Light should be purified. Assigning one radical to teach moderation to another had clearly been a misstep. Very well. Dismissed for now. In the future, remember to prioritize education and reformation over extreme measures, unless the crimes are truly heinous. Understood? Yes, my lord, the head of the Inquisition responded, sensing Jiang Yan's displeasure. Rest assured, we never wrong the innocent. Every condemned individual undergoes a secondary judgment through my skill. Jiang Yan remembered the head's unique ability, Holy Light Judgment. It could assess any being, revealing their sins and virtues, and delivering a quantified verdict. Perhaps he had been too quick to judge them. You've done well, Jiang Yan said with a gentle smile. But remember, occasionally showing the mercy of the Holy Light can better demonstrate its authority. Understood, my lord, the head replied, relieved, before bowing and leaving. Jiang Yan, Turn to the updated vassal panel. Northern Erland Alliance 317. Affiliation: Holy Spirit City. Territory: 77,200 square kilometers. Population: 87.31 million. Faith level: revered. Faith output: 32,000 day. Though the Inquisition's methods were harsh, the results were undeniable. In a short time, the faith level had risen 3 tiers to revered, a logical outcome, given that dissenters had been eliminated. Thanks to their efforts, the Holy Light Church's branches had firmly established themselves in new duchies, and progress in reshaping the undead's image was well underway. Jiang Yan checked his advancement task. The Lord of Light keeps his promises. Completion progress: 68.31 million, 30 million. While waiting longer to fully control Elrond might yield greater rewards, there was no need for delay. The strongest leaders of other factions had already reached the first tier of gold rank, and time was running out. Advancing to demigod status would not only lift the level cap for his followers, but also enable him to explore the sealed world fragment, Third Necromancer Emperor's laboratory, alongside 4 upper-tier undead gods. Submit task, Jiang Yan commanded. A system notification echoed. Evaluating task completion. Completion multiplier: 2.277. Rating: A. Completion time: 46 days. Rating: S. Overall evaluation: S. Task: The Lord of Light keeps his promises. Primary phase complete. You have fulfilled your promise to your followers, living up to the name of the Lord of Light. Rewards: Demigod Advancement Permit 1 exclusive. Legendary Item Selection Box 1 inch. A token infused with the power of laws and a radiant golden chest materialized before him. Legendary Item Selection Box allows the selection of 1 item from most legendary artifacts. Usage: focus on your desired item and open the box. Jiang Yan's heart race talent advancement fragments were classified as legendary items, and he was only 1 fragment away from upgrading his talent. I need a talent advancement fragment, he thought as he opened the box. A blinding golden light filled the room, revealing a fragment lying quietly at its center. Jiang Yan carefully took out the last 2 fragments of the talent shard and gently brought them together in his palm. The shards seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, converging and merging on their own until they formed a complete circular crystal. The surface of the crystal shimmered with intricate patterns representing the 10 elemental laws: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, space-time, light, darkness, and sound, with a radiant glow that never ceased. A system notification appeared. Acquired exclusive mythical item redemption of the week. The item description carried a hint of mockery. There is no such thing as a useless talent, only a useless lord. As the sole possessor of a unique level talent, your greatest achievement is merely completing the novice trial. The myriad worlds are deeply disappointed in your performance, hence granting you this exclusive redemption. Jiang Yan sneered, ignoring the taunting words. He clasped the circular crystal in his hand and began to use it, naming it Genius. A gentle force of law seeped into his very soul, causing his already near-perfect talent seed to undergo another transformation. It felt like it had experienced a profound cycle of 9 blooms and harvests. Finally, a flawless crystal emitting boundless divine light slowly emerged within the depths of his soul. New power coursed through his fingertips as Jiang Yan carefully sensed the changes in his talent. Ultimate Ascension Awakening. Effect: permanently elevate a designated skill, guaranteed to trigger both ultimate and ascension effects simultaneously. Maximum potential reaches pseudo-supreme level, no cooldown, usable 100 times per day, but each skill can only be elevated once. This cannot be used on the talent itself. Effect: permanently advance a designated creature by 1 tier, up to the mythical grade. Each type of creature can only be elevated once, with no cooldown or quantity limit. Effect: once per natural year, gain the right to transcend. This allows any being below the supreme level to break through the limits of laws and achieve a higher state of power. Each individual can only be affected once. Current available uses: 1. Jiang Yan silently analyzed the changes in his abilities. The first effect was a comprehensive enhancement of his original talent, not only enabling the simultaneous activation of 2 effects, but also raising the upper limit to pseudo-supreme level. This meant that even his angels could potentially break through the unique level barrier, reaching unprecedented realms of power. The second effect resembled the final awakening during the trial, but was far more potent. The third effect, however, was the key to further strengthening his top-tier combat forces. As he pondered whether to use the third effect on Analea or Xena, a resplendent token appeared in his hand: a demigod advancement permit. This marked the step where he would transcend his mortal body and become a true wielder of the laws of power. As the token shattered, 2 faint clicks echoed from within his body, as if breaking the shackles of life itself. A vast stream of laws descended from the void, with 1 beam of light and 1 beam of shadow falling from the heavens. They nurtured 2 seeds of law within the depths of his soul. An overwhelming surge of magic, like a celestial river, poured into him, nourishing this newfound power. System notifications followed in quick succession. Advanced to demigod tier 3. Follower limit increased to upper god level. Acquired the Holy Light Law Seed, automatically mastering all subdivine Holy Light spells. Acquired the Necromancy Law Seed, automatically mastering all subdivine necromancy spells. Gained access to the Surface Abyss World and Freedom City. World weight increased. Abyss Trial matching tier elevated. Opening the leaderboard of abyssal layers across the myriad worlds, Jiang Yan recognized some familiar names. 1. Sector 001. Mingzhu Zhou Yuan, Elemental Elf, 89 layers. 2. Sector 027. Xinghai Clan Ya, Sea Behemoth, 89 layers. 1,973,761. Sector 079. Origin Star Federation Zhang Deyuan, Thunder Giant, 23 layers. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, suppressing his restless emotions. Now was not the time to take risks. The true abyssal world was far more perilous than the novice zone. His immediate priority was to consolidate faith, strengthen his forces, and then explore the laboratory of the third Undead Emperor. Excitement surged as he activated his magic. 2 magic arrays materialized above his hands, one radiating the shimmering brilliance of holy light, the other exuding the dreamlike aura of necromancy. Finally possessing diverse abilities, he couldn't help but reflect on the irony. As the Lord of Light, he had previously lacked even a single holy light spell to his name, a fact so absurd it was almost laughable. When Analia and Xena hurriedly arrived at his summons, Jiang Yan smiled as he revealed the third talent effect to them. The first 2 slots are guaranteed for both of you. As for who gets the first one, well, that will depend on your luck. Please, let the Holy Lord decide on the challenge, the 2 women said in unison, their gazes locking briefly, as if invisible sparks flew between them. Jiang Yan looked at the 2 formidable figures before him and chuckled lightly. How about we settle this with the simplest and fairest method from my homeland? Rock, paper, scissors? Agreed. Analia and Hina both flashed confident smiles. Analia stepped forward confidently, secretly planning to use her Grand Prophecy spell to ensure her opponent would choose scissors while she picked rock, guaranteeing her victory. Hina, however, relied on her keen observational skills as a master archer to discern Analia's intentions. Both were convinced that the Holy Lord and the Emperor were on their side. Get ready, Jiang Yan announced. Hina raised her right hand, while Analia opened her sacred tome, a golden magic circle appearing beneath her feet. Just as Hina realized something was amiss, Analia had already completed her Grand Prophecy spell. Evil spirit, you will choose scissors. In the end, a white fist clashed against slender scissors, and the outcome was decided. You cheated, Hina cried out in frustration. Damn it, this bird dared to use her powers right in front of the Emperor. Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless, realizing he hadn't explicitly stated that using abilities was against the rules. Analia let out a proud scoff, her snow-white wings fluttering with joy. The 2 quickly descended into a heated argument over the legitimacy of their respective factions, Heaven's orthodoxy versus the forces of the undead, until Jiang Yan stepped in to mediate. Let it be, Emperor, Hina said bitterly. As long as I know your heart is with me, that's enough. Jiang Yan reassured her. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get another chance. Plus, I can enhance your abilities right now. With that, he activated his awakened talent, empowering Hina's skills. Her curse seal evolved into the life curse seal, life sacrifice transformed into origin sacrifice, and the power of extreme arcane archery and the dark void domain underwent a qualitative leap. After testing her newfound abilities, Hina departed. Analia, in turn, received her own opportunity. Under the influence of transcendence, she underwent a 3-hour transformation. When the golden divine light finally dissipated, her wings were imbued with a sacred golden radiance. Although the temple suffered some damage during the process, Jiang Yan paid it no mind. He examined Analia's new attributes, unique rank, Seraphim Godhood activated, and a staggering comprehensive score of 2,990,000, far exceeding expectations. Finally, Jiang Yan retrieved an intricately crafted compass, contemplating that it was time to unearth the long-hidden relics. The next day, the atmosphere in the central hall of Holy Spirit City was solemn. With Jiang Yan's breakthrough to the demigod realm, all the high-ranking members of his retinue also ascended to the lower god realm, significantly enhancing their strength. This newfound power finally qualified them to explore higher-level world fragments. Death God, do you know anything about the third Necromancer Emperor? Jiang Yan asked directly. An excellent question, Emperor, the Death God replied, a trace of pride in his voice. In the entire Netherworld, I am the only Death God who has never truly died. Even the Abyss couldn't see through my art of feigning death. Get to the point, Jiang Yan interrupted, somewhat exasperated. A supreme deity skilled in the art of playing dead, didn't you find that embarrassing? The death god's expression grew serious. The third Necromancer Emperor was a genius. He spearheaded the rune revolution in the Netherworld, transitioning it from manual operation to rule-based control. He mastered the Netherworld's supreme divine arts, contributed to the perfection of over 10 legendary structures, and ruled for 5 entire epochs. More importantly, he was the first to facilitate cooperation between the Netherworld and the Holy Light Pantheon. Unfortunately, the Death God's tone shifted. The Abyss Lord personally intervened, just as the realms were about to. Before he could finish, a suffocating force condensed overhead, prompting the Death God to fall silent. Could it be that he discovered a way to counter the Abyss? Jiang Yan mused. Otherwise, the lurking boss wouldn't have suddenly shown up unless it felt threatened. Who knows? The Death God shrugged. When I woke up from playing dead, several epochs had passed. The Holy Light Pantheon had fallen. The gods had vanished, and the Netherworld was on the brink of collapse. Only fragments of their true essences remained hidden in the Hall of Undeath, and only the Necromancer Emperor's authority could awaken them. So, I did what I do best, continued to play dead and waited for the right moment. Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. With his current understanding, it was clear that this wasn't just the backdrop of the realms, but a genuine piece of history. It seems this journey is inevitable, Jiang Yan said, retrieving an ornate compass. The sealed world fragment, the third Necromancer Emperor's laboratory. He issued his orders, Yabalik and Froya, stay behind. They'll leave the Reaper Lords undead here. With upper deities present, the Flame Empire and the Deathly Empire shouldn't dare act recklessly in the short term. He then stored the Death God, Xena, and other high-tier Netherworld forces into his command token. Using the Angel's Heart, he also secured Anna and 4,000 diamond level or higher angel troops. In a fragment world occupied by the Abyss, the conspicuousness of holy light beings was no longer a concern. After infusing divine power, the compass needle began to tremble violently before locking onto a coordinate. As they traversed through space, Jiang Yan caught sight of an old man with a red nose carrying a cloth bag, tumbling out of a shattered world. Wait, sir. Let me borrow something. Jiang Yan called out, but his voice was swallowed by the vacuum. The old man seemed to sense something and ducked behind a meteorite fragment. Damn it, why do I feel such malice? Who dares scheme against the great novice merchant of the realms? Jiang Yan regretfully watched the fleeting scene. If only this compass had a pause function. With my reputation, I could have borrowed at least 10 items or even emptied his entire bag with the Death God here. Suddenly, the compass energy depleted, and its speed sharply decreased. After passing through 3 layers of space, the needle's glow faded, stopping in a desolate and dark void. You have arrived at the third Necromancer Emperor's laboratory. The compass requires recharging. This world will unfreeze in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unfreeze complete. Before the realm's system voice had finished, a surge of violent and icy power locked onto them from all directions. Jiang Yan's heart sank as his very soul seemed to tremble. Without hesitation, he summoned his retinue. Be careful, Lord. Analea, just materialized, exclaimed with alarm. I sensed the presence of multiple upper-tier demon gods. She flew in front of Jiang Yan, commanding the void with authority. No existence shall pry. Her words carried weight, and her power took effect. Jiang Yan felt the overwhelming pressure dissipate in an instant. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Analea spoke urgently, Lord, this world rejects us strongly. We can only maintain our presence here for a minute at most. The Reaper, rarely showing such a serious expression, said gravely, Emperor, you must attempt to establish a connection with the will of this plane. Only with its power can we conceal our presence. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to retreat. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, gripping the Scourge artifact tightly in his right hand. He began to channel the seed of the laws belonging to the Undead Emperor within him, attempting to connect with this fragment of the ancient era's undead realm. Under the command of Analea and Froya, 4,000 angels swiftly formed ranks, creating an impenetrable defense around Jiang Yan. Time ticked by second. 30 seconds passed, then 50. The tension among them grew palpable. They all understood that a higher abyssal demon god was not comparable to the weak, godless Lord of Harvest they had faced before. This was one of the Abyss's most formidable mass-produced war machines, far surpassing mythical-level beings of the same rank and capable of rivaling even four-winged angels. At the 55th second, Jiang Yan suddenly opened his eyes. In the void, fragmented willpower began to coalesce. A faint, almost imperceptible voice echoed in his mind. Responding to your call, Emperor. This willpower, once utterly shattered by the Abyss, now barely operated on a sliver of instinct. As the 1-minute limit approached, the broken power of the undead laws seamlessly took over where the force of words made reality had left off. Everyone, including the Reaper himself, let out a collective sigh of relief. None of them were eager to face those terrifying creatures hidden with only lower deity-level strength. After a brief moment of sensing his surroundings, Jiang Yan said, "The will of this world is on the verge of collapse. Its remaining power will help us conceal our presence for approximately 17 days. We must complete our exploration of this world within that time. This place is unfamiliar to me. It was likely hidden by the third emperor," the Reaper said, shaking his head, unable to offer any suggestions. "There's no need to worry," Jiang Yan replied, holding the Scourge artifact as he recalled the angelic forces. Striding forward, he added, "This is the undead realm. From every blade of grass to every fragment of bone, everything here will guide me." Feeling the world's embrace and resonance with his presence, Jiang Yan spoke with unwavering determination. "Move out." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.